Demon Hunter. That way I can play with my friends. Oh my god. What is up, man? It's Sunday.
See my brethren reduced to such a state. There is nothing left for them now but hunger. Please.
One of the better days of the week, but also depressing because tomorrow's Monday. Man, I was completely fried by the end of the day, end of the stream yesterday. I don't even know what I did. I've been sleeping like so deep the last couple days. But felt like playing some remix. Why not? I still need to level this Demon Hunter just so I have a Demon Hunter with my name instead of some completely random ass name. Don't feel like paying to change it. Can't be asked. So, and then the AWC. It's an hour and a half. Starts at noon. So yesterday was crazy. The games were fire. Ong. This guy looks like he's getting dunked on. Don't worry, baby, I'm here. Stun off the kick. Immune? I can't believe it. What? Sick knock, bro. Insane. Absolutely fucking fried. How? I don't really mean to talk shit to this guy, but like, why would you knock a PvE mob? You know nothing good is gonna come from that. I mean, straight into the wall. I don't even know why I killed that in the first place. What am I doing? Holy shit, my birthday is no longer in 3 days. It is now in 2 days. Grasping. Movement speed and haste, huh? Aight. Loot this flower, it's probably gonna give me nothing. Yep. Sick. Wait, where's my loot window on this guy? Man. Loot. There we go. Medium pink invites you to a group. So I guess they buff the experience for the first dungeon of the day for heroic and regular, so it's worth doing both? Question mark. Wow, these lockouts are daily. What the fuck? I mean, daily raid seems a little crazy, but I guess in reality they only take like 5 minutes, so. Yeah, this is like Screaming Brutality waiting room. I swear, without this talent, DH just feels so weird. And Soul Scar, obviously, but bong. Or an assassination Rogo. This guy knows what's up. What the fuck? Wow, wow, wow. Man, that whole burst sequence, and it's like not even half of one guy's health. This world tier is so heroic. Like, oh my gosh. What in the fuck? What is going on with my OBS down here? All my tabs just like randomly change size. Yeah, sure. I'll get. What are you doing? What's going on here? Nope. Not today, Satan. Man, I feel so Fury starved, and I don't know why.
But one that needed to be done. You have my gratitude, champion.
I mean, I do know why, but. Yes. I think I should just be going down into immolation damage right now, especially if I'm just doing dungeons. It's kind of ass. It's ass unless it's not ass. Whatever. Just give me the hunt. Heroic loot. Wow. Incredible. No fuck. Yeah. Wonder if I should try Vengeance. I don't think I've played it since, like, actual Legion. Nothing out of all that, huh? Moncatiles. I gotta kill 15 rares and then suck off 50 motes. Okay. Sounds doable. Like Ario Speedwagon said, it's time for me to fly. I don't think I can solo this one. I would need somebody else down here doing it too. This guy's kind of tough. That's why. These empowerments are pretty sus. Actually, I have to do a campaign chapter too, huh? So. 17 more demon blood, then I can continue my class campaign. Ah, yes, very fracas. I know it well. Oh my god, an ambush! Who could have predicted? Yeah, I swear, some classes just have it way easier. Demon hunters. Oh. Dude, I found the shirt from a decade ago. Super Troopers. The Chive back in 2015 was putting out some banger clothing. I need a weak aura just to disable the dungeon sound, because that shit is so loud for no reason.
There is residual magic all about this island. If you gather some
Not the Eye of Ashara. Okay, we're going straight, huh? Yeah, fuck you, man. I'm stunning everything here. We're cooking. That is a super unfortunate route. Not gonna lie to you. Dude. This is so AIDS. Big stud. I'm about to get nice dodge. I mean, yeah, sure. I'll take on the ads, guys. No worries. That's what I'm here for.
Charging. Move. Interrupt.
Charging.
Behind mode.
Nowhere to hide.
You know, I was behind an ad. I don't know what to tell you there. Threw it over. Fucking. What? Clearly, I'm supposed to move to the gigantic ad. Are you fucking kidding me?
Charging. Move. Behind mode.
Oh, of course it's gonna die.
Nowhere to hide. You can't.
Yeah, that first boss did not go super well, but that's alright. Mastery increases your movement speed? Yeah, yep. Absolutely. I'm just gonna do nothing until we, stop moving. That's what I'm thinking. I lied. Polymorph fish. Yeah. That'll do it. We. WoW do be kind of loud though. Look away for 1 second, I get polyed. Any dispellers, or is the... Okay, yeah, the resto druid's just sitting in cat form, huh? Sick. Fuck it. Awesome.
Continue the ritual. I will handle these fools.
4, 3,
It's just like, is this
1.
fun for people?
Find shelter.
Landwalkers. The waters rise. There is no escape.
Are you sure about that?
Find shelter.
You wait.
Okay, remixing? What the fuck? I'm being trolled.
Can you feel the winds? They come for you.
You suck right now.
Run. Keep
Oh. Serpentrix.
phase change.
Surely that's not gonna pull.
Run.
Surely that's gonna pull. Okay. Stunnable? Nice. Nice. Wow. Look at that, muting the mic to sneeze mid-fight. I mean, we're locked in. There's a lot going on here. Epic? Melt my swift white cock. Dude. Okay. Huge I-beam into missing literally everything. I'm not mad, you're mad. Not play the game. I mean, this is... Shut up.
Take damage.
Take damage.
Range 5. Watch your step.
Okay. Mechanics. Doing them. Remixing.
Range 5.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
Take damage.
What a joke. We made it 15 minutes before the first bot of the day. Sick name, though. Hick Jijivith 46211. Nailed it. See you later. No, my death sweep. Man. The fire rises. We'll stand back here away from everybody else because it seems like the play. This guy's just dead. Easy. What is with all these defensive items? Well, blah. Question is, do I want to stick with... I gotta analyze the damage. I swear Immolation Ore is bad until maybe you get to Ragefire, and then it might be good. Chaos Strike does more damage, that's probably way better. And then... yeah, that's fine. Guaranteed I-Beam crits. We love critically striking. Oh god. I'm alone. Just like always. The real question is, how troll is it to play a Blood Elf Demon Hunter instead of a Night Elf? So I feel like it's pretty troll. Time Warp Nightmare Leaf? Oh, yeah. What's our power looking like here? Oh my god, what am I doing? Whoops. Plus 3 ranks of Souls of the Caw. Now we're cooking. Look at these people with buttons to press because they're deeper down in their talent trees. Disgusting. Okay, yeah, we've already watched Ysera get deleted. 45k? That is over an entire level of experience for that quest. You may move while casting. I think that applies to eye beam. You can like float slightly while you're beaming. Oh my god, an epic. 10% crit? Oh my god. Dude, I really don't need guaranteed eye beam crits, do I? Not when you just passively have 50. What the fuck? Yeah, so this talent is basically completely useless. Increases your critical strike chance by 10% for 5. Yeah, I mean... Actually kind of tough. I should be going to this for the Fury. Shouldn't I? Immolation or a crit chance? Maybe I do just take that. We got 5 points, so this is supposed to go, like, here for sure. And then, yeah, Aura of Pain, Lost in Darkness down to Will of the Illidari. Yell yeah, brother. Gotta let it happen. Oh, Paramore's so getting goated. Alright, what else we got? A village in peril. BRB poop. Text me if it pops. Okay.
There are many noble spirits that walk the land of the living.
If I were a rare.
Lord Ravencrest's cursed
Oh, there I would be.
redemption.
I remember this guy.
You best defeat them before they rally those half-breeds.
Neon. Yeah, sure. I can't tell if the WoW sounds are too loud or not. Streech. Okay, hold. That was nice. That was good. I'll take it. Yeah, so like, I think the addition of hero talents or whatever being at like 71 and onward, and then being so core to every class's toolkits, it just feels so weird leveling. Like something's just missing the entire time. I remember this bitch too. Damn, dude. All these Legion memories coming back. Okay. I basically have to CC him every 8 seconds or else he has 40% increased damage and healing. Huh. Really doesn't seem worth. Poop. We gotta kill him. We gotta kill him right fucking now. Oh god. I'm out of sauce. Ow. I feel like that debuff used to do way more damage. Single button assistant. Missing Hammer of Light because you're playing Templar like a fucking cuck. Sorry, that was rude. I'm not sorry. But that is the other thing, right? And then tier sets come out, you're used to your... What's the scrolling skills? Trophy GCD? Talking about, like, showing what I'm pressing. I think that helps with engagement so you can see what the person's actually doing in real time. Old Bear Trap. What could... He got me. Not gonna lie to you. Got my ass. What? That was... What is happening? I gotta touch it or what? Oh my god. Just wasted an entire demon form. Cute pop, by the way. There's no way I killed this guy. Thank god. This guy has so much health. Like, how do I... Every time I press a button, this guy scarecrows. Madge. Not gonna get it, am I? In before we miss the queue, because this guy's fucking pooping. Nice. I guess I will get to kill this. Missed it by that much, huh? Are you shitting me? There we go. Ding. Yeah. I'm never going to be striking one target. That's impossible. Plus 5% damage. And then we want Serrated Glaive, Furious Gaze. I know a few of those. Hiya! The Arcway. Oh god.
Run away.
I'm getting oozed on. Do I get to carry Void Touch into here? It's interesting. I have no fucking clue where we're going, so, you know what I'm saying? You guys need to... What? All rats.
Run away.
Getting a little ahead of myself here.
Run away. Run away.
Huh.
Run away.
Run away. Why are you running? No point in even demon forming. I was dying so fast. Yesterday.
Stay back. It's mine.
Chess. Ah. Huh. Picked him on Arcane, he immediately starts casting Arcane. Huh?
Run out.
I'm exploding.
Target you.
I'm pretty sure we run this into each other, right? No? Fucking Paladin comes in, presses one button. Everything's dead. I love Ret Paladins. They're in such a good place right now, guys. The game is so fun and inclusive with them. Wouldn't you agree? Or
Run away.
no? He says he's playing a Demon Hunter. It's a Drakthir Survival Hunter. What the fuck? Nothing lasts for. Did he just get trash loot? What? When's a good time to IV? And how many spiders do we kill? Alright, it seems like a lot. Never mind. Ah. Right. I dunno. All I see is shiny button. Yeah, that's about right. Demons? Demons. Kick the Chaos Bolt? The AWC showed us what happens if you don't do that. Absolutely cranking this guy's shitbox in. About to get bolted. It did 1200? Huh? Okay. Oh man. Fastest mic muter on the market. Never gonna let a sneeze go through. Demon Hunter's fun because it's just like... It's sort of like Outlaw Rogue in that you just never really stop doing things. And then Blade Dance is like the most satisfying, one of the more satisfying abilities in the game. But having so much of your damage tied to that one ability is also kind of bad.
Run away.
I'm not running from anything, man. These guys are all weak, sad. Meow. No. I stopped it. The savior of Azeroth. I don't know what's going on right now, but my nose is like... Allergies? Something?
Run away.
Shit ain't very cash money.
Watch your step.
Watch your step. I don't think the survival hunter's watching his step very well.
Watch way.
Oh, your healing is red again. Right. Right. You know, it's better than the ferals that keep trying to heal.
My. Someone has made quite a mess down
We're
here.
supposed to jump off the side right here, aren't we?
Since we purged
No?
these
Alright.
modicums of refuse, it appears we have a rat infestation.
Yeah, I was right. Just come right here and... Either way. Zero idea where we're going. Actually, the map is pretty good about giving you that information. Yeah, it's gotta be this way, huh? Whoa.
I
Interrupt
have not
one.
survived for 10,000 years just to fall to a swarm of rats.
Interrupt 2.
Swarm of rats. That's me. I identify as a rat.
Spirit of the Nightwell's glorious power. I am Nightborn.
What the fuck? What's going on here? Hiya!
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
We have to run back to him? Is that... It seems like that would be what it is.
Interrupt.
What an interesting fight mechanic, huh?
Interrupt. Run away.
Renee, wait. How's everybody else taking damage except me?
Interrupt.
Oh, fuck!
Interrupt.
Enough. You little beast.
Interrupt
Getting out
1.
of hand. The Grand Magistrates will have your heads for this.
Okay. 11% mastery? Yeah. Take that. I didn't level from that? That kind of bullshit. If it was up to me. Dude, devour or win? Also, I'm pretty sure I was only using this Call of the Forest bullshit because I had a quest for it. And I feel like... Yes. Yeah, so let's undo that. If only I could right-click like back here and it would just undo everything. That would be great. But I suppose I can just click everything one at a time. Totally fine. Not annoying at all. Six ranks of Light's Vengeance, huh? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, I swear Vindicator's Judgment is just better. Maybe I'm completely off base, but...
I am not your enemy, Mayor.
I remember this.
To find someone within Blackrook Hold.
Stop with your lies, Night Elf.
Despite what they say, these people
Stop with your lies.
defend their farms and we will ease their suspicions.
More sand? Dude. Yeah, we're definitely in need of more sand. Almost a perfect fit. Definitely getting sand out of this. Definitely get... Alright. That's a big one. Rich deposit? Oh, yeah. Yeah. God. So ugly, it's disgusting. RP is Cordana. Perfect. Now, if only I could make the glyph for green wings. I swear they give you a gun and tell you to shoot these. If my memory is correct. You good? Man, getting old and developing dementia really tough.
Use the flare gun to mark the bird.
Ah, see, she does give you a thing. I knew it.
Take 'em out.
Barrel of corn? What? Weird.
I see 'em. Good job with those stun grenades.
Mobility. Operation Mobility Guardian. Imagine being in the military. Couldn't be me.
Somebody order a bullseye.
Oh, they added the whole you can just right-click the mob and it'll shoot the quest item at them thing. God, I love that. something intuitive in World of Warcraft? I can't believe it, mate. Maybe we should try Fellowship.
Huh?
So maybe we should try Fellowship. Random thought.
What's fellowship? That dungeon?
Yes.
Ooh. How much is it?
I swear it was $10.
Is it a fully released game or early access?
Pretty sure it is early access. I'm typing early access like a fucking $22.49, unless you buy the supporter stuff. But very positive.
Hell yeah.
Also very loud.
Okay, let's buy it.
My ears.
Do you have money to buy it? Do I have to buy it going?
No, I can do it.
Okay, I go download it.
Wonder if we can just duo. We have to play with other people.
Can you duo? Or is it up to 4 or
It looked like it was 4, not 5.
is it matchmaking or
There's no way to know. Dungeon.
Find it. Ah.
Get in there. Champion. The wounds. You better hurry. You got 20 seconds. Okay, a lot just happened right as I zoned into this dungeon. This is my worst nightmare. I hate this place. Ah. Except this time I won't forget to call the boat, I won't get left completely behind, and then I'll have some idea of where to go. This guy's name is Evan Plague. On Bone Chewer. I was like, how did you get that name? But what the hell's Bone Chewer?
Tonight the nobles have gathered in honor of the Grand Magistrates. Our spies
What title
This presents a rare opportunity
do we want to go with?
the source of power.
Ah, yes, Vengeance Incarnate.
We'll take a side entrance to the grounds. Too many eyes are watching the front. This is your best chance to eliminate the Grand Magistrates.
This is your best chance. Alright, let's do it. Oh, dude, this is what I'm talking about. These guys are already off to the races.
Shockwave.
I'm coming.
To disable their arcane weapons and keep the sentries from raising the alarm. Shockwave.
Wow. Actually got that cast off, huh? This guy's at like 1 HP. Yeah, I'm pulling everything. That's right. Huge stun.
Interrupt. Watch your step.
This is... Everybody dies here.
Watch your step.
Every time.
Watch your feet. Shockwave.
No, 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 no!
Shockwave.
This is something, let me tell you.
Interrupt.
Hold. Banning. Got him. Weren't we supposed to do something back there? Did we do it?
Shockwave.
So just paralyze that guy?
Watch your step. Shockwave. Watch your
That's unlucky. That is so unlucky.
Shockwave.
Yeah.
Coming.
Keep jumping.
Jumping?
Watch your step.
What in the fuck?
Watch your step.
Dude. Oh, we don't have a rogue.
Keep jumping. Watch your step.
Watch is ended.
There should really be some DRs on some of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because... Run, they have weapons.
Interrupt.
No, I don't think I will. I'm too fast.
Watch out up here. I've heard tell of a demonic council that draws strength.
Interrupt.
The spawn must be
Oh yeah, that's the stuff. 98% threat.
divided. They can
Exactly how I drew it up. Huh.
Great line of sight.
Okay, blurring, and then I think I'm just gonna drop the hammer here.
Fire will come for you.
Make yourself useful and
Interrupt.
take a look around.
I'ma cut you? Hell yeah.
Run out.
Ain't gotta tell me twice.
Not very clever.
Feel like I'm living a teenage dream.
Shockwave.
It will amuse me to watch you melt.
Shockwave.
You know, I mean,
Watch your step. Watch your
I'm gonna
step.
keep it real and nethering here for sure.
Shockwave.
This is looking pretty bad.
Spread. Interrupt. Shockwave.
Yeah. Yep.
So delightful. I'm feeling positively radiant.
So annoying, man.
Shockwave.
Scorched bones. Looks like I have a roast to prepare.
Don't be a dick. This guy got kicked for saying just because it's remix doesn't give you the I'm going to be an idiot card. What? You guys really kicked him, huh?
Shockwave. Shockwave.
Extremely fried. That has got to be one of the biggest problems with not even retail. Shit was happening in Wrath, Kata. Second, you have Dungeon Finder. People love that kick button. You even voice yourself once. So that's why I said it out loud, not in game. But I mean, I'm already over it.
Interrupt. Great line of sight.
I ain't breaking no line of sight. I don't even know what the hell's going on here.
Watch your feet. Break line of sight.
Intruders.
Check out that noise.
You there. Check out that noise.
Interrupt.
Fastest kicks in the Midwest. Okay. You can really run right past him, huh? Dookie.
Break line of sight.
Intruders are here!
Everything that says to do a mechanic, it's just like not worth it to do the mechanic.
Shockwave.
Crushing leap, okay.
Shockwave.
Wow, this healer is just getting hit by everything humanly possible.
Who needs henchmen? I'll burn you myself. I'm feeling positive.
Alright, massive wrinkle dam here. Can't even describe to you.
Watch your step.
Can't describe to you the level of damage that is going on right now. Fuck. I griefed.
Glorious.
Okay, last time I did this, every single person picked the wrong guy repeatedly, and then I walked up to the right one and just found it instantly, so it's...
Burning Legion spy is attending this party.
Right, I should probably put a costume on, huh? You know what, maybe I'll just let you guys do this, and then, I'll buy Fellowship. What comes in the supporter pack? What's going on with this? Anything cool, or... Cosmetics and a mount, huh? Totally worth it, for sure, definitely 100%, except not at all. What? Some fucky's going on here. You found the spy. Wonderful. Wow, wow, wow. Oh. Where are my wings? Deliver the volley? Just dead.
Excellent. Now that we have the key, the way to the balcony should be open. It's time to put an end to Elisand.
Must you leave so soon, Grand Magistrix?
Do you expect me to waste time chattering with vapid nobles even as my enemies close
Vapid.
in? Look there, you
So
fool.
fucking vapid.
You're not alone.
Impossible. My guards would never permit such an intrusion.
Are you sure about that?
Yet another failure, Melandrus. Consider this your chance to correct it. Dispose of these outsiders. Return to the Nighthold.
Finally, I'll make this quick.
You filers.
Lead for the Grand Magistrix.
Watch your step.
I'm on bottom? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, perfect. Cheesed it. 199, huh?
We had missed our chance at the Grand Magistrix tonight, but her time will come. Sooner or later,
No, it's only one
we'll
rank.
find another way to settle the score.
Sigh. Alright, let's figure out what's going on with this. Taste steel. Missing in my life, one is coming now. 12 gigs. I can't believe it. I can't believe you've done this. Ah. Okay. Fixed. Other muckers. I still have to get the game.
I wonder what this pool will reveal about you.
I have committed no crime, Kiraton. Whereas you and your associates have to answer for your...
The Laviana? I just realized. Some of these names. Aggressively for Ed.
Everything to save this world. We fought for Illidan. You imprisoned the world's villains here for all eternity.
We protect life, often at great risk. Too often.
You dare speak of
It seems like the Infernal thing is pretty, strong. That's what I see most people using.
my soul. My people shun me as a freak, and what was my reward? Eternal torment from my sister.
Bitch, I'm a freak for real.
I live to serve my people, my goddess, expecting neither personal gain nor glory. Can you say the same as you stand there?
Oh shit, wait.
With the power of the Legion.
Twins.
I will serve my people, the exiled and the reviled. I will slay you and all your kin, and when it's so good to fight again.
Okay.
My blades thunder.
Watch your step.
Deleted from existence.
Wasn't enough.
Thank you for your help. Your intervention saved my life.
Oh my god, look, a holy paladin.
If you
A healer who's actually playing a healer.
you will find far
Insane. I remember that lady being harder. Wahoo! Inquisitor Tormentorum. Sounds like Rick Santorum. Which, if you don't know what Santorum is, don't Google that. Oh right, immune.
Target you.
Oh.
4, 3, 2, 1. Interrupt.
Yes, okay. I leveled mid-fight? That is crazy. I'm blind. I'm getting this talent point. You can't stop me. That's right. Burn, baby, burn. Let's go, Inferno. Couldn't tell you, man. What? Am I seeing things? This guy is toasted marshmallows. Blade Dancer Ileana. Every time. It's so funny. So... Oh my god. Away we go.
How utterly predictable. I knew that you would come. I have what I was after, but I stayed just so that I could put an end to you once and for all.
Once and for balls.
And now you fools have fallen into my trap. Let's see how you fare. So be it. I will slay you all.
Phase change. Phase change.
Okay.
I will not be stopped. I have fought too long, suffered too much. Victory must
Meow.
Danger, danger.
Danger, danger. Ah, fuck.
joining the Legion. Here,
That's convenient. Ah, yes. Difficult mechanics requiring a lot of concentration and, something something. Haste mastery? Eh. Okay. Just permanently stuck in combat, eh?
Thank you. We owe you a great debt.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Oh my god. Oh, great. The neighbor that laughs like a hyena is awake. Craziest laugh I've ever heard in my life. Like, there's no way you would assume that it's real unless you saw it in person. PayPal.com. Yeah, Discord's doing 3 days, Netflix is doing 4 days. Bills, bills, bills. Verification code for the verification code? Did you get it yet? No, I'm working on it. Unless you just want to gift it. Wow, 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 wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. Great success, as they say. What the fuck, LMAO? What are we what the fucking? 8KQ? Huh? There's a Q? Are you shitting me? I mean, that means it must be good, right? Oh no. Does it give you an estimated time? How the fuck is there... Does this game even have servers? Like, instanced? How's there a queue? Our 12 dungeon servers are full. Please wait. Okay. Well, there goes that idea. Absolute madness.
No way I'll miss this shot.
Ah, shit.
I see him. Good job with those stuns. No way I'll miss this shot.
Oh my god, man. That Vindicator's Judgment does so much damage. Nuts to butts. Is that a saying? Did anybody say that? Something is amiss.
Let's get in more.
What? Huh? Where is this guy going? Okay. Seven minutes to the AWC. Check the fishing dock. Right.
Get gabbing or get going.
Oh my god. Get gabbing or get going. Necrophilico? Isn't that like necrophilia or something? This guy's name just... Excuse me while I Google this. Necrophilico. Necrophile. Ah. Sexual attraction or acts involving corpses. All right. Whatever you're into, I guess. Yes. Immunistuns. Okay. Okay, we're gonna leap back in. You know, instead, I'm pretty much out of stuff to do, huh? Let not good men acquiesce. What? Tricky treat? I am pressing these buttons as fast as I possibly can, let me tell you. 7.1 inches? Or what?
I got a bad feeling. Keep your chin up, eh?
Yeah. Okay. What else? Yes. The basement, I remember. Prefer the closet, but the basement will do.
Is it safe? Thank you. I was so
Ooh.
scared by myself. I had no shortcut back to town.
Is that it? Okay. I need 50 of these motes still, huh? Yeah. Da 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 dee.
Shadow Song, I was wrong about you. Everyone, put down your arms. Thank you.
Put down your arms.
You are most welcome here.
We have 5 levels, and we get the next tier of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's probably just haste, because we have to take it to go down into there anyway, so... Whatevs. 6.2 second blade dance cooldown. 62% haste, huh? Is that... Oh. It's like, yeah, that seems fine. 50% speed.
We protect those we love. Safe travels.
I am ready to go. God, I can't believe I wasn't using game capture in the beginning. Excuse the fuck out of me. Oh, caps lock is on. Look, another one-time code. How exciting. And it's noon? Oh shit. Damn, straight into an ad, huh? What is this game? Oh, PlayStation game. Ghost of Yotei? That looks pretty good. Hang on.
Zozo pulls off an absolute miracle in this one, actually stabilizing, staying in the fight, recovering, and ultimately turning it around to actually finish Axton. And Z-Rated are playing in our top 4 here today
Okay,
as
easy.
well. So I'm very stoked to see what they've got for us. The next clip here is highlighting Sidu. You see he's in a freezing trap, reversed, and pre-tremored the fear that was incoming from Smite. That was super high intelligent play right there. He anticipated the crowd control ahead of a crowd control.
Every time, man, you
Committed
move
to
the
the
window
future
and it's
of
just
Red
like...
Smite's mind and was able to break that crowd control chain down completely. This ultimately led to their success later on, which you can see in this is 2-2. This is game number 5. It's the last game between these teams. It was an absolutely epic round. I would suggest that you
Right,
go
this
back and
can't be
watch
on that monitor or
This
else it's
one, Z-Rated
fried.
again. They're on match point. They're about to be eliminated by the Abjured. Their healer is completely out of mana. And what do? They throw all caution to the wind. They get right on top of the Warlock, and they make this insane final push in these final moments, and they cross crowd control the Paladin with a scatter shot, and the Shaman at the same time in a moment here with a sleepwalk to prevent the Tremor Totem. And because Ronnie doesn't get this Tremor Totem off, his Warlock ultimately goes down. Z-Rated stay alive in the series and reverse sweep the Abjured. And then in the number 2 position here on this clip, because North America was just pure epicness, was Welcome to the
It
Show.
was.
Now pay attention to Awaken in the top left. You see that Garrote with 2 seconds? Watch that CC chain on Awaken, because Welcome to the Jung not only do they know how to zug, they know how to play with precision and crowd
Garrote,
control.
gouge,
because they take
blind
Awaken
breaks.
completely out
Cheap.
of this match for seemingly upwards of 20 seconds.
Cheap
and
again.
they chain it into more cheap shots, and then they
Garrote.
step back over onto Shards, and they ultimately finish this round with a
And then
smoke bomb, but
kick.
Drake lands an interrupt. Shards tries to pour it away. Awaken gets
And then
pinned,
silence.
interrupted by Nick. Just look at the crowd control frame on Awaken, and finally
Dude.
they seal the deal with a smoke bomb, preventing Awaken from getting any heals
Disgusting.
off whatsoever. Welcome to the Jean Gators back. They're looking flawless here for Championship Sunday. And then here in this final clip is just Gators back, hammering down the gas pedal with this new composition. You know, it's an RMP, but it's a Void Weaver variant with an Assassination Rogue. They do unhealable damage to Ronnie through Sacrifice here and Lay on Hands. So Lay on Hands to full health, he's taking damage reduction from Sacrifice, and they just hammer him down through everything, ultimately asserting their power and asserting their dominance here.
Oof, and yeah, like Supati said, if you miss those games, definitely go check that out on the VOD over on YouTube. But let's talk about today. We can look at the bracket. Chan, we're of course starting
Check
off
the
today in
VOD over
Europe
on
and in
YouTube.
North America.
Why
We're
does
seeing
this
both
happen?
Regions, but big match down in the lower bracket, Chan.
Exactly. Dobov versus Under Pressure. This, for me, is the matchup of the day.
Surely there's
It's
a
the
way
first
that
time
I
we're
can
seeing
fix
Dobov
this.
facing Under Pressure this season, but it's also an interesting matchup because it determines who's making third place, who's avoiding that gauntlet. The other point that I want to bring to that is, in my opinion, Under Pressure is, you know, the team to beat Echo. I think this Demon Hunter Ellie Druid is actually very, very difficult for Echo to beat. So I want to see how they do against Dobob, which also does play that fire RMP. If they can somehow beat Dobob, take down StreamerZone.gg, I really want to see that matchup of Under Pressure versus Echo in the finals.
Most definitely. And then up top, Zico, we've got Echo versus Streamer Zone.
Yeah, Echo versus Streamer
That's gonna be a good one.
Echo, again, they've won 2 cups. They're looking to claim their 3rd win. And then Streamer Zone is the team that has been facing them in the finals every one of these cups. So Streamer Zone, it's been on them to kind of find an answer for Echo. I think they got closest in cup number 1, but I'm excited to see what kind of surprise they have planned here on the side of Streamer Zone for Echo, because so far it's been that Feral Destruction Warlock from Echo that has been kind of unbeatable for Streamer Zone. So can they actually find an answer? We're going to see it today.
Yeah, we certainly are. And something else we're going to see is the final standings as well, Supatees, for both regions. Here is Europe. We've got Echo in first place, and it's going to be difficult, nearly impossible for anyone to knock him out of that spot.
It's a pressure cooker, and even if they do, Echo would have to lose 2 series, and Streamer Zone wins the whole thing, and they'd be tied, and Echo still would be number 1 because of their head-to-head with Streamer Zone. So Echo they're guaranteed number 1, but they want to win, right? Like they want the win on the cup. They don't just want to win by the technicality of head-to-head. But it's a pressure cooker. That's what this entire weekend basically has been for Europe, and you can already see the gauntlet standings here. For these teams with Echo and Streamer Zone, it's basically just Dobob fighting it out right now with Under Pressure to try and get that 3rd place position, which is a very coveted one because you get a comfy seat guaranteed in the grand finals. So that first lower bracket series is the most on the line, I would say, of all of the series here today. And then, of course, Echo versus Streamer Zone is just a rematch that's been happening back-to-back, week-to-week, and we're looking to see if Streamer Zone have evolved and if they're going to be able to take Echo down or not now.
Oof, I cannot wait to see how EU shapes out at the end of today. So let's get started. We've got predictions as well. We can take a look at that real quick. Before we do that, of course, we got to look at the rosters. Excuse me. Zico, talk to me about the teams. We've got 4 left here in the EU region. If you're watching from home, who are the top dogs in this region?
Yeah, that's cool.
I gotta agree with Chan. I think Under Pressure is very, very interesting against Dobob. And then, of course, Echo and Streamer Zone as well. The rest of the teams are eliminated, but they were here competing a little bit earlier throughout the Friday. But yeah, I would say all of these teams, really, really solid teams. We're going to see some of them in the gauntlet a little bit later on. But yeah, I agree with Chan. I think just these players on Under Pressure, I've been talking about it before. Houston,
Lontar,
MVP,
MBQ,
JD,
Hyman,
Lontar,
Houston.
They
Yeah.
have what it takes to be one of these top 3 teams. And they're finally kind of finding their compositions, kind of finding their way in. But then again, also Dobob. We did see them bring in Flappers on Friday. Unfortunately, they got absolutely smashed. But maybe we get to see some Flappers as well in that series. So
Team name is Buff Mistweaver.
rosters, and yeah, going to be exciting to see what they actually bring to the table.
Crabs.
Be exciting indeed. And now we can actually talk about the predictions. I'm really curious to see where we are here in the leaderboard, especially now we've got Chan joining us. How have you been feeling about your predictions so far, Chan?
We're still in mid, but unfortunately,
Chat
the
is
players
in the lead.
let you
What?
down from time to time when it comes to the predictions. It is what it is. Like I said, I'm in mid. I'm above you. I'm above Super T's.
Yeah,
that's fine.
bad.
I'll take it.
Now I'm the one in the crystal ball. Is that what's going on right now?
Oh yeah, they swapped it.
But this graphic is literally the same every day. It's just everyone's points go up by 1, and it's like I can't get ahead unless I pick the answer which everyone else doesn't every time and somehow get it right. It's like as soon as you're behind, it's like you're forever behind. I need like a blue shell catch-up mechanic. I need like a 2x modifier if I get a prediction right now.
It looks like they're also using an old photo on you. That looks like the little hat they used to wear a lot.
I still have the hat. It's just this new headset I have is too pinchy for it.
Oh, we gotta make a comeback with the hat. And then Zico, you're beating Ven only by 1.
Yeah, I went for a risky pick yesterday. The Abjured. I mean, I didn't sleep too well last night. I really thought the Abjured had that series. They were up 2-0, but then they ended up getting reverse swept. We did see the final game actually in that 5 highlight clip. So, yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes you got to take a risk, and sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. For Super T's, he has to take a lot more risk than I do, though. So that's always a good position to be in.
All right, well, if you want to take a risk, let us know what your prediction is in chat. That should be going out for this first series of the day, Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. It's one we've seen before, but I'm kind of curious, Chan, if you think it's going to play out the same, or do you think that these teams are going to have something different up their sleeve?
I'm not sure. I think this matchup, I mean, we've seen it a couple times in the finals now. We saw it in Cup 1, we saw it in Cup 2, and Echo has won every single time. But I will say, when Streamer Zone plays that jungle cleave into the Feral Lock, it is kind of close. If they just don't make these slight defensive mistakes, it could go the other way. And so, yes, you know, Echo did kind of stomp last week, but the reality is it is a little bit closer. And if Echo has a bad day and Streamer Zone plays at the top of their game, I think Streamer Zone can take this. However, I am going to go with Echo. 3-1 for Echo here.
All right, 3-1 for Echo. Super Tees, what about you or your prediction for this series?
I'm not taking risks. I know I'm already on the bottom, but I don't know. Like, I don't want that percentage dipping. You know, I feel like my percentage is still a passing grade, 61%. Like,
Damn it.
It's a passing grade. I don't want that to drop too much. So I'm in the exact same boat as Chan's prediction here, with 3-1 in favor of Echo. I feel like Streamer Zone have the capabilities on winning on some of their map picks with their jungle, but as far as consistency, it just seems like Echo are just driving it home every time. There's no mistakes, no matter how long the game is. And if Streamer Zone can somehow work that up so that they can win in the late game, win in these long games, then maybe they can win the series. But right now, I think Echo still has the edge there.
All right, Zico, what about you?
Not much to add. It hasn't already been
Yeah, it
said.
doesn't
It's a
shit up,
3-1
huh?
for Echo. I think Echo is the team to beat. Streamer Zone, they need to come up with an answer. So far, had some mixed results. And I think for them, unless they have some big surprise that they've kind of been practicing throughout the week, specifically for Echo, I think it's going to be business as usual here.
Any guess on what Ven picked? Do you think he's the same as you?
Yeah, I think Van went with probably a 3-0 for Echo.
3-0. All right, I am 3-1 in favor of Echo as well. I think kind of
We all
mirroring
use
what Zico said. You guys kind of said everything that is to be said. That is interesting that we're the same score. What is D Machine and Ven? Let's see here for the exact same across the board.
Oh, David.
Oh, see, that's the final D Machine.
David's
See,
trying to
I'm
drag
getting
you
grouped
down.
into the guests with him. He's dragging me down. He's trolling
Yeah.
me.
I mean, the fact that you're not in bottom place, considering this seems to happen to you guys every time, is saying something. Did you figure out how that works? Since you guys are splitting.
Yeah, how does that work?
I get 1 point here, and he doesn't, get one, obviously, if Echo wins. I think it double dips. So
that doesn't seem
I've been
fair.
dragging us up, and he's been dragging us down.
Yeah, sandbagging
Interesting.
you guys a little bit. This
1-0.
always happens every
What?
time we have a caster that picks against the rest of us. They're not on the desk at the moment, but I'm definitely curious what you would have to say about that series. The way it works is it doesn't. Gotcha. Okay, thank you, prediction, for that insight. Amazing. But I mean, Streamers on GG, like we've already said, this is a series that we've seen before, and they're not able to make it happen. But it is the third week, so maybe they do have something different. Do we think Super Teams are going to lock in the jungle again, or do you think we get a surprise comp from them? Is that even possible against?
I think their jungle's been their best comp. I think maybe whether or not they want to shift their talent builds around. I feel like Diamond Ice is something the Survival Hunters could experiment more with. We saw it from Willie in North America, and I feel like it actually looked really well in their matchup. But that's been their most successful comp. I say most successful comp, but their win rate is against Echo, right? So like 5 wins against Echo is a lot, even though you have 8 losses. And then obviously their Ellie survival has been what they've been using mostly into Under Pressure when we've watched them on broadcast. They tried the DK Survival Hunter last week. It looked kind of promising, but it just runs out of steam, and then the DK becomes a liability. So
Levels
I'm not
just
fully sold on
flying
that,
at
but
you.
maybe they have worked on that. For me, I think it's in between those two options: the Death Knight
Yeah.
survival or the Feral survival, and depending on what they've worked on in the last week is likely what they're going to be leading with for this series.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, when you're up against a team as strong as Echo, it's really
Sand.
difficult to make those decisions, especially in the blind pick. A lot of these series do end up going to a game 5, so we could be seeing that again. We could be locked in for quite a long series, given how competitive both of these teams have proven to be over the course of the first 3 cups. But it's upper bracket as well. No matter which team does end up losing here, they do have a chance to make it through that lower bracket run, Zico, and back up to the grand finals for a potential rematch. But Dobob Under Pressure are looking just as strong, so it's not going to be easy by any means.
That's the thing. I mean, we got the hungriest teams left in Europe. You know, you got
One
Streamers
place
on
to
and
stop
Echo,
talking.
number 1, number 2. Then you got Dobob and Under Pressure, number 3 tied. So it's like the standings are very much mirroring the bracket, and it's coming down to the wire here. So I don't think anyone who goes down to that lower bracket is guaranteed to come back and have a rematch in the final. I think, especially both of the teams that are currently in the lower bracket, they have so much to play for right now. They have so much motivation. They really need to make it count. So I think that could carry them forward. Maybe we'll see one of those teams making it all the way to the final. But yeah, of course, we got to take care of business here in the upper bracket first.
We certainly do, Zico, and it looks like Echo and Streamer Zone are ready to go here in game number 1. It is best of 5 here, the upper bracket. Echo in first place, solidly. Streamer Zone looking to get some more points before heading into the grand finals mid-November. But game number 1 starting off.
Outlaw Rogue instead of the Feral
Got him.
Echo side into Demon Hunter, Holy Beast.
Outlaw Rogue.
I think, yeah, I think maybe Streamer Zone actually wanted to go up against the Feral Druid, and they got met with a little bit of a surprise of their own, because I think the Demon Hunter into the Outlaw Rogue is not that great of a matchup. Like, I can't think of something worse than being a Demon Hunter, getting stunned, and then there could be a Chaos Bolt flying towards my face. I feel like that's an easy target for Echo to try to take down, but we're going to see the opener being started here. Actually, Mercy looks like he's playing the Imp Dispel there.
Yeah.
He dispels that trap immediately, and they're going after Big Mech. So I kind of like this from Waz, actually. On the Feral Druid, or on the Outlaw.
Okay, big double bolts already.
Coming in from Mercy. He's doing a decent amount of damage here as well. Howard Barrier is going to drop for JT, playing that Void Weaver, blasting away in the backline. Chastise down. Borg looking for the fear, finds it onto JT. Could be a trinket there, actually. Gets dispelled by the Imp. Borg now in a kidney shot, getting swapped to here by Waz, just soloed. JT now in a full freezing trap. No Imp dispel.
When do you killing spree?
Mercy makes a trade here. Gets a precog. Big Chaos Bolt. Nice imprisoned, though, on that precognition. But look at his damage that's coming out just 1 minute into the game, champ.
Yeah, that was beautiful, actually. Limps saving Big Max with the in-cap on the last 0.1 seconds of that Chaos Ball. Something from Mercy that was very, very smart so far in this game.
Oh my.
Chaos Ball's onto Limps, though, right now. He doesn't have any cooldowns, just Nether Walk. Is going to get topped off by Borg. But what Mercy
There's
did is he
Killing Spree.
saved the Malevolence and Inferno for
my
after
God.
Borg's Guardian, Angel came out. So that Borg couldn't just mass his spell and save him. Big damage onto Limps right now, though. Does have the Trinket, does have the Nether Walk available. Borg not into any CC, but Mercy playing very, very smart.
Yeah, Mercy fearing Borog out of that gouge and then re-fearing his Will of the Forsaken immediately. They are playing so well on the side of Echo. This comp is looking absolutely brutal to go up against right now. Limps has got a trinket still, so he should be okay. But Borog, what is he going to do? JT trying to fade the trap there. Did he get it? He actually does get trapped right there. But look at Mercy now taking a lot of damage. JT forced to trade out his Will of the Forsaken in this position. Mercy still dropping very low pain suppression. But JT is blasting away right now.
Can somebody explain how Waz has Warglaives on?
Diminishing return gets kicked there as well on his Shadow Cannons. Big damage onto Limps here. Mercy gets scattershot there. Really good control so far from Streamer Zone onto these Chaos Bolts. Never letting 2 Chaos Bolts go off in a row. Here comes the hunt onto Mercy. Gouge onto Borog into a Fear, but it's going to be on diminishing returns. Borog, though, has no more breakers. That next Fear is going to be full, and Waz as well has a lot of damage.
Is this some kind of tournament run bullshit?
Yeah, but Mercy's in a lot of trouble. He only has a Hellstone left. JT doesn't have the Will of Forsaken available. If Streamer Zone can continue to push onto Mercy, continue to CC JT, Mercy can be in a lot of trouble very, very soon. Right now, looks like they're going to be just okay. Borog trades out his Angel form. Fades the Fear, nice by him. JT getting into chastise the trap now. Mercy stunned behind the pillar. Can he get the Dispel off? Maybe he's able to cover that with the Hunter's Mark. Mercy trading out the Dark Pact, the Hellstone as well. That is the last cooldown from Mercy left. JT, of course, still having the pain suppression. Does have the Void Shift available as well, but Mercy gets a cog. Double coil comes out. Big Mex right now has to trade out the Trinket and the Turtle as well. Borog using Apotheosis now should be able to recover them. I think Streamer Zone are pushing for the... They're trying to force more cooldowns out of JT now because they realize that Mercy doesn't have much left.
Yeah, Mercy making some health stones here behind the pillar. I really like this kiting. Look at him not peeking right now. We've seen a lot of Warlocks in the past. When they're healers in CC, they peek for some reason. And they end up losing the game because of it.
Yeah, see, I'm not the only one thinking this. It's like, how is he wearing Warglaives?
Waz looking for the stun onto Borog. Actually, it was a gouge. I think he deafed that gouge, actually. But here comes the smoke bomb. Big Mex with no trinket. Nice peels from Limbs coming in there with the double.
Oh, you can log them on the tournament realm only.
There onto Waz, completely shutting down that smoke bomb go. That was a KO attempt from Echo, and it was stopped by the Demon King here, but still a lot of pressure. JT's in a trap, but Big Mex is also low. Full cheap shot into a blind onto Borog.
High Mountain Tauren racial.
Mercy is in bigger trouble than Big Mex, I think, in this position. The Guardian should be enough here to keep Big Mex alive, and it looks like it will be. Mercy, on the other hand, taking a lot of
still got
pressure.
Fane.
And I gotta say, Streamer Zone are looking pretty solid so far in this matchup. Nice damage coming out from Streamer Zone as well. They have an opportunity to potentially close it out onto Mercy. No unending resolve for another 30 seconds.
Got meta in 10 seconds.
Here comes one Chaos Bolt onto Big Mex. Big damage to follow from Mercy.
Full fear
as well. He gets it onto Borog. Big Mex in big trouble. No turtle. What are they gonna do? Borog has Trinket. Can he trade maybe a Void Shift? Doesn't look like he's gonna be able to. And looks like Big Mex will survive. But that was a great push from Echo.
Yeah, and that's a problem, right? It's just so scary for Big Mex on the Hunter. If Borog gets it put into any CC, any Chaos Bolts connect onto him, it's going to be so scary for him. Coil does come out from Mercy now. That is the last pain suppression from JT right now. JT goes into the full fear. Mercy can't dispel. He's too far away. It looks like JT trades out his will, gets into a full trap though.
Oh yeah, we got Guardian Spirit in 5. Coordinated
JT
Assault.
Is going to break to that knock there.
Essence
if they can
break.
connect to Mercy right now. He does have the unending resolve coming back up, but JT pulls him to safety. And Big Mex now is the one who's going to be in trouble. Infernal comes down. Big Mex at the pillar realizes the trouble that he could be under and just choosing to play defensive on this. I like that decision from him, but look at Echo's mana. JT is falling behind Borog. This is the first time we've actually seen this. Streamer Zone, they have a win condition.
This is a clusterfuck.
Yeah, they just need to hold on for a little bit longer, but Borog has no trinket, and blind is available for Waz. Can he get the blind in time? No, they get the full fear instead. Big Mex, what are you gonna do here? Nice peels coming out onto Mercy, stopping him in this position. But I would have liked to see actually just a kidney shot blind sap there from Waz. I think that's what he wanted to set up, but JT just pushed in and got the fear instead. They still have an opportunity to do that a little bit later. Gouge onto Borog. Looks like it breaks, though, unfortunately, from the Warlock damage. Limps in a cheap shot. Looks like they're swapping to Limps here. One Chaos Bolt. Oh, my God. I think he might just get KO'd. There was a gap in the stun. No, there was a gap in the stun. Oh, my God. They still managed to kill him with that blind, extending the CC chain. Echo takes it. Huge amount of damage.
Oh, man.
Demon Hunter swap. And that's what we were talking about in the beginning of the match. If you're a Demon Hunter against the Outlaw Rogue, that can definitely happen. You don't have Trinket. You can just get immediately blasted. But I think a bit uncharacteristic for Waz to leave a gap there. I want to see actually what ended up causing that. Did he get crowd controlled and that's why there was a gap, or what happened?
I think he was cross-seeing Borog at the same time, and the timing was just off to where he couldn't cover Borog from getting the Void Shift off and restun Limps at the same time. Limps does get the Nether Walk off between the cheap shots. Oh, it looks like he gets Chaos over here. Oh, this is early. No, so he has to prevent Borog from getting the Void Shift off, right? That's the priority. Limps does get the Nether Walk off to save himself for those 5 seconds, but Waz is able to solo extend that CC on Borog. He did commit the blind as well. Look at this, the cheap shot onto Limps. The cheap shot onto Borog. Doesn't restun here, comes late. But blind follows off that cheap shot, and of course the Nether.
That one had to hit 4 or 5 mil.
Gets to end up killing Limps as well. That was nice plays from Echo, nice CC chain. But this actually looked not bad from Streamer Zone, as you said. They had a lot of offensive pressure, and honestly, they were winning mana. They were forcing a ton of cooldowns, and if they had lived the setup, maybe it could have gone the other way.
Absolutely. I want to see that part at the end again. It looked like he just went for a stun here. So he goes for a stun onto Borog, and then here he can restun. But yeah, I guess he doesn't have the energy. Just yeah, I think actually rare misplay from Waz there. I feel like he went for damage instead of the restun. But still, it doesn't matter. The priority, like you said, is to prevent that Void Shift coming out from Borog. So either way, he did his job. They got the kill. Could have been a little bit cleaner, but you know, still a 9.9 out of 10 there from Waz on the Outlaw Rogue. And I really like this composition. Now, Chan, as somebody who has been on Echo and played this exact setup here, what do you think about this comp in the meta? What do you think? How do you think they played it? What's your take on this?
It was a good game. The only issue I have with it is that Mercy on the Destruction Warlock is very, very squishy to those melee. And when they actually did land CC on JT,
is he though?
It looks scary for him. He has to commit the wall quite early. It doesn't look like a comfortable game. Now, granted, he is playing that Imp, so he's able to dispel those traps.
Okay, launching Fellowship opens its own launcher.
RNG it against the Hunter's Mark cover from from the Hunter, but at the end of the day, it's so explosive, right? You saw at the end, the cheap shot lands onto Limps. 2 Chaos Bolts come through, and that's just a kill. That's through Blur as well. So this comp, very, very explosive. A little bit squishy, but this is exactly what Echo excels at. When you give Waz a comp where he can actually...
I'm 14 or older, yes.
For some cooldowns, they're always...
Yes, I am.
Well.
Yeah, and when you're talking about that Hunter's Mark cover, for those who don't understand, the Imp dispels 1 debuff. So as a Hunter, you can put a trap, which is a magic debuff that the Imp can dispel, but then you can also Hunter's Mark on the Priest while he's trapped, and then there's a 50-50 that it will dispel the Hunter's Mark and leave the trap open. So just a little bit of PvP terminology, but yeah, I like it. I feel like I mean, like you mentioned, this is something that fits Echo's playstyle very, very well.
This is what I'm talking about.
Likes to be a playmaker. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to have a caster that can do a lot of damage, that he can set up, get big CC chain, stun lock people in his line of sight.
It just never sticks to the same window.
That, his teammates can free cast into it, and I feel like having a Void Weaver and a Destruction Warlock, really just enables that playstyle for Waz to kind of just make sure that everyone is controlled at the right time.
Yep. And I actually want to talk about this map pick. This came from Streamer Zone, point, and then of course Echo locked in the same comp here, but. You know, Streamer Zone, they want this small map, right? They don't want JT to stand far away and just void weave them. However, I will say, playing a small map into Echo, playing this kind of setup is scary, man. That's a double-edged sword, because it also means that the map is smaller. Borog can't play as far away, and what that means is that Waz can cross CC Borog, get back to the DPS, and JT or Mercy can easily follow up because of the map size. The entire game is just, you know, more clustered. So, Streamer Zone, I understand what they're going for here, but you have to be careful because Echo, Waz, he's going to try and punish you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Big Max right now looking for an opener here in stealth. See what he can get done. Bit more defensive posture here. Maybe they just want to peel Waz in the opener. Yeah, that's what he wants to do. Scatter shot onto Waz, making sure that he cannot play the game too much there. Getting disarmed there as well. Or
there's an early ulti pin.
As well. Big damage coming out. Early ulti penny coming out from JT. Early powered barrier as well. Nice interaction coming out from Limps. Making sure that the disruption is there on the DPS of Echo. But here comes the setup onto Limps. He gets caught up in a cheap shot. Full gouge onto Borog. Do they have any follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Borog fishing for a fear onto JT. JT tried to def the fear. There's a little bit of a mind game here between the Priest. JT with a beautiful play right there. That was nice.
And that's malevolence.
Big Max, oh my god, huge setup onto Big Max. But they force out the Widow's Chicken and the Guardian. JT made a really nice play there. He fake casted a Mind Blast to bait Borog to go for the fear.
Dick has already used every defensive except for Turtle, and he might...
still in a lot of trouble here. Might get the Turtle. He's not too careful. Looks like Big Max is just going to trade out the...
Oh, now they're both disc, huh?
Borg
Wait.
is pushing for a fear right now. Gets gouged up by
Never mind.
Raz as he was about to fear JT into the full blind. Limbs right now has to trade out the Trinket Netherwalk, and that's a problem. Big Mex only has his turtle left. Limbs has nothing left for himself. Next CC that lands Borg. He has the Will of the Forsaken. Limbs still under a lot of fire. Big Mex has to go into the turtle as well. Echo is just completely
that's
mowing
it.
down ScreamZone.gg. Mercy has the port back right now.
Only thing left
waiting
is
for the
Ross.
after reset. JT in that full trap. Mercy looks like he used the house. Unending resolve as well. JT still has the trinket. Gets knocked down line of sight. Is going to be okay. JT comes out of CC now. Does have the pain suppression available if he needs it. But now Echo is looking to turn it around. Pain suppression finally gets committed. Chaos Bolt lands onto Big Mex. Big Mex does have the trinket. Limbs has the trinket though. If they can land any CC on Borg, he does have the trinket now. Limbs, what can you do to survive? Borg can trinket for you if he needs to. Limbs trying to get away. Borg being greedy. Holding on for now. Limbs able to save him. That is so close. Echo though. Big Mex on the other side doesn't have aspect of the turtle. Does have his wall and is pulled back to safety.
Great communication there between Limbs and Borg, not overlapping, not making the trade. Borg having complete confidence that Limbs will survive that position. Really good kiting from him. But Echo, they're getting closer.
Fury of the Eagle for 0
At the
damage.
same time, Mercy have no cooldowns now. We can see one of those knocks again, or if they can see them kind of catch him out of position like that one more time, he could definitely be a big target. Limbs caught him in a cheap shot. There's the Infernal Stun. There's a full fear. Nice knock onto Mercy to interrupt that Chaos Bolt. But here he's going to connect onto Limbs. Nicely done there, avoiding it, dropping the Dark.
Yeah, it's Guardian Spirit anyway.
It looks like he's going to be able to survive. Was trying to eat the freezing trap there, killing spree onto Big Mex. He's taking a lot of damage. It's JT in a freezing trap, but it's Big Mex dying. Full fear onto JT. He gets the Will of Forsaken. I'll get stunned immediately on that Will of Forsaken. Mercy looking for the Chaos Bolts. Pain suppression does get traded out though from JT and the Will of the Forsaken. So
Limbs,
big
no
cooldown
trinket,
trade, but
no
Limbs
trinket.
might decide right
Yeah, we
now.
got blind.
Huge damage onto Limbs. Trinket swap coming out there to save the day, and it's key that they saved that from earlier.
Yeah, Borg has Will of the
I think it's
Forsaken,
still
trying to
over.
save his teammates. Limbs has his blur again, so
It's over very soon.
Okay for now. Trinket rotating back. Big Mex commits his. They need to get some CC on JT. If Streamer Zone wants to win this, they need to connect onto Mercy at the same time. Mercy has no trinket, has no cooldowns, just the health zone left. JT, of course, has his trinket to
I think
save.
Bick is definitely the better target right now.
Mercy
He's
should
blurred.
be okay with this unless they can follow up with anything else. I don't think so though. I think JT is going to catch Mercy back up slowly here. Borg now into the full blind. They're trying to set up on Limbs. He does have the trinket. Looks like they're going for Big Mex instead. See if they can catch Borg in any CC. He trades out his Will of the Forsaken now. This is so back and forth. StreamerZone.gg, I am so scared for them because the next stun that lands on the Borg, if they can follow that up and connect onto Big Mex is going to go down.
Yeah, Big Mix right now could be in big trouble. He's caught him in a kidney shot. Here comes the precog. One Chaos Bolt gets dropped. Another one to follow up. Borg in a cheap shot. Waz trying to control him. Could have the gouge to follow up. Nice disarm there.
Wow.
From Big Max onto Waz. Into a fear onto Waz as well. Borg's in a fear.
Full trap
Waz
though.
is not
Full
gonna be able
trap.
to connect. Full trap onto JT. He trades out the pain suppression as well. It's a little bit of a race
Borg's
going on
pushing.
right now. Borg's pushing for the fear as well. Nice gouge onto Borg, but at the same time, Mercy's in big trouble. JT void shift.
Okay,
Mercy
I
is
hit
going
play
to
on
survive
Fellowship
there.
and then
Now here comes
nothing
the killing
happened.
spree.
So
Here
let's
comes the return fire from Mercy, but I don't
try
know
that
if he
again.
has enough time here. Streamer Zone is pushing Waz over right now. He trades out the cloak and the evasion as well. Big Max in yet another kidney shot, but he does have the turtle available, and he also has the Roar of Sacrifice. So Big Max should be fine. And
I swear this
actually,
easy
I think
anti-cheat is
Echo's
like
on the
so
back foot for the first time.
buggy.
Yeah, and this is so scary. Borg, you need to push for a fear right now because you have the trinket to trade out, and the Echo has almost no defensive cooldowns left.
There we go.
Borg going to the cheap shot right now. Looks like Mercy trying to cast on him. Nice stuff from Limbs there. Borg on the stun DR now. Should be okay. Mercy is the one who's under fire. Fast Chaos Bolts are available. Let's see what they're going to do with that. Limbs does not have the trinket, does have the Netherwalk available. Borg has his trinket as well to save them if they need. They need to connect some CC onto JT right now. Big Max pushing for it, trying to fake out the fade.
Oh, smoke bomb!
Limbs right there, smoke bomb!
That's it!
And he goes down.
Oh my god, Lips just get caught! Kidney, bomb, double Chaos Bolts from Mercy.
You said cocked or caught?
That is all it takes, man. Again, I like what Streamer Zone have prepared. I like how it's looking, but I can't think of a worse matchup to be the Demon Hunter in. Like, if you are not pre-blurring, pre-darknessing, pre-netherwalking, reading every single one of these rogue stuns, you have one life.
Camera
You have one
behavior,
trinket.
never.
That is it. That is every 2 minutes you can afford to make one mistake. And Limps, I don't know, man. It's really tough. This was a great survival moment from Limps. Borog came out. They saved the trinket void shift there, which was key because a couple of seconds later they needed it onto Big Mix. I think it
Health
was.
bar colors
And,
to threat.
Actually, here onto Limps. This was the trinket void shift. So the fact that they saved that in that first clip enabled them to actually have it there towards the end. They had so much pressure onto
Here it
Mercy.
is.
There was a lot of close calls, but here, Port, double Chaos Vault, immediately dead. What can you do about that? Like, it's so like, what are you gonna do? Just randomly netherwalk at full HP? I mean, I don't know, dude.
They have a tab targeting distance setting.
Who gets caught with no trinket, right? He has another
Hold
one
up.
available. Borg has his trinket. He has to be the one to save. And when your DPS doesn't have trinket available versus a rogue smoke bomb, you have to play close, even if that ruins your positioning, so that you can go in there to save the setup. So I do think that this is a little bit on Borg's fault. Big Max for CC on JT, but he gets caught out of position here. Echo completely punished it. Waz realizes and sees the opportunity. That was beautiful. Mercy bullets with the malevolence, the fast bolts come through. I love this matchup though. I think this is very, very fun from StreamerZone.gg. They have a lot of close calls where Echo are, really scrambling to stay alive. I will criticize Borg on one.
Does this game just run in 2 FPS or
this game when they
what's going on here?
that void swap from JT, Borg chose to go into the Guardian Angel form instead of pushing to JT, who had no trinket, who had no will of Forsaken. If he chose to just not go into Angel at that moment and just, run for that fear, I could have seen StreamerZone actually taking this game quite convincingly. But Borg actually went into the Angel, Offensive started to rotate back up. Nevertheless, I mean, this was a good try from StreamerZone, and I think that it's not over yet. They're down 0-2, but they can easily come back and reverse sweep that.
Yeah, I think this is a good matchup, actually. I mean, if the Demon Hunter plays perfect, then I can see the win condition.
Oh, yeah.
I think they have two win conditions. They can kill the Warlock with a CC chain, and they can also just win on mana by having good enough pressure. So I like what StreamerZone
Beam
has prepped. I
capture.
like what they're bringing to the table. But
Hello.
it is on Limps to basically play perfect. He has to outplay Waz on every single one of these stunts. And also, of course, a little bit on Borog as well. He's going to have to make sure that he's positioned, like you mentioned, when his Demon Hunter has no trinket, that he's trying to stack with him more.
Let's
or
put this
if he's
down
positioned
here
well,
where it's supposed to
try
go.
make sure that
Perfect.
he gets a grip off every time there's a kidney on his Demon Hunter, because that is the big pressure point. So I like what StreamerZone has prepped. I like what they brought to the table. And yeah, it's kind of like you mentioned, right? The priest is playing undead, so he has his Will of the Forsaken, and then he has his trinket. So if you get his trinket with a trap and you follow it up with a fear little bit later, you're gonna have about a minute window where you can actually get a full fear, and there's no way out of that. So when you have that window, it's more important to prioritize actually getting aggressive and chasing, even if it costs your own trinket. Just chasing the enemy priest. If he fears you first, just trinket.
Look at all these settings for things that I've thought about in my life.
Yes, and the longer the game goes on,
Crazy.
the longer you
Imagine if World of Warcraft did this.
Position for Mercy to cast double Chaos Bolts on someone with no trinket, which is exactly what happened at the end there. When you're facing Echo, when you see these win conditions open up, you have to take the window, otherwise Waz is going to come punish you a minute or two later. And, that was my criticism of
Thumb mouse button.
See what
What
happens in Cage of Carnage now.
on a Naga would you describe as the thumb mouse
It
button?
reminds me of Blade's Edge in a way. This is not the kind of map you want to play on as a caster, because you have the enemy melee pushing on top of you, the enemy healer pushing on top of you. It can be very, very awkward to play. It's hard to kite, it's hard to find distance and space. We'll see how Mercy is going to handle this onslaught from Limps and Big Mex. But it's not over yet. I like this from StreamerZone, I've said that before. I think they can still win this. I will say though, Mercy's Imp Dispels on JT, I think that really determines a lot of the pressure from StreamerZone. If he's not hitting those traps, if he's not landing them on those
Right click an
fears,
ability and
if
choose
the
set
trap
slot
cover
keybind.
instead,
Oh, okay.
StreamerZone can actually snowball that momentum, and the game can really fall out of hand really quickly. Because JT is on that Void Weaver, and if you don't give the Void Weaver space, it's really hard, right?
Yep.
You can even see it right now in JT.
Edit mode? Oh my
red dot
god.
Is that Hunter's Mark to get a full trap onto JT, but he gets the dispel there, unfortunately. And JT does get interrupted on the ulti penny. Big Max, high mountain back. Limps is in big trouble here. Taking a lot of damage. Double
shit.
call. Here comes Chaos Bolt. Could just be over instantly. Limps is going to trade out the trinket blur immediately. This is a huge win for Echo. We saw what happened in that last game. And guess what? Waz still has that smoke bomb. Could be an easy kidney shot bomb KO if they're not
Looking like a
Up
3-0.
four,
I don't know,
second day,
man.
let's see if he learns from the mistake. And again, the Imp does get the trap there onto JT. So unlucky here for Big Max, losing that 50-50. Double fear coming out. Borog. Oh no, he got outplayed there on his fear. I think no, actually he held it. Straight out his own will taken to get it, but here comes the damage. Big smoke bomb set up. Full cheap shot, full chaos bolts coming in, but Borog, like you mentioned, ducks in to the bomb, stacks, plays close.
Okay, Double coil comes through now. I actually would have liked if Mercy had held on to this one for the next stun. What you want to do is have Waz stun or gouge the Borug as at the same time that Mercy coils Limps to prevent any pre-CDs such as Netherwalk, Darkness, or something like that. And then Waz hooks over with the stun into the bomb. They went a little bit premature last time. Echo making an uncharacteristic mistake. Limps though going to the stun right now. Does have his cooldowns available. Trading out the blur. Borg in the gouge right now has no trinket. Looks like he's going to get away with just that. Fear lands. Mercy with the precog. Always such an excellent caster. Mercy is... Limps kind of choky there with the Darkness. I think he was going to be just fine. Borg coming out of that fear and his blur being traded out. But missed the Darkness as well. Still has his Netherwalk and trinkets rotating back in 35. JT into the full trap, but Mercy of course just skates away. Mercy is so good on that wall.
Your place in the queue is 8,000.
Space as well against a comp like this. Waz though, evasion comes through, should be okay. JT should be able to top him off right now. Mind Blast connects. Waz going to be okay. Borg is the one with no trinket. Limps has his trinket in 15. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, Borg not in any crowd control right now. JT gets double fear. No witness of second, no trinket for Borg here. Limps could be in big trouble. Infernal Stun luckily gets glimpsed there for Limps. That connected a little bit earlier. It could have been in big trouble. JT trap breaks actually. It looks like it actually broke to the Demon Hunter cleave there, but still a lot of good pressure here onto Mercy. And I like that swap that it did to Waz, but look at Limps right now. What is he gonna trade? He has to only trinket Netherwalk, and here comes the coil. Do they have the follow-up stun? Nice kick onto Mercy, gets dispelled, and then lands a kick onto Mercy as a result. He might be able to hold on to it, but here comes two Chaos Bolts. Huge damage onto Limps.
Chaos Bolt again! Nice gouge!
Another.
Oh, the gouge! We love to see that.
Marinates.
Yeah, the marinating gouge. He had to trinket the gouge just to get the Netherwalk off. So excellent play there from Rogue.
I mean,
what we saw from Nask earlier on in the week as well.
Yeah, JT though.
He's got Guardian Spirit. They still have a Pain left.
He has no cooldowns left. Borg has the trinket.
Blind, Kidney's coming up.
And of course, Waz with the bomb available.
Kidney off cooldown.
You have to
And Blind. Yep.
Chaos Bolt's landing. Borg trades out his trinket. Is going to heal Limps up with the Guardian Spirit. He's going to be okay. He lives to see another day. Now he has his blur rotating back up as well. Echo though. Mercy just has every single cooldown. Waz can't die.
It's just like,
now as well.
how do they win?
Infernals don't have to cower behind the pillar right now. And Echo, Infernals are up in 45 seconds. What can they do? DSP swap onto Waz. Chaos Nova, Fell Eruption committed. Nothing really comes of it, and the triple fear comes through. Let's see what they're going to do after this. They need some CC on Borg. Oh, Kidney! No trinket. Mercy gets scattered. Chooses to sit. Out onto Borg now. He is on the fear DR, so no follow-up CC is going to be coming. Borg, of course, off stun DR right now. Let's see what Waz can do.
Really well played there from Big Mix, trinketing out there to get that scatter shot. But now Big Mix
Disco damage. This joke. Blizzard, wake up.
Waz has two juicy targets right now that he can go after with that smoke bomb. So if Big Mix overextends, he could die in a smoke bomb, but so could Limps. Limps is actually a better target. He has no defensives. The only thing he can do is like pre-meta or pre-glimpse maybe. But right now, Waz is taking a decent amount of damage here while JT's fear. Here's the kidney shot. Are they going to commit the smoke bomb? They could. Here's
he was with a Chaos Bolt.
Massive damage. Beautiful scatter. Limps is going to survive. Big Max MVP stopping the Chaos Bolts in their tracks, but still.
They're still coming. They're still coming.
Another one. Beautiful interrupt. He still dies. What? This ulti penny just from JT just blasts him. I mean, Big Max played that 100% flawless. He stopped every single one of the Chaos Bolts from Mercy. Doesn't matter. JT takes matters into his own hands, goes up into the sky, and
Dead with
down with
blur.
Dude,
Dart.
I love that sequence at the end. Mercy actually utterly resolves offensively, uses his wall offensively, so that he's immune to kick when Waz sets up the stuns for him onto Limps. Big Max saves him.
Everybody's just talking about the Disc Priest damage. As if
Infernal stun comes through. Cast another bolt again. Gets kicked.
As if it hasn't been weeks.
But then JT comes in with the ulti P from the side. I mean, that was beautiful to watch. And this gouge here right now to marinate Limps alone.
I mean, that's the only thing that ever makes Disc strong, though. So it's like,
I mean, look at this. Unending Resolve.
if you nerf that,
If
then
he
it's
actually
just
didn't press Chaos Ball,
dead.
press Conflag or Shadowburn, he would have killed Limps. But Big Mex, of course, with the scatter, there are so many variables.
Oh, everything came out right after he died. Yeah, that's unlucky.
A little bit too slow on the GS, but it's so hard to heal this as a Holy Priest because with Destro Lock, every bolt is a problem.
Yeah.
Every bolt
Definitely,
is a problem.
Tough situation here for Borg. I think Streamer Zone, I like what they brought to the table, but yeah. Echo, I don't know what it is, but I think Streamer Zone was expecting to go up against maybe the Feral Druid, and then Echo just like randomly, like that's the thing about Echo as well. They're not just going to play the same comp that wins over and over and over again without looking for improvements, you know? They're going to keep playing the best comp, but they're also at the same time going to look for other, ways to win the game. I mean, you played on Echo, Chan, and I think that's something that we noticed a lot on the desk. Like, when Rogue Lock Priest was really good, you guys would be locking that in, but at the same time, you would also be looking at other things to play.
Looks like food time.
Bringing to the table to not let kind of the
Well, we sit in this 7,400 person queue.
Exactly. What you want to have is this strong main comp, and this is exactly what the RLP is, right? But what is RLP weak against?
I mean, is this even gonna pop?
You can lose to those melee creeps
Like
sometimes,
this
but
calendar day?
And the Void Weaver who can get bullied. So what do you prepare in response to that? The Feral Druid. Feral Druid with all those stuns, all those clones, very, very helpful against those rushdown Zugzug comps.
Qs, man.
That's
Thought I
where
got
Waz
away.
is really, a key player for Echo, where he brings in his Feral Druid Waz form for those kinds of matchups. Of course, Echo always just playing their main comps, RLP, RMP, very, very comfortable. They're the best at it, of course. Why wouldn't they? As soon as a team finds something that is, giving them some trouble, well, you have to figure out the next comp that they throw back at you. That's why this team is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Streamer Zone just cannot figure out this team. I think that's the only time it's been a 3-0 between these two teams. It usually goes to at least the 4th or 5th game. I could be wrong. I was kind of breezing through the brackets from Cup 1 and Cup 2, but either way, Streamer Zone, they have got to figure something out against Echo because they just cannot do it. They've tried so many different compositions that they've thrown at this team, but Echo, just as you guys are highlighting, so good at getting those counter compositions. But Streamer Zone now knocked down into the lower bracket. They're going to be playing the winner of this next up series, either Dobub or Under Pressure. Here's that bracket right now. We're hopping down to that lower bracket, and we're seeing Streamer Zone now just waiting for an opponent, and it's going to be one of these next two teams. Do we feel like there's one chance that they're maybe more prepared against Dobub or Under Pressure?
I think the Streamer Zone that I have no idea. This is actually, for me, this is the ideal setup in the lower bracket because I want to see Dobub versus Under Pressure, right? I want to see this matchup. We haven't seen it yet. I think it's very, very interesting. And then either team into StreamerZone.gg, I think is going to be a fantastic matchup as well. Of course, I mentioned this earlier today. I do want to see Under Pressure, how they perform against the RMP. If they are able to actually smash Dobub, I'm hoping that they can overcome the brick wall of StreamerZone.gg to give Echo their run for their money in the finals. Because Under Pressure is the only team that hasn't faced Echo this season.
Yeah, that's very true. We can take a look at the bracket here. Of course, Dobub and Under Pressure currently tied for that 3rd place spot, which is a very scary place to be because you could either be going into the standings or into the gauntlet, and you may not make it out of there, despite you finishing in that 1st place seeding. Round 4, not necessarily a safe place to be in Zico.
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of those teams, I mean, this is the highest stakes possible, but also the best position to be in, right? If you're Under Pressure, if you're Dobub, one of you guys is going to the gauntlet. May the better team win. Your fate is in your hands. The worst position to be in is where, I need to pray that Echo wins against this team and then that this other team also beats them and then that we win our game against this other team. Like when you get into those situations where you kind of need the bracket to play out a certain way, that's the worst position to be in. Right now, top position. We just win this game, we're in. We lose, we're out. So Dobub and Under Pressure, highest stakes possible here.
Most definitely. So we're going to be heading to a break, and we're going to get to that Dobub versus Under Pressure lower bracket series. Up next, two teams tied for 3rd place. Who will make it to the top 3 standings to make it safely into the grand finals without getting sent to the gauntlet? We're going to head to a break, and we'll be right back.
The light flickers, and in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope. How quaint. The shadow is closing in. It hungers to devour everything. Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice.
You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host, with no mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished.
The darkest night falls upon us. But if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now. Champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength, steel your hearts, because today, we fight!
Oh, look, right on time. 10 seconds left. Position in queue, 6,400. And we're almost there.
Welcome back. We're in the lower semifinals here for the EU region. It is Dobop versus Under.
This one should be a little more entertaining, I think. 'Cause that was just...
spot in the standings to determine who moves on to the finals in mid-November. Big game.
It was just
here.
grown men getting
And I'm
abused
excited
on the
to see how
internet.
it plays out, Benriki, but I feel like there's a lot of question marks with this series in particular.
Yeah, I feel like Under Pressure, they've really struggled against particularly Streamer Zone, but they have been looking good this week, so I feel like there's opportunities for them here against Dobob. Obviously, the chat is going in favor of Dobob, and it's a difficult thing to not go in favor of Dobob because they've been such a solid team. Tessie on the Mage, I think he's a fan favorite, such a playmaker for their roster, and I'm curious to see what he can do in this matchup and what Under Pressure has prepared.
Desi is a bit of a caster favorite too. I feel like you guys are always highlighting how much of a playmaker he seems to be on that team. But all right, we've got predictions going. Ben, I am curious to see what your prediction is for this series.
I kind of want to know Zico's before I review.
God, that was a hot potato.
Okay, you guys are.
Yeah, we were having a little bit of a mind.
Hands off the keyboard.
Zico Ben show
Wait,
right
before
now
they do
during
that, hands
predictions
up.
now.
Cut. Do the emote, and then we'll reveal it. We got to make sure you're not changing your prediction.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I'm not changing my
No
prediction.
cheating. All right. Let's reveal Zico's prediction first. Okay. Oh,
Perfect. I got him. I got him. Yes.
Did you?
Definitely burnt my tongue. Unlucky.
We got 2-3 from Zico and
Zico.
D Machine in favor of Under Pressure. Chan in favor of Dobob 3-2.
I was in his head. I'm not gonna lie. He said he reads me like a book, but it appears the tables have turned, Zico, because my prediction is not the same as yours. 3-1 in favor of Dobob. Yep.
All right, 3-1 in favor of Dobob. Supatees, what is your prediction?
I'm hoping it's the opposite of yours because you're the only one I can hope to pass on the leaderboard. So, but right now I'm leaning into Dobob too. I think that Dobob have an edge. Oh
yes.
my god!
Sorry,
I'm just
bud.
I'm gonna be on the bottom.
Oh no, we got this. We got this. Have confidence.
My
We got
first
the
goal,
coin
you gotta
on our
have
side.
small steps, right? Like I'm not aiming for Zico; he's too far. I gotta aim at the close target, which is
for
Aya.
me.
So I gotta get in Aya's head and see what she would try and predict, and go the opposite direction, and just hope it ends up being right.
If I think if I get this right, I'm tied with Zico. Crazy.
Yeah, true. That's interesting. Okay.
He wasn't worried about me, but I'm right there, Zico.
All right.
But,
Well, under pressure. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, all jokes aside, I feel like this is one of those matchups that could go either way. MBQ, kind of the king demon hunter on this roster. They've been playing really interesting compositions like the LE Demon Hunter, the DK Demon Hunter, and in general, they've actually been doing pretty decent into mages and rogue mage. So I kind of feel like Dobob will ultimately lead with a Pharaoh Druid in this matchup as more of like anti-cleave tech. So that's what I'm thinking for the blind pick.
Okay. Supatees, I know Chan, I think he was saying you wanted Dobob to play their RMP in this series. What do you think of that?
I think he was talking about how this could be like a precursor if Under Pressure make it through and they fight Echo, because Echo's been playing so much RMP and it's been like who can beat Echo's RMP. But Echo's playing Destro Rogue now, so and that matchup against Streamers Zone is completely different than the last 2 weeks. So
All right, I'm out full of
I don't
food.
know what
Still
to
do.
expect from them
What up?
anymore.
I don't think anybody does anything.
Good morning. Happy Sunday.
AWC. These teams continue to push the limit of what their rosters are capable of. They keep finding counter comps, and the counter comps finding counter comps to those, and it's just back and forth, especially with these top 4 teams currently. So we're gonna head into game number 1, lower semifinals. Here we go.
We got ground beef, we got mashed potatoes, we got arenas, and then
the FMP.
a 9-hour queue.
Doing damage. I'm wondering if Tessie is going to be playing Blink or Shimmer. He's playing Shimmer, likely going to be playing a little bit more aggressive. If he's playing Blink, he's going to be trying to opt
Oh,
for
hell yeah.
maximizing his damage. Big Arcane Surge early on here onto MBQ, and they immediately get out the zone.
That means it's time to party.
We haven't seen too much Arcane Mage.
Or
the last
do
couple
responsible
matchups,
things, I don't know,
but
whatever.
When you do get off that Arcane Surge, you can do an insane amount of damage. But Relza is in danger. You need to be very careful. Relza is playing... the Void Weaver specialization is super susceptible to being trained down by these type of comps.
We'll get to see how well he deals with being trained like this. He is playing
this
the
shit
Void
over
Elf
here.
as well to get the spell push back, so he can kind of free cast even if they're attacking him in melee range. I think that was a good adaptation by the Void Weaver Disc Priest in these types of matchups. They knew some type of cleave was
big.
coming their way, and they've teched for it. And leaving the mage open means that Tessia gets these Dragon Spread
Perfect.
polymorphs basically for free. Now they just need damage to back it up. They're going to Cyclone Drain the Darkness. They swap to MVQ. They load up bleeds there. Tessia is resetting cooldowns. He gets chastised on it. So
Yeah, alarm clocks are-
on Tessia here. Valza has to cancel his ultimate penance to dispel. Now MVQ
Kinda
is
cringe.
there on DR, so they're trying to get aggressive here during this opportunity. Stun into a Strangulate. Relza gets pain suppression though before it. They imprison Flappers on the clone.
Time is a social construct, and it's
Have
not
to
real
stop
anyway,
some
so.
Cyclones, Polys, and a Void Weaver from casting. I'm uncertain if they have enough interrupts to actually stop all 3 players that effectively.
Yeah, the next Arcane Surge is in 7
Hmm.
seconds, and this is where Tessia is going to have the most insane damage possible. The Phoenix is fully loaded up. Oh, he doesn't get the Dragon's Breath Sheep, though. That's unfortunate. Houston grips him in, gets the blind. But this next Surge, like I said, this is going to be absolutely devastating.
fake.
There's no anti-magic zone to back it up. Here it comes. The Phoenix is out. MBQ is getting absolutely destroyed. Massive Arcane Blast.
Good Nether.
He Nether walks and survives, but this is not over yet. Houston could easily go down. Good control there by MVQ as he shuts down some of the damage that Tessia has available, but it is just completely unstoppable.
You don't.
It's never ending. And
You don't have
Houston
to.
could still just
And then you
die.
could be like,
Well, they give
this
it
friend
back
I have
some,
who
they
said,
can
oh, the
start
new
getting
iPhone
better
update
for
made my
another
alarms turn
shot.
off.
Will it be enough? Lone
Sure
Turn
did.
stacking on top of his melee to break out of crowd control with AoE damage. I think that's his best bet right now, honestly. And to get the reverse
Sure
damage,
it did.
from his demon. He's just dead. He's just dead.
And it's gone.
Dobob out Theorycraft under pressure in game number 1, heavily winning the blind pick.
Look at Tessia's
with
damage.
this.
Look at that. Okay, so like Arcane Mage, the current Arcane Mage, especially Sun Fury Arcane Mage, like
That's
it is the
fake
same as
damage.
Nestor Warlock, and that's just why I like this pick, because if you don't go after Relza, you're not going to be able to take anyone down. But if Tessia can just free cast, he is going to be doing unimaginable damage, which is what we saw in this game. Like, as much as a Destro Warlock,
Demon Hunters are just not having a good time.
This is a really solid pick here from Dobob.
He's like a Star Wars, like, Star Destroyer, just sitting in the back. You watch all his missiles here with the Phoenix in the corner. That Phoenix is his little blast buddy, just doing a tremendous amount of damage against the Netherwalk.
I resemble that remark.
Just pew, 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 pew. Tessia is just having a field day. This matchup was perfect. The Demon Hunter Death Knight does not have enough disruption to stop Cyclone, a free casting mage, and a Void Weaver. It has enough to stop one of them, maybe two, but not all three at the same time. So Dobob, in my mind, win the blind pick heavily. Now, but how does Feral Mage fare into like an Elemental Shaman though, Ven? Like I feel like this is maybe not a comp that Dobob can rely on for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I really don't know. It's a really good question. I think it could be okay into like the Resto Druid. Arcane Mage can just spam out some spell steals.
Kicking in the ass would be preferable. It's more like kicking the teeth.
I'm really not sure. I expect Under Pressure to not play this Cleave. Cleave feels like you're not going to win this matchup. There's just no way. As he's doing exactly what he needs to do. The current build of Arcane Mage, like I said, where you can play the Sun Fury, it's very Arcane Blast heavy, so you actually just cast Arcane Blast and they do billions and millions of damage. He's playing Mastery, which is exactly what he should do, so Tessia obviously knows what he's doing on Mage, and it's insane when you can just free cast.
So he actually has an
basically
optimized...
can't let a Mage free cast like this. It's the same as
because they have to pick between the Disc Priest and the Mage.
So I expect them to play something that can pressure Tessia more in the match.
And if you leave the Disc Priest free casting, then nobody's ever going to die.
Or something else.
So it's just kind of a...
Yeah, I mean, if they play Shaman, the Earthshield's just going to get spell stolen.
Kind of unfortunate.
So like I was thinking like maybe Shaman, but then they can't Hex because it's double D curse. They pick Hook Point, which makes sense.
Arcane
here.
Barrage for 5 million.
Say,
Okay, 3.2 million. 1 second
Now
apart.
Under pressure, really under pressure, because this is a top 3 qualification
That seems fine.
series on the line here. Winner of this will be guaranteed into the European Grand Finals. Just this one series decides that qualification, and Dobob win that blind pick heavily, giving them an advantage for the rest of the series. Under pressure, don't back down. They lock in the same composition when they can guarantee the advantage. Now, small map should aid a little bit. I think Lontar is likely going to readjust his positioning heavily for this. I think he's going to play closer to his team, so that way they can assist.
These guys are fried.
Crowd control that he was tanking at the start of the last.
Bessie is a skilled player, but that is not normally. It's very, very insane. They need to check in PC and game.
Grip Relza. Where's he going to go? Maybe you need to do it once. When
That is my favorite copy pasta.
Then after that, I feel like Grips can go on Mage. Grips can stop Sheeps. Grips can kind of pull targets together and stop CC at that point. So if Under Pressure reallocate those resources and Lontar is able to get into a better position so his teammates can assist him against those types of attacks, then maybe they can pull this off. But Relza was doing such a great job rotating his cooldowns that I feel like he was going to be able to keep going for like at least another 2 to 3 minutes before he would really be in any serious danger. Which means this is
all the Taurens are just
incredibly difficult for Under Pressure.
I mean, it's so nice to see finally being represented.
Yeah, it is a great set. Match with a solid tabard and also that weapon. That weapon's mine. Just a few phases in Legion Remix.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna be farming that.
I was reading that
with bronze.
You have to actually farm the boss as well a little bit, and then you get a currency, and then with the bronze and the currency you can get it. But yeah.
Wait, 730?
Transmog there. But
everything went up by 7 item levels because of that
more than this transmog
boost thing.
About Tessia on
Top
Mage.
3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this
Oh
is
my God,
a
man.
very stressful game for Under Pressure, and compositionally, I don't know. I'm heavily favoring Dobob with this one. I don't know how Under Pressure can shut down Cyclones, Dragonsmith Polymorphs, Arcane Surges, and then also Relza to take him down, because they're not chain kicking Relza. He will survive.
The chat on these
Back
broadcasts.
to grip in Relza immediately off the bat. Ring of Frost to protect him from all the ghouls and gobbies from
WoW players are all very
immune.
very socially capable, for sure.
So Lontar's playing much more aggressive posture here in game number 2. We'll have to see how that pays out for him, if he'll get punished. He's actually fearing Relza. He's trying to fear Flappers, but it doesn't look like it connects. I like the cleave damage on Flappers. Good interrupts on Relza. Trying to keep the pressure, but now he's void blasting. Doesn't look like they have a way to disrupt it. MVQ and it's done. Full polymorph could be trouble. Into a rake stun. This is the incarnation. He's getting chomped, and Lontar already forced to use the medallion. 35 seconds.
They lived every single cooldown, didn't use anything, and now it's...
Top 3 on the line. So much on the line here for Under Pressure. and they're continuing the pain train, bringing it to Relza. They're basically hoping that Relza
Arcane
chokes,
Blast,
and
Arcane
they
Blast,
kick him on
Arcane-
the Mind Blast. Maybe they can overwhelm him. Ultimate Penitence. He's going to go immune in the skies, recover, dish out some damage. Tessia getting in position, faking the Shadow Redemption.
nice
Fades the Dragon's
Nice.
Breath, but he still gets caught.
no.
The grip was a second too late. He's
Trying to
gonna fall
reverse
volley.
it. Yeah,
MVQ
got it.
ducks over to
Nice.
reverse it, and he gets anti-magic shielded to protect him from the lethal blows of Tessia. Lothar makes a really good play there, and even that, not enough to really stop the onslaught.
It's like, dude, using both of your fell rushes to go over there and then
Flappers during
reverse
Stunlock on Relza,
2 seconds
but
of
the Strength
poly.
Blade connects nonetheless, and is Relza going to choke? That's all that I'm looking at is like, does Relza mismanage a cooldown? Does he mismanage a fake cast? Because that's going to be the opening that Under Pressure
what?
can take advantage of.
Now, let's see
What?
what ends up happening.
Request
Lothar going for
time
Chastised
down.
Sphere, immediately dispelled there. Great job by
Sorry.
Relza, backing
Sorry.
up Tessia. Arcane Surge. This
Are
is
you
the
shitting me?
moment. This is the scariest time in the game. The Phoenix is out. Tessia, if he can land Blast, it would be massive. Goes for the Polymorph. Darkness
Pre-dark.
drops down. Beautifully
Oh,
done.
the
He gets
knock.
knocked out
Jesus.
of it, but he likely should be able to get back in. He's just opting to line of sight. Not taking that 50-50 chance. At the same time, Houston's getting absolutely owned. Guess he's going to have some big barrages here in a second. Lonetar not in any crowd control. Should be able to heal through the damage. Here comes the bash. Potential full cyclone. No, it's going to be a Ring of Frost. Nicely done. Relza getting low at the same time. Houston and MVQ putting in some work. And finally pressuring Relza in the match. He's got no pain suppression. He's getting low on health. 10%. He could fall. Uses the Void Shift onto Tessia. And finally, under pressure, they are really
They've
just
done it.
owning Relza. They might be able to do it. And he will go down. The small
Okay.
map paying dividends for Under Pressure. Few scary moments. And honestly, MVQ wasn't able to get that much damage out. But still, they just overwhelmed him eventually, and I'm honestly surprised that happened.
All right.
Good
They
feedback.
catch Relza. They catch
4,500.
He's a couple seconds away from rotating to his next paint suppression. They saw an opening, and they squeezed through it. They get a win on their map pick, but Dobab, obviously, they're going to be going to Tolveron. They're going to be going to Ashmane's Fall. They're going to be going to much more difficult locations for Under Pressure to be able to deal with. They definitely did a better job. I think Lontar also had a lot of personal plays against Tessia. Kind of a 1v1 between Lontar and Tessia, and then a 2v2 between Flappers, Relza, and MVQ and Houston with where they're positioned on the map as far as being able to get through interrupts and avoiding crowd control. But they had this crowd control chain that's just Chaos Nova, Pet Stun, Strangulate. And they're really coordinating the stun of the Demon Hunter well with the Death Knight silence, and that puts Relza far behind. And then landing this kick on the Mind Blast, this window where his paint's up is just 7 seconds away. If he had been able to find a way to rotate that a little bit more effectively with his Trinket during a critical moment, he could have kept this going. They almost sniped the kill with the Incarn here, but Lontar Trinkets to block it, trading 1 for 1 in that position. So really well done to Under Pressure as far as their disruption. I'm curious to see, like, it'd be nice to see like a side-by-side of like MVQ's damage breakdown next to Trill's, because they're both playing different builds entirely, but the same composition. Trill playing the Fellscarred yesterday, MVQ still on the Eldraki Reaver, and Eldraki Reaver's kind of been the expected meta for some time, but it seems like Trill has been kind of owning with the Fellscarred, and I wonder if in this type of matchup, if it might be better for MVQ or not. It does limit your damage to some very specific windows of time, whereas the Eldraki can kind of give you a bit more damage on like a random go when you get a proc. But I'm just interested to see that, because they're obviously both, top of their class, and they're still playing entirely different builds.
Always fun to see the players utilize different builds. Now I do wonder, because honestly, game number 2 after game number 1, I was like, all right, there's no way that Under Pressure is going to win this matchup. Like, you leave the Arcane Mage open, you lose. But they did it. They just did a good job line of sighting, avoiding damage during the Arcane Surge, and then they were able to pick their moments to kind of all in, stay on target, and get some damage rolling. So we are going to a big map, and Dobab obviously will have the advantage in that regard because they did win game number 1.
Same thing again, huh?
Play out to a
Okay.
best of 5. We will be going to a large map, and I think it makes it more difficult for Lontar because he's gonna have to spend more time in the open. If Relza kites away from Lontar, he's basically baiting Lontar. Like, if he kites away with the DPS, Lontar unfortunately has to chase, which means more time in the open, which means more susceptible to cyclones and polymorphs and dragon's breaths, and I think that's where it gets difficult for Under Pressure. So positionally, I feel like Dobab should have the edge here, and I'm curious to see how Lontar kind of navigates that.
Yeah. I wonder if they can like use Death Grip to put Relza in spots where he's close to a pillar, so then Lontar can just take that pillar, and they, rather than using it to like just grip him across the map, use it to try and tactically position him in a spot where Lontar has a bit more of an advantage in the matchup. But Under Pressure are going to show that they're not going to get clean swept. That's what I was worried about. Game number 1, I was like, oh my god, they're just going to get knocked out instantly. But game number 2, looks a lot more impressive for them. If they can win here on the swing match, it would be very critical to their overall success. Tournament lives on the line. Top 3 in the European Grand Finals. Relza is just in the starting room as far away as possible. He gets gripped immediately into center field. Chastised onto Tessia. So Lontar's going to allocate his crowd control to the mage. Relza already getting just absolutely destroyed. He's just dead. He's outright dead in the opener through pain suppression, through multiple shields. And Houston and
What is happening?
amped up their damage so much here in game number 3. It's like a completely different roster. If they land one kick, it's game over. Relza fakes it. Void blast. He's back to full. Houston on the back foot, but look at Lontar's positioning off to the left.
Tessia just back there parsing 4.5 mil.
Tessia needs to get closer to get crowd control. Is Tessia going to be able to sneak in here successfully? Pre-grips Houston on the Dragon's Breath, but then he grips Relza on top.
Flappers is just fucking clone bot.
Side, I would assume here, MVQ wrapping around the side, but Lontar's rooted by Flappers. Annoyingly, he has to dispel that. Now they swap back on Houston. Now they swap back on MVQ. Constantly switching targets, throwing Lontar for a loop. He trinkets out. He might get crowd controlled on his trinket. They blind the Feral Druid. They're desperate. They're at the pillar and they are hiding. Despite the initial exchange looking good for them, they're likely going to have to do these kind of hit and runs where they maybe grip the priest to the pillar and start attacking him, because I feel like they spend too much time pushing in. They're going to get punished.
Very interesting. That was such a big push on Relza at the beginning of the game. They almost take him down. They might just be waiting for another Metamorphosis on Holy Frenzy. Those are really the moments where both the DK and the Demon Hunter are going to be doing exponentially more damage, especially the Unholy Frenzy. So Houston, I think he's just waiting. They're going to pick their moment. They want to all in. There's no reason to really take unnecessary damage. Tessia gets kicked here. He gets knocked away. Flapper's just trying to put some pressure here onto MVQ.
Oh shit, are we going to mid? No, we're
For
not.
him to make that push onto Relza. Here comes the Chastise. Lontar, is he going for a fear? What is he doing here? Here comes a big surge on MVQ. Damage is ramped up here for Tessia, and once again, under pressure, they are being pressured heavily in this match. Force the line of sight.
This guy's just perma-changed.
And this is not what you want if you are Cleave, to just be forced at the pillar like this.
I mean, they have no choice, though. They're just trying to take their opportunities here. And Relza came in. They can catch him here with a stun, strangulate. And can they force anything? They really want to get his trinket on this push. They have another pet stun or something. Doesn't look like it. And MVQ's just dead. It's so much damage incoming from Tessia. 3.2 million sustained DPS right now. He's absolutely farming. You can see Lontar ducking into Angel to immune the Ring of Frost, but now his DPS are getting cloned. He cancels, runs into the ring to Shadow of Death, so he's immune. He can DR himself to Polymorph and enable his team to make a push here onto Relza once again. But look where Relza's going, just out in the open. So Houston grips him to the pillar so that Lontar can stay next to it. But MVQ is just getting destroyed. Here comes an Incarnation. Is Lontar ready? He's got the Void Shift. He pops it through. Relza is low as well. It's a race to the finish. It's an important round, a swing match. If Under Pressure can take this away, they'll have an advantage. But now Lontar's caught in a Polymorph. MVQ reverses it. Houston's caught into a stun. Lontar has to just power through and heal him through so much damage. They get a stun on Relza. They get a stun on Flappers.
So weird seeing a Demon Hunter at the bottom of the damage meter.
Pain suppression, and they're not even really close to getting it. They pop the Essence Break. They're trying to tear in for it. Is Relza going to be too greedy here? Surge. Continuing to position back, but Tessia is still free casting, and as soon as he finds crowd control, it could be trouble. Relza trinkets out to Strangulate, knowing that he can pain suppression during the stun in the future. I think that was a smart decision from Relza. He's positioned in the corner. Houston's on the run. He's getting
cinematic camera angle.
Tessia blinking in. Flappers is cleaving 3 targets. Ring of Frost around the corner. Flappers gets gripped around. He might get stunned here. I don't think they have it, though. They stunned earlier to Peel. They grip Tessia in for a double blind. They're going to just retreat once again, but look at the mana situation. Honestly, while they're running away like this, I would love to see Relza just drink.
Yeah, could play a little bit more conservatively, but maybe they feel like they're on a timer. They can't just wait for the cooldowns. But Relza's he's right in range. This is not looking good. Pain suppression comes in. That wasn't even the Unholy Frenzy. There's so much damage available. Here goes Houston ramping up to do massive damage here to Relza. If Relza cannot get away, this is going to be very dangerous for the side of Dobob, and Under Pressure might be able to take the swing match if they can stay on target. At the same time, MVQ and Houston are getting low. Tessia just popping off. Strangulate comes in. Relza needs to live a little bit longer. The stun lock. They take him down. And now, here's what I'm wondering, Super T's. Like, do they have to play Void Weaver? Do they just not play Void Weaver and then just win as FMP? Because I kind of feel like they can. Like, if they can't just all in the priest super easily like that.
I kind of feel like he also just ran in and died too.
Yeah, why? Multiple times.
And it's just, that's why I was like, maybe he should just sit back and drink, because then it's like they have to come out to stop him, or they're going to lose on mana, and then his team kills them. But him running in is just playing into their plan. They just had a strat to always grip Relza to a pillar so that their teammates could line of sight with it, and they could do damage. And then when they were retreating to the other side, they just all ran on top of them, and you just can't go anywhere once you've made that commitment as the Disc Priest.
I feel like Dobob made some big mistakes in this game. Like, I don't know if they just feel like they need to make something happen. they get a certain point in dampening, Relza just can't live. But I also feel like if they can just buy more time, Relza has the longest
place
range
in
of
the queue
game.
is
Like, you can
3,800.
You can cast spells outside of the range of Death Grip. So
30
you can just play
38,
maximum
34.
position away. At the very least, Houston should have to use grips to get on top of you. And then you have opportunities to get away. If you're just playing in melee range at a pillar, I feel like the game becomes so
I'm thinking
awkward.
no.
So, Dobop, I think they have the composition, but I think they should just be playing it more patiently. Unfortunately, they threw away the swing match with their aggression, and now Under Pressure finds themselves in a really good position where they get to go to a small map if they lose twice in a row. So that's definitely good if you're playing this DHDK, which seems to be one of the more effective compositions at actually taking down Voidweaver Discipline Priest.
I mean, week 1 and week 2 is all about Voidweaver, and oh my god, no one can beat it, right? You're seeing Sea-Doo tweeting about it, and they managed to overcome it in North America and beat the Cats and Dogs for their top 3 position, and now we see that almost mirroring here in Europe. A little bit different, you know, no Rogue and Locke, it's a Mage and a Feral instead, but it's the same premise. It does seem like they've adapted their strategy here. Losing the swing match is critical, like you say, for the overall outcome of this series, and now I'm worried about my prediction. I'm already so
me
low,
too.
I can't.
Come on.
Like, come on, Dobop. I cannot afford this. What are you going to do here to make sure that my predictions are not scubaing too deep, man? And my snorkel's not long enough. Like, I'm going to drown. Please, Dobop. It's match point. They go to Imperium Domain. I think they're going to set up the same thing. I think they're just going to be a lot more careful with Relza. He's a very delicate Voidweaver priest. Like, you do not, like, the advantage of Voidweaver is you do a ton of damage, ton of healing, but you can't move. You're stuck.
Do you
so
have
as
to
soon
play
as you
Voidweaver? Like, I'm wondering.
You want to play just regular Oracle Disc or Holy?
Oracle Disc or Holy is fine with me. I don't care. I also feel like they could probably still play Voidweaver, just stop running on top of them. Which seems to be, you know...
Yeah, I don't think he should be... He needs to be just playing max range, let the Mage the Feral tank, I think, in those instances. I think he thinks he's a little bit more immortal than he's actually able to let on here, but they're taking their time, so... You know, and I feel like a Subtlety Rogue still wouldn't be a bad pick either. Like, what about, like, Subtlety Arcane?
Yeah, could definitely be an option. I think the Feral Druid is nice because you make them kick clone and worry about stopping clone, but I don't know. You'd have a little bit more damage during those moments. It could make pressure MVQ more in the match, you know? Like, get guaranteed CC on Lontar with cheap shots, and then get, you know, setups onto MVQ. Even pre-MVQ, right? Like, you just Shadow Step, cheap shot Lontar into a Polymorph. You could pre-fear MVQ into a setup, and it feels like you're guaranteed going to be getting trinkets, but they're not doing that. They're going to be going with the same comp. See if they can play it different and actually pull off a win.
All right, here, Dobop. Last game, Under Pressure. First game, it looked like they were just going to get 3-0'd. I thought Under Pressure were out, but now in these last 2 games, they've shifted gears. They've got a better strategy. They're keeping good positioning for Lontar. They're not getting separated, and if they're playing as a unit, it seems like they're very terrifying on this Unholy Death Knight Demon Hunter. Dobop need to keep their distance, keep their space, play it safe, honestly. I feel like they can win this game on mana. I think they're trying a little bit too hard to win the game on control, and Relz is getting ahead of himself. He's trying to get in and rush down his opponents in situations where I feel like they're struggling. So just let them struggle. Let the bleeds do their work. Let the Arcane Mage missiles do their work. And pick your moment maybe a little bit later into the game at that point in time. Everybody loves the mythic weapons from the Mana Forge Omega. All these like purple forms. We have the red ones for the Elite PvP set, but they are loving this purple one. I'm gonna have to wait for like the War Within remix or something. I don't think I'm good enough to get the mythic dagger.
It's gonna take a while. Can we
How
see
many years do you think is the
Okay.
War Within remix? Like 6 years maybe?
It's gonna be a while. Yeah. If it ever happens, yeah, it's gonna be a while. So, yeah, I'm curious. Relza is playing. What are your thoughts on him playing Catharsis instead of the Fade talent? Like,
It's just more damage, right? You're getting trained the whole game.
Do you think the throughput and damage is worth it?
The
Or,
Fade
like,
would be kind of sneaky to just like get away, but it's not guaranteed. I feel like you're still just get gripped right back. Whereas
If you
Catharsis
immune
is
the right
guaranteed
attack,
throughput.
it's a lot of
Gives you
damage
a lot of
reduction.
Toman healing, I assume too, right?
It's got to be, yeah.
I would think it has to be contributing significantly to Atonement to opt between them. But the gates are open here. It's match point, under pressure, looking to lock in their top 3 position for the European Grand Finals and looking to continue on in the tournament, potentially win the whole thing. And Relza is immediately gripped into the middle of the map, stunned and strangulated multiple times. The pressure is on. There is no going back. How is he going to deal with this? He gets the paint suppression off. He tanks a kick. He's trying to reposition away from the
About
enemy
committing.
zone, but he's getting cleaved down by the I-beams. Flappers is there for multiple stuns. Relza fakes a kick. He's going in. Void Blast after Void Blast to recover and keep pressure onto MVQ. Lone Star just needs to deal with it. He activates the Guardian Spirit with the Metamorphosis Leech healing. It should be enough. They get a stun now onto Relza. They kick Flappers on the clone. Tessia has been free casting. He's at almost 5 million DPS at this point. He's getting a Dragon's Breath Sheep. It's so much. The anti-magic shield the Sheep. I love that teamwork from Houston, but now he doesn't have it to protect himself from the damage, and Tessia continues to rain down destruction on that Arcane Mage, getting another full polymorph. MVQ is there for the reverse, but if Tessia can keep this gas going, I don't know how much longer Lone Star can deal with it.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Ring of Frost is going to be dropping down. Relza gets gripped on his ultimate penetrance, and unfortunately taking a huge I-beam into a Strangulate. Great setup there by MVQ and Houston. They get the trinket. Relza needs to be able to get away, gets the ultimate penitence off, and will manage to recover. But that's a huge emergency kind of failsafe that Relza has available. And MVQ and Houston are going to be super happy. I will say, I feel like for Under Pressure, their all-ins are very strong. Beautiful triple blind here. They get the Netherwalk out of the way. Tessie's damage is just overwhelming MVQ. But MVQ and Houston, I was saying, they're doing a great job during these Strangulate windows of really basically forcing all of Relza's cooldowns. I think they're doing super well with their burst. They just have to hold on a little bit longer.
Lone Star's doing a really good job of avoiding crowd control. He death to Ring that was on the ground earlier. He grips MVQ next to him, so he'll get cleaved by missiles and break out of the polymorph. Lone Star is playing expertly here. But they get the Icebound Fortitude regardless. It's just so much damage coming out from Tessia. Tessia just needs to keep it up a little bit longer. They clone MVQ, but he gets topped off. Relza's stunned multiple times. He trades up paint suppression. There's a Strangulate in their pocket. They're going to have to hold it. The polymorphs are good during the stun chain. MVQ is stunned. Lone Star, what are you going to do here? He's pushing out into the midfield, but Tessia is there. Nice double fear, but they dispel it. Polymorphs are incoming. Lone Star immunes it with the Angel. Lone Star is making some smooth moves, man. He wants that top 3 position in the European Grand Finals. They're so close to it. Pain suppression is 8 seconds away from Relza. He's getting kicked multiple times. If they have a stun here, they might be able to close it out. They get the High Mountain stun. They fear him. Can they drop him in a High Mountain stun? He's greedy. He gets caught in a blind. Flappers can't help. Tessia is blasting out damage, but Relza could just die. He void shifts over to Tessia. Void Blasts are coming. He fakes the kick. Good pressure from Relza. He's dying through his Void Blast. I've never seen this. Is overwhelming pressure. Lone Star's on top of him. Fear comes through into a double stun, but it's on DR. That DR stun gives Relza an opportunity here for his team to come back.
Oh, beautiful Cyclone on MVQ. We need Cyclones on MVQ and Houston at this point. Flappers is going to have to be a hero. The damage comes in. MVQ is getting absolutely blasted. Relza has pain suppression. Trinket available as well. For the first time, Dobob is looking
I think the joke writes itself.
I really just want to see Relza play this very passively. He gets gripped in. Just try to get away from MVQ. Play at max range. If Relza runs in, I'm going to be so sad. Oh, he gets gripped. This is the second grip. Trying to get away.
This thing's got to be 2 feet long.
I love the Cyclone. I love the Cyclone on MVQ. Strangulate now onto Relza, but I think Relza should be okay.
Okay.
His mana is getting burned through quite rapidly here, but I think Flappers is doing such a good job controlling the DPS with Cyclones and stuns.
Stuns behind the pillar on MVQ, trying to wrap around and buy time here. There's not a lot of cooldowns for Lone Star and his team at the moment. If they know Relza is kind of gassed out as well, they get the double stun. Maybe Lone Star gets a fear here. Chastise Fear. Mage might have to trinket this instantly. They grip him in for a
still
blind,
got
double blind. Pain suppression has been forced. That might be the last cooldown that Dobob get to see in this series. And they will be in the gauntlet, knocked out of the top 3. But Houston out of nowhere. Flappers is tearing in. Massive damage crashing through. Tessia is blinking in aggressively. Flappers and Tessia have to carry the game. Relza cannot get close to this engagement. They stun MVQ. They stun Lone Star. They're going for the win right now. They're seconds away from it. And they've done it. Dobob, take it to game 5. The pressure is on. These teams want this more than ever to stay alive in cup number 3 and to get that final top 3 coveted position, and one game will decide it.
Oh my gosh. What a good game. I feel like both teams played this so
Demon
well,
Hunter.
but ultimately for me, what I really like to see is just
It is purple.
doing an incredible
Demon Hunters
job
are purple.
landing those Cyclones at key moments where Relza is getting great.
They're a different shade of purple.
Health,
But
just
yeah.
preemptively getting the clones out, denying the damage, completely freezing it, and just allowing Relza a moment to breathe in the match where he can actually get off some casts, maybe soak up some interrupts, especially if they're putting all their interrupts on Relza. That's the advantage of the Feral Druid, is you should be able to get off Cyclones on basically everyone throughout the entire game. So one nice adaptation. I also like that Relza wasn't kind of pushing into the enemy team, just playing at max range, and it made it more difficult for Under Pressure.
I think the map paid off as well. I feel like the big pillars on Tolvaron, that actually backfired. Picking this map felt way better. Relza could hit without running in. If they had found a map with smaller pillars, even if it wasn't necessarily a bigger map, I think the big pillars really messed with them, which makes me wonder what Under Pressure are going to do, because obviously some maps are unavailable this weekend, so they can't do like a Dalaran Sewers, and they can't do a Runes. But I do wonder where they're going to go, given that, because
having
I feel like they need
Ruins of
pillars, but they also
Lordaeron
need a
not in
small
the
map at the same time. So maybe
the map pool is
Yeah.
kind of
Blackrook makes sense
weird.
to me.
And the grips in the room, stack them up, more AoE CC. It's got to be. I think it's got to be a Blackrook angle for Game 5. And now I wonder, Doblob, if they're going to be kicking themselves with the play style that they had on Tolvaron, and maybe even just Tolvaron as a pick as a whole.
What about Carnage?
I think it's risky with Nox.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit risky, but
I don't. And it's Dobob's map. I don't think you pick. Yeah, I think Blackrook Hold has got to be the best option with what's currently available to them. And they're going to go to it. There's a pillar
what do
always
you mean
nearby.
it's Dobob's map? Like that's like the map they style on the most?
That's just it's Dobob's map. It literally has the logo on it. Okay, like if you get the loading screen, it's been officiated. All right, it's Dobob's map. So it's Blackrook Hold and Dobob, bro. This is it. It's coming down to the wire. They were looking like the real threat for Echo in Cup number 1, taking them out in one series. I think the only team that beat them so far this season in a series. And then it kind of fell off in week 2, and then week 3 they've been kind of back on their stride, but other teams have leveled up, is my opinion. Is Under Pressure are just much better than they were at the start. They've started to find their stride, find their energy, and find their strategy and composition that's going to play out for their roster, because they are a little bit reformed as far as a roster, given the shakeup that's been occurring so far in Europe. So I just wonder what Dobob's going to do. Are they going to panic? Does Relza really think he can deal with that pressure on a small map? And honestly, I wouldn't feel bad if he backed out and went on Holy Priest, but he's not backing out. He's not backing out. He's staying on Disc Priest. That's a risky gamble, and Under Pressure, like, all right, let's go. Insta-lock, Unholy DK, Demon Hunter. They're ready to go. You can see Relza's damage. Catharsis. Yeah, okay, you're not dropping that, bro. You're not dropping 24 million damage for a fade that's probably going to get
10% of his
a little bit
damage
later.
was
Yeah,
Catharsis.
I don't think we're dropping that. That's some pretty high value right
Well,
there. And it's
Priest
also
play
probably
both,
buffing
like-
the Rift. It's buffing the Rift, too, I would assume.
It's a lot of
So,
healing too. It's instant healing, you know.
Yeah, there's no way Fade is better than that.
There you go.
All right, we learned something new here from Void Weaver Disc. I wanted to play this, and I think Conquest is uncapping, so maybe I'll actually get a chance.
You want to play Void Weaver?
Yeah, I haven't got a chance to actually try it, so.
Oh, it's fun.
I need to give it a go before it's gone. You know, I don't know how long it's gonna last, or if it'll be gone
Definitely
next
give
expansion,
it a go,
or what's gonna happen. Like, I need to make sure that I'm jumping on this bandwagon a little bit. Completely different playstyle of Discipline Priest. It's super high risk. It's all in. If you get it and you get away with it, it feels really awesome. You do more damage than a DPS, but you get punished, you slip up, it's lights out. It's got very little emergency recovery. So Relza is gambling a lot here for himself and his team and the entire season, because there's no guarantee he'll make it out of the gauntlet, given the competition that's in there, and depending on what happens between now and the finals as far as practice or class changes and the like. So you'd really like to just sit in that comfy position of number 3. Also, if you're number 3, you don't fight Echo in the first round.
Yeah,
so
that's nice.
I feel like that's the biggest prize of all. If you get 3rd, is that you don't have to fight Echo. Like, sure, you get to avoid the gauntlet, but you don't have to fight Echo. You might get at least one round deeper into the tournament. So I think this is very important for both teams, because they've both been struggling. Everyone's been struggling with Echo. So if you can avoid them for even one round in the grand finals, that would be a big advantage. And Tesla's got that sick Mog with the new age ethereal helmet with that Ulduar set, and his Legion artifact weapon skin, and he's.
I don't even have that on my mate. I want it.
The goo one? You didn't get the goo one?
No, you have to. I think you have to do the achievement Balance of Power.
I think I have that. Do you have to do it on every class, or was it account wide?
I don't know. That's not a question.
I need to log on my mage and see, and I'm gonna put that on if I play with you to make you feel bad about not having it. Like
Why would you do that? Like,
because you put the Vicious Glad title on to make me feel bad. Okay, I'm gonna put the mage artifact weapon on.
Okay,
I got something too. Okay,
I could still farm it if I wanted to. I think it's still available.
Wait, it's still in the game?
Yeah, I still need to put in the work.
There is.
I'm not
Don't want to
complaining.
do
I'm
any
just
work.
saying it's hard. Yeah.
You're slacker. Okay, I see.
All right,
Actually
whatever.
available. Okay, game number 5, man.
Slacker. Duel me and Legion Remix.
Duel me and remix. Yeah, you want to do that? I'm a tank.
All right, we should go back to the games. You know, like
We're in game 5, man. They're taking their time here. They're probably taking a little bit of a rest, because like it's been rough. Like, it's been back and forth. One game I'm thinking like, oh, Dobab are going to 3-0. And then in the next 2 games, I'm like, oh, never mind. They're not going to be able to win a game ever again. And then the final game, I'm like, I don't know anymore. This is like anybody can take this, which is going to be incredibly stressful. Every game has been super intense as far as Lontar trying to avoid crowd control, Relza trying to avoid death, trying to time your interrupts and your grips. Like, you can tell there's a little bit of slipping up as well, because sometimes Relza's not even faking and they just miss the kick because it's so fast. It's just the Void Blast goes through, and sometimes it's probably better to not fake because it's just so fast they just miss it, and then you just keep going after the fact. But we're going to be zoning into Blackrock Hold. It's Game 5, European Grand Finals on the line, 3rd place position. You'll be up against Streamer Zone, and you'll be able to avoid Echo for 1 round at least in that European Grand Final. You'll avoid the gauntlet. There's a lot on the line here. We're just seconds away from the point of no return.
Oh boy.
Dobab under pressure, Game 5, small map. This is going to be very devastating for Relza. We'll have to see how they handle it. At the same time, Tessia and Flappers have explosive damage. Houston moving in. Relza just gives a line of sighting, so just doing the best he can.
Staying in the
room.
room.
Stays in that line of sight for too long, and Houston and MVQ can get on top of him. Makes it really difficult for Tessia and Flappers to actually get off the damage that they want. Big Strangulate coming in. Relza gets stunned. He's low on health. It looks like he will be able to survive. Looking for a Mind Blast. He gets the precognition. He's just free casting, but still dying. What is going on? It's such an insane amount of damage. Relza will recover for the time being, but MVQ and Houston are here to play.
Ultimate Penitence. So he's rotating his cooldowns a little bit differently this time around. MVQ is taking so much damage, almost dying behind the pillar to Flappers. Flappers gets a bash Ring of Frost. He lands it around the corner. Perfect precision. Double Ring of Frost. They swap back on the Death Knight. No trinket available. How is Houston going to trade? Anti-Magic Shield. They cut through it like butter, and Houston is melting rapidly. Lontar fades to crowd control. They cyclone him low. They're switching their attention to MVQ, but Lontar ducks in for a fear onto Flappers. They stun Relza to cover it, forcing a paint suppression. They have Strangulate out of this stun. If they get trinket and paint suppression in one push, it could be game over for Relza. They grip him into the corner, so Lontar can line of sight. Beautiful death grips for Lontar to abuse the positioning on this map, but Relza fakes a kick. He's free casting Void Blast. They grip MVQ back into the corner so he can line of sight Cyclones in the room. Lontar with great positioning, great awareness as a team and a unit, and that's exactly what Under Pressure need. Relza trying to reposition away from that room and drag Lontar into the open, so Lontar's like, all right, I'm going to take the center pillar instead. Tessia intercepts. He gets a polymorph. MVQ is there. He reverses it. Now they're getting back on Relza, but Flappers gets a clone during the I-beam window. Now Lontar getting to the Ring of Frost. Likely wants to death run in, but he gets caught by a polymorph before he can. Then another fear on Flappers.
Barrel's so annoying in this matchup.
Relza is casting. They stun MVQ. He's got Trinket Blur. Is he going to trade?
Non-stop cyclones.
He blurs. He should survive. They may swap onto Houston here. Tessia gets stunned. It looks like he blinked through it, but he's going to get feared. Now they're stunned on Relza. Strangulate available. If he doesn't paint suppression, he could just die. He's going to trinket swap. I think he's dead. He trinkets into a Strangulate, possibly. He has no trinket. I think he's dead. He can't do anything. And Under Pressure do it.
Dude.
3-0.
Under Pressure. I can't believe it. Go to Game 5. Get the all-in on Blackrook.
I can't believe they won.
Done, and I think it just comes down to Relza kind of disrespecting that stun, putting him into a really awkward position where he had to trinket. He gets trinketed, or he trinkets into the Strangulate, not able to get off the paint suppression.
I mean,
and it's just too little.
they still lost.
So I feel like it just had to be an earlier paint suppression to actually survive.
Must be mages are bad.
He doesn't want to use Trinket Swap and paints up on the same go. So his logic here is like they have Strangulate, so I would rather use Trinket, but he got pet stun. He didn't anticipate that. He thought he would get Strangulated, he could Trinket Swap, and he'd be fine, but he got pet stun, and then he couldn't do anything to be able to recover from that. And that's why I said, like, high risk here on the Void Weaver disc. One little miscalculation, one little slip up. The pressure is endless from Under Pressure, not unironically. And they're in top 3, man. They're in top 3. They beat their Kryptonite. They've leveled up as a team in a roster. They had a little bit of a struggle at the start, a little bit of a slow pickup. But week to week, getting better and better. Lontar, I feel like, had an astounding series for crowd control avoidance as far as the 1v1 against Tessia. You got a lot of pressure with fears on Flappers in this game. They played the map out excellently. They had a strategy. They didn't just give up after immediately getting wiped the floor with in game number 1. And they found a line to victory, and now they will advance. They'll be facing Streamer Zone. I'm interested to see what they've brought in anticipation for that rematch, because that's just another roster that they have been struggling with, and if they could possibly overcome that. And I do wonder if this is, like Chan was saying earlier, if Under Pressure managed to make it to the finals, if they're going to be a legitimate threat for Echo.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, Under Pressure finds themselves in kind of a weird position because they're getting destroyed by Streamer Zone, and in the finals, I think that's who they're going to be playing, right? It's pretty much a guarantee Streamer Zone is in second. So first round, we actually might get a preview for the finals and see what Under Pressure actually has in store for them. So I'm really curious about some of these matchups coming up to see what Under Pressure can do.
Yeah, I am curious as well. Here is what our bracket for the grand finals currently looking like. So yeah, we got that Streamer Zone GG versus Under Pressure matchup, and then Echo will be facing off against the Gauntlet winner. So we've got our top 3 now. Under Pressure winning that tiebreaker for third. It means that they are now that third and final team. We've got Dobob up in round 4 for the Gauntlet. Gleepilled in third, the round 3, round 2, Full Smart, and then all the way down to the bottom, round 1, Buff Mistweaver versus YOLO Inc. So this is a scary place to be. Dobob is that final team now going to the Gauntlet. So we could, if they make it out from the Gauntlet, see that matchup once again. But that was, for me, definitely surprising. I think D Machine predicted that exactly 3-2 in favor of Under Pressure. So congrats to him. He's going to be getting some points in the standings.
Yeah, Chan can't be trashing him anymore.
I know. Yeah. Listen. He was the only one, I think, right? The rest of us were the opposite, I think. Yeah, maybe we were split. I'd have to look at the predictions for the casters again. Yeah, Zico.
Zico got it right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
true. Well, we'll revisit the there they all are. We will
Our queue is
revisit
1600.
predictions for casters, but congrats to Under Pressure, and that means
Click on the game to
we've
make sure it
got
doesn't
series
AFK me
left
out.
here for the European region, and we've got Streamer Zone GG versus Under Pressure up next. Winner of that moving on to the grand finals. Sukities.
Yeah, a very important series here. How can Under Pressure manage to overcome adversity, win this matchup? Because they've been kind of desperate sometimes. They bring in a double Demon Hunter. Seems like, honestly, between them and Direwolves in North America, that this Unholy DK Demon Hunter is just like, that's like it seems like a staple. It's a go-to. Why are we fooling around with anything else a lot of the times? But at the same time, the Death Knight is just so susceptible as a target. So I can understand why they may not want to run it, but it looks so good every time. So maybe they're going to have to make it work here. Otherwise, Streamer Zone, I think, are looking good to line up for a potential rematch with Echo, and that series evolved a lot from week 2. Those were not the comps I anticipated at all. Maybe it's going to be different ones this time, although I think we're expected to see Swapsy from Streamer Zone.
Yeah, we will see. We're going to head to a break. We will find out the answers to all of those questions soon enough. Streamer Zone GG versus Under Pressure coming up next. Stick around.
Yeah, it's a gazillion health. And he'll die one of these days. Jesus. 49. Wow. Permanently increase all experience by 10%. Sick. Illusion Fell Shatter? That sounds neat. Okay. Maybe some sand? Oh. 2 sands.
Hands of Path. Those two.
Oh yeah, this is the last talent point before we start getting to the fun stuff. If only. They don't call it grinding for no reason. Trying to fly through all these demons that are in the air is like the worst thing by far. I don't know if this would be easier or way harder skyriding. Actually, the green orbs give you like 300% flight speed. That's like... Just gotta keep it rolling. Coming for you. I think we've pretty much seen every single class represented in the AWC in the last day except for Warrior. Yep. Don't think they suck. I just don't think they bring enough.
Welcome back. We're in the lower finals here for the European region. Winner of this one moves on to face off against Echo in the grand finals for the third and final cup here in season 3 of the War Within. We've got the second place team versus third place team in terms of standings as well. And we saw these two face off against last week as well. Then, but do we think that this is going to be a repeat of what we saw? Are they going to switch things up? And we've already seen teams kind of adapt with new compositions already today, but will we see it again?
I'm at this point, I'm pretty convinced Streamer Zone are just going to win just because they've been doing it over and over, not expecting a different result. But that being said, Under Pressure really impressed me in that last series. I think they had a game plan. Even though it didn't work in game number 1, they stuck to it and they ended up winning the series and making that top 4. So really impressed by them. But for Streamer Zone, this composition that they run is so unique to them. It's very unlikely that Under Pressure has been able to get any kind of good practice into it. So we'll have to see what they have prepared and if it'll work.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams kind of struggle against this team for sure. Under Pressure, though, Chan, they're riding the high from that win against Dobob. Do you think that that is enough, that momentum is enough to carry them through a victory here? Or are you kind of on the side of Ben? Do you think this is going to be a loss for them?
I mean, I certainly hope so, because I want to see Under Pressure against Echo in the finals. I think they have the best shot at taking Echo down. So I want to see them in the finals. I want to see them dethrone Waz and crew, and that would be great. But like Ben said, man, Streamer Zone are a brick wall for Under Pressure. Every single time they face them, they get the better of them, and Under Pressure honestly makes a lot of defensive mistakes into Streamer Zone. So while, you know, the matchup might actually be okay and the game's actually going well, they always end up falling when it actually matters. So my head says, you know, Streamer Zone is going to win. My heart says, my heart wants Under Pressure to actually win this one.
Yeah.
That seems a little indecisive on that poll.
No.
I mean, you know, you end up in these high pressure situations and it's definitely easy to not play your best. So we will have to see, but let's talk about predictions. We've got 65% for Streamer Zone GG and 34% for Under Pressure. Ben, I am curious, what is your prediction for this series?
Mine's pretty brutal. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fairly convinced Streamer Zone's gonna win this one, so I went with 3-0, like just a complete blowout.
Oh boy. Okay, Chan, what about you?
That was my original prediction, but I'm going with my heart today. It's gonna be 3-2 for Under Pressure.
3-2 Under Pressure. All right, let's see what I want to see what the other casters have, if we could do that. Also, we've got the coin 1-0. All right, we might be a little bit split up. Just kidding. All right, 3-1 for Streamer Zone GG. Nobody on the side. Yeah, what about D Machine? He's been a little weird lately. Okay. All right.
Darkness is probably the right choice.
In the middle, which I kind of surprises me. What's up?
I said, Chan, what are your thoughts on you and D Machine being on the same page?
D Machine's finally right for once.
Ooh. Didn't you get the prediction wrong last series?
I think he did, Chan.
Sometimes the players let you down and they choke when it matters, you know? I mean, not to, you know, roast the players a bit, but whenever you need a player or a team to win for your predictions or for your own tournament standings, I've had this happen to me before. I used to always rely on Dilipu, the hunter, and his team to beat a hard team for me. He always let me down when it mattered the most, so...
Okay.
It happens.
Wasn't he... I don't remember what team he was on. Was it... It was a jungle... It was a jungle team, and he had to win the entire tournament to make it to the finals. He was, like, down at the bottom of the standings, and he did it.
Well, every dog has his day, you know.
Yeah,
and
okay.
The reality, yeah, I always needed Dilipu to beat some team like Sea-Doo or something to knock him out into the lowest bracket. He always let me down. I ended up facing Sea-Doo or whatever and losing. So I've learned to never trust the players. They let you down.
You're just creating a hit list. We got Raigum and Poike, Dilipu. You're creating a list here, Ben. What'd you say?
No, I said MVQ messaged me. He called me a traitor after seeing my predictions. So.
Ooh,
part of me hopes he proves me wrong, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. These predictions are really hard to do because you know what your brain thinks, but you know what your heart wants to see, and I think it's really difficult to pick between the two. Because I'm with you. I would love to see Under Pressure win this. I'm on your side, Chan. I want to see them fight up against Echo. I think it would be an incredible series, an incredible way to finish off, you know, the first 3 cups, the third season of Here in the War Within. But we've seen upsets all weekend. I feel like this has been kind of the weekend for upsets. A lot of these teams have been surprising us already today. So it certainly could happen, and it kind of seems like Under Pressure, not maybe
Dan's
as
the
much
only
as
one
the
that picked
underdog as maybe some of us
Under
didn't
Pressure.
think, but we will certainly have to see. But I'm kind of curious, how important is this blind pick, Chan? Because we have bread and butter compositions for both teams, but how easy is it to sort of switch things up in this situation? It's a risky move. We've seen it already fail once today.
I think in terms of this matchup between Streamer Zone and Under Pressure, I'm not too sure the blind pick is going to be the biggest factor. I think both teams know what to expect from each other. My prediction is that Streamer Zone is going to stick to the Hunter, Ellie, H-Bell. Under Pressure is going to play Demon Hunter, Ellie, Druid. It's a matchup they played last week. It was super close, and like I said earlier, Under Pressure made some defensive mistakes, ended up losing the games, and they were so close. It could go either way. That's why I'm expecting, 5 games of that today, 3-2 in Under Pressure's favor.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. If you look at the match that Chan is referencing last week, it went all the way to a game 5. So I don't personally think it's going to be a blowout. I don't hope it's going to be a blowout as well. Both of these teams so competitive then. And it's also something that we could be seeing as well in the Gauntlet, given that they are both there. We could be seeing that same matchup.
Well, we are going to be seeing it in the finals, actually. So it's one of the rounds. This is literally a direct preview for the finals.
Or sorry, yeah, finals. Excuse me.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting because if it is a blowout one way or the other, you're not going to be feeling too confident. If one of these teams actually does get 3-0'd and it's just completely one-sided, that's not really the confidence level you want going into the final. So either way, I do hope it is close. I know that's not the way I predicted. I hope it is a close series. Because we want the finals to be as good as possible,
Yeah, we certainly do. Here's some of the comps that we've seen from Streamer Zone Esports, streamerzone.gg. Last time we saw these guys, they did play that Hunter Ellie composition. Kind of seems like that's what everybody thinks that they will be playing leading into this one, but it's a difficult choice. We'll have to see. We are getting the teams ready to go here into the arena. Sounds like maybe there's a bit of a delay going on behind the scenes, but cannot wait to get this started. And if we do end up seeing, now I'm kind of curious, Jan, on your take. You want to see Under Pressure go against Echo, but if we saw Streamer Zone GG, how do you feel like that series would play out?
Well, Streamer Zone GG vs Echo earlier today was a banger of the series, wasn't it? The Demon Hunter, it was so close, and it could have gone either way. But we've seen Streamer Zone vs Echo so many times now. I think it's time. Let's give Under Pressure a try. I'm hoping that they make it through. I'm hoping that they have something cooked up that has Echo, on the back foot for once. This season has really been about Echo and just pure domination across the board. Dobob being the only team to take a series off of them. They haven't faced Under Pressure. That's a matchup I really want to see today. See how that goes. And I think if Under Pressure does make it to the finals, they have all the momentum behind them. I really can see a world where Echo gets dethroned and we wipe that smirk off Waz's face.
Oh, so that's your real motivation, I guess, huh?
A little bit.
Okay, all right. Add Waz to
Tune into his
the
stream,
list as well.
check his
Chan's
camera afterwards.
enemy list. Oh, dude, yeah. Wait for the Twitter, the tweet afterwards. Unfortunately, Echo, they are so far up in that standings that no one's going to be able to knock them out of the actual first place, just in terms of standings. But it would be cool to see them actually get beat in the cup itself, because Echo, like Chan said, has been so consistent for so many seasons in a row. We've seen them bleed just a little bit, and I'm with you. I would love to see what Under Pressure can do against this team, because that's kind of always the question: who can take them down? Who can figure out what actually does end up countering them? But we are still waiting for this series to get started here. Streamer Zone GG, Under Pressure. We've talked about their compositions. They have their staple comps. Seems like it's extremely likely that we do see them in this starting matchup. And we are ready to go here. Game number 1, starting off in the lower finals. Winner of this one moving up to the grand finals, the final grand finals here in the 3rd season of The War Within. It's game number 1, starting off on the Grand Arena. Streamerzone.gg versus Under Pressure, Ben.
Under Pressure versus Under Pressure.
I'm excited. I mean, even just looking at both teams and what compositions they're doing well with, the blind pick should be obvious. It's not, actually.
Remake.
Nope. It is definitely not.
What Stream Zone we're playing?
I didn't. No, they're hiding it. They left the game before we could see. They don't want us to.
Okay.
What do you think about this? Lone Star playing the Prez Evoker and the Balance Druid. Very interesting choice.
depending on what Streamer Zone play, man, Under Pressure is planning to go in there. Fusen is a very, very aggressive player. He is no Swapsy by any means. This is the Brick Wall versus the Unstoppable Force. Under Pressure is looking to get in there, collapse on top of Streamer Zone, and try to take control. Playing a very, very fast game. I don't know what Streamer Zone has actually picked. I'm assuming it's going to be the Hunter LEH power. We'll have to see how they respond. I think, you know, with Lontar having to push in on the Preservoker, he is very susceptible to CC. But Demon Hunter and Boomkin and Rez, man, you can absolutely pump damage. So Big Mex, if he is in the game, he's going to be under a lot of fire.
I feel like there's a very high chance he's in the game. It seems like he's kind of the
Me too.
all-star of the roster right now. So we'll see what he can get done. And if they do lock him in for game number 1, Under Pressure, bring in something I didn't fully expect, but it makes sense. They basically play every good Demon Hunter comp in the whole game at this point. You know?
Okay.
Streamer Zone going to be locking in the composition that has been giving Under Pressure so much problems. So for me, this is the
survival?
matchup Under Pressure wanted. They knew exactly what they were walking into, and this is the composition that they picked to try to win. For Streamer Zone, at this point, they just keep winning with this setup, so it's going to be up to Under Pressure to force them off of it.
The request timed out.
Request from MVQ to support Lontar on the Preservoker.
Request timed out too?
I don't think
Now,
this
the
game is
issue
actually playable.
MVQ and Fusen
Refund.
are super squishy if they don't have that lower box skin available.
Oh,
So
10,000.
big mix and swaps.
10,000.
Depends. Can streamers
There's not even a
handle
cancel
the
button.
Pressure that's going to be coming in. And look at Fusen's positioning on Boomkin. He does not care. He is going in instantly on top of his team.
Extremely fried.
Big damage early on Fusten, but he's in bear form. Beautiful job getting into the bear form, getting the barf skin off. He's going to deflect a lot of that early ascent.
how many
one less
ancestors are-
damage, which I think is smart.
Fuck.
Under pressure, under fire. Lontar's getting low. He has to play catch up at this point. The damage from Big Mix and Swapsy is quite high, but I think once Under Pressure stabilizes, it's going to be their turn. Start getting some damage out and potentially go after Big
Yeah, the
Mix here.
details are...
Yeah.
Oh
Big
my
Mix with a lot of
gosh!
fire right now. The Ross gets traded out. Looks like it wasn't the lay on hands. Bora going into the half zone
1800.
at the moment. Stream zone, I think, should be able to stabilize. The cooldowns are now ending. Fusen though, no skin for 30 seconds. If they can connect onto him, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Lontar, they need to CC Lontar up, who uses the wall right now. Swapsy has no wall either. Borg, you have to do a lot of work to keep them up. But Fusen, we need to pay attention to him. Can he get those clones off? Can he fake the kicks? Big Max getting his
Borg.
reverse onto Lontar. Nice
Only
and
thing
nice
left is
Sleep Wolf
Burrow.
onto Dispel as well.
Yeah, nicely done. So far, so good. Under Pressure seems to be alive, but keep in
Borg
mind,
has, like,
Lontar
everything.
on the Preservoker, he's on a bit of a timer. I think Preservokers at this point, they probably are the least mana-efficient healers, so I think Under Pressure, they have to play aggressive if they want to win this one. Full Hammer of Justice, and that's going to be the Emerald Communion trading from Lontar, keeping Fusten alive. Full Cyclone lands onto Swapsy. Where are they going for damage? It looks like they want to get...
That was like a
Baru,
2-inch
but
rescue.
he manages to land the Searing Glare and completely shuts down that CC.
Yeah, and Swapsy has his wall rotating back up in 30 seconds. Big Max looks like he's going to be okay as well. Does have a wall available. Under pressure right now, you have to pay attention to Fusen, right? He doesn't have that bark skin available. MVQ going to the Lightning Lasso right now. Swapsy just delaying. But Fusen is going to be in so much trouble if they can connect. Big Max instantly rosses on the Incarn on Swapsy. Beautiful reaction from him, very quick. Bora going into the bash now. Grounding comes out from Swapsy on the Cyclone. Isn't able to get the follow-up Cyclone because Swapsy is there to shut him down. And Fusen right now, 15 seconds left on the box. He gets put into a full hodge. Lontar is able to dispel. Big Max, 18 seconds left on his trap. But Swapsy under a lot of fire. Does have his wall available if he wants to trade it out. Ends up using it. Boruk with the Hand of Sacrifice as well. Fusen has his skin rotating back up. Under pressure, actually doing okay. Starting to get some really good momentum developing onto Big Max. Incap onto Boruk into the Root Beam. Can they freedom him out? Doesn't look like it. Nice catch from Fusen. Can he follow up with a Cyclone?
Yeah, Root Solar Beam. Borug manages to escape that one. Looks like Big Mix and Swapsy should be okay. The double stun comes in. Full Cyclone on Big Mix. Stun on Borug. Can Fusen find it? Finds the full Cyclone. And now Swapsy could be in trouble. He burrows. He's just out of there. Getting underground mole mode to stay alive.
Mole mode?
Damage. Looks like some crowd control is going out onto Lontar. He gets caught into a stun, a trap. But ultimately will be okay. And once again, Under Pressure can make a push. Lontar needs to recover though. Looking a little bit dangerous. The time dilation comes in. He's not topping himself off. Just going for aggressive fire breaths here, but has fallen behind a little bit on healing. Streamer Zone doing a good job maintaining their pressure.
Yeah, Incap lands onto Boruk into a full Cyclone. Nice CC chain there. Swapsy has no wall, no Boruk. Boruk might have to use some cooldowns in order to save him, but Fusen is also the one who is under trouble himself. He doesn't have the Barkskin available. Incarn now instantly pop from him. Swapsy has no wall. Boruk has to do a
Beams
ton of
up.
work. Your Lay on Hands might have to come out. Swapsy just line of sighting, trying to run away from Fusen. Boruk, what are you going to do here? Lay on Hands finally comes out, but he has to heal himself as well. And look at Fusen as well. Cyclone gets faked. Precog gets onto him, and Swapsy goes into a full clone, instantly trinkets it out, wants to continue the offensive onslaught, but he's actually taking so much damage himself. Borg recovering him at the pillar, Swapsy realizing he's in a lot of trouble right now. But under pressure, actually looking quite good in this exchange.
Yeah, they're looking great. This is the best we've really seen them look into this composition. X right now getting stunned up once again. Full trap on Lontar. The Streamer Zone is looking to get something rolling, but Houston seems to be completely fine. Trades out the Barskin at 100% health to keep tempo. They want to keep up the momentum. They want to keep up the pressure and just run at Swapsy. Try to find Cyclones if they can. Lontar getting down to about 50% health. Darkness drops down from MBQ to protect the team. Nice fire breath there from Lontar. Unfortunately, it misses, and Swapsy's able to avoid it, avoiding a lot of that incoming damage. MBQ trinkets out of the Lightning Lasso. Swapsy potentially looking for a Hex here. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Emerald Communion trades from Lontar. Getting that
Another comp.
But he's been doing a great job maintaining his mana. Under pressure is looking good to potentially get into the late game.
Yeah, and MBQ just instantly reversing that trap, so Streamers don't have to wait till the next DR to really get some momentum going. Houston has his skin rotating back up in 15 seconds. Under pressure are looking super good. Big Mex has one wall available, and so does Swapsy.
Okay, we've lost
Houston
Primordial.
has
Yeah.
coming up. So I think Streamer Zone is going to be okay defensively at the moment. Looking
Coordinator
like they're
Salt,
focusing on
probably.
Borg, and Houston taking a ton of damage as well. Borg has to go into the bottom. Oh no. Big Mex, what can you do here? You need to counter pressure right now. You need to land a full trap onto Lontar. You need to do some damage to Houston after this Barkskin ends. Swapsy the one under fire right now. Caught into that stun from the Evoker. Trades out his wall as well. This is so back and forth. I don't know how
First
they're gonna
aid.
deal with this. Once dampening starts to ramp up, it's going to be so hard for Borg to keep them up.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Some big cooldowns still available. He's got the Hand of Sacrifices.
That's the first time I've seen that in...
Trying to stay ahead of the damage. Popsy Avenging Crusader. Lontar moving in, though. He's tethered to Houston, and when they have that tether, they're both sprinting at extra damage. They could run at Swapsy, especially fast. Swapsy could be in danger. The stun comes in, but Borg playing it cool. Opting to just line of sight here with Swapsy, but he's falling behind. He's got the trinket. Swapsy once again just ducks undercover, underground, but he is not getting topped off. Cyclone lands once again. Baruch might have to trade more. At the same time, Lontar is getting low on health as Streamer Zone is looking to get some counter pressure. They land the trap, and now it's actually Houston
He's got
on the
wings
back
up.
foot as Streamer Zone is
No
looking to
way.
strike back.
Yeah, Big Mix doesn't have the trap available though, so Lontar is going to be free this entire time, and when the Preservoker is free, the HPS that they can put out is extremely high. His mana though, not looking too good. Houston has his skin available, might have to trade that out. Full clone onto Big Mix, who trinkets, see if they can connect onto Swapsy, who doesn't have that wall for 30 seconds, and Incarn is coming back in 10 seconds. Lontar trades out his last Obsidian Scales, going for a sleepwalk onto Big Mix, just a peel. Swapsy doesn't have his wall, and Borg is trying to keep him up. Swapsy, you need to get out of there. You need to kite across the map if you're facing this, because you're taking so much damage. You're stuck on the pillar of Borg. You're just getting cleaved down. He lands onto Swapsy. Can they kill him? Lay on hands trades out from Borg. He's going to be okay for now, but Streamers are really running out of cooldowns, and Fusion has no skin. See if they can turn it around. Big Mex needs to go for a trap onto Lontar, but when he does have the trap available, MBQ just has reverse available.
Yeah, Houston down, 20% health. Big heals coming in from Lontar, and he's burning through his mana. This is where the Preservoker is going to really start struggling. Under pressure, they need to win the game sooner rather than later because it is not looking good for their longevity. Big Mix and Swapsy are both...
Lontar's mana bar. I swear I just
It
blinked.
looks like Houston's going to go down. Rescue comes in from Lontar, but a full Hammer of Justice lands.
skin in
Stuns
5.
on to Houston. Lontar trades out the time dilation. Maybe he can keep him alive. It's desperation.
Skin.
Goes for the Dream Breath. It looks like he will
Not
be
gonna
able
use
to
it.
live.
Nice.
Big Mix at the same time now under fire, but what a close call. This is
Ooh.
so back and forth.
Turtle.
Big Mix forced into the aspect of the turtle, and both these teams are running out of time, running out of cooldowns. Emerald Communion trades, but that's all Lontar has left. But under pressure might be able to do it. There's so much pressure in this match so far.
Aura uses the Aura Mastery, but the last cooldown he has is that spell.
Nice
body.
quote.
Swapsy, no wall. He has Burrow in 10 seconds. He's desperately trying to get away. You need to cross the map right now. Otherwise, they're
no.
going to punish. Border, can NECC land onto him under pressure? Just desperately trying to get there. Lontar trying to connect with the Sleepwalks. Houston as well. But Houston, you don't have skin either. Darkness comes down from MVQ. I think they're going to stabilize for now. Streamer Zone have almost won this game. If they can just stall that for an extra minute, Lontar is going to be completely out of mana. I really want to see them cross the map right now and just get out of dodge because it's too sketchy for them. They're running out of cooldowns. Under pressure has collapsed onto them. They need to create some space for themselves.
Big could die here.
Big Mix. So not many answers. The Cyclone comes in.
Spell warding.
And Houston is also low. It's just so back and forth. Borg makes the trade, but Lontar doesn't have anything to trade. The stun comes in. Houston might get dropped. He's in bear form. Frenzied
Oh my
regen.
God,
Do what he
kill
can
it.
to survive, but if he can't get counter pressure, I fear he's just going to go down. Lontar has no mana. Going for Disintegrates to try to regenerate something. Houston lands a Cyclone here onto Swapsy. It's back and forth. Borg does have his Divine Shield. He can trade that out to immune crowd control, but this is such a sketchy game for both teams. This is so dangerous. Houston gets
this is-
interrupted, and it
oh
looks
my
like he
God.
could potentially fall. He will, but at the same time, there might be a cross kill potential. unfortunately for Under Pressure, they just ran out of gas. Lontar inevitably runs out of mana. In terms of pressure, it looked good. Like, there's lots of opportunities for them to win this one, but when they get into the late game, it just seems like Streamer Zone has that edge.
Yeah, and this is kind of the same story that we keep seeing week after week. You know, Under Pressure, they're just. It looks like they're terminating down Stream Zone, right? They're just pushing in. It looks good going for them. But then at some point in dampening, they just can't keep up with it anymore. And I think in this specific game, Fusen on the Boomkin, he does so much damage to the Incarn, right? But
it was cooking onions.
Look at this. This is on his Incarn, and he is the one who has to go into bear form. Sit bear, frenzy regen, use a renewal, and Salty has a lot of stuff, just counter pressuring Fusen on his own offensive push. That's the problem with the Boomkin. It's so squishy at the moment, and when you're playing a class like Boomkin, a momentum-based class, you're the one getting
That's what I'm talking
bear
about.
form, having to frenzy regen instead of making the plays of Cyclones, trying to get the cogs. It's just so.
Oh my god, my eyes.
It's hard for Under Pressure to get anything going once it starts to get damp.
Yeah, definitely. It's just exactly what we talked about during the games too. Like, once you are in bear form, especially at this point in dampening, you're not recovering. So it's like you have a really difficult choice to make. It's like, do I just keep sitting in bear form and like barely holding on, or do I go back
barely
and
holding
start
on
doing damage and try to get some pressure rolling? It's like two bad choices, but yeah, it's really difficult. I do think that this game ultimately came down to the fact that Lontar just didn't have mana, and that's the price you pay for the Presevoker, right? It's like, it's such an aggressive healer. It's got lots of crowd control, lots of damage, plays really in your face. But if you can live, you do have that late game edge, and this is the problem that Under Pressure has faced week after week. It's just like they keep falling in dampening. Like, the game looks so good for no matter what comp they play. It doesn't matter what comp it is. It's just deep enough in dampening. Streamer Zone just pulls ahead.
Well, the other thing you need to factor in as well is Streamer Zone is rotating the defensive cooldowns quite well. You know, it isn't like Under Pressure doesn't have anything going for them. It is very, very close. There are many, many windows. If Streamer Zone messes up.
Name comps or no? That's the question.
They overlap. There's easily a world where Under Pressure can take this. And I think, you know, whether they play the Demon Hunter Boomkin or the Demon Hunter Ellie, it's going to be close games regardless, right? Into this Hunter Ellie Holy Paladin. So as long as they don't get discouraged, there is a potential for some chokes potentially on Streamer Zone's side. I think I like this matchup, to be honest. But I will say that Streamer Zone, I think they kind of gave this, you know, made this game a little bit closer than it had to be. They're the ones getting pushed in by the Presevoker. They're sitting at the pillar, letting them get pincered from both sides, from Lontar, from Houston. Why don't you just cross the map, do laps around the entire map? That is a Swapsy classic. He's very used to it. He knows how to do it. Now, if you do that, you run circles around the map, you make it so hard for Borog to, you know, get CC'd, get attacked. If Borog isn't getting CC'd, he isn't getting attacked. I think Streamer Zone are going to take it away. But Empyrean Domain, the Toothpick Pillars, Under Pressure, lock in the same comp to... this is their pick into the Ellie Hunter HPAL. I don't think, like I said, I don't think it was that bad of a game, but it just wasn't enough. And Streamer Zone, defensively, they look good.
I think also it's important to remember this is a repeat of what happened in the last series for Under Pressure, right? They came in with a composition and they lost. Honestly, they lost even worse than what we just saw in that last game, because that last game was really, really close. But against Dobob, they lost that game number 1, and they stuck to their game plan, and they ended up winning the series. So I like the confidence here from Under Pressure. If they can continue to make that push, those adaptations, play maybe a little bit more aggressive, just force any kind of mistakes from Streamer Zone, because if they can force defensive cooldown overlaps, that's going to open up a bunch of windows of opportunity for them to actually pull off a win.
And that's why I like the strategy that they're taking, right? You saw at the start of Nagrand, Houston instantly runs in on top of them. That's how you make teams make mistakes in Arena. If you sit back, you play a damping style, you're just 40 yards away, it's just so easy to play against. That's why Houston is a difficult player to play against, because he's always the one who's pushing on top of you, making you make mistakes, putting you under pressure, right? And I like to see that. They'll have to do this on Empyrean Domain. Now, are Streamer Zone going to recognize the strategy from Under Pressure? Is Swapsy going to go back to his patented kiting around the map, just doing laps over and over like he's running a marathon? We'll have to see, but Under Pressure, man, I don't know what they can do. If they lose this game, I feel like there's no hope for them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say no hope, but it's definitely not looking super good. if this is what they have prepared. Although I don't know. It is really hard to say. Streamer Zone, the reason why I went 3-0 in their favor is because it just seems like under pressure, they just do not have an answer for this composition. And until I see otherwise, I just feel like Streamer Zone has such an edge in this matchup. But we talked about it. This is a preview of the finals, right? These two teams are going to be going head to head. So for under pressure, it's very important that they start picking up wins in this series.
Absolutely. Gates are going to open under pressure. Look at Houston's positioning on the Boomkin. Instantly getting in there. Love to see it. Bash open up on Borog. Can he connect the Cyclone? Instant scatter from Big Mex. But Borog is the one who lands the Sleepwalk. Sopsy trades out his Tremor Totem. Should be okay. Houston going into the Hodge while Lontar is in that trap. Chooses to Trinket out. Doesn't commit the Incarn, but uses his skin and renewal. Big start for StreamerZone.gg.
I don't even know if I really like that. He didn't get anything done with that Trinket. I feel like that was a bit over aggressive. Wasn't even the Incarnation. Guess they just don't want to lose too much tempo here in the early stage. Beautiful triple stun there by Lontar, looking for potential sleepwalk too. Lontar trying to help his team get aggressive.
That is
Big
a
Mix
clusterfuck.
and Swaps are all low. Swapsy deflects just a little bit with some of his defensive cooldowns. Trades out the Astral Shift as well as the Stone Bulwark Totem. So lots of defense traded here from Swapsy as Streamer Zone stabilize.
Yeah, it looks like they might be trying to go over Borog a little bit, considering that they're all on the pillar. I kind of like that strategy because... Oh, no. Incap lands onto him. Can he follow up with a Cyclone? Full clone onto him. Big Mex, though, uses the wall. Looks like he's trapped or
playing Sentinel now?
From MBQ. Goes into the Turtle as well. So they're actually forcing a lot of cooldowns from Streamer Zone. But Borog, of course, does have his Trinket, does have his Human Trinket and Bubble available. Should be okay, and that will rotate back up shortly.
So this is the question. They're trying to use these pillars once again like we saw in the Grand, but it's just the small pillars are not nearly as easy to line of sight on. So this begs the question, like, should they just be trying to cross the map? Instead, Houston might just get one shot. I can't believe it. Almost going down. Time dilation trades for Lontar and does end up keeping Houston alive. But what a close call that was. Now full trap lands onto Lontar. If he has to trade out his Trinket, that's going to be an absolute nightmare. It doesn't seem like he's going to have to. Instant kick there by Big Mix, keeping Houston on the back foot. And Streamer Zone has a lot of pressure right now.
Man, under pressure, it's under so much fire. Houston might die through the rewind right now. Gets topped up from Lontar, but this is not looking good. Full clone finally lands. Big Mex doesn't have the turtle, but again, Borog has every cooldown available to him. Choosing to sit through everything. The Ross is active on Big Mex. Should be okay while Swapsy is put into the CC. Houston, though, no skin for 25 seconds. He's going to be under a lot of trouble himself. Lontar goes into a binding shot now. Does Big Mex have a trap? It does land. Reverse instantly coming out from MVQ. He is going to be okay for now. Bark skin coming back up in 15 seconds. Hiding Lontar a little bit with that short-range healing. But Streamer Zone looks like they're going to be just fine. Big Mex now is the one who's under trouble. Hand of Sacrifice traded out, and Swapsy has his wall available. So Big Mex is the really only real target for under pressure at the moment.
Yeah, see what they can do. There's going to be no reverse magic and no Trinket and no Emerald Communion. So this next setup could be lights out. All they have to do is land a full trap. There's the full trap. Houston's on the run. Do they have anything else for Lontar? Houston going for a potential Cyclone. Fakes it, interrupt, lands it. Manages to get counter pressure. Gets the Trinket out of the way from Borog, which is really useful for the team. But Houston is still just so low on health. Lontar struggling to keep his team alive. And once again, this next trap landing could be a lights out for the side of under pressure.
Yeah, MVQ does have that reverse in 10 seconds, so he really needs to delay right now. Full trap does land. Instant darkness comes down from Houston, who doesn't have that skin. See if they can follow up anything else, but it looks like nice knock from Big Mex. Houston is going to be okay right now. They will survive until next time. See if they can follow up onto Borog, who doesn't have that Trinket anymore. Big Mex instantly just looking over, kicks the Cyclone. Excellent shutdown from him. Houston gets a precog over there. Big Mex has his turtle rotating back up. And I think Streamer Zone, they're completely fine. Houston is the one who's going to be in trouble. No Barkskin available for 5 seconds.
Completely fine.
Q honestly playing an incredible game here with his darkness, with his reverse, just doing an excellent job helping his team stay alive in this game while also creating a decent amount of pressure here in the match. Chasing down Big Mex. Unfortunately for him, he gets scatter shot. Oh, Houston's low once again. His health is just up, down, up, down. Swapsy now. Astral Shift has to trade as looks like under pressure is looking to get some damage going. Lontar has his Trinket once again, but they're falling further and further behind. Mana is not looking good. And once again, Chan,
oh my God,
I worry about under pressure as this game goes on.
Yeah, the time dilation does come out from Lontar, and Communion's rotated back up. Full lasso onto Houston right now. No skin available. Lontar does have his Trinket and the Communion, so under pressure going to be okay for, you know, the next minute or two. But this is not looking good. They just can't get anything from Streamer Zone. Everything just rotates back up. Big Mex has his turtle. Sopsy doesn't have the wall. Next time they do a push, it has to be on Sopsy. They need to get more. They need to start forcing some cooldowns from Borog. Looks like they realize that Swapsy now at the target for under pressure. No wall available. Does have the burrow if they can connect onto Borog, but Borog chilling at the pillar should be okay. Full clone. Looks like it's grounded by Swapsy. Nice play. Lust comes through now. Houston doesn't have the box skin.
Oh, that
Goes
MVQ
into
is
the
just
burrow.
permanently at full health.
Very interesting. MVQ
Oh.
is actually playing Fellscar, the same build we saw from Trill yesterday. So mixing it up here. Big damage here onto Houston once again. All 3 members of Streamer Zone are rotting down, and that
Dude,
does
the-
mean
the Fellscar
MVQ, when he
tech
does
is-
have Metamorphosis. His damage is
good.
going to be high, and that's why we're seeing these Metamorphosis windows cause so much pressure. But outside of that,
Lontar
Lontar might fall. He gets disarmed. He's so low on health. Big Spirit Bloom will top him off. Nicely done there by Lontar. Now looking for a Fire Breath to get the damage on the Big Mick. Big Mick might have to actually go into the aspect of the turtle here. Looks like he's holding on. He's playing it very patiently, but this greed might not be good. Cyclone lands. Nicely done there by Houston. They get any pressure here on the board.
I mean, we have Sack, we have Spell Warding,
Still a dangerous
Podge,
moment.
Glaze, Slay.
Yeah, it looks a little bit sketchy, but Streamer Zone does have every cooldown available to them. Lontar instantly trinketing into the trap, realizing that Houston doesn't have skin. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Does have the renewal. They need to connect onto Big Mix now. Try and force that turtle. If they can get some CC on Borog, but Borog, look at him. He's just at the pillar, makes the kick. Houston now knows him for 10 seconds.
Beam no
Getting
root.
clone up. Full clone lands on Big Mix on the Lust. Counter pressure is available onto Swapsy, who does have the wall. Under pressure, they just can't. Every time they force something, Borog is able to just keep them up until it rotates back. Full clone finally now onto Swapsy. They're able to connect onto Big Max for Houston. Lontar.
Yeah, he's rotating his
pushing onto
cooldowns
Borog.
really
He's
well.
Desperately trying to get there. Borog slipping away, and Big Max is under a little bit of trouble right
Although-
now. Ends up reversing the trap. Nice play from MBQ. Connecting onto Houston again, who trades out his bark skin. But Lontar, man, look at him. He's got 20% mana left.
Incarn?
Yeah, not looking good for the longevity, but this has been the story of this matchup. Streamer
Meta
Zone, they
and
just
10, I
hold
would
on,
imagine.
get
You
the
know,
counter
Incarn
pressure,
meta.
and inevitably just
Yeah.
push under pressure over in dampening. However, MBQ has that
Clone.
big Metamorphosis coming up here relatively
Yeah.
soon. They
Clone.
might be able to take down Swapsy. Swapsy's low in health. Blessing of Spell
Spell
Warding
Warding.
comes in. Can they get the Cyclone on the Big Mix? They do. They force out the Trinket. Darkness is going to drop down here, but MVQ has a ton of damage. They might be able to do it. Houston has to hold on just a little bit longer. If he can hold on just a little bit longer, I feel like MVQ might be able to take down Swapsy.
Alright, there's the
This
meta.
is a huge all-in.
Oh my
There is a
God.
ton of damage. Under pressure, might be able to put
Got
a point
Burrow.
on the board. Houston is getting low in health as well. It's back and forth between these
Nice
two teams.
fake.
Dampening is so incredibly high. Who is
There's
going
the
to
Burrow.
fall first? Burrow trades here from Swapsy.
That's a crazy
Streamer Zone,
clone.
they always
Right in his
have an
face.
answer. They always have a
Oh
cooldown,
my God.
And it looks like
Houston,
Houston
though.
might inevitably go down. The big stun comes in. High mountain to follow
Rewinds.
it up. Houston in bear form, but Lontar has just a sliver of
yes,
mana.
the Evoker
last
Resume,
little bit of
as
healing
is
from that
tradition.
Spirit Bloom. But at this point, I feel like under pressure, they're in so much trouble, Chan.
The community comes out from Lontar, so they do hold on for a little bit, but Houston
Oh, you
almost
got mana.
dies through the rewind there. His skin is now gone. Borog still has the lay on hands the entire game. I don't think he's used it a single time. If they just push onto Houston right now, it's over. Lontar can't keep this up for more than 20, 30 seconds. They just need to do damage. Swapsy gets put into a stun, does have the wall available. Borog can bubble out to save him if he needs. Trades out his wall.
Oh,
Lust
boy.
is popped now. Houston, what are you going to do? Lontar is completely out of mana.
Dude, a cross kill would
Trade
be
out
out.
the
No.
hands, full clone onto Swapsy, trying to immune that from Borog. Big Mix though. has to
kill
go
either
for
one of
turtles.
them.
Borog has to do so much work here. He has lay on hands, but who
Lay on
does he use it
hands!
on?
Oh my gosh. Thought he wasn't going to trade it out. Swapsy does get topped off, but Houston once again could go down. It's so close. Under pressure, they just get so close. It's crazy. Like, they're
Druids,
not winning
man.
games, but every game feels like they could win. Like, they just a little bit more. They just had a little bit more CC, a little bit more damage at the right time. They win this, but Streamer Zone
Just had a little bit more CC, a little bit more damage, a little bit more awareness. Just
Borog is so greedy with his cooldowns, and it just pays off for him.
Bell Slate
He didn't use lay
deposit.
on hands a single time until the end there. He
That's
was
new.
holding it in his back pocket the entire time. And that's the issue, right? The entire game, under pressure, is just so desperate to make anything happen. They realize they're on the timer with the preservation of Voka. They are not going to win on mana. They have to make something happen. And then when Big Max has no cooldowns, he just plays defensively. They go on to Swapsy. But then Swapsy uses his wall, plays defensively. And then they have to go on back on Big Max, who has his turtle rotating back up. And it's just so horrible from under pressure's point of view because the brick wall just keeps regenerating over time. And Borog is doing such a fantastic job of his positioning with his cooldown management to keep Streamer Zone nice and healthy. Always something.
No, we're definitely not playing that game.
Borog's
I already closed it.
Like,
It's gonna have to be during like
in the world. I think I said this
off
in the last
hours or
video,
after they
Borog
figure out
is
what the fuck's going on with that
very,
queue.
very good. One of the best healers in Europe. I think Holy Paladin is one of his, is probably his best healer. Definitely his main, but he can play all of them, and he's very, very good.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
you
all
can
these
tell
damn
they
streamers
need
playing the
this
game and making
situation.
it popular.
I honestly can't believe it. Like, big Big Mix, I'm just thinking, like, what would I do in this situation where you have Big Mix at 20% health and a turtle, Swapsy's at 20% health and a cyclone. Like, I'm thinking, okay, well, he's at a turtle, so I won't use lay on hands on him, but as soon as Swapsy gets out, I'm gonna lay on hands him just to like kind of relieve the pressure, but he doesn't. He's like, oh, I got wings healing, like we're gonna be fine. It's okay if we hover at 20% health for a little while. You know, greed the lay on hands even a little bit more, and that is just the most annoying thing to deal with when this paladin just has these immunity answers, these instant tops, and he's just greedy with them because you're playing this momentum comp and you have to make a push, but you realize every single second you're sitting in there, you're also taking damage. And that's one thing Big Mix and Swapsy are doing a great job of, is getting that counter pressure out. You look at the damage meters, like they're both doing so much damage in this match. And Big Mix is really making a case for survival hunters. I mean, he's an incredible survival hunter, but like the fact he's putting out this much damage, like significantly more than a demon hunter, is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think him on the survival hunter, we always talk about it. No one
Busted
else is really
class,
survival
man.
hunter to his level, so it's impossible to
Yeah,
practice.
Big
it.
Max is a freak.
If they are beating you, it's just so hard to come up with something in order to counter it, right? And I think that's the issue that Under Pressure is really having this this entire season. They keep on getting bested by Streamer Zone. They can't find an answer because there's no one to practice against that's nearly as good as Big Max.
Yeah, and that's on. Oh no, I feel like you hate to see this. Under Pressure, it seems like they lost
On Hook Point?
confidence.
I mean, I will say I respect the Demon Hunter Boomkin Prez pick. Last week though, we saw them play this Demon Hunter Ellie Druid, and it was really, really close as well.
Same thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It looks like the game's going fantastic. They did clinch some wins last week, but at the end of the day, once Damping hits, there's just too many cooldowns. And honestly, I think Spell Warding and Lay on Hands and Damp is so good to have in your back pocket, because it just feels like you're about to get a kill, and then the Spell Warding comes through, the Lay on Hands comes through, and then the enemy team has full confidence to counter pressure you in Damp.
Yeah, I mean, they're dealing 100% damage. What is Blessing of Spell Warding? I think lasts 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds
Yeah, I mean,
of just...
it's full immunity to magic damage.
And everything does magic damage too now, too.
Yeah.
You know, like...
True.
Yeah, being basically immune on your damage as a Demon Hunter is quite tough. Yeah, last 10 seconds.
I feel like Spell Warding is
Damage
better
10
than
seconds,
Bop in
if
almost
you can't
every
be touched
situation.
And you're
It's an
doing
eternity.
maximum damage. It's insanely powerful.
You throw Caution to the Wind, you just go behind the pillar, and you're immortal, right?
I don't really see him glaze at all, though.
You have your offensive cooldowns popped, and the enemy team just ends up crumbling off of that. And that's why Paladins in Damp sometimes can be super hard to deal with. My experience with Red Paladins in Shuffle, I always feel like I'm about to win, and then the Spell Warding comes in, and it just turns everything around. So,
Yeah.
it's a classic.
Yeah, it can be difficult to deal with. I will say for Holy Paladin is, especially this build of Holy Paladin, the Lightsmith, it feels like you have to be really comfortable being uncomfortable, because it can be really difficult
You're always
to
low.
top people. Yeah, everyone's low on health the entire game. You know, you're hovering around 50% health, maybe like 60% health, which is not what you want.
Did
So,
my
you know,
holy
it, like,
shot
feels
crit?
good when
Yes,
everyone
I
is
do
nice and
healing.
buffed
Did
off,
my
but
holy
before
shot not
you
crit?
Panic, trades out the
Fuck.
first aid to be more mana efficient. Like, seems like it's completely useless.
It's pretty much
but
the-
still doing it consistently in the match, and
The cycle.
just doesn't panic, which is a very difficult
Yeah,
thing
and
to
to
do.
that point as well, it's so hard for Big Max, and it's so hard for Swapsy to play as well, because obviously Demon Hunter Boomkin, Demon Hunter Ellie do so much damage, right? They're low the entire game, so they need to not choke their defensive cooldowns. But this team defensively is doing a fantastic job of rotating their cooldowns and making sure they have something available for dampening when Under Pressure is making that push.
What do you think about this transmog? Looks good.
Well, he's got the pirate hat on.
I like that. I did a call out.
Fuck
you
is
know,
this?
I really like Halloween, so I want to see more Halloween costumes from these players.
I think Lontar has a Christmas mog on his Tauren Druid. He's a moose with the Santa outfit on.
I appreciate that.
Bitch, I'm a moose, roof.
Getting in the festive spirit, you know, 2 months too early maybe. That's how they do it, I guess.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, this is just
The Christmas songs start playing in October, you know.
I don't like that.
It's for people like Lontar, right? Lontar likes that.
Yeah, I feel like at the stores, even like where I live, they're already taking down the Halloween decorations and putting up Christmas stuff. I'm like, this is just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
It's too early.
Yep. Not for them, apparently, so.
He's in the festive spirit.
Christmas decorations already is completely cooked.
I feel stressed out right now for Under Pressure. because they just can't.
Me too.
It's just
And I swear
close.
everybody
It
just
feel-
skips Thanksgiving
honestly,
anyway.
It does feel like they can win all of these games. They just aren't.
And it's why I respect them.
Feels
for going
like they
for that
can
deep
win,
dive
they
when
just
had to
aren't.
Try it out, right? But I wonder if they had played,
Astute.
all these games on Demon Hunter Ellie, would they have done any better? It's so hard to say. I think at the end of the day, it's really who plays better in Damp. Well, if Streamer Zone makes a mistake in Damp, because if they don't, I feel like it's just so hard for Under Pressure to crack that brick wall.
All right, here we go. Small map potential final game of this series. If Streamer Zone can win, I mean, I don't even know what the record is between these two teams at this point, but for Under Pressure, this might be, like, if they lose this might be the worst potential, like, finals opponent that they could actually have. They might rather fight Echo, honestly, in that opener round, unfortunately. So we'll see how this goes. Jamie coming in on the Elemental Shaman, MVQ sticking with the Demon Hunter, and Lone Star on the Restoration Druid. One of the best to ever do it. And they had some close games last week with this composition. Let's see what they can do here on Hook Point.
Lontar starting the game with an NS before the gates open. But should rotate back up pretty quickly. I'm expecting Under Pressure to have the same strategy as they did the first two games. Run on top of Borug's pillar and try and play on top of him. Try to counter pressure like that. But man, Lontar, if he goes put into those traps, MBQ isn't able to reverse Streamer Zone, they can do a lot of damage as well.
See what Lone Tar decides to do. Just immediately going to be popping that tree form just to get the game going, get the heals rolling. And it's such an important cooldown there for the Restoration Druid. Outside of that Ancient of Lore is when Streamer Zone can really look to get aggressive in this match.
Yep, Streamer Zone realizing that, have to wait it out. Goes for the full trap, is able to land, but MVQ always doing such a fantastic job defensively. This guy is a great bodyguard, man. In another life, he is a fantastic bodyguard. He's always there, ready to help his teammates, help Lontar. Darkness coming down now for Jamie, for Lontar. Trying to counter pressure Big Max, and we have to pay attention to him, right? He is the target of the team early, but look at Jamie. Has to use the Stone Bulwark Totem.
What is the goddamn raid boss?
Blocking him off screen at the moment. Big Max out of walls, no Royal Sacrifice available. If they can connect with any damage onto Big Max with CC on Borog, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Full trap onto Lontar. Can he follow it up? Blinding Light comes through. Hodge is available. No reverse for MBQ. Lontar has his trinket, but MBQ looks like Lontar is choosing to sit right now. I like this decision from Streamer Zone, hitting Lontar a little bit, making it difficult for that Resto Druid to keep up 3 targets.
Yeah, it's exactly what you need to do. And as dampening gets higher, it becomes more and more difficult. Big Max, though, getting super low on health. That's going to be the turtle. I don't necessarily mind it, though. The clone comes in. I think they have enough time. A few more seconds here. Borog should be able to top him off. And I don't mind that Big Mix is willing to trade the turtle early in the match. There's a very high likelihood it's going to rotate off of cooldown and allows Borog to basically hold on to all those key defensives. I think it's intelligent by Streamer Zone. I like the way they're rotating defensives.
Yeah. Lontar finally getting put into the full trap. MVQ gets scattered. Isn't able to reverse that. Roots him now. Nice plays. Jamie, no wall. Has to go into the burrow. Under pressure. Not looking too good on mana. And I agree with you. Big Max using the turtle nice and early. I think it's completely fine. It's going to rotate back. Borog still has all of his cooldowns as well. It makes it obvious as well that Under Pressure is going to go after Big Max, right? Because he's the one without cooldown, so Borog can prep for that. Borog into the incap at the moment. Big damage onto Big Max. Instantly trades out his wall. Full trap onto Lontar now. MVQ does finally reverse this one. Should be okay on Under Pressure side because Jamie has his wall coming back up. Lontar now, the one under fire, gets kicked. Isn't able to skin. Has his Iron Bark available. Chooses to Iron Bark someone. Maybe might have been on himself. Goes into the half Hodge, trades out his skin now. This is fantastic for Streamer Zone.
LEDH Resto Druid.
Under a lot of fire, and Borog has to do a ton of healing to keep him up.
Yeah, let's see how far they can take it. Swapsy throwing in a lot of damage. Lone Star just moving forward with the high mountain. Getting the double disorient. Nicely done. Full trap lands. So Big Mix is low. And
crazy trap.
Oh, what is he going to do? The stun comes in. No mismanagement. He does trade out the lay on hands. Big Mix ultimately survives. Still just holding on. He used the Everman for himself. So trades out some of his defensive cooldowns. He still has his sacrifice. Hasn't used it in honestly quite some time.
Lontar, no skin.
Lone Star getting swapped too. They're going forward all in. Lightning Lasso. Darkness trades. Lone Star still low. He needs to recover. Can he? Oh, is it going to be enough?
And that's true. Yeah.
Seems to be. But that was a great push there by Streamer Zone, punishing Lone Star's aggression.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want. What you need to do against Resto Druids, right? Is because Resto Druids are so good at healing 2 targets. As soon as you punish Lontar, he can't push in anymore. He has to heal 3 people. He starts to go He starts to become a fantastic target. Full trap lands onto him. Scattershot onto MBQ to deny the reverse. It's too late now. Holds onto the reverse. I like that.
Couple months and Resto Druids won't be able to kick anymore.
Doesn't have that wall available. Connecting onto Lontar again, who trades out
Short-lived.
his skin. I think he should be okay with his Spark skin, but Big Mix has to watch out for himself. Ross is traded out. And again, aspect of the turtle rotating back in 5 seconds. And that's the issue with
Got
Streamer Zone,
exhilaration,
once it starts
turtle.
once Under Pressure starts to develop pressure, things just start to rotate back. It's just too little and too late.
Yeah, full trap now onto Lontar. Big Mix still getting low, so even though they got the trap, Jamie looks like he's going to be okay. Astral
Probably going to Lost Essence Break, Primordial Wave.
For Jamie, giving him a little bit of absorb. Big Mix going to be line of sighting, trying to just avoid MVQ. Allowing Borg to top him off.
Is he just holding that for...
At this point of the game. Full stun here on
There
Big
it is,
Mix,
yeah.
who's still low. Needs to jump away, but Borg, this is what I'm saying. As a paladin, you have to be very comfortable being uncomfortable, even though they're both at half health. I think Borg should be able to keep them alive. Maybe Jamie has a lot
trying
of
to
damage
Stormkeeper.
loaded up, and Borg is struggling to keep them alive. At the same time, Jamie is getting low. Good counter pressure here by Streamer Zone. This game is so back and forth.
X Shadow Dragon has redeemed Hydrate.
Pressure Big Mix right now, but he is going to get topped off right now. Does have an aspect of the turtle as well as one charge of wall. Will he trade out one of those? I think he trades out the Ross. Should use a wall charge as well. Trap gets reversed from MVQ onto Lontar.
That's how you drink water, right?
From MVQ again, always playing bodyguard. Big Mix though, just playing back and forth. Does have his wall available. I think he should be okay. But look at Jamie. He has his wall too. Connecting onto him finally. Streamer Zone trying to push onto Jamie. Lontar's mana's at 40%. And Borg isn't too far behind him for once.
Yeah.
Look at Big Mix.
Nice maim. Great crowd control here by Lontar. Maybe
Clone.
going for a potential game-winning Cyclone. Big Mix is in the aspect of the turtle.
MVQ!
More, but big damage on MVQ. It's back and forth once
Oh
again.
my God.
Borg going for the Avenging Crusader, trying to keep Big Mix alive. It looks like he will live. Jamie and MVQ, in the meantime, getting completely owned from the bloodlust of Swapsy. Oh my goodness, this game is just so close. 5 minutes have elapsed. 24% dampening at this point in the game.
That was so many meatballs, and it did like that much.
Any potential full trap. Actually, just swapping on Lone Star, throwing a little damage, landing the trap. Jamie's now low on health. Channel. This is looking dangerous.
It's just so dodgy for Under Pressure right now because he's just running out of mana. They're desperately trying to make something happen, but the problem is Jamie doesn't have his Trinket, doesn't have Wall now. It doesn't matter if Lontar has Trinket. I think they might be able to kill him through healing if Dampening starts to ramp up quickly. So, Streamer Zone, right now, they have a win condition onto Jamie, and Under Pressure, Lontar has to be really careful. Trades out his skin, trades out his Iron Bark as well. Does have his Trinket available to save Jamie if it comes down to it, but it's not looking good for Lontar.
It was High Mountain on High Mountain violence.
Looking very dangerous. Borg, he has the lay on hands back. Somehow they've rotated back to his second lay on hands. Lontar trades in a big way. Big Mix is low.
Second lay,
I
second,
think this
third,
should be
19th
enough
tree.
for Under Pressure to completely stabilize this Ancient of Lore. But after this, I'm really afraid. Like, if Streamer Zone can somehow survive this, the next pressure that they get, the full trap on Lontar, is going to be absolutely devastating. This is where we see
Kill
them kind of
Jamie in the
fall
next 20
over at this
seconds.
point in the
Lontar has
game.
no
Going
skin.
after Lontar, no skin available. Pops a heart
Or
of the
Lontar, yeah.
Not be enough. Big
Archer
Seared
three.
Glare, and Lontar is going to fall. 10% health.
No,
Big heal
he's
lands.
not.
He gets the Nature Surface, and he is on the run. I can't believe Lontar
Oh my
manages to
God.
survive. It's still not over. The full trap lands.
Look at that trap.
Nicely done. Reverses
Reverse.
it. MVQ being a hero once again, keeping Lontar alive. But what a dangerous situation.
Jamie actually MVP right there, grounding the Hodge from Borg as soon as it came up onto Lontar. He would have died 100% there. So Jamie, MVP play for sure, but Under Pressure are not out of the woods. Mana is still in advantage of StreamerZone.gg.
Dude, Big Max is
Lay
making
on hands. It's just available again.
plays.
Borg has his Trinket, has his bubble. What does Under Pressure really have? There's no wall on Jamie available. MVQ has no blur. I mean, Lontar, you're not long for this world.
Yeah, this
Full
is
clone lands on Borg.
This is looking a little bit sketchy once again for Under Pressure. It's looking so good until the late game, and this is where they really start to struggle. MVQ is getting low on health, but Big Mix is being pressured. Sacrifice trades. They're doing a great job. Streamer Zone has answers, though. Double
What's that
fire
trap
damage.
animation? He was,
Jamie
like,
is in
running
so much
while
danger,
trapped.
Down to 50% health, trying to get away with the High Mountain Rachel.
Nice fake.
Doing a good
Hex.
job.
Iron Bark tree.
Stay
Yeah,
alive.
and
With this Ancient of Lore, both Borg and Big Mix are low. This is
Turtle.
the aspect of the turtle. Borg has the lay on hands. He's just so incredibly greedy with it. Has that answer to top off. And Streamer Zone.
Yeah, we have
just
spell warding and
really
lay.
Immortal, even though Big Mix is low on health, they just have so many cooldowns that they can still trade. Borg doing such a great job on that Paladin.
There's a full trap now, and MVQ again reversing it. Under Pressure looks like they might win, but this is the story we've seen over and over again. Jamie the one
Maim
under fire,
in a clone?
pushes in for a Maim onto Borg.
Nope.
Can he follow that up? Swapsy put into the Hex from Jamie. I like that play from Jamie, doing a fantastic job shutting Swapsy down. Jamie
Dude.
though under so much fire right now. Lontar has
Late
to
burrow?
against Wind Shear. Oro gets traded out from Jamie as well. What are they gonna do? MVQ, you need to do so much work because Jamie, he is so scared right now.
I can't believe it. Bigmix making a push. Streamer Zone almost fully recovered. Bigmix getting a little bit low. Lone Tar Trinkets out. Not going to have that available. Big stun on Borg, but he has the
MVQ's
Divine
still on
Shield.
bottom of
He's got the
damage.
lay on
It's
hands. He has
crazy.
all the answers to stay alive, but Jamie is continuing to make a push. Can
Okay, Lone
Under
Tar.
Pressure put a point on the board, or is Lone Tar going to fall? He manages to escape once again. Bigmix does
Whoa,
not
good lasso.
Oh, they're so greedy. I can't believe it. Oh my
Lay?
gosh. The Lay on Hands comes in. What a greedy play by Borg once again. But
Oh
this
my
is where
God.
under pressure, they just always seem to topple. Astral Shift comes in from Jamie, but he's just so incredibly low on
Harpoon
health.
Trap
He
is
does not
crazy.
have the luxury of a complete reset, but the Ancient of Lore comes
Nice
in.
fake.
Lothar might do it. He keeps him alive, and this is a great opportunity for Under Pressure.
Yeah, Under Pressure somehow staying alive through all of that. Jamie, though, he wants to hex Swapsy, but look at Swapsy's positioning.
All he has
Just
left
so
is
hard
NS.
for him, and Swapsy now punishing
Ironbark's about to go
Lontar,
down.
not letting him push in. Borg does have the bubble available, the spell warding as well, but that's the last cooldown. Big Max caught into a full main right now. Borg, you have to save him, and a sacrifice.
Yeah,
falls
something's
through into a
happening
full clone. Nice
very,
play
very
from
soon.
Lontar, but what can they do under pressure? Big Max, you
Spell
have, to
warding.
you have to get something going because the damp is at 50%. Even if Borg kills, even if Borg bubbles for you, he can't keep you up. You need to do some damage to Jamie. Pushing onto Jamie now. He doesn't have wall, no burrow. Can they kill him right now?
Oh,
He's
boy.
10% health. Lontar out of CC, but he just can't heal through it.
Every game is the same. It's just Groundhog
Yeah,
Day for
it's-
Under Pressure. Every game is just like this. It's like they're winning. Oh my gosh, they're gonna win. They have so much pressure. I can't believe it. They're actually doing it. Lone Star gets into Ancient of Lore, and then it's just 50% dampening. You can't stay alive. And
Hammer Paladin's
Jamie
good.
Falling. Dreamer Zone had a few close calls on Lone Tar as well, so there's opportunities for them in the early game, the mid game, and then inevitably in the late game. They just keep winning.
Watch this. Look at the grounding totem from Jamie. Drops the grounding totem as Bora goes for the Hodge.
That's nice. Yeah, good.
That was beautiful.
Good eyes on that one. That was a great play by Jamie, but it's just so frustrating because look at Borg. He's got the Divine Shield. He's got the Blessing of Spell Warding. He's got the Lay on Hands. He's so greedy. I can't believe he's so greedy.
I hate him. If I was playing with him and he was healing me like that, there's no way. I'd be screaming at him to press Lay on Hands. So scary to play with if you're Big Mix, but I mean,
Also-
these guys are a complete brick wall.
We gotta if we see the end of the game again, it's exactly what you talked about. Orug at 50% dampening has the spell warding. Big Mix is just immune. He's just running at Jamie, doing maximum DPS. Probably has Bloodlust. Like let's just watch this. Here comes the spell warding. This is Lay on Hands. The next one is gonna be the spell warding. So this is where he has spell warding. He's just immune to everything, making the push in. I was actually a little bit before this, but yeah, Jamie just unfortunately there's nothing left. He has the Ascendance, he has the Bloodlust, but look at Swapsy. He also has Ascendance. So, I mean, he was really done at that point, and it's a 3-0. The closest 3-0s like I've ever seen.
I mean, the record is... It suggests that Stream Zone are just, dominating Under Pressure, but it's not really true, is it? They're playing well, and,
I would say this makes me want to play
defensively,
retail, but I
especially
basically am playing retail.
Under Pressure gets so close, but at the end of the day, they just can't get a point on the board.
In a better
They
world.
lost 3-0 so many times into this team, or 3-1. In reality, it is really, really close, and it's because Streamer Zone is just so good defensively.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're going to have to hope that they are for the next series also, because they are moving on to go up against Echo. Definitely unfortunate to see Under Pressure fall so tremendously 0-3, but like you guys were saying, so close nonetheless. So we will certainly have to see if they can make a recovery for grand finals, because they're going to have to figure something out against both of these teams that we've got coming up here in the grand finals. But we are almost done with the third season of Europe. We've got one series left, Ben.
I know, and it's an exciting one too, because I feel like Echo, they've been so dominant, and Streamer Zone has been kind of their main challenger for this. And Streamer Zone, it's been rough for them.
I hope they beat
Let's be
Echo.
Completely honest, it's like Under Pressure versus Streamer Zone. It's super rough for Under Pressure, but Streamer Zone versus Echo, Streamer Zone has really struggled. So I am curious what they have prepared for this, what they're going to be able to do, because Echo seems to have all the answers for this roster so far.
Yeah, they certainly do. If you look at the actual stats too between these two teams for this season, it's 4 series that they have played against them, Echo versus Streamer Zone, and Echo has won every single time. They won cup number 1, they won cup number 2, and they're looking for a third. But Streamer Zone GG, maybe they have the answer. It's the second time within the day as well. It is a rematch, but you never know. Maybe they'll make a turnaround here for the grand finals, because they're going to have to. It's best of 7 as well, so perhaps a little bit more wiggle room there in the actual draft process, Chan. But is there something different that they could do a second time around?
I don't know. I thought I liked the we saw the 3-0 earlier today, but I actually liked StreamerZone.gg's plan with the Demon Hunter with getting limps in the game. It's like the same story. StreamerZone.gg versus Under Pressure. It's a 3-0 or 3-1, but it's close games, and it's the same story every time Echo faces StreamerZone. It's not a complete stomp. The score looks like it's a complete stomp, but it's not. StreamerZone have so many windows where they could take games, get kills onto Echo, and it really depends on who's playing better, I think, in the finals. And I think that's super entertaining for us to watch.
Yeah, most definitely is. So we will see if StreamerZone.gg does come up with something else. I am certainly curious. Echo, though, they have just been a tremendous force, especially this season. It does kind of really seem like they've stepped things up. I'm kind of curious, Fen. Maybe this is a bit of a cooked take, but they've kind of already secured their spot, StreamerZone.gg being in the top 3. So do you think that they are kind of taking that into factor when they're choosing what to do leading into the series? Like maybe they feel like they have a little bit more room to experiment with what they're going to do against Echo.
I think this is probably a good time. Like if you have a thought in your mind for a composition or a strategy that could work, I think this is the time to maybe bring it out. You could also go with the idea that like maybe StreamerZone, they would rather save. Maybe they have a surprise and they want to save it for the finals. If they have an answer for Echo, a secret answer that they're holding on to in their back pocket. I don't think that's necessarily a good strategy, but it's like Chanimal mentioned for Echo. When playing against Echo, it's like there's layers to it. You can beat their main composition, but after that, whatever you have, they're going to have something as an answer. And it's like they play so many compositions at such a high level that it can be really difficult to play into Echo. And I think to beat Echo in a series, you almost always have to win the blind pick as well, because they do have so many answers.
Yeah. Which, do you feel like they won the blind? I feel like they lost the blind pick for the first time around, right, Ven?
Between Echo and StreamerZone?
Yeah.
Well, for Echo, they're just playing the same composition pretty much over and over, and StreamerZone just can't beat it. So they don't even need to really lock in anything. Well, they are locking it in blind, but it's like StreamerZone knows exactly what they're walking into, and they just don't have an answer so far.
All right. Well,
I think Echo is going for the same.
You think same composition?
Yeah, I think Echo is going for the same comp. Echo is a team where they play a comp, and you are the one that needs to figure out how to beat it. And once you start getting close, then they switch off, right?
I know, it's so annoying.
They're just gonna play Roguelike, and they're gonna... It's their mains. They're so good on it. I don't know if StreamerZone can take a game off them. It is close, though.
Definitely is. And a lot of teams have gotten very close, but none have quite figured it out and how to repeat it again and again so that they can actually win the entire cup. We'll have to see if StreamerZone could be the one to do it. They've already lost once today and many times before, but maybe this time is their chance to make it happen and to take cup number 3 for the win. We will see after this break. We'll be right back.
In a waiting room.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made.
The light flows through me, yada yada yada.
It has begun. I need you with me
I
on
don't know how many times I can watch this cinematic before I...
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
I am my stars.
The time for prayer has passed.
Yes, before I monk a TOS.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
I know, I can hear it. It's not me.
Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through. I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength.
I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
Sunwell will not fall!
Not while we draw breath.
It is the third and final grand finals in the War Within Season 3 for the European region, and it is two teams that we have seen fight against each other many, many times. It is Echo versus StreamerZone.gg. Echo currently and solidly in first place in the standings. StreamerZone.gg have been chasing their tail the entire season. All three
Woof,
clubs
woof,
they've
wah, 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 hungry,
not
wah.
win a single
Sick.
series against this team, against Echo. Even today,
2.5 hours
earlier
from
today,
food
they
time.
fell 0-3. So despite the fact that they are in second, Echo continues to be their biggest upset, Super Tees.
You say they're on their tail, but I feel like they're just trying to get off the ground still. That Echo have just pinned them down for the entire season. We've seen them playing so many different compositions today for the first time with Demon Hunter Hunter, and it looked close, but it's also a very scary matchup for them. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to be bringing to the table this time around. Their current match score is 14-4. So 14 wins for Echo, 4 wins for Streamer Zone. But 4 wins is all you need to win a grand final. So if you're going to string those 4 wins in one series, they might be able to take Echo down. Now, their favored comps here, you might be thinking, why don't they just play that first one at the top if they go 16-2? That's because they farm under pressure with that and never lose. But they don't really utilize it a lot of the times. Other than that, all of their other match scores, you'd be like, why would they ever play those comps? They go 0-3 and they lose all the time. That's because they're queuing into Echo with those comps. So that's why the match score is so dramatically different, and it depends on what your opponent has as compositions.
Why did my
sliver
YouTube
of
title
hope from the
not
chat here.
change?
4% in favor of StreamerZone.gg
So
right
cringe.
now. I think they have the potential.
Oh, that's why. Ha, too long.
Echo are so good. It's just Echo are so good.
Yeah.
Well,
They're a brick wall, as Chan was referring to them last time we saw them. So it's gonna be difficult for sure. StreamerZone GG 6% in favor of StreamerZone GG in the chat. So now I'm kind of curious, Super Tease, what is your prediction for this series?
I should have honestly taken the risk. I wish I did now that I'm sitting here, but I went with Echo. I maybe gave a little bit
With
of
Echo?
lenience
What a
towards
crazy
the
prediction.
Super Zone a bit here because they have been able to get a couple of wins in the past. So I think it's going to be about 4-2 for Echo. But maybe I should have just risked the biscuit here. It's the last day. Like, what do I have to lose? I'm in last place anyways. I think NA, I'm going to do some wild stuff. I think for sure in NA, I'm going to make some wild picks, but this one not so wild.
I don't think it's welcome to the jungle. I'm just gonna
4-2
win.
for Echo.
You guys are too good.
What a 2, Zico. What is your take on the series?
Too good.
I wanted to get
Actually,
caught up with the chat because I want to finish the season together with the chat at the top. So my predictions are just gonna be what the chat is predicting. I know Ven still thinks he's like in the running, and I'm still trying to do what like the same predictions as him and stuff. But like, let's be honest, there's no need for that anymore. The gap is too big. So yeah, I'm just gonna go with Echo 4-1. Most likely,
Safe pick.
unless Streamer Zone can really, like, unless they learned something insane from earlier, I don't know how to beat them. Like, Streamer Zone is just sitting there prepping the entire week for that Feral Destruction Warlock, and then Echo just brings out Outlaw Destruction Warlock, and now he's like, okay, well, my homework, I just toss it out the window, like it's useless,
Pull
So
it out.
it's tough. It's a tough situation to be in, and I don't know. They're gonna have to play absolutely incredible if they're gonna win this. But I'm still giving them one game because it is Streamer Zone. Like, anything can happen. You have the big mix factor, of course.
Yeah, definitely do. I am with you guys. I'm 4-1 in favor of Echo. Obviously, like everyone else, I would love to see the underdog win this series. Statistically, though, like Sid said earlier, 14-4, not great odds, and this is the team that is able to just bounce.
It's
back
impossible
on
to bet
wins.
against
Like,
Echo,
you get
ever.
one win, they're like, yeah, we're gonna figure you out within the next time we actually see that. So Coin 01 in favor of Streamer Zone. Let's see what the rest of the casters think. Chan and D-Machine and Ven. Echo's still at 80%.
Whoops.
So Streamer Zone, a little
Get
bit
that
more
off
hope
screen.
from chat. Maybe some hope there. Let's see. What do we got? 404141. Okay.
Oh,
Not
My roommate
D-Machine.
drank
great.
Even D
my last
not going
ghost.
for the underdog this time.
Very not even
Maybe
before.
Chan is
Oh.
blackmailing him or something. Chan's pressuring him like D-Machine, you better.
So now
win this
everything
Echo
I've been looking forward to today is just
Streamer Zone right now. Like,
crumbling in front of
one
me.
time maybe they're talking it out to try and get an edge here as the guest selection, but yeah, no. 20% of the chat. I think maybe it's just one very rich individual putting all their channel points. They're just doing like
Possible.
an all in right now, trying to get a big payout. Because if you win, it's pretty big, 80-20.
Yeah, it is. Zico, are you putting your points in on this one? I know you do mind games with your points.
Nah, I feel
Or-
like
I should put my points in right now.
in a
actually,
game
while
like
we're doing that.
this, I feel like the odds that I'm giving Streamer Zone based on what I've seen from Echo today, it's not worth the risk. And putting my points on Echo, I feel like I could do that, but honestly, I should do that. I feel like it could be worth just to get some just to hustle those Streamer Zone points. So yeah, maybe there's still some time. I might do that, but for the most
God,
part,
80 to
I
20%.
like to go into the games with my channel points that are like where the chat is kind of split. If I can sway the chat in a different direction, going all in on the team that I think is going to lose, I can up my prediction on the desk and beat the chat. But I don't need to do that anymore because we've all caught up, and that was my goal for the season. It was
Done.
to join the chat at the top. So There
Proud
it
of you.
is. And to beat Van.
Yeah, of course. You
Ooh.
did everything you came to do. Any Vidi Vici. All right.
Well,
let's
not
talk
yet.
about-
There's still an A, but yeah.
That's true. You're right. You're right. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But let's talk about this actual matchup. It's best of 7, blind pick. The teams are making their choices right now. The first time that we saw this series earlier today, it was an 0-3. Streamer Zone did lose that one, and like you guys did mention, they played that Demon Hunter composition. It's Echo, it feels like Super Tees, they don't really have a reason to change their comp up, but do you want to see that same comp from a Streamer Zone for this?
I don't really know 100% because it just seems kind of flimsy, but at the same time, its offense feels the best. So it's higher aggression, lower defense. I would say their jungle is more defense, a little bit tinier aggression. I'd say their jungle has looked the best. That's what they've been able to get the most consistent amount of games. I think that's the only comp they've been able to win with, actually. And maybe JT went down in one game against the Death Knight Hunter comp, but I think jungle has been their best bet. So myself personally, I would rather Streamer Zone start this series with jungle.
All right. We will see tough choice for Streamer Zone. GG.
I'm surprised we're seeing so many Ferals,
Unfortunately
but
seems to think that they are going to be able to win this one, but hopefully they believe in
Maybe I
themselves,
shouldn't be
'cause
surprised.
They have to. It is the final hour here. It is the final time that they will have a chance in the grand finals to face off against Echo before we head to, of course, that series in November, the actual European grand finals. But game number 1 kicking off here. Looks like we're seeing the same compositions, a repeat from earlier
God.
today.
Already?
Zuko.
Yeah, let's see it. Big Max is gonna be playing that Survival Hunter Borog on the Holy Paladin and Limps
Okay.
on that Demon Hunter. They actually did a swap though. They changed up their healer to the Holy Paladin in favor of the Priest that we saw earlier. Echo gonna be running that Outlaw Destro. What do you think here, Super Tees? Is the Holy Paladin gonna be enough of a change here to kind of turn the tides for the series?
I think it's a curveball, and that's what you need against Echo. You need to hit him with a surprise if
Yeah.
you're going to pull off a win here. But immediately,
It's gonna be a
they're
real
met
fun
by
game
Double
for
Fear
Mercy.
Kidney shot. Mercy gets Sigil of Feared on their go, though. Waz gets imprisoned, so Limp's getting some good peels. They disarm Waz during the Adrenaline Rush as well. Double Quill come through in the Fury of the Eagle. Nice to know.
Oh
for
my
Mercy.
God.
Borog is just getting raced down. Echo sense weakness on the Paladin, and they are pressuring him heavily. Waz is still on his tail right now, and he's just going to have to deal with him by himself at the pillar here. He gets caught in a cheap shot. Here comes a Chaos Bolt. 1.
Whoa.
Is that 2? He gets stopped in the second. Borog should be able to recover here with some quick heals on that Divine Toll. It's going to duplicate his Holy Shock healing. Needs some instant Flash of Lights using the Weapons of Order.
He's playing
dispelling the
Bop and not
poison
Spell Warding?
stacks, so he's able to heal to max and a little bit min-max there, but he gets caught in a blind on
It
his
seems-
spell. Big Mix is now the target. Darkness is down. He's trying to huddle in it, but if he gets unlucky, it could be death. He feign deaths the Chaos Bolt cast. He manages to recover. Now he's going for a stun. He grapples over. Waz grapples the grapple to eat the freezing trap. It was really
Jesus.
clutch from Waz. He kidney shots the Hunter, denies the connection. JT is now able to escape into the corner. Borog is stunned up again. Mercy in the middle of the map looking to get away from Big Mex. He goes for the double coil, and that's confidence. When you're coiling the healer, I mean, it's almost BM in a way to use the double coil on the healer and DPS. Maybe Mercy will come to regret it.
Yeah, he might. Being very defensive right now. Full Chaos Nova onto JT. Do they have the trap follow-up? Big Mix doesn't have it.
Maybe.
And Waz actually getting cleaved up pretty good as well. Mercy with the fake cast. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. 1 is going to connect onto Limps. 2 is going to connect onto Limps. He's caught up in a cheap shot, but a sacrifice will be traded from Borog.
Oh, he's gonna have to-
Defensively as well. Borog getting swapped to. That sacrifice is doing a lot of damage back to Borog. Had to trade out the protection as well right there. The Blessing of Protection. Full trap connects onto JT though. An opportunity to get aggressive onto Mercy, but he's immediately just porting out of there. Limps is chasing him though, doing good damage, but now JT is out of crowd control. Still has a lot of cooldowns here to work with on that Priest, and he's free casting. Mind Blast is coming out. Collapsing Void is there as well. Mercy still taking a lot of damage though. Has to trade out the Pain Suppression. Full Fear connects onto Borog. Big Max in big trouble. Trinket lay on hands to respond.
All right, good reaction.
Got
there.
Avenging
Borog
Crusader
getting
back.
once again, here comes the Void Blast. Here come the Chaos Bolts. 3 players attacking Borog at the same time, and that collapsing Void is massive. This was going to be able to keep up the pressure here on the pillar as that collapsing Void is about to conclude. Good
I think
crash
they're
on
gonna
his
get bubble
face.
soon,
Big fake
but-
cast by Mercy. Actually, the Unending Resolve. He's kind of playing it defensive and
Maybe
offensive
even
at the
while
same time,
he's
but Borog gets feared at low health.
crusading?
He's getting blasted by a penance.
Oh,
It's a
oh
race
God,
to the
bubble!
ground.
Please don't die
Borog
without
is
bubbling,
Echo
bro.
with the plays. There was a mass dispel lined up.
Nah.
He got the bubble off there. There was already a mass dispel in the chamber with the trigger just a millisecond away from firing for JT. He had him in a checkmate position. They throw a wild card pick with the Paladin. Try to throw something different into the playfield here.
Yeah, I
Echo
think this is,
doesn't work out. They know exactly how to deal with it, and they are able to dunk on.
This is gonna be
Borog
pretty
here
swift.
in game 1.
I think Borg was on forbearance anyway, so they were kind of timing that regardless. And from this moment here, they got the sacrifice. They did a lot of damage into that sacrifice, and then they used that.
What do you mean forbearance? You can
kinda
bubble
big dot
regardless
to
of
swap with
forbearance.
Borg and get his Blessing of Protection, which left him vulnerable. Here he had to trinket, trade out the Lay on Hands. Now he has no trinket, and he's on forbearance. So I'm pretty sure he's on forbearance anyway. Mercy just trading out the Unending Resolve to free cast some damage. And Borg falls down right here. I actually didn't see it. He got targeted there at the very, very end of that replay. So I didn't see if he had forbearance, but like you mentioned, regardless, JT was there with the Master Spell kind of precast. So incredible amount of damage coming in from Echo. And they know exactly how to swap around with this Paladin. I love when teams do that. They get the sacrifice, and then they just use that as a nice indicator to swap. So see here, it's actually mostly JT doing the damage here onto Borog, and Waz connecting very late, and Master Spell as well going off there. So that's the problem with the Void Weaver when they're free casting like this. It's so hard because you want to stop the Chaos Bolts from Mercy, but you also have to stop JT from just free casting like this, and it's really, really brutal for these melee comps.
I want to say a Resto Shaman, but I don't know if Borog has it. I feel like Hexes on Rogue, Roots on Rogue, Static on Rogue, Lasso Rogue.
Thanks.
Like he could just take Waz out of the game by himself, and he gets extra disruption for the Destruction Warlock because they're killing Mercy through JT free casting a lot of the time, which is surprising because I've yet to see a comp that's capable of doing that. But it seems like this comp can, and I feel like a Resto Shaman would just round it out really nicely.
Delicious.
They try to do the Paladin. I haven't seen him on a Shaman before, and I feel like locking in, Shaman for the first time is not going to be something you do in the finals here in the European region, but maybe something they could consider in the future, obviously, since they have that top 3 position already guaranteed. Because their offense looks good. I feel like they are getting pressure. They're building momentum. They're making Mercy afraid in the match, which a lot of their other comps aren't able to do. So if they can get a healer that's a bit more stable, a healer that can bully a rogue a little bit more, then I think that this matchup could
A healer that can bully a rogue.
Honestly, I feel like they're going to lock in the same thing again. I kind of don't mind the Holy Paladin pick that much. I feel like the Priest, okay, they're going to go for the Priest. I actually didn't mind the Holy Paladin that much. I think it was just one of those situations where they just did a really bad trade earlier. They just needed to stop a little bit more damage, maybe.
Q is 200.
Sacrifice swap happened. But yeah, I don't mind the Holy Paladin pick because the idea behind it is solid. You just have more kind of hard stops to get limps out of those stun one-shots, which was the problem when they faced in the upper bracket. So I don't mind the theory behind that, but the Holy Priest did look decent. They had longer games. I just feel like the win condition against the Holy Priest is it's a lot more kind of...
Does that mean yours is down to 201? Or it started at
Priest, no
201?
trinket, Demon Hunter, no trinket, or the regular Hunter. One of them, and then you can just set up a big kill. We saw it happen, in the upper bracket a lot of times. Somebody getting caught up in a smoke foam, somebody getting free casted on in a stun and just dying before they could.
Starts at 200.
So I
Holy.
feel like for Echo, that gives them,
Don't give me
a long
hope.
game where they can execute that win condition. Like they have so much time before Mercy's gonna die, where that could happen. So I think for Echo, it's not a bad matchup against the Priest. But with the
But I'm level
Paladin, you
55
throw
and I
in,
just got the
extra
throw glaive
buttons to
and
kinda
the blade
stop
dance
that.
thing.
When that situation happens, you have more kind of ways to respond with Blessing of Protection and stuff like that. So I don't mind the Paladin pick. Plus Borg on the Holy Paladin has been just looking stellar. But they're gonna try the Priest. I wouldn't
Okay,
mind it if they
aggressive.
switch back to the Paladin later on. I think the Shaman is interesting too, but
Did it kick you
like
out?
you mentioned, I don't know how much they've got on it. That has been historically a good kind of answer to rogues, just playing Orc.
That
Shaman
is
and,
hilarious.
just having like short stuns on yourself.
Glad I didn't just ult that 4.
We're going to be able to assist his team a little bit better, get this game going a little bit longer, because their offense is good. I'm not doubting the offense of Streamer Zone. The offense is capable of winning. It's just a matter of if they can stay alive long enough in order for that offense to finally sink its teeth in and gain a victory. Both teams going to the European Grand Finals, but we are looking
You guys
to
cast
set
one
up for the
spell, was it
final time.
sick?
Who is the top
Wait,
dog
weren't you just in the
moving
tutorial
into
as the
it?
tank lady?
And Streamer Zone win a series here, win a cup. Otherwise, Echo, they're going 3 for 3 on cups, and if they win the finals, they will have won all 3 championship finals for the War Within expansion. Gates are open. Big Mix in stealth trying to find Waz. He's right next to him, but he doesn't find him. He gets cheap shot. Waz is all over the map, man. He just crossed everybody and almost dropped limps in
You
the opener.
skipped the
They get a
tutorial.
double trinket, and I mean, that is basically lights out. I cannot believe Waz's APM
That's crazy.
on that grappling hook. He got around every corner in a millisecond to stun every single player, and they pull almost every vital cooldown from Streamer Zone. Limps is going to have to make the most insane play of his life to stay alive in a moment.
I mean, it's very brutal right now. They can just kidney shot Borog. Oh, wait, Mercy taking a lot of damage. Okay, it responds with the Healthstone. But Wes can just stun Borog into
Smoke
a
bomb
blind,
and
into
blind.
a sap.
They have smoke bomb
And he
and
has
blind.
smoke bomb as well. Like, they can do so much. There it is.
There it is.
Full cheap shot. Here comes the kidney shot. There's
Oh
the
boy.
blind.
Boom.
And now restun is coming. Can he get it? No,
That's
the
not that bad.
shadow-
He
Big
shot
Mix!
it, and he got...
Big, oh my god, Big Mix with the play, and he shadow melts the restun after that. He couldn't get the vanish restun because Big Mix dropped a flare on top of the Limps to prevent the restun. Big Mix is so good on this Hunter. That was a checkmate situation. It was over. It was done. It was over. There's nothing they could do. I mean, he got coiled into the setup too, so he can't pre-blur or pre.
They have a
darken or
tiny
anything like
turtle
that.
on his shoulder?
Big Mix
Oh.
is MVP, man. But still, they
not
need
over
to
yet.
survive another one of these, though.
Yeah.
Because still 20 seconds on that trinket said.
They need to save Intim stun. He needs to like Intim stun, the restun, or pre-blur. One or the other here. Chaos Nova on Rogue. I wanted to hit lock with it, I think. Nice silence on JT. He's used the stun offensively. He might regret this, but at the same time, they're so close to winning. Mercy is so low. JT trinkets. Big Mix looks to reconnect. Here's the Gouts. The cool to set up with the kidney shot. How is he going to survive? 1 second away from his trinket. Is he going to trinket
Ooh.
swap in time?
Yep.
Overlap again with the... He pre-blurred that. He
way.
still had to trinket swap. Such a devastating setup from Waz and Mercy on this Outlaw Rogue Destruction Warlock combo. Mercy going to get gripped out of there from JT, reposition, and bide their time. But
Okay, they got
is
cloak from
becoming
Waz,
available for
finally.
Limps for the next attempt. Nice freezing trap. Mercy ports
But
away. Can they
we have
chase him
smoke
down
bomb killing
and
spree.
Connect?
They are.
Hovering around the corner of this pillar, and Limps is just limping to get there. We see Waz into a binding shot. Mercy gates across the map. They're not going to be able to connect. JT is ramping up that collapsing void. Big Mix, freezing trap available in 8 seconds, but they're about to send another attack on Limps. He double stuns to stall it. Collapsing Void explodes. He imprisons the Rogue to stall it yet again. Borog is on the run away from Waz. He knows Waz is going to be the initiator, but there's the coil smoke bomb.
Here we go.
Is Limps going to survive? He's caught in a cheap shot. Big Mix fades into the bomb, but he walks into a fear. He wills out of it and fears Mercy back. And they do survive the smoke bomb for now. Streamer Zone. Oh my god. They connect. They get the stun, but Mercy has a Dark Pack shield. He's absorbing all of these hits. JT's still in the corner. Freezing trap available. Is he going to be able to land it? There's the stun, forcing the pain suppression. Here comes
Demon
the
Hunters
Chaos
look so
Bolt.
goofy
Fake
when
kick.
they're just flying
So
around
Chaos
and
Bolt in
teleporting
100
everywhere.
Zero damage there. Here comes the cheap shots, but Borog immunes it with Angel. Beautiful trade from Borog. This is buying time. They're going to have their medallions back. They're not in such a terrible position anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have Void Shift still, and that Guardian did proc for Borog, which is also a big problem, but it's looking better than it did in the first couple of seconds. Big pressure here onto Mercy as well, and they force something. Can they get the unending resolve here, maybe? They get Trinket, big Health Stone from Mercy, and that Soul Burn is doing work, but here comes the response. Nice.
Double
Big
Serenity
Mix again,
Apotheosis is up.
coming in with
That's
the scatter
fair.
shot to stop the setup. Yeah, and then now they connect with the Hunt back onto Mercy.
Hunt
Big Mix
Essence-
doing such a good job.
Essence Break is
playing,
coming, for sure.
Goalkeeper here for his squad, just blocking any one of these kills. But here comes
JT.
Chaos Bolt now onto Big Mix. Bane Dap connects as well for Big Mix, saving himself in that position. Big Mix really wants this win right now to get a nice connection here onto Mercy. Free barrier
eats
though
the
before the
trap.
trap.
Still
Well
have
timed
AR
the
killing
trap, but
spree
Mercy's
after
gonna
this.
be, there to dispel it instead. Unlucky on the 50-50 with the Hunter's Mark, but still, Pain Suppression does get overlapped here with the Power Word Barrier. And finally, JT is out of damage reduction buttons, which means Mercy's going to have to use his Unending Resolve on the next setup. It's still 40 seconds away from that Guardian.
Here it comes.
1 minute away from the Trinket on Borog. Here comes another big
He
setup,
stunned
but
him.
Limps is
Stunned
there
on the
with a
kidney.
beautiful Chaos Nova, but
Chaos
still
Bolt.
Coil connects. Here comes Chaos
They're
Bolt.
swapping.
Big damage onto Big Max. He does have Turtle. Is he going to greet it? No, he will trade it. Nicely done.
All right. Good reaction from Big Mix. Echo mix it up and go on to a different target here. Borog fades the crowd control. Maybe he can get a fear here. Gets a double, but it's overlapped. So JT gets to trinket 2 crowd controls for 1 as Mercy. I guess it also covers the imp in a way there. Guarantees the crowd control, which is nice. Now Mercy is ramping. He's got Malevolence up. His withers are fully stacked. Borog needs to dispel those. JT's free casting. They grip Big Mix to the side of the pillar here, but they're going to swap Limps. He eventually retreats away. 2 Chaos Bolts straight to the face on Big Mix. Big damage on Mercy at the same time. He's greedy. Is he going to trade in time? Heals come through. Ultimate Penitence gets stunned. No trinket for JT. No
Nice.
pain suppression. Mercy ports away. They need to pull defensive maneuvers here. Mercy is in trouble. Resolve. He might get cut down through it. The imp doesn't hit the dispel. He gets the fear. There's still no trinket. Can they connect? Can they close? Waz is low.
Waz dies with no evasion, no cloak.
Win on the swap. Bringing this series 1-1.
Oh man, that
How
was
the
looking
fuck does
so
that happen?
Terrible the entire time, but Streamer Zone, they stay in it, man. They stay in it. They don't choke. They find the win condition. Boro
Someone
at the
choked.
end, after getting slapped around the entire match, finds the trinket on the cheap shot aggressively to get the follow-up fear, and they connect there. Beautiful feller option as well from Limps. So Mercy is playing the Imp Dispel. So that means that if Mercy is not in a stun, he can just target his healer and dispel him out of crowd control. And the reason why that's important, we'll break that down during the kill, but here's Big Mex stopping a Chaos Bolt onto Limps when he most likely was kind of dead, and then turning it around. And then here, Big Mex feign deaths the second Chaos Bolt right here, gets the turtle off in time as well to survive that CC chain. As again, Big Mex here, right here onto Mercy. That stun that they just did, they fell erupted Mercy, and then they got a follow-up Chaos Nova there when Mercy peaked at that pillar. So JT was in a trap, and Mercy wanted to go and dispel it, but Limps, he kind of cut the corner before Mercy could get there in range and stunned him, and then re-stunned him. Mercy gated out of there, which left Waz exposed. So really nice stuff. But for me, the MVP of this game is Big Mex. I think if you have like 99.999% of other top hunters, you lose this game in the opener. Like the way he shut down that opener was just magnificent.
Big Mex
He
is
got the
playing
flare
absolutely out of his
down
mind.
on the Demon Hunter to stop the Vanish restun, and he disarmed the Rogue as well to stop the follow-up. I mean, it's just so good.
I just
what he
somehow
did.
dropped a sigil
But then Limps
on the
gets
top of
Shadow
a
Meld
fucking
with
tree.
another walk as a result of that. Like right here, he gets the disarm there onto Waz and the flare here. Look, Waz can't vanish. He knows it. He wants to vanish and restun Limps. He can't do it. Now he vanishes.
I hit trees more often than I do the floor.
Warg is back in combat.
It's when you throw a trap and the trap goes through the tree branch to the top of the tree, and you're just like,
Mr. Big Mex and Streamer Zone, they show. Like I said it during the upper bracket. This is a comp that has potential if you can stay alive. The problem is when you're down 2 trinkets, it's really hard to stay alive.
my balls.
Big Mix is using the full utility of his specialization here, countering the Rogue and the Warlock and the Priest simultaneously navigating around this matchup, and he's had weeks and weeks of practice against these Destruction Warlocks, knowing when to time the scatters, knowing when to time the flares, and maybe he's finally hitting his peak here at the most critical time. Last time they're going to go head-to-head before the grand finals, putting a point on the board. However, I think we all know that it is not going to be easy on a large map, and having lost a blind pick means that they will eventually have to win a game on a large map if they want to take the series here, as the teams look to lock in their compositions. And it was so dicey.
What if I main Demon
multiple
Hunter next
times,
expansion?
Throughout this, for Limps to be able to survive, and Empyrean Domain's probably the most threatening of all of the large maps in the pool due to the small pillar
my God.
circumferences. You don't have a lot of points of line of sight. Streamer Zone just lock it in again, and I can see why. It just, even though it's a squishy comp, it at least feels like you can win. You're not just like playing for 15 minutes where you're like, I don't know if they can die, dude. But this feels like Mercy can die. It's just you're also very squishy at the same time. So I can see why Streamer Zone wanted to opt for this composition. It could also be very fatiguing to play something more dampening oriented at this point. But I think we may actually have a series on our hands now between these teams, because Echo the first time today kind of washed the floor with Streamer Zone, showing some signs of potential, some signs of life, but that last game was really well done. I thought there's no way they're going to be able to win after the opener. It's like they got a double trinket in the first 20 seconds. How do you come back from that? They managed to come back from it thanks to Big Mex buying time for his team, and it's enough now to get a point. It's enough to show that there are signs of life. Echo are not going to go into the grand finals completely unscathed and unscratched at least, but this will be the most difficult round for Streamer Zone in the entire series. And if they can win this game, this map, I actually think they could do it. And did anyone on the desk predict it? Did the coin predict it?
Maybe the coin did. But
Does the coin come back to pass me? Like, I don't want the coin to pass me. My only goal is
Okay,
the
we
coin
have
to
the
pass
hunt.
me. That's
Game
it.
is
I don't
playable.
have any other goals to go after, okay? This is my only goal. I can't let the coin beat me here.
Yeah, we got me versus Van, we got you versus the coin, and then we got Chan versus D Machine. Great competition here on the desk. But no, I completely agree with what you said about the comeback here. If Streamer Zone can win on this map, they will have that swing match advantage. And Ben Rookie said it right at the previous series. If you want to beat Echo, you have to win that blind pick. But if you can win the swing match, that's basically the same
fuck
thing.
was
So
that?
let's see. JT is in an in-team stun. Nice shutdown though. Limps in a lot of trouble here. What are they gonna do? Borog's in a fear. Free blur though, nicely done. Gets a double Chaos Nova disarm onto Waz as well. Limps doing some work here. Nice kick there onto Mercy. Now they're going to connect with the damage. Fury of the Eagle. Immediate response from JT with that barrier, but they knock him out of the barriers. Good stuff. Nice gouge, actually nice coil into kidney shot on the
Mhm.
Borog. While setting up here onto Big Mex, and they get the fear. Nice infernal stun to cover
Chaos
for the
Bolt.
fear. One Chaos Bolt is going to connect as well. Borog has to trade out the Will of the Forsaken. Great offensive play there. Mercy getting that coil to make sure that he can find the fear with the infernal
Didn't even use
stun.
it defensive,
Great
yeah.
Warlock plays.
Nice Scarpet Sting on the Chaos Bolt while Limps was stunned. Now he's ducking and pushing in. We can see crowd control on JT. Borog's trying to initiate. They get the Chastise into a freezing trap. Where's the Imp Dispel? Doesn't look like he's going to go for it, or he has it. He's double stunned. Big pressure, but a huge heal. As Evangelism from JT, his big emergency heal.
Gotta say,
Borog
killing
gets cheap
spree
shot.
soon.
JT's in position for a Psychic Scream. No Will of Forsaken, but it's on DR. Big Mix on the run, trying to get around the corner here. He's actually pushing in line of sighting at the
Fair.
same time. Limps is the target. They're both low. They could go anywhere at this point. But
Jesus.
He's just dying to damage right now. Waz is soloing him, seemingly. Chaos Bolt, he fakes it. Mercy might connect a lot of damage. He's confident. He's pushing in on top of the Hunter right now around the corner, but they do stun Waz. JT is free casting off to the side. Big Mix is dying in a coil. So much pressure in this moment in time. Trinket and Turtle has been forced outside of the smoke bomb.
That was an
window.
unfortunate
Big Mix is trying to
Fury.
get a freezing trap. Where's the Imp? The Imp doesn't get lucky. Big Mix gets lucky one time here in the series. Maybe they can pull off a win. They force the unending resolve. They get the Hellstone, but here comes the smoke bomb. Can Big Mix survive once again?
Oh,
He's got
DR.
survival of the fittest. He pops it. He disengages out of the bomb. He gets the scatter. They stay alive. Waz no trinket. Mercy no unending to resolve. If they could bait Waz behind a corner, maybe they could do a stun 100-0, but they need to be very careful of protecting Big Mix.
Yeah, I think that stun on Big Mix was actually on DR when they put the smoke bomb, but still Limps responding with the darkness.
Eats the
Anyway,
trap.
Waz eats
he
the
playing-
trap there with the hook. Beautifully done.
Yeah,
but
he's playing
they still
Fate
get the
down.
pain suppression, so still good pressure, but Big Mix needs to be very careful. He's got nothing right now. One Chaos Bolt is going to come crashing in, and he does manage to survive, disarming Waz.
Mercy's
Mercy at the
almost
same
dead.
time taking a lot of damage here, but he fears up Limps. Another fear coming out. Borg Angel form should
Oh
be
my
able
God,
to stabilize
Big
Big
Mix.
Mix, but still, it's so much damage. Oh my goodness, he just dies in a gouge. Borg's in Angel form, spam healing, and then as soon as he comes out, he just gets gouged and his Hunter dies. That's really brutal there for Borg, but at the same time, this is the comp that Echo has brought. Echo showing absolute domination here in game number 3.
Yeah, they know the map here, and they kind of got separated. Big Mix wanted the pillar to line of sight, but Borog got stuck in the middle of the map because he trinketed and didn't want to get re-CC'd, so he just angeled. But because he's stuck in the middle, Big Mix kind of had to stand in a spot where he was in line of his healer, but also in line of the enemies a bit, and they just did more damage than healing. I mean, they're basically playing triple DPS. Look at JT's damage right now, 1 million sustained damage. This is probably the
Insane.
best map for a Void Weaver in the game right here. And Big Mix charges forward, but you'll see it here at the end. Big Mix is at the pillar, but look how he has to line of sight. The Warlock can still hit him if the Priest is going to be able to heal him, and then gouge instantly out of the Angel. Gouge instantly into fear, and that's why Borog was forced to Angel, and he couldn't. So he avoids the crowd control. He still couldn't keep him alive, and he would have been CC'd if he didn't Angel. So it's just you're pretty much done at that point. You're out of time. You're out of rope here against Echo. So this is their best map. Echo take it with confidence, and Streamer Zone need to just kind of shake it off here, moving into the. What is this going to be? The fourth game of the series. A lot of games happening here. Best of 7 finals here in Europe. We're going to be moving into game number 4. It's going to be a little bit more home turf, but honestly, I wonder if the map limitations this week could actually negatively impact Streamer Zone in this mashup, because without being able to go to Runes or without being able to go to Dalaran, where do you go? Because Blackrock Hold could backfire with a Warlock. They get the room to port into, so Mugambala, they get the top side to port to. I'm a bit concerned, honestly, with where they can go. I mean, maybe they can go something neutral like Nakudan. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a Nakudan. They won a game on Nakudan. That used to be like their go-to pick, honestly, in this series. So
We'll probably see it.
Maybe a Nakudan here for game 4.
I think we're gonna see Cage of Carnage. I think we're gonna see Nokudon, and I
Cage
think
could
we're
be good,
gonna
yeah.
see. I think we're gonna see maybe Tiger Speak. I don't know actually.
Yeah, that's a safe one.
Maybe not.
I think that's a safer one than.
Well,
I think
actually, well,
Blackrock.
it depends on how those maps go. But I think for sure we see Nokudon and Cage. I think probably Cage next, if I had to guess. I think that they seem to like the chaos. They seem to like to. Actually, maybe Nokudon next. Oh
wait, we
okay.
just got confirmation that it's none of those maps, and there's so many maps I don't even know what it could be. Like, there's no way they picked Robodrome, right?
There's no way.
Not the drome.
Nah.
I said
It is
Nokudon.
Nokudon.
I said
we said
Nokudon.
we said Nokudon.
It was the first map I said before Zico started grocery listing the rest of the maps. Okay, I said, and this has been their map.
Yeah, not changing anything.
Gaslighting us.
In the previous series, week to week, Nakudan has been their closest map and the map where they won one time. So I think this works. It's a nice map because of it's hard as the Warlock. If you get caught in a position where you're chasing and then your port's in a bad spot, you can get caught a lot of the times here. So let's see if Streamer Zone's new composition on Nakudan is going to be the difference maker here. If they can tie it up 2-2, best of 7 grand finals. Echo not going completely undefeated here in the final cup. The Streamer Zone actually pull off the biggest upset. I mean, there are literally millions of points on Echo right now, and I put like 50,000 points on Echo before this started. It's like 6.5 million points on Echo. If they somehow lose this, Streamer Zone payout is going to be massive in the chat right now. And we're going to Nakudan, and we're going to have to see how much, how easy it's going to be for Echo to adapt to this map, because often teams will do this. They'll pick the newer maps in the pool, because Echo, they've been playing for a lot of years, but these newer maps, maybe they don't have as many games on them. Maybe a matchup on that map plays differently, and that's what you need against Echo. You need surprise. You need something they've never seen before. You need a map that's uncommon. Those are the only advantages you can really grab against such a veteran roster.
Yep. And we're checking out some Mogs. They haven't changed any of their Mogs, sadly, from Friday, by the looks of it. I was expecting a little bit more Halloween, something more festive, but yeah. Wes going with the classic Rogue Tier 3 Illidan Mask Warglaive Transmog, which is only available in the tournament realm in terms of weapons, but still. You could sign up for the AWC and have access to that on your tournament realm character, and also win a cool banner. But obviously right now signups are closed, so unlucky, but next season. Echo versus Streamer Zone.
Oh my god.
2-1. Nakudan has been good for them in the past. Borg sticking with the Holy Priest here. And Mercy now dropping a long-range gateway right there. So he's going to have that demonic circle. He's going to have long-range gateway. He's going to have a lot of work to do here. So he could walk to the other side of the map, then gates back, port away as well. Do a lot of things with this map, but a full stun on the JT. Oh my god, Limbs is just dead in the opener. Borg has to trinket out immediately. JT coming in with the ulti penny as well. This is costing them a lot of cooldowns already. Borg down a trinket just 5 seconds into the game.
It was for the blind though, so I don't think it's completely over as a result of that. It could have been way worse. Like Limps didn't overreact. He still has all of his cooldowns. Borog extends the opener with the Angel. They stun JT for the trap with Chastise. I love that. Mercy gates, but he's really far away from his team, and Limps is still on top of him. Borog is sneaking up on him first shot. Where death is he going to drop? Hellstone pops for him, and JT's trying to get in range, but he's so slowed. He's trying to get across the map. He's finally getting into range. Pain suppression will be forced.
Still held his unending resolve.
Offensively here, when is Waz going to initiate?
Dark back there.
Shot. Smoke bomb available. Where's Waz? He gouges the healer. He's setting up. Mercy ports away to bait. Limps behind the pillar. Limps eventually retreats to try and immune the stun lock here. Waz is still waiting. He still hasn't pulled the trigger. He's sitting on that kidney shot. They grip Mercy around the corner, but now Mercy is really far from his portal and his gateway. And this is why Nakudan can backfire on you. He's going to relay his portal here, and they're going to try and push in and punish that, because he's going to port right on top of the enemy team if he ports here. So they actually have a good position. They fear and stun. Beautiful cross crowd control. They stun at the same time into a stun, forcing the last pain.
And Waz just not playing the game.
Excellent setup from Streamer Zone right here. Whoa. They make it the unending resolve on top of it. The double coils will match it. Waz is grappling in. Finally, Echo pulled the trigger, and Limps is almost going down. He trinkets. Eventually retreats to the Guardian Spirit. And Borog is trying to be greedy, but I don't know if he can. It's so much damage.
Still hasn't used unending resolve.
Another walk. Oh, that's going to be so bad. If this Guardian Spirit's a 3-minute cooldown, I don't even
know.
Talk
about trusting your healers.
It's a 3-minute cooldown. They procced him, as well as getting the trinket. This is devastating. They were looking good, but now it's looking dicey.
Yeah, and they just use Roar of Sacrifice as well. They have Smoke Bomb available here. Limps and Borg have to play stacked up. Borg has to save the day here. If Limps gets stunned far away, it's just game over. But here comes the cheap shot onto Borg. Full kidney shot onto Limps to get the full.
Reading the chat.
Nicely done.
How do people still play this game? Easy. Open the Battle.net launcher and launch the game. Glad I could help.
Gouge as well. Big Mix, what are you going to do? You're going to trade out the turtle. Really doesn't want to. Borg has a lot of healing to do right now. Big Mix holding on for a second. They need to stop these Chaos Bolts. Mercy gets precogged. He can free cast right now. Big damage potential, and they get the freezing trap. It doesn't look like they're able to find it. They get the Will of Forsaken instead. JT has a lot of healing to do here. Empowered Healthstone coming out.
He's up, AR bomb.
And is going to recover him for a moment, but still JT has a lot of work out of him. No pain suppression charges, but the Void Weaver is weaving right now. Looks like they actually
got line on the Chaos Bolt.
Waz a little bit here, just line of sighting the damage for a moment. Borg in a kidney shot. Waz in a stun. JT pushes in. Triple fear from JT.
Jesus.
This is going to be brutal for Limps right now. Nice grip on the Chaos Bolt to avoid it. It's going to be enough. No, it is not. And they are taking game number 4 on the side of
Triple fear is crazy.
Beautiful grip by Borog to try to save him, but ultimately, like you mentioned earlier, no Guardian. That's the only way to live that. And the fact that his Guardian instantly proc means that he has no emergency healing there.
Oh man, I think he had a way out there. He wanted to will the fear because it's higher value, but then he was right on top of Waz, so he just gouged his will and he couldn't swap. But if he had sat on it, like you want to will first because it's a better efficiency, but he was afraid of like getting stunned on top of it, so he wanted to will before, and maybe he thought he could get a heal off and save him, but he just instantly got gouged and he died. And they just miscalculated thinking Limps would survive here and Borog could sit the fear, because right here, he's got will and trinket. So he wills it and then he gets gouged. And then he gripped. Oh, he could have swapped instead of gripping. It's literally just a one GCD mistake. One GCD mistake, and that game is lost. And it was looking so good. I feel like that map offensively was actually looking good. They're getting Mercy in really awkward spots where he was getting low and he didn't really have a good position to port. And it was making JT have to move a lot more awkwardly. So
yeah, that was a pretty setup.
Lose on one of their best maps here. They lost on their worst map, their best map. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough to come back from this now at this point here. As Echo lock in, they're looking a bit shaky, like the middle part of this game, but towards the beginning and the end, absolutely finished them here.
This is bad.
And now it's match point.
I see the vision, right? Like you just get a long game. You got Mercy really low at multiple times. You know, if Big Mix and Limps can just get that uptime, they can definitely take him down. If they get to sit on Mercy for long enough, he just dies through everything. But the problem is, if you make one mistake, one overlap, you don't stop one Chaos Bolt, all of a sudden you're just dead. And I mean, look at the JT's damage. 10.2 million contributed to that kill. Gets the triple fear to set it up, and then just full blasting away. Collapsing Void hitting him for 1.7 mil. I mean, the lucky coin from Outlaw proccing for 1.1 mil. Shadow Burns coming in from Mercy. It's just so much damage. That is impossible almost to stop for Streamer Zone. So they really need to have a perfect defensive rotation, and even then it's so difficult for them to win this. So I'm wondering, what are we going to see here in terms of healers? Are we going back to the Holy Paladin? Are we sticking with the Priest? Because I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the Paladin game didn't look that bad. I think it was just like, you know, it happens. They just didn't stop enough damage when that sacrifice came out, and they had to, you know, trade out too much. Maybe a little bit of misposition. They were a little bit split. I feel like, we're seeing something change at least. Okay, so this is, a little bit despy. I feel like this is looking like under pressure.
They pressured Relza. We saw Relza get pressured from under pressure. So maybe Streamer Zone, they might be onto something. Although I don't know Destro versus Arcane, right, in the matchup. Like that's a big difference there. But
1200 infinite power from that guy.
The comp that we have seen kind of thwarting Voidweaver priests.
Oh, infinite knowledge.
Europe.
Yeah.
So I don't blame them for maybe wanting to
So
try something
fucking
different
smart.
here, and having seen it work for under pressure, or maybe they're feeling inspired.
Yeah, I mean, it did work for under pressure, but it's a different matchup. Let me ask you a question, Sid. Would you rather, if you're playing a Voidweaver healer and you get to pick a teammate here, would you rather have a Feral Druid healing for you or a Rogue healing for you, like an Outlaw Rogue? I actually don't know what I would rather have.
I think I'd rather have a Rogue.
I think so too. I feel like
But
the
I don't-
Cyclones are annoying, but you can stop them.
Yeah, but it also just pauses the damage, though. I feel like with a Rogue, you're just maxing damage, whereas the Cyclone is more like a pause. I think I'd prefer a Rogue if I was a healer. In terms of offense, maybe it's a bit more of a gamble, but I feel like the Rogue has more finishing capability.
Oh my
than
God, what the
the Feral Druid does in a lot of cases here. Oh my God, Streamer Zone, you're so close. It just
What is going on in this game?
Where like the score doesn't represent how close it feels between the teams. Like Streamer Zone just wiping under pressure out. But
Random
it's like
epic.
so close, like they could win. They're just like a couple seconds or a global difference. And Streamer Zone clean it up. They have to play absolutely perfect. There is no room for mistakes here. It's their last chance. They will not be able to get this shot again until the grand finals for the European region. Can they beat Echo? Will Echo be stopped, or are they going to get the hat trick? Are they just going to dominate 3
There we go.
cups in a row here? Swapsy is tagged off the bench, and Swapsy historically has been a legendary player throughout AWC, and he's definitely been a thorn in the side to a lot of rogues. So bringing him in here in the hour of twilight might be exactly what they need.
Yeah, see if Swapsy can do it. He's been, what did we call him back in the day? The anti-rogue mage. He was the counter to rogue mage. He was the wall that most rogue mage teams could not get
The
past.
wall.
And honestly, he's had a phenomenal season, and so has Streamer Zone. I mean, this is a very kind of unlikely combo of players that have came together and are making their third in a row finals appearance. So it's been a great season for them, especially as a new team. Yeah, I don't know if this comp is going to actually work. I do think that there's 2 lines to victory, though, for this comp. They actually could go after Mercy on the Warlock, too. We'll see if they decide to just throw caution to the wind, leave the Warlock free casting, go after the healer, or if they want to
okay, there we
go after the
We have
Warlock. So this is
Autoglaive
another viable option.
and Soul
Speaking
Scar.
of viable options, this Transmog from Limps is definitely a viable option as well. He's got Tablet of Nature. He's got full Druid tier 3 set. Some cool looking.
Pausing this. What's he playing? Okay. Pretty standard Aldrachi build. Wasn't he playing Felskard? Confused.
Society and like get their fabrics so that they can fight fires in Azeroth safely, because I don't know how that thing's not igniting right now. But here we go. It's match point. The gates are already open. There's no going back. Can the legendary hero of the European region stop Echo's tirade? Swapsy coming in on the Unholy Death Knight. They're starting things off at the pillar. They're gripping JT in, but he gets intercepted by a coil. They can't connect off the Blinding Sleet, and Limps is isolated once again, but they recover. As Borog trades a crowd control breaker to connect big heals. They force JT's Trinket as well. JT's made an adaptation here. He's running Dwarf Void Weaver so he can stone form the Strangulate. And that is an adaptation that is completely different. We have not seen that yet in the matchup.
JT caught him in the Strangulate. He's just dead instantaneously. Oh my goodness. Wait, when did he Trinket? What? That was just over instantly. I was just about to say,
Swapsy, bro. Never doubt Swapsy, okay?
I mean,
angry,
it works.
Bro. He's
It
angry.
works.
He's like, my team needs me. I am here. He's like the ancient elder on the team, like the big brother. His team is getting bullied. They call him Big Brother Swapsy to just deal with them here. So
I don't even have words.
Oh, he trinketed this.
Smacked. Trinket's in the opener, gets the ultimate penny, thinks that he's fine. And then does Stoneform go
He
on
was,
cooldown
in
with
fact,
Trinket?
not fine.
Is that why he couldn't? Because I don't think he was. He was expecting to go with Stoneform, but he just dies at a straight. He dies through Hellstone, and he gets stunned out of it. They just absolutely smack. I've never seen somebody get just destroyed so hard that in like a millisecond, just instant punish. So like, oh, this guy trinketed? Nah, dude, you're done. It's over. Lights out. All right, easy game, easy dub, 1 win. You might grab one
That's
win
crazy.
that way. I don't know if you'll be able to grab more than one in a row though here.
Yeah.
No
also,
way.
Echo can change their comp too.
Zero chance that happens again.
Also, large maps are coming.
Yep.
And, yeah.
Yep.
Trouble is heading your way. This is why when Ruka said you have to win the blind pick against Echo as well. You actually want to take it serious. But Streamers Zone are putting up a great fight here. And it's got to feel good if you're Swap. So you get tagged in, finals. It's the last cup of the season. And you just go in and instantly win. In
That had to feel
35
real good.
seconds, 40 seconds. That's got to feel great for Swapsy. And he's probably going to be bringing some good momentum and vibes to the team on the back of that. So I do like what I'm seeing here. But I don't know, man. Large maps are coming. Muldrax is coming. Ashamains is coming. Tolvir. There's a lot of options here.
Too, I think.
Robodrome as a Warlock is really nice.
Yeah,
But against the Demon Hunter, it kind of gets nullified a little bit, but yeah.
We'll have to see exactly where they want to go to here, and obviously I feel like that was JT was playing a different character. Maybe he was having maybe it was like a keybind adjustment. I don't think so. I think he just didn't anticipate that. He just thought he could trinket the open barrier and be fine, and he just got punished on it immediately afterwards. And that's why I say, like, if you're not used to getting trained by this comp and you don't have like a lot of reps on it, you can just get just swelled upon and you're just done and the game is over. So we are going to the Sands of Tolvaron here. Streamer Zone have put 2 points on the board against Echo, the closest anybody's come since Dobob were able to beat them in Cup number 1 here. Can they manage to pull it off again? Do they blind lock Swapsy? Do they doubt Swapsy and go back to the Hunter because it's a big map?
I don't know what you do here if you're Streamer Zone. Also, Echo, they have Raikou ready on the bench to go. So they have. They have to think about the mage.
Not technically a one shot, but
the
it's
mage could definitely disrupt that composition.
about as close as it could
I don't
be.
know. There's a lot of things that you have to factor in. I wonder if Echo could just play as a fire mage like we saw in North America and just one shot
Melt them all.
Yeah, just literally melt them all on Tolvir. But there's so many options, and
they're
they're gonna
afraid,
go
they're
with
afraid.
jungle. Yeah, I think this is
Aha.
smart, because you're locking it in blind, and it's on a big map. If you lock in the cleave, likely Echo is gonna have a counter for that.
Bringing in the feral.
Especially on Tolvir. So
Yuck,
the
yuck,
cleave,
yuck.
Sadly, it's not gonna work out for them. So they're gonna
Yeah,
have
they
to go
got
back
one
to the
win with
jungle.
it, right? It did its job. They got one win closer to it. Now it's okay. Blind pick jungle because we don't want Raikou in the game. This will be the best way to keep him off of the map. And they have won games as jungle. I think they've won 2 games actually, and that's all they need to win right now. Just need to win 2 games as jungle. Echo taking their time to think about what they want to do. Are they going to bring in the Feral Druid also?
Yeah, I think so. I think Feral Destro.
Nope.
Oh, Outlaw. Okay.
Was
Interesting.
sticking to
Usually
it.
They favored the Feral Druid in this type of matchup, but maybe they just like the Outlaw.
Nah, man,
more.
he's a rogue main.
plus,
Play
you
the
know,
fucking
Splaz
rogue.
is, I guess main, but he's been doing really well on the Feral Druid as well. So Echo, they're just gonna rely on the large map, but I wonder because Streamer Zone had the opportunity to lock this in before, but they favored the Demon Hunter over the Feral Druid. So I wonder what we're gonna see in terms of adaptations here from Streamer Zone. Are they going to run the Diamond Eyes? What are they gonna do to actually find these traps? And even worse, how are they gonna find fears onto JT? Because if
I feel
he's
like given how little
free casting
damage
on
the
outside of the
DHs
map,
have been
it's
doing,
gonna be really, really brutal. for
Feral might
Streamer
just
Zone, I think,
straight up be better.
to take a win with this, but jungle always a solid comp in the meta. Always has a good shot into every matchup basically. So they could pull it off.
It's a well balanced approach, and honestly, it's nice because it's changing it up. You know, Echo are like thinking about how do we deal with DHDK, but now it's Feral Hunter. Now we got to switch how we're going to deal with that, and maybe you can cause them to make some mistakes by just switching your composition like this. So the Swapsy DK, it did its work. It got a win. It got a point on the board here, and the swap over to jungle. They're
Dude,
bringing Big Mix.
I forgot how much I hated this fucking barrel world quest.
Onto the Feral Druid here, which can be a big
My
adjustment.
boomer eyes.
Yo.
By the time it gets to like the 5,
DPS is
no
a big
idea.
one. But Swapsy
0 clue.
looks warmed up and ready to go. I feel like sometimes in these series, it seems like they're kind of just like fatigued. But Swapsy's been on the bench for most of it, so he's ready to go. You know,
He's
like,
fresh.
Yeah, exactly.
And his Mog is pretty fresh too. I mean, what is that belt? That belt looks
Speaking of fresh, that's definitely
that
a
belt
Legion,
looks
like,
so good.
West Transmog or something. I think. Oh, Wild Gladiators.
What?
There's no way that's Wild
what?
Gladiator. That's a WAD.
That's from I guess so. I didn't really like the WAD transmog.
That's the WAD Elite.
I feel like they made this easier.
That's a whole set.
Yes, so.
Oh my god, it goes to
I
6.
don't remember that set at all.
I
for
don't
DK.
remember it looking that good.
I don't remember this set at all for DK. The only thing I remember from WAD was a Warrior Primal Gladiator set with the transformer
What the fuck?
spikes and shoulders coming out.
You know
I
who
want to
remembers
recolor
WAD?
That Mog.
Swapsy
I mean,
definitely remembers WAD.
Swapsy remembers WAD. He was the king of WAD. He was
he loved playing that.
Laws
Turbo
of
Leader.
He
Shirvala.
was on top with Turbo Time. It's Turbo Time, bro.
Oh yeah.
You would love to go back to Turbo Time right now, but
Joe
it's not gonna be an
Fernandez,
option.
man. That was a goat at DPS.
Wow, I
too,
actually
right
picked the
there.
right barrel.
Yeah. So Swapsy, bringing us back to WAD here, with his
Incredible.
Transmo. But I love this weapon. I think a lot of people like this weapon. A lot of people are using that one. Mercy has himself a nice little what is that? A beer mug in his the grog mug. That's nice. Krieg's mug. Yeah, he's getting ready to celebrate after winning
He's
3
already
cups.
ready to celebrate.
But is he celebrating too early? That's the question. Because the jungle cleave, I mean, it could be scary.
Premature celebration, the home sweet.
Okay. 50k DPS now. We're getting somewhere.
Edit here. Good edit. He's got a lot of horns. He's got the helmet horns. He's got.
We're
the
scaling.
falcon horns. He's got the spikes from the back and there. He's got triple horns. He's ready for the charge here. We've entered the cow meta. We're in the cow stage of AWC where everybody's just a cow, I guess, for this competition. Never before seen. We've seen new compositions as well throughout this season. We've seen Echo
I was a
Charge
High
and
Mountain
handful
Torn
of
in Shadowlands,
stuff.
okay?
Like Chan,
That
I
was
wanted
2
to see the Under
expansions.
Pressure matchup because we haven't
3
really got
expansions
to
ahead.
see, Under Pressure at full speed in a series against them. And I wonder if we'll even get that in the grand finals either because of the way that the bracket's built. We may never actually see that matchup, but this one is getting closer. Every time, getting closer, finding new comps, finding new strategies, finding little ways to outplay them, and they may finally have a chance here. They just need to win 2 more games. We have Borug on the Holy Priest playing the Lightwell build. He's got a very classic-oriented transmog here.
I like that.
He's embracing the old with the new. He's got the
What is this guy wearing?
Everybody's just using the mythic weapon transmog.
I mean, the mythic
Goofy.
weapon is so cool.
Yeah. And then he's got the classic transmog.
I like that he's got the mythic weapon, and then he's matching it with like some like level 5 offhand from classic. Wow, it's like some green quest offhand. Actually, I think it's from the auction house even. So it's called Branch or something like that.
Is that the one that goes on your back when it sheaves?
No, I think that's the cane from. It's called like Spirit.
There's an
Walker's
offhand
cane,
that goes on your back? What?
From Zul'Farrak from a rare. Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
What?
I'm gonna transmog that when this is over. Now you reminded me. Okay.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Your damage is gonna go up significantly with that. But we'll see if Streamer Zone can actually tie us up. I mean, if Streamer Zone wins here, we're actually going to game 7, and all of a sudden, you know, like the comeback might actually be real. So, Streamer Zone getting a little bit of momentum, bringing in Swapsy from the bench to dethrone his old teammate Waz here from winning 3 cups in a row. Let's see if he can do it here on the Feral Druid.
All right, combat secured from the pet, and he gets to camouflage. Flare is down. Waz dodges. See the collapsing void on the pet here. So they dodged the first Void Weaver window. They're going to wait for that. Oh, Chaos Bolts finding Big Mex, so Waz sees his target. They're both at the pillar. If he knew how far away Swapsy was, he would open right now. Swapsy would be really out of position, but he's playing it patiently, kind of just 2v2ing at the moment. Obviously, a lot on the line here. Echo want to just assert dominance and win every single cup, so they don't want to get caught slipping up here. And Waz is searching for Swapsy and almost finding him just by accident. They're in stealth, so they can't see each other, but almost walks on top of him. More Chaos Bolts incoming. I think it's on the pet here. Oh, that pet just tanked 2 Chaos Bolts here from Mercy. And he is playing the Imp, so he will be able to dispel freezing traps. They're going to have to cover that with Intelligent Roots and
Waz.
Waz
and Swapsy.
Flare. Are they going to find? Swapsy opens. Waz is there. Cheap shot to counter engage. JT breaks free from the crowd control. He fades the follow up.
I like that aerial view.
Forcing Borug to use Will of the Forsaken. Swapsy in a smoke bomb.
Bruh.
Go all in. Is Swapsy just going to get dunked on here on match point? He manages to survive. He shadow melts. He restuns Waz.
Just hard cast the Cyclone.
It's on DR though. They push in on top of Mercy. They cut through the Dark Pact, but JT is already in the skies. Ultimate Penitence denying their assault for now. Borug into a cheap shot. Cheap shot on Big Mex, setting up for Mercy, but Mercy can't cast. He's pinned in the barrier. He doesn't actually manage to get the fear. They swap on Big Mex.
Wow.
Survival of the fittest. They swap on Swapsy. He's caught in a cheap shot. Borug's in a gouge.
God, because Ferals don't use haste, it's like the longest cast.
He gets a huge heal. They got JT in the corner, and Borug is chasing him down. Borug is playing aggressive. He fades. JT fades the fade. They have to death the fears. Mind games, and JT gets ahead.
Wow.
He gets his fear. He escapes. He gates away from Borug to escape that situation. Such a tense moment. Mercy's just dying damage, so JT is kiting around the map. Chaos Bolt slips through here, but Big Mix
They just swapped a Wyvern POV.
But he pain suppresses it. They stun him. Swapsy's low. They get the trap. Where's the imp? They don't have it. Mercy could be in trouble if JT doesn't respond appropriately. He's dying to bleeds. Behind the pillar, Big Mix is chasing him down. Hellstone popped with the soul burn. Mercy recovers.
He keeps swapping between Sentinel and Pack Leader, which is interesting.
Good. This could be a game 7.
Yeah, we might be going to a game 7 here. 4 seconds left on that stun right now on the Mercy, but JT is blasting away here in the back line. Borug fading away actually to dodge that sap, but he gets caught up in the cheap shot. Mercy looking for the fear. Can they stop it? Swapsy's there with the interrupt. Nicely done. JT made a great play earlier, deafing a fear from Borug. And let's see now another fear duel here between Borug and JT is about to commence. But at the same time, Waz is there, throwing in a little bit of a cheat code here with the gouge. Big Mix looking for the trap. Can he find it? He fakes out the Shadow of Death. He fakes out the Greater Fade. He has patience.
Just cloak that clone.
Here onto JT. Big Mix is there with the follow-up trap as well. Mercy's running down the pillar.
Seems like a super aggressive use of cloak.
Gonna connect. Mercy in huge trouble. He does get the dispel though. I really like what they're doing on the side of Stream Zone. Full pain
trying to knock him.
Mercy, big swap here onto Waz or onto Swapsy, but Big Mex is there with the scatter shop. I was gonna say I really like what they're doing on the side of Streamer Zone. They're covering the dispel.
Dude, between a Feral and an Outlaw Rogue, the amount of mobility in this lobby.
Yes, I was saying that at the start of the game.
These guys are just fucking flying all over the place.
They've got Borug in a fear in the middle of the map. Swapsy
Good charge.
to go. Sap off of it. He fades it. Borug playing out of his mind right now to get this to a game 7. The closest Echo have been to defeat in a finals that we've seen so far this season.
Oh,
Can they
boy.
pull it off? They're so far ahead. They get the stun.
He got
There's the
double
trap.
bolts.
They need the imp. He ports away. He can't imp. He's out of range. Big Mix is dying, but Waz got cloned. He's vortex.
Wyvern
He can't get
POV
away
again.
here. And he's staying on target. Kidney shot onto Swapsy behind the pillar. Chaos Bolt. Swapsy trinkets immediately. Smoke bomb opportunity. Blind available. Swapsy definitely going to have to be careful with no Barkskin. Be careful with no trinket. Let's see how he's going to navigate this because his team is the closest they've ever been here. Mercy has stone for him defensively, so he'll be okay for the initial exchange. Swapsy needs to get ready. Waz is in position.
This has to go to
Ready.
game 7.
Hyper mobile with that sprint to engage. Swapsy knows it. He's trying to get back to the pillar, but then they're going to swap with Vic Mix, I think.
Okay.
He disengages back. They want Swapsy. He has no
Almost
trinkets.
got a
He's
full
staying next
symbols
to the healers
challenge.
so that Borug can trinket swap. They're not going to get caught in a smoke bomb. Streamer Zone are taking a moment here just to pause the game. They don't want to choke. They don't want to throw it away. They're so close.
Talking strategy behind a pillar.
Paying dividends there for Swapsy or for Mercy. Swapsy having to overextend behind that pillar has instantly punished it.
Yeah, he's
with,
drinking, huh?
A nice stun there to force out his
And
trinket.
JT's a little
At least
behind.
Now Swapsy has his bark skin, so he's feeling a little bit more confident, but at the same time,
He's got survival instincts too. Incarn, Feral Frenzy.
wanted to fade in
This guy's
aggressively,
gotta
but he had to just trade it and go back
pop
to the pillar. Here
off.
comes the stun onto JT.
Waz has
Same
no
time, though,
defensives.
this is the setup onto Swapsy, but look at the Fury of the Eagle doing so much work. Big Mix launching a solo setup here. Swapsy is going to connect onto Mercy. Mercy gates away immediately, but now Swapsy could be in big trouble. Borug was in a
Dude, just
trap
clap
there,
Waz's
or
ass.
in a sap there. Full Chaos Bolt connect onto Big Mix. He gets a feint F off on the second one, though. Collapsing Void now. Big damage onto Swapsy. Smoke bomb drop.
Skin
big
roar.
damage, but he does have the bark skin, and Swapsy will survive. Nice scatter shots onto Mercy. Every single one during these crucial moments. Big Mix knows he's
He
not
does
gonna
have
need it
tons
for
of
the
defensives, and
trap,
Mercy
so
is
he's
just
using it as an interrupt, but at the same
Oh,
time,
no.
Swapsy gets faked.
So many
Here
Chaos
comes
Bolts.
the Chaos Bolts now. Swapsy stuck in midfield. What is he gonna do? He
got
actually
wall.
gets a Shadow Melt stun onto Mercy just to pause the damage for a moment. But Mercy gets a fear. Borog fades it. Full trap onto JT. Big damage
Bears.
now onto Swapsy. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. One is gonna land, but Swapsy does manage to survive, and it's actually Mercy on the back foot.
All right, they got the stone form though, so they're gonna get on any resolver paints up pretty soon. But Swapsy has to survive. It's so much pressure coming through here. Mercy gets the fear. There's no breaker. Swapsy's in bear. He's got survival instincts. He's being so greedy with it. I don't know if he's gonna get away with this. He's trying to camp in bear. Double Infernal. Chaos Bolt slips through. Gouge
Yeah,
on
the
Borug. No
defensive
trinket for 1
greed
second.
is
He's got Void Shift available.
already got
Cyclones from
Barks in back.
Swapsy. He gets that. No, he doesn't. They actually just go.
There
for
it
the
is,
kick.
so you can
JT
stay
avoided the
offensive.
Trap with the Imp Dispel. They didn't have enough cover for it in this position. Swapsy pre-walls. He's anticipating the stun, but now the wall is over. He's trying to bait him to stun him.
Gonna
while
have to
his Barkskin,
skin.
I think, but he's just dying. Waz and JT are just
Yeah.
Swapsy. He has to retreat away. He's trying to get back behind the pillar. They're still so close. They
Stag
still have a
form?
chance. They don't want it to go.
Fuck
throw-
is wrong
throw
with
it
you?
away right now, but defense is rotating back up for JT. He's gonna have 2 paint suppressions. They swap on Big Mix. They catch him in a coil into a cheap shot. No trinket. He roars sacks. Will it be enough? He feigned deaths to follow up.
Wow.
Chaos Bolt. Cheap shots incoming onto Borug and Swapsy.
Second bolt did nothing.
Mercy is fearing the Hunter into the open. Connecting Chaos Bolts here onto Swapsy. Oh my god, it was massive. And I think Streamer Zone, they might have run out of steam. They're losing their momentum. I feel like they need a miracle, and perhaps that miracle is the incarnation that is available in 15 seconds. So this incarn, I feel like it needs to win
Yeah,
the game.
playing in bear form is
JT
not.
just deft another fear there from Borog. Absolutely brutal. Now Swapsy has no kidney. He's got nothing for this. He gets he trinkets out, tries to get out, but there's the full blind of the Borog. He trinkets
Fear on
wood
the
chip.
trinket.
Oh
before
my
the fear connects.
God.
Nice defense there, but Swapsy
Nice
and Borog
clone.
now
Ooh.
overlapping their
Incarn.
trinkets. It's not looking good. They need to make something happen here with this incarnation. Can they get the full
It's just
trap?
going right into that
JT
paint
to get the
suppression.
suppression. Mercy not able to dispel it. Works there for the follow-up.
Didn't even
With
break the
Rise,
shield.
Gouging Borog in that moment, not allowing it, but Swapsy swapping to Waz at the same time. JT,
Oh, he
did
faked
he
him.
def another fear? He did def another fear, and now Fake Cast coming in. 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 Chaos Bolts. Meanwhile, Borog
This
in
is
danger for
so
stab
stressful.
Healing, keeping Swapsy alive. Does have the Barkskin active right
From
now.
Feral
He's gonna have
POV,
the
this
renewal
looks
as well, but they have no
miserable.
more defense. The next kidney shot on Swapsy is going to be lights out.
Oh, he's got Barkskin at 18 seconds from that symbols. He's in bear form, full trap on JT. Gets
Yeah.
Imp dispelled. Mercy ports away, and Waz gets set up for the win. Here comes the gouge. Here's the kidney shot. He pre-bears. Will it be enough? Borug, he deaths the fear. He manages to hit it, and now he can connect some.
Wow, we
hits.
took
Waz,
no
Waz
damage.
just
What?
swap him. He has no evasion. You have to go rogue. They force the Cloak of Shadows. Mercy has too many cooldowns. If they can catch Waz
Yeah.
just in a bad position, they might be able to take him out. That was their coordinated assault. They're running away. They're running out of mana. They're running out of time.
Yeah,
Big
but
Mix
now they
travels
got
in to try and
bomb
make
and
something happen to
killing
the team.
spree.
He's trying to bait them to go on,
Malevolence.
but he gets double coil. JT
Yep,
fades.
Infernal.
Trying to avoid the stun, but he doesn't hit it.
Here it
the
comes.
stun. Here comes the fears and the Chaos Bolts here shortly. They stun Waz to deny his assault, but he grapples over. There's the gouge setting them up. He actually breaks out of it.
Oh, I got
early.
cheaped out of
He goes for
form.
kidney shot. He's got trinket, but Swapsy's in a smoke bomb. Barskin might not
He
be
gapped
able.
the-
Will
he
survive?
gapped the
He's got
stun.
Fear onto Borug. He jumps out to the pillar. He pops renewal and manages to get around the corner. And somehow, some way, Streamer Zone are not dead, but it feels like they're
The pressure is always on the poor cat.
momentum, but they've survived to another incarnation. I thought they would need
Don't
to win
I
on the
know
last
it.
one, but they might have another chance here. Tiger's Fury is loaded, but Chaos Bolt comes around the corner. It's going to connect on Swapsy and Big Mix. Big Mix grapples over for the trap. JT is playing mind games. He fades. Big Mix
he faded
the trap. That might be just GG at this point. They have no crowd control. They have to win with pressure. It's almost 9 minutes into game number 6. And
Oh
Swapsy
my
is
God.
decimated. Echo are your 3-time champs.
Evaporated.
Goodness, the damage from Mercy. I thought it was a mistake actually at the end there. Mercy in the powered barrier against the jungle decides, you know what? I don't need this barrier right now because I don't want to get kicked. So he gateways all the way to the other side of the map, gets himself distance from all the kicks, gets 2 Chaos Bolts off, quick succession, and immediately takes him down. Nicely done here by Mercy. I gotta say, JT though played a phenomenal game. He defted so many fears. He faded that trap at the end.
But
He just made so many plays to actually keep Mercy offensive and alive. So
Fucking Warlocks,
really,
man.
really nice defensive plays from Mr. JT. And we can see it here. A couple of close moments earlier on in the match. Swapsy almost dying here behind the pillar. Helps the bark skin.
Yeah.
Manages to survive this.
I mean, when
this,
Destro's strong like this, it's
setup
like
was
so
really nice. Trinket
oppressive.
woodchip, before he got feared on his trinket.
You got 2
Swapsy
melee
gets
hitting
the
you and
cycle
you're
there,
still
and then they continue to get aggressive.
doing what he's doing.
And then here, a little bit later on, look at Mercy gating away from that powered barrier and
Meow.
just lobbing out Chaos Bolts in the face of danger. And Borog, I mean, he had no mana. He had the trinket, but no real cooldown to kind of respond to combo with that trinket.
Oof.
And really, really rough situation there. I think Streamer Zone played a great finals. I think they really did give it their all. This jungle wasn't looking too bad, but it's just really hard to get something going when you're facing, a Warlock on Tolvir, and especially if that Warlock is Mercy.
Yeah, this is a really tough matchup, but they made Echo sweat. They made them bleed, and they're showing that there is potential. Dobob won in Cup number 1 in his series. We haven't seen Under Pressure against Echo in some time since they've been developing as a team, and Streamer Zone are getting closer than ever, and they're going to have a lot of time to practice in between now and the finals. And they play compositions that are hard to get practice against, There's going to be a lot of Void Weaver Destros. Streamer Zone can get a lot of practice against that, but, how are you going to get practice against the Survival Hunters? How many Survival Hunters can play as good as Big Mex? I feel like given, a little bit more time, a bit more reps under the table, and in Streamer Zone...
Oh my God, man. What is going on here?
But for now, Echo remain on top. 3
Makes you
cups
want to go play
in a row.
threes.
Just absolute dominance.
Yeah.
Great finals.
Yeah, definitely,
We
for
still-
sure.
I can't wait for the games from NA as well. We have so many good games still happening later on today as well. But yeah, Echo, who's going to stop them, man? Won every single cup. These guys are just on fire.
They definitely are. Cup 1, Cup 2, and now Cup number 3 victory for Echo. And they got to watch their back. They have got a huge target on them for the finals in November. And like you guys were saying, that looked pretty close from Streamer Zone. And I couldn't agree more. Excited to see if Under Pressure can actually take them in the finals. So for that, we might be getting an interview. So I'm kind of curious about their take on that specifically. But 4-2, and that is the last grand finals for Europe before we head to the big grand finals in November, of course. So European region this season, I feel like Super Teams was so fun to watch.
I am fighting for my life in the background here. Let me tell you.
Close. I feel like the current top 3 teams, they're just neck and neck.
God.
And obviously, Dobob is just sitting at the end of the gauntlet in terms of qualification. So it does feel
I was
like
fighting
Europe
so
is
long, this guy
as top
respawned.
heavy. Echo don't go completely
Killed him.
unscathed, unscratched throughout the entire
Respawned, still
competition,
killing the ad.
as many of us were anticipating here. So I think that is showing good signs for this, the grand finals. We need a new term that's bigger than grand. To describe the finals.
The
after
Giga
this.
Finals.
That's
The
what
Giga
they've really been.
Finals.
The Giga Finals. They've been
The
playing.
Mega Finals.
That's the 3 cups lead up to that, and then that's
Right.
the pinnacle. That's the ultimate high level of competition. That
Is there
you're
going to be a
get
long
from the
break,
season
or are they going to go
in
right into...
November,
Pretty sure it starts at like
the lead
4.
into it. This is the story building before it, and I feel like every single week was epic, very entertaining. Even though what's funny enough is the bracket looked very similar every week and had the same technical result, it still felt really close in a lot of cases. I think it's particularly that Dobob Under Pressure series, at least for Europe, for today. If there's a series that you missed, I would highly recommend you go back to see that one.
Yeah,
I mean,
agree more.
Highly
Even
recommend.
when you look at these teams, like Streamer Zone are taking games off of Echo, and that Echo Dobop series with the RMP mirrors, it was 3-1, but it was also just such a close series. I feel like Dobop could beat Echo, Streamer Zone could beat Echo. They just need to refine it a little bit more. So like both of these teams are very evenly matched against Echo. Even though Echo is, slightly
Every
better
stretch
right now.
comes with a high-pitched
And we haven't
sound
seen Under Pressure versus Echo,
of varying
so,
intensity.
That's another curveball. And Dobop is their 4th team. So I feel like you mentioned, previously Europe has been very top-heavy, where it feels like there's a big gap between Echo and the teams behind them. I guess Dobop started closing that gap last season, but yeah, this season been
Holy
super
shit, this thing has
competitive all the way
13 million
through,
health.
and I can't wait for the finals. I can't wait to see NA as well.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You
Yeah.
really have to look at the minutia with the individual matches to determine like where that actual competitiveness does lie. But it does sound like we do have an interview.
I'm a demon.
here with
Yeah.
Buzz. Hello from
Oh, shit.
Echo. Can you hear me?
This guy
I can
got
hear you guys.
crunched.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How's it going?
It's going great. I mean, yeah, we're happy, of course.
I would expect so. Yeah, I don't think we've had a chance to talk to you specifically all season, so I'm kind of curious, like, where your thoughts were before heading into Cup 1 in the beginning of the season, what your goals were, and how that kind of went for you guys as a team.
Thing is stunnable?
Honestly,
Are you kidding me?
when, it's actually really hard to know what to practice because you kind of learn by facing onwards in the tournament. And I mean, our goals. I mean, we this thing we
How
always
do
just practice a lot.
I
When we feel like a matchup
live
is bad,
this?
we try to
Is there
incorporate
any
different
world?
classes, but
No.
in similar matchups. So we brought in the Feral Druid, that gave us a lot of breathing room, and then we actually went back on the Rogue now for the first time as RLP, and yeah, I mean, it went great.
Unlucky.
Obviously, for sure. I mean, Cup, you basically swept the entire season, so it was incredible to watch. I'm curious, when you had your first series against Streamers on GG, at
Raider
Raider
Bronze
Cash.
Cash.
That lock in that composition.
Whoa.
Were you trying to catch them off guard, or?
Obviously,
I didn't have
they're
any of
very
that.
prepared for our FOP, and they're starting to like pick up the Holy Priest, which is super strong against Destro Warlock, and we kind of faced them on ladder a bit in War Games, and we didn't do super great. We're still winning games, but it was very hard. Even these games you saw now, this was super untested.
What is
Just
this
hope that Rogue was better
2014
today,
mic quality?
because I felt like I was getting shut down on Feral, and I couldn't really get clones out, and that's kind of why we bring the Feral. So we were like, you know what, let's try Rogue. I'm better on Rogue than I am on Feral. And yeah, it was great today, but honestly, the games were down to the wire. I know 2 games we lose, we die pre-cooldowns, but the games are super, super intense and close.
Yeah, that kind of leads me to my next question. You went from a 3-0, and then in the rematch in the grand finals against Streamer Zone, it kind of seemed like they seemed to step it up quite a bit.
Oh.
What kind of went on behind the scenes there? Did it
They
feel
made
like
these
you were-
reputation tokens warbound? Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely, over the 3 weeks, gotten really, really good against us.
Great, now I have to
Has
figure out who
evolved
send
a
them to.
lot, but honestly, like the Hookman game we lost, that was all on me. I was staring at Mercy, we were all screaming that he was dead. Then randomly I'm dead. And I don't remember last time that happened to me in a tournament where I just tunnel visioned completely. So that was all on me. And then JT obviously died 1 game in opener. A bit crazy as well. He just died in a Strang. Yeah, not much to say about those. I mean, they played well, of course. And yeah, it was a good series, to be honest.
Yeah, really fun to watch for sure. So another question that I have, Chan was talking a lot about how, well, all the casters actually, about how they wanted to see you guys play against Under Pressure. Did you think that that was a possibility today? Did you prepare for that at all?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Under Pressure has been avoiding us in War Games for like a month, but now they needed to beat Tesha.
The default keybind for the PvP group finder has been changed to Shift N. Was H. What the hell's going on H? Housing?
They learned a
Oh.
lot from the War Games, and I'm super proud
H
of
for
them.
house.
To be honest,
That's fucking.
we overtook the Arcane Mage because we had some very close games into them, and we also won a lot into them. So yeah, if we would have faced them,
That's
it
the
would
most
be really
random thing I'll read all day.
but we can win Under Pressure for sure.
Any team you're most afraid of then going into the finals?
It's always scary to face Dobop. I have super much respect for them. I think Tesha is very out of control sometimes. He can just make crazy plays that is super hard to deal with. They're all insane individually, so it's always good to play against them just because it's high intensity RMP mirrors, FMP mirrors. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to facing everyone. Last year we saw the bottom part of the gauntlet win the entire thing and get second in the grand final, so you never know. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and you guys proved that today for sure. All right, well, leading into the finals, anything your team's going to do, play some Remix, maybe practice a whole bunch. What are your plans?
I mean, my boys are already level 80 in Remix. They play that every day. But I actually told them it's banned to play Remix when we have tournaments. But no one listened, unfortunately. So I'm still level 1. I haven't made a character, but of course, gonna try it out. Get the new transmog.
Yeah. Ben got a Chan on that train today. I think he might already be addicted. But
Oh, really?
all right. Yeah, I think so. He was level 15, I think, already this morning. But anything else that you want to say before we let you go?
Well, shout out to Echo, of course. You know, always having our back. Sometimes on social media, they can be a bit crazy. We can be in lower bracket and struggling, and they will be like, "Oh, it's fine. They're gonna come back and win the whole thing." And I see it afterwards, and I'm like, "Don't tweet this. The pressure is there." And then, of course, the fans having our back every single time. We love you guys and appreciate all the love and support. And of course, you guys did a great job on the casting desk.
Oh, thanks, bud. All right. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, and we will see you in November for the finals.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well done once again to Echo, Cup number 3 winner, as well as the first and second cup. Here is the bracket that we will be seeing for the top 4 for the European region. Super T's, of course, still waiting on that gauntlet winner.
Yep, and Dobob are just ready to go, waiting to go to get into that. They're the final boss, basically, for this, which is going to be the prequel.
What?
Where all these teams get a last chance opportunity to take that 4th position. And honestly,
These things
teams
split?
pulled off in
Are
person
you
upsets, right? Buff Mistweaver
fucking
beating
kidding me?
Dobob in the second cup. Fleapill looking better and better week to week. Full Smart finding their stride as the Jungle Cleave composition. And then YOLO Inc., which I think had a really big spark at the beginning, and then just kind of fizzled out at the end. I'm curious to see what they can do now with a few weeks of preparation leading into this.
Yeah, we do have a lot of time to practice before heading into the
sure, yeah.
in
Split again,
November.
why not?
So definitely be sure to tune in for that, and we'll find out who our 4th place team is to join the rest of those guys up in the top 4 for the EU finals. But we got to move on to North America now. Let's talk about that because we have just as many teams and exciting series lined up, Zico, in NA for today.
What is this lag?
Yep, NA also been super competitive. Kind of a similar story where Welcome to the Jung has kind of been the echo of NA. They're always, looking like the team to beat. They're always winning. But this season has been a little bit different. We have a kind of a tie right now. Welcome to the Jung won 1 cup, but so did Gators back, and these guys are on a collision course. That is, of course, WizK's new squad with Alvish playing that RPS. Really solid team. Cubsy back on the healer. They're just looking absolutely phenomenal.
Must have been
bringing in some very interesting comps as well. Playing, Assassination, RMP, playing RPS, all kinds of stuff like that. Welcome to the Jung. Looking like they haven't skipped a beat, but this is the cup that kind of will decide that. And then, of course, we have Dire Wolves, who is Sedu's squad, barely qualified to the finals, but they are locked in. And then, of course, still have Z-Rated as well, who got nice seeding here. I don't think they're going to be able to qualify any further spots, even if they win the entire thing. But still, they can play some spoilers. Just looking really good here in North America. Especially the Gators versus Jung, man. I can't wait for that.
I cannot wait as well, which luckily enough is going to be our first series of the day. We're going to head to a break, but we're going to go straight into the upper finals. And when we're back, Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung coming up next after this break.
Gator don't take no shit.
They who would stop at nothing to destroy our world. And the heroes who would sacrifice everything to save it. This is the timeline you know. But the past, like the future, is never etched in stone. This time,
Bing bong.
we experiment with new
This bitch is dead. Dead, you hear me?
with power. We wield weapons of unimaginable
Yeah, the scaling really does start to go pretty hard.
Many dangers look beneath the shifting sands of time. stronger and faster to face them. But so will the enemy.
So will the enemy.
Are you prepared?
Nope. Where are all these? Where are all the flying demons at, man? That doesn't count. There we go. These little fuckers. Has this always been here? Does this thing take you to the Charlie thing? Ah, yes. Yes, it does. A Charlie. What? Oh, they took my kidney. That was a great time to level. Let me tell you. Golden age of the internet. I think I should take crit damage right now, because that seems like the biggest DPS upgrade. I mean, it has to be good when you have 50% crit. Unless it doesn't count because we don't actually have any crit rating. We just have flat crit. And it says chance, so. Let's find out. Oh yeah. I can see it.
Welcome back, everyone.
Copium.
If you're just now tuning in, you unfortunately missed an incredible series. It was the grand finals for the EU region, the third and final one before heading into November's finals. Echo versus Streamer Zone. Echo did take that victory, and now here we are across the pond in North America for the upper finals. Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung D-Machine.
Seek and Destroy Squad. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Let's go.
Especially in the upper finals. We've seen it over and over again. They always bring the fireworks, though. We've seen all sorts of different compositions coming out. I did get a quick chance to talk to Calvish and ask him about the series, and I asked him, like, how do you prepare for this? And he's like, we can't.
Okay, pre-blurred that.
Like what they have available to them, they just don't even know how to scrim to prepare for that, so they kind of have to play it by ear, and that just got me really excited. Really, really excited. However, he also did mention that he's feeling very confident this time around. For some reason that he did not.
Yeah, he's smacking the shit out of me, huh?
Interesting. Like he was intentionally hiding something, or?
It's one of those things where I can't really tell. It was just like, just kind of leaving. I asked him like 6 questions and he answered one of them, and he was like, not going into it.
Okay, all right. Interesting. Welcome to the Jung. 94% of chat in favor of this team, Benruki, but Gators back. I guess I'm kind of
Oh my god.
Like Jung obviously statistically does win this one, but Gators back I think deserve more than a 7% from chat.
Yeah, let's see if we can sell chat a little bit. Gators back.
Yeah.
Let's just a quick little reminder. This is Wiz K. You know, this is
Wiz isn't even gonna play.
Calvish. This is Dazed, a phenomenal team. They've actually beaten Welcome to the Jung, you know, in a series. So this is the team that definitely can win. I don't think it's a 90-10 kind of matchup here. Gators back, like D Machine mentioned, they're one of these teams. They can play lots of different compositions. It seems like they're focusing on two in particular: the Mage Rogue as well as the Shadow Priest Rogue. And Welcome to the Junk seem to have an answer for that with the Unholy Death Knight Assassination. Gators back. They're flexible players, super solid. I would anticipate that they play something different for the blind pick, just to kind of check Welcome to the Jungle a little bit. But anyone's guess. It's like these
One
teams
away
are
from a 3-stream
so incredibly
streak.
good.
Whoa.
And it seems like these two teams in particular are cut above the rest of the season.
Okay.
Not
Predicting.
more, which is why they're tied right now in the standings for NA. But D Machine, would love to see your prediction for this series.
I mean, okay. So every single time
About to lose 20,000 points.
Jung has faced Gators back in the upper finals, not the grand finals, but the upper finals, Welcome to Jung has always knocked Gators back down. Gators back has then come back and beaten them one time, but it seems like this upper final situation is always kind of like more of like a feel of like how this is going to go. But I think everything has finally evolved. To Ven's point, I think the DK Rogue is going to be the comp to beat. It just doesn't seem like Gators had a definitive answer against that. So now that the rocks or the dust is kind of settled, Calvish letting me know he's a little confident, I committed to them. I think Gators are going to take it.
Oh shit.
Okay. So you're telling me this series plays out based on like vibes? Like, we're just
that's all
aura
I got at this
farming.
point. I mean, both of these teams are so good, and they've gone back and forth so many times. Vibes is my main source of information. Yep.
Yep, yeah, that's kind of all you can go on sometimes. Ven, what is your prediction for the series?
Now, production might have my prediction in favor of Welcome to the Jung, but I'm changing.
Production
it right
might have
now
my
in
prediction.
this
Say that
round.
5 times
So
fast.
if it shows up for Welcome to the Jung, I'm actually going in favor of Gators back. Sorry, production. 3-2. I'm convinced that Gators back have come up with some kind of answer. It's one of those things. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Kind of thing. And I feel like they will have an answer and pick up the blind pick win, and then ultimately win the series.
Well, that's so weird because like I want to change my prediction too. Then, I'm also. It's so weird. It's really weird.
All right, there it is.
Yeah, it was like that the whole time actually. No, but I mean this one is incredibly hard to predict. I again, Gators back. They've beaten this team before, but they are still technically, in my mind, the underdog. A very, very strong team, but up against the Jung. Their chances may not be quite the same as some of these other teams, but I am excited to see what they can do. I know they're going to put up a strong fight. Game number 1, D Machine. Here we go. Upper bracket, Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung.
All right,
Finally, NA.
TK Rogue composition coming in from Welcome to Jung. Can Gators back get through this? They got 4-0'd by them in Cup number 2.
Calvish is a fucking high mountain torn mage.
Composition. And most importantly, I need to beat Chanimal's prediction, man.
I really hope Calvish is playing Shimmer. So he has the option between Blink, obviously, and Shimmer, just for more crowd control. If he's playing Blink, it means they're going to play a much more passive strategy. If he's playing Shimmer, it means they can actually try to win the game with crowd control. Calvish right now, going forward, he's got the
Seeing
combustion
DKs on a
rolling,
mount
answers
still doesn't look right to me.
with the anti-magic zone. So good little defensive play here. We'll have to
Oh
see
my
what Calvish
God.
decides to do. Drake and Nick are just all over him at this point of the game. Cubsy is going to hop into the Angel form, bomb out some heals. At the same time, Nick is getting low. It's a very aggressive start here for Gators.
Playing
back.
Blink stun, not Shimmer.
So far, AMZ is a 3-minute cooldown. It's a big one. But Calvish has been getting chunked down as well, but no big cooldowns other than that Guardian. And there's the full blind onto Cubsy. What are they going to get done onto Nick? If they're going to force that AMS, is there any other things that they're going to be able to force?
Under
No,
30
Cubsy's
seconds to the next
really
bust.
For now, and Nick and Drake are going to try to reconnect with the full fear onto Zhang Bahai. The Guardian to preemptively, the kidney shot onto Daze to slow some stuff down. Zhang Bahai is going to be A-okay to go and stabilize his team yet again.
We're about to have a
Calvish
kidney
is
bomb bust.
Getting locked down quite a lot by this DK Rogue.
Yeah, we'll see. The combustion's rolling up once again.
Wow,
that's
the
one
CC
nice
chain
thing
on
about the
Dazed.
Fire Mage is you can lock them down, but once that combustion rips, it's difficult to stop that incoming damage. So that's the one
Yup.
thing I like about the Fire
Yup.
Mage is you are going to have that damage. You can see the combustion comes in.
That's
immediately Nick gets
unfortunate.
ripped to the pillar. They're going after Drake.
Oh
Big setup
my
on
God.
Drake. Beautiful. Down to 10% health. The Cloak of Shadows comes in. Chastise on Zhang Bahai. Full
So
fear.
close.
Cubsy getting aggressive. You love to see it. And Zhang Bahai's forced straight out the Will of Forsaken. This pressure from Gators back in this match has been looking really good. Calvish is exceptionally good on this Fire Mage, and it's not looking too bad for them.
Yeah, no, that wasn't even combustion, right? That was
playing
huge.
Icy
That
Flows.
was a big deal. Polymorph, it is going to land. Is it going to land? Full kidney shot onto Zhang Bahai. What's the follow-up CC? Icebound Fortitude and AMS going to be used on Nick preemptively just to kind of prevent the go. And it looks like Zhang Bahai is not going to be caught in any CC just yet. Calvish still just kind of tanking this double melee from Welcome to the Jung. But a few more goes.
Tried so hard to fake kicks.
Could get some serious cooldowns. Kidney shot goes out onto Cubsy. Calvish down to half.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be an ice block.
go.
No,
Oh
not
my
just yet.
God.
But Nick is in so much trouble.
He's so
got
low.
a sliver of health. Zhang Bahai caught into that fear.
Insane swap.
So close, Ben.
Oh, big setup on Zhang.
They're just gonna kill Zhang.
Cheap shot on a trinket. They might be able to drop him. Can
Dude,
they
how?
take him down the Guardian Spirit. I think they actually proc the Guardian Spirit, but this pressure is amazing. I think Calvish might have ice blocked aggressively there to try to close out the game. That could end up costing them the match. We'll have to go back and watch that in the replay, but definitely a tense moment. He's got the combustion coming up at about.
And they both have
40%.
blind.
Pressure on
Daze
Nick
has
been the
cloak.
highest
Drake has
we have
evasion.
seen so far in these games. I mean, look at Nick. He's just dying. What is this damage that Calvish and Daze are able to put out? Full fear on Zhang Bahai once again. Nick's going to be using the anti
Nick ain't got shit.
defensively. He's been using it on Zhang Bahai to break up the crowd control chains, but that means
Calvish still has cauterized.
Yeah, he's just getting chunked down, but the CC is Kier. Daze is in a kitty shot, and he goes down while Cubsy catches a fear. And Welcome to the Jung, looking so scared all game long, suddenly find a win condition and take down Dazed. Unreal.
What is this dude's mog? What the hell? Calvish, what are you doing?
I can't believe they found the win. I can't believe Nick survived. Nick, his health was 2%. It was something ridiculously low. Anyone did anything, he was about to fall over. What a close call. They even did the swap on Zhang Bahai. I mean, look at exactly what happens here. Here's the chastise. Look at how low Nick is. They can't believe it. It's unbelievable. As Zhang manages to get the trinket, and they actually almost take him down here through the Guardian Spirit as well. I think they did proc it. And then by some miracle, Welcome to the Jung managed to find the opening to take down Dazed. Calvish didn't even have ice block, but they just swap onto Dazed and a kidney shot. A huge Kingsbane comes in from Drake. And that's the thing about the Assassination Rogue is Kingsbane right now.
It was a good blast wave,
they
just
have,
a little late.
and that's that ability right next to Deathmark. It looks like a knife. When that's available, you can burst really heavily. It gives you extra crit on your.
Say the ability that looks like a knife.
I think so. Get the Kingsbane into big Envenoms, and you can burst really, really quick. And that's exactly what we saw in the final moments.
Okay. The question is, though, is this the composition to finally answer? Welcome
Did
to
you
the
just say
Jung? 'Cause
Deathmark
Welcome to
gives
the
you
Jung may have
crit?
killed Daze there, but man, we saw that close call on Nick. I think that I wouldn't be too disappointed with the performance of this composition at the very least. I think that this feels really close.
That felt like they should win. I don't know. I want to see what happens to Cubsy in these final moments because it felt like.
Oh my God! Finally, killing 15 of those is.
Which you can't blame them. If they get his back, they kind of need to. Let's see how.
Or 50.
It's just a chastise. Oh no, just a chastise.
How do you
Zhang Bahai.
avoid that? I guess you max rain the chastise in this specific scenario.
Nah, you're not avoiding that. I don't think you're gonna avoid that. That'd be like a pre-Guardian Spirit. I don't know. You don't really anticipate it, right? That's what's so deadly about a setup like that is they're not going after Daze the entire game, so it makes it really hard to anticipate a maneuver like that. But I do. One of the things I like about this matchup is both these priests just chastise fearing each other over and over. Like there's just a, it's a game of tag. They're both just trying to get that instant CC out.
With people's health bars being like a sliver, you know, like. To be able to have the confidence in your play to still continue to be aggressive and position aggressively while your team is that spooked, I mean, kudos, hats off to them. I play a Holy Priest myself. That's like my main healer whenever I do need a heal. And it's so much fun with, you know, the
level
heal,
60.
but also all of the utility. You have your own stun, you know. You still have feathers if you need to get that mobility. It's a lot of fun. But at the same time, throughout all of that, Nick and Drake continue their onslaught against Gator's back. And it's this composition that I think Gator's back needs to take down. And if this series goes back and forth with it being that close, I can see this go in the distance for sure. Ashmane's Fall is going to get locked in. Welcome to the jungle, the favorite in Twitch chat.
Guess I'm using Naran's Everdisk.
About 90-10 at least.
I may be losing some of my channel points. I'm not sure if Welcome to the Jung is able to do that a couple more times.
Yeah.
This is far from over. That game was way too close for comfort. Welcome to the Jung. They won. They managed to find that win condition, but I don't know. Gators back. They were looking pretty good there. I'd be nervous if I was them. The good thing for Welcome to the Jung is they take away the blind pick. So if we go back and forth to a best of 5, they will have the advantage compositionally and on whatever map they want. So for Gators back, they need to win 2 in a row. What a nice little scene we've got here. You know,
nice serene scene right before ridiculous
Bloodbath.
amounts of bloodshed. Yeah. Oh man, I
Explosions and
feel for
fireworks.
Cubsy healing through this, man. I don't know, but it makes sense that he's going holy. I was thinking maybe the Void Weaver would be the play, but imagine
Reach level 70.
these two
Increases
melee
experience gain from kills and quests by 250%.
The reason why I think he's playing holy is so he can get crowd control. Because
I see.
The way Calvish is playing with Blink, you're basically not going to land a polymorph. It's going to be really hard to do so. You can't rely on it. Whereas for Cubsy, he can just move in. He can get these fears out of the kidney shots, fears out of chastise. Big combustion here from Calvish. I like the gouge. So let the gouge sit into a Garrote. Calvish is forced to trade out his trinket, gets Garrote
Same thing, huh?
And really, Drake did a great job shutting down the combustion from Calvish, which I think is a great adaptation by him. If he can consistently land the gouges on the combustions, he'll really limit their damage.
Yeah, AMS also used by Nick defensively as opposed to Zhang Bahai. And Zhang Bahai is looking like he's running Holy Ward. I'm not sure if he was doing that in game number 1, but interesting thing to point out, when you use that Holy Ward, it will immune 1 CC go during its duration here. But with no combustion available, Calvish is just kind of making these rogues, making these melee peel out. Full kidney shot goes out onto Drake. Into a Ring of Frost. Nick in a Ring of Frost too. Calvish.
I like how everybody's using
Dave's
Warglyphs.
slowing the game down a bit here. Huge damage spike onto Calvish is going to cause a Guardian and Serenity.
I mean, if
big
that doesn't tell you that
on him. AMZ is going to be committed by Nick as he's at half health.
they
There's
should
no
be opened
AMS.
back up.
Is Zhang behind the full fear? Is he just going to fall down? That is going to be the trinket swap already, Van.
Yeah, damn.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay.
Nick is getting low
Pyroblast,
enough, and this is
Pyroblast,
never
Pyroblast,
ending.
Pyro-
The Pyroblaster
That was a
nonstop
hyperthermia.
with a Gatling gun here from Calvish. Nick is just under fire, literally on fire in these moments. Zhang Bahai barely keeps him alive once again, but the pressure's looking good for Gators back. Where's the opening here for Welcome to the Jung? Who are they going to go after? Calvish still has his ice block. It just seems like Zhang Bahai inevitably going into crowd control, and this damage from Calvish is so unrelenting, especially
What
when
is-
combustion
what
rolls
the fuck
back
is
up
going
in
on over
20
here?
seconds. I really fear for Nick.
Oh, he's just trying to peel, huh?
But the kidney shot stops it from being followed up. And now Drake and Nick are trying to get aggressive as Cubsy's in his own fear. Daze is going to commit that kidney go out onto Nick right here. What can they get done? Cubsy's desperately. Look at the game of chicken of fear over here between the two priests.
Oh, God.
Calvish nearly dies, and he does. He
Yep.
goes down without blocking. The house swap available. The block available. Oh, that's got to be a devastating.
Yeah, that's...
We need a replay because I feel for Calvish.
I'd love to see it, honestly.
Like Cauterize looked
Showing
like
that these
he did
people
it
are human.
Proc, or I don't know if like he got low enough where Deathmark proc and just killed him through Cauterize or what, but Calvish was relying on the Cauterize.
This
and
box
he
just
did
gave me
quite
4
often rely
pieces of
on it,
gear.
So I feel like
What?
Gators back. This is just
In
games in a
the
row. It's a
fuck?
nightmare situation. The games are looking so good. It's like Gators back. They're gonna win. They're doing it. Like look at Nick. He's barely holding on over and over, and he just dies through Cauterize. It's so sad.
Huh.
Cubsy, let's see. It's a little bit later than this. This is look at Nick.
Oh my gosh.
Like 2% health.
Trinket swap. They're just getting buttons left and right.
An alternate reality. This could just be 2-0 for Gators back. You know, like look at Calvish. He just dies through Cauterize.
Gosh, man.
That's so sad for him. That's so sad for him.
Yeah, wait,
pauses
hot
and then-
proc there?
In that transmog just to go down like that.
I know, and they have cooldowns too.
Spent all that time on that
especially guys
transmog
that
just
Cauterize
to-
like that. That's such a nightmare. And I still can't count
Gosh,
Gators
that
back
was
out.
so close, dude.
Oh no.
Unreal close.
The good thing is though,
altar
it's
block.
foretold. You talked about this. At the
Nash
beginning.
shield.
Welcome to the Jung. Quite often, this upper finals, they send Gators back to the lower bracket. But if Gators back doesn't come, that's so.
Okay,
brutal.
Cauterize
If he doesn't
proc
come back
healed
in
nothing.
combustion, Too. Like if he lives there,
gosh.
You couldn't even tell it proc because his health bar did not move.
Looking back at this, I feel like Calvish. Obviously, hindsight is 2020, but like you throw the block, you save the Cauterize, and that's when you can kind of go.
Dude, he trinketed. What was that? Like a half of a second left on that fear? That's crazy. And then let's take a quick look right here at what Cubsy and Calvish had to work
Wait.
with. I mean, they had swap.
That was
no
so
Guardian.
unbelievable.
And then, dude, Zhang Bahai had nothing. Nick had nothing, and they had Bust. Oh my gosh.
I'm about to fucking
Oh
bust.
God. Okay, this is a real tournament play sort of a moment for these guys. Gator's back. We know Cubsy. We know that these guys are capable of taking it the distance. But I'm gonna be so free with you right now, Ven. I'm tilted. If I'm in that call, I'm tilted. I just am. There's no way.
They can't be tilted.
I know
should.
they can't be, but
I would be tilted. I mean, it's hard not. But also,
Yeah, there's no way.
There is like the silver lining of like these games are looking good. Like you
They
can
are.
also like have the attitude of like we're winning. Like we're getting like
do they
you know,
have
the
that
results.
presence
The
of
results
mind?
are you're losing, but it feels like you really are winning. Like watching these games, it does feel like it's their games to lose or to win or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
It seems like that they should win. You know.
Mhm.
So,
I agree.
We'll see what ends up happening. But those final
Hell yeah.
moments.
Zhang Bahai has
Brutal.
been the first blood 4 times out of 211 games played on broadcast. Man was 4 out of... Yeah, so basically a legend. Zhang Bahai is just insane. Such an incredible player. Genuinely.
He's super good. Insanely good. And,
All right, something I
same
wanted to
comp.
point out really quick is that Calvish thinks that the biggest thing that basically determines whether or not these guys do well on any given tournament day is just how calm they keep in games. They're basically just, as long as they're calm, they're on the same page. They are on the same strategy, and they're making plays. As long as they're calm. And I feel like that's going to be really tested after 2 games like that. So that's the question. Can they remain calm going into Game 3 on potentially...
Can they keep calm and chive on?
Will they finally change destiny and take down Welcome to the Jung in an upper finals? It hasn't been done yet.
0 chance.
I don't know.
Well-
I still cannot count Gators back out because these games
Not gonna
are
say 0 chance,
ridiculously
but-
close. And I feel like 2 games in a row. The setup on Dazed in game number 1, that was a beautiful setup. But this one is like, they really caught them off guard. I threw Cauterize, had Ice Block, they had Swap. Like, Guardian Spirit was just about rotated back up. They had the Combustion to close it out. So, about as close as it can be for Gators back in game 2. But they're down 0-2. Welcome to the Jung. 1 win away from making it to another finals. So, this team is just so incredibly talented.
They are. I'm so stoked. Nick is just fishing. He's looking for a rogue. Can he find Dazed? Or is Dazed going to go and get a full sap? But Combat is going to be caught by Cubsy in the middle of the map here. Drake also just making sure that he's not getting knocked out. Neither one of these teams want to forfeit their opener. Calvish is positioning himself as far away as possible while still being able to be in range of doing some sort of damage. And the rogues find each other. Daze gets sapped.
Wow.
And the Garou opener on the Calvish has begun.
Yeah, Dazed looks like he's not going to trinket or do anything too crazy here. Vanishes out, trying to get some cheap shots and stuns rolling for the team. Get a little bit of control of the match. Zhang Bahai goes for a fade, lands a nice fear there onto Dazed. Well done. Full kitty now onto Cubsy as Calvish is getting bursted down. Trades out the greater invisibility to reduce some incoming damage. Looking for a potential mass polymorph, but more than likely just looking to, fear. See, Drake gets corroded. Calvish still hasn't used the combustion. There it is. Big combustion here onto Nick, but he's out of line of sight. Big blind comes in, and Welcome to the Jungle are looking pretty stable here. Don't want to jinx them. Nick getting a little bit low. Has the anti-magic shell unavailable at this point in the game. They might just kill him with Guardian Spirit. Zhang Bahai is forced to trade out his trinket, but they might have procced the Guardian Spirit
Close.
They might have. That was
They did.
So, they did. That was so low. Nick has got to be scared moving forward, but he just does. He's just the Terminator. He has zero fear, complete faith in Zhang Bahai. As would I. Holy Ward's going to be committed onto Zhang Bahai. He knows that the CC go is coming. DRs are following up. Kidney shot lands out onto Cubsy though. It looks like Drake is the one who's trying to get some damage rolling, committing that kidney shot. But the cloak is now down, and he's got to be a little bit careful too. Calvish
the positioning.
usually swap it over onto him. Full kidney shot onto Zhang Bahai. Cheap shot goes out onto Daze to stop the go, and both teams are just blocking each other. I just feel like I'm watching like a kung
Fucking
fu movie.
pets are
as,
just
like, punches
slapping
get
Calvish.
blocked, and kicks never finally land. It's just constant dodges.
Yeah, really nicely done. Full setup here onto Drake.
Oh my-
Gets popped out of Drake. Might just get owned. So much damage. The smoke bomb comes in. Nick saves the day with the anti-magic shell. It's just cheat death after cheat death, but Calvish is not done yet.
Calvish is
ripping
damaged.
out Pyroblast. Nick drops the anti-magic shell.
Again,
Once
some of it is probably
Gators,
pad
they
because
look
of
like
all
they're
the
full control of this match. They're getting the
thingamabobbers.
cooldowns out of the way. They just need to not throw. They need to not get cheesed, and they can easily win this game.
They could do it. I believe. Calvish down the half. He's got to be scared. Cubsy in the angel form. He's going to be spamming that him out, which is not only going to heal up his partners, but it's also going to increase his throughput as we move forward. Nick gets caught into a kidney shot of his own, and Zhang Bahai sees it. He's going to just grip them and top him off, no problem. Jump into an angel of his own, preventing the next go right here, right now. Nick and Drake just pushing in onto Calvish, trying to get
God, watching this and thinking about all the abilities that are not going to exist when Midnight drops.
Gonna get followed up. A Chastise stun onto Daze, maybe a potential swap over. Double Garrote gets it disarmed and put into a full polymorph, and Nick is the only DPS out on the field for just a brief moment. But the kidney shot actually gets bombed. He grips out of it, but is it enough to follow up cheap shot? Zhang Bahai
Dude, come on.
But Drake is in so much trouble.
Let's go.
Down. Gators back has done it. They have finally landed a point on the board.
Look at Calvish's damage. What on earth? They killed him.
Oh my god.
He literally got topped. I swear. He got Serenity to 100% health. He got anti-magic shot. They killed him 3 times in that stun lock. I'm not kidding. I swear. He died 3 times when we look at this. But this is what I'm talking about.
That is what's up,
from my point of view.
as they
Gators
say.
Actually seems like they're actually owning in this series. And welcome to the Jung. 2 games in a row. They
That's
managed to
what's
find
up.
a way. But look at how close this is.
Oh my gosh. That was
Fire
so
Mage
close.
is so scary. Look at this. Look at Drake, okay? He goes from 100 to 10% health. They break the anti-magic shell. He gets popped off and then just dies anyway. Like, what on earth?
Oh my gosh. I think he was also disarmed during that as well. So it's like, oh, you want to try to like peel for yourself? Joke's on you. We have a button for that too.
I would like to see Calvish's transmog and also his gear setup after this, because
those are very important to the damage meter. I agree.
Yeah, the transmog is looking good, but like the Fire Mage, it does so much damage.
I mean, it's got to just be haste.
Bustin' especially with Sun Fury, we have the Phoenix out. The Zhang Bahai, like basically, the way they're playing RMP is how some RPs have adapted, right? Like for Calvish in this game, he's not going to be really going for polymorphs because Nick and Drake are going to be able to easily shut him down. So the game becomes Dazed and Cubsy. They are the CCers now. They're the ones getting started.
I mean, he's going for polymorphs. He's just
fears. It's their responsibility to CC Zhang Bahai.
not getting
the Chastise on Zhang Bahai into a fear. Cubsy pushes in. Calvish's job is literally just hop around and press instance and do infinite damage and rotate through his defensive cooldowns. But he's doing his job quite well because his damage is pretty crazy.
I mean, if that is his job, he's doing that job fantastic.
Wait,
at the top of the league.
it's not even pad damage?
Done. Against DK Rogue, and don't get me wrong, it's not like they're getting 100% uptime. They are chasing a mage, but still, they're getting a lot of uptime. Cooldowns are being rotated through pretty aggressively. But yeah, that was pretty convincing. There were some close calls or whatever, but a couple clean goes.
What on earth?
Even the Phoenix.
Oh shit! Hang on.
Calvish. Yeah, that's wild.
He did 40 million damage over 8 seconds.
8.2 million.
There's a pyroblast hitting every second. And then the Phoenix just blasted. $3 mil from the meteorites and then the Jeepai.
Down here, it was just fire blast.
That is disgusting.
I guess the
the
Phoenix
pet is
on
completely
global cooldown.
independent. Yeah,
Between the eyes in there for
Phoenix is completely
600K.
Independent of
Outlaw
I know
Rogues.
what's going on. So, yeah, pretty wild.
Same comps, gonna get locked in, and honestly, it makes sense. Welcome to the Jung. They just need to win one more time, but this team just feels like they know what they need to do to win.
I knew Wiz wasn't gonna play.
Not choke, and if there's a team that's not gonna choke, it's Gators back. They got
Oh,
a
okay,
lot
so
of
he's
veteran experience.
no
As I
meteor,
said, that
full
they
left
may
side.
have already choked in the series that we're watching, but just warm
I mean,
up.
that checks out.
They can win 2 in a row, no problem.
Playing a lot more mastery than I really would have anticipated. I wonder. It's like a ring that's a verse. I think it's no. I don't know. I'm looking at his gear right now.
I'm literally looking at his ring now that you said that. He's got some bling on, dude. He is looking so handsome.
Some boots
This-
too. You kind of
this Smog is extremely fried.
From using the tier, the weapon from the raid that's gonna have a lot of mastery on it, as well as the boots. A lot
The
of
powers of your Reshi wraps trigger 50% more often.
Raid. That
What
makes it so
in
your
the
cloak
fuck?
procs more often. Yeah, but opting for high versatility.
So
the high
cheese,
note,
man.
to avoid as much damage as possible and just let it rip. You know, get out that damage whenever that combustion is available.
I'm a big fan of the red rope on the tail too. I don't know, it's just a nice accent that kind of pops. I know you're like actually talking about genuine analysis, and I'm like, yeah, but did you see the vanilla helmet?
It does look good. Transmog's looking good. I would say that's like at least like an 8.5.
Oh yeah, I was gonna go for a 9. I was gonna go.
Alright.
And, you know, it doesn't.
If you
have to be
took the
super
wolf's head
flashy,
helm
just
off, it
gotta-
would be
just gotta
it'd be all
feel
right.
Right. You know, all vibes.
All right, here we go. Let's see what they decide to do. Nick gets opened on immediate Icebound Fortitude and anti-magic shells. So this is a much better start here for the side of Gator's back.
Dude, I'm gonna go report this
See what they
fucking
can
Domo
do.
Pepsi guy.
Calvish on that Fire Mage is looking absolutely deadly, and it always happens where like for the mage, you build up Spellfire Spheres, and depending on how much Spellfire Spheres you have, it's like bird food, where your Phoenix can do extra powerful spells. So the first combustion is always the weakest, but the second and the third, fourth is where it's a lot stronger for Calvish.
Yeah, dude, I learn so much about mages every single time I talk to you. I am not a wizard myself. I'm a melee brain, so I just feel like I'm getting inside notes from the enemy. Kidney shot lands out onto Nick as Zhang Bahai's put into that fear. He has
Supatis just said he's a melee brain. Boomkin main.
Zhang Bahai is going to be able to get those Serenity out. It's no problem. But it's interesting. They're chasing after Calvish yet again, but I saw that swap to Cubsy. Full fear onto Cubsy. And even Daze is getting a bit of cleave damage out here. He's going to go ahead and just trade up that evasion. Cheap shot follow up on the Cubsy. What's going to into a Garrote? Calvish is still taking quite a lot of damage, but it looks like Nick is going to be peeled off with a quick cheap shot for now. Calvish is going to catch quite a lot of
the
heals.
bust.
Here's the kidney shot and the adrenaline rush. Lots of damage going out on the Nick. His AMS gets chewed.
Dude, that
through like
Phoenix
it was
is going
nothing.
hard.
The Spirit's going to be used, but is it going to proc? He's so low. The Serenities are being spammed out from Zhang Bahai, and Nick is going to stabilize. Now Drake caught into a disarm on his
Can't tell if that
kidney,
procced or
and
if he
Gator's back just
got a
half his
heal.
team's
Didn't
number
proc.
here in Hook Point.
Absolutely unreal. Calvish is getting low on health, looking for polymorph.
I
just
swear to
slow
God, if he
down the
dies without
game
blocking.
just a little bit. Cheap shots come in. Full crowd control has been initiated. The polymorph actually lands. Calvish manages to find one. He doesn't have combustion, so the damage is not going to be that threatening in this moment. I do like that Drake and Nick are going after Daze a little bit more in the match. They're at least putting pressure on him while kind of relentlessly running at Calvish. So they have pressure on multiple targets, gives them opportunities in the game, but combustion's up in about 10 seconds here for Calvish, and that's going to be a scary moment that Welcome to the Jung has to deal with.
Why is Combust a 1 minute cooldown if it does 40 million damage?
But Zhang Bahai with that Holy Ward up, big damage is
It's a
going
great
to be
question.
popped. But Zhang Bahai should be able to heal through this. Nope, the Holy Ward gets eaten and he gets caught into a gouge. That's AMS.
The Fire Mage
but
rotation
this
is
going
just
to
so
be enough.
satisfying
Maybe
because it's
this
like
might even be a swap. That's
it's
a
gas,
trinket
gas,
for Zhang Bahai.
gas.
He's going to go into Angel form and he should be able to top Nick off.
Still has
throughout
IBF.
all this. Stun goes out onto Cubsy into the double sleet. It's just Nick and Drake on Calvish. He has the Ice Block available to him. He's got to be careful. Cubsy's looking for a fade. He goes into an Angel of his own. Calvish holding desperately onto that block, and he will save it with his healer in that Angel form. He is going to be A-okay. He should be fine. Even the him to follow it up, he's got the throughput for days.
Dazed is out damaging
I
Drake.
feel like this next combustion could just end the game, and Calvish almost has
That's
it up in about 10
surprising.
seconds once again. This is scary. Zhang Bahai, if he gets crowd controlled, this game could be over. There's no Will of the Forsaken. Nick is already a little bit low on health. Defensive blind here from Drake onto Daze, just trying to buy it a little bit more time for Zhang Bahai. The Holy Ward comes in. but Nick
Oh,
is just
man.
doing so much damage once again. He gets gripped to the pillar. They
Drake.
make a swap
Dude,
on Drake. Drake
the
will fall
double
down.
grip.
Uses Cloak of Shadows. Calvish gets gripped in, but I think that's the wrong target to grip in. Calvish, I feel like, it's just going to be blasting them on that Fire Mage. Full Chastise on Cubsy into a fear. Calvish is getting low. We saw him die through Cauterize in the game before. He gets kicked on Frost. He can't block. Scary moment.
Oh my God.
Blazing Barrier comes in, but the Guardian Spirit from Cubsy, that should be enough healing to survive. Calvish greeds it and manages to hold on.
Oh, that was crazy close. I thought that was going to happen. Kidney shot goes out on the Daze, though. This is huge burst, like you were saying, from Drake's ability. But it looks like he's going to be okay. Calvish is the one who's really on the back foot. Garrote silence is going out from Drake, but Drake gets gouged up and kidneyed. This is a bomb. This is big damage out onto Drake. And Zhang Bahai knows it. He's pushing in to try to save his rogue.
I mean, he's got
Calvish is just
evasion.
lighting him up with this combustion. It looks like he's going to be safe for now, but a cheap shot follow-up onto Zhang Bahai into a full
Yeah, there's the
ear.
evasion.
Evasion will be committed by Drake the Rogue, and he is just
Is it
on the
enough?
run, Ven.
Could be it. Oh, Drake's so low on health. The Dragon's Breath comes in. Drake might be able to survive. He's got to vanish in 10 seconds. Zhang Bahai has to top him off, and he will be able
That means
to.
he's got to go in 10 seconds. Oh, yeah. Got everything.
Getting a full polymorph. Drake is just dead. He gets caught to the sun. Vanish in 1 second. He needs to vanish out. Anti-magic shell. Is it enough?
I'm
He's
sure he
just
wants to
dying
save
here.
that.
Ring of
Oh,
Frost.
okay.
I mean, so
The Rotes are
unfortunate.
coming.
Drake finally vanishes. Going to be going for Empowered Garrotes, but he gets feared.
Fear.
High. Oh,
Good swap.
Finally gets off the swap, but they're just killing him again. I can't believe it. Combustion's up in 20 seconds. This composition.
No, Combustion's
that
up in
Gators
10
back is
seconds.
Bringing in the Fire Mage, Outlaw Rogue.
Just
It's
half
so
whatever
threatening.
number's up there.
Welcome
Yeah.
to the Jung might be able to recover here. Zhang behind gets out of the Aegis.
Oh, God.
Block.
Please block. Okay.
It's going to be a barrier, and that should be enough. Cubsy has a lot of healing with the Guardian Spirit.
Hard
but
casting a
Welcome
fireball?
to the Jung.
Holy
They
shit.
strike back in a big way, and now Calvish is going to be feeling nearly as confident. Anti-magic zone deflects the attack. Calvish knocks him out of it, though. A beautiful play. Cheap shot on Zhang Bahai into a fear. Likely going to have to trade out his trinket. He doesn't have it available. Super unfortunate for Zhang Bahai, but I think he'll get out of the crowd control, and Nick will survive. But what a close call.
What the heck? This is so close. I feel like it could go either way. Blind going to be committed out from Drake. I don't even know where it went. I think it was defensive. Gouge goes out onto Drake to stop his go. Calvish still dipping down to half health here. He does have that ice block available to him, and they do have trinket swap on the side of Cubsy, but the kidney shot goes out onto Drake. Zhang Bahai has his trinket available to him and Holy Ward. He can avoid the CC, but does he have the throughput? Kidney shot goes out onto Drake. What is it, or onto Daze, sorry. Is it going to be followed up on? It's not. Calvish just DBing both these melee off of him, but Daze going to hit that killing spree and immediately
Oh my
get
God.
disarmed. Or I'm sorry, not killing spree. I'm not sure what it was, but it was a lot of damage. And he's gonna be stopped on it immediately. There's the cheap shot going out onto Drake. Combustion from Calvish. He's at half health here. Cubsy's going to keep his mage aggressive with that Guardian.
Yeah, he will. Calvish gets so low. He's got no cauterize. Keep that in mind. Nick is low as well. It's a race to the finish. I think Nick's going to fall. Guardian Spirit. Oh, it's enough. Somehow it keeps Nick alive. And look at Daze now.
Dude.
He's got evasion and cloak, but he is just making the push. He is unafraid. Gets the blind on Zhang behind.
Oh
Nick
my
could
gosh.
easily fall. Gets the sap.
Ooh.
Cheap shot. Daze
Let's
the
go,
hero,
dude.
Getting 3 crowd controls in a row there on the Zhang behind. Just unafraid. Trading out his basically divine shield with cloak and evasion. And they get the win. Gators back. They tie it up.
They tie it up on hook point at that, you know? This is supposed to be a smaller map for this rogue DK team to find their target, and it still wasn't enough. Gators back bringing it to match point here in the upper finals, and now I'm starting to understand why Calvish was so confident.
Yeah. I really can't believe it, but our mage is looking good. We saw Calvish play the Arcane Mage. I want to go back because I think I said something about this like in the first week. I don't know why they would play Arcane over Fire, because Fire, it just seems like Calvish cannot be shut down. Like there's these scary moments where he's getting bursted, but he doesn't have to cast any spells really. I mean, if he gets a fireball off during his combustion, that's really nice. It's going to add some extra burst.
Very
but
true.
It's not like Arcane where you have to cast an Arcane.
Whenever
Surge
Fire's
and
this
Nick
strong,
and
there's
Drake
no
are
reason to play Arcane.
Leading, you know, they're just kicking him over and over and over, gripping him, pet stunning him, just blinding him, doing everything they can to shut it down. As this, it feels like Drake and Nick, it's almost inevitable that they're going to be tanking this damage.
Yeah. Man, I'm watching the very last moments of that, and I'm just looking at Zhang Bahai's, like, Serenity cooldown even. not like Guardian, not swap, Serenity cooldown.
Dude, everything's just falling over in this
flailing
dungeon.
for his life at the very end there. Such close plays. There were so many such close moments where a Guardian Spirit may not have been procced, and looking how close this game went back and forth, a Guardian Spirit getting procced very well made. Look at the DR blind into the DR sap into the DR cheap shot. Oh, so sick, dude. Game 5 is up next. It will be the
Dude, how many bots can come through in a row? I mean, that
Holy
is
Priest composition,
insane.
AKA welcome to the Jung's choice to bring us to wherever they would like to go. With that being said, I think they would like to go. I mean, well, there you have it, Maldaraxis Coliseum. You know, not the smallest map in the world, but maybe they want something, some line of sight. Maybe they want, if Calvish is going to be running away. I have no idea why they would pick this map. The more I think about it, the more I kind of don't like it. Maybe they're changing comps?
I do wonder if we see a Warlock. The only thing the only reason I don't think we will see a Warlock E-Machine is because And I think looking
What
to
the
Europe will
fu-
give us a little bit of insight, because anytime we see Dobob versus Echo, no Warlocks are played. Echo never plays the Warlock, which makes me feel like it loses
Seagull?
to the Fire Mage in this matchup. So I think Welcome to the Jung, maybe they go with like a balanced Druid, maybe. They might just lock in the Cleave once again. They could play Hunter too. They could play Ret
Hunter.
Hunter.
Be sick. Yeah, you were talking about Bestial or sorry, what is it? Roar
Oh my God.
Sacrifice.
A
And
Ret
how
would
much
be
that
sick.
crit Negation
You
prevents combust.
You know what I think we're gonna see? I think we're gonna see the Ret Hunter Druid again. I think Welcome to the Jung is gonna
Don't
go
play with
back
my
to that.
heart.
I think you're gonna see the exact same comp.
I'll be so happy if we're going to a game 5 and the Ret Paladin gets locked in. In the Ret Paladin, I have to say, the Ret Paladin on Welcome to the Jung is no slouch. This guy's awesome on the Ret Paladin. Oh, please.
Yeah, definitely.
Please.
I think we're
Team
going to see Druid.
composition.
Because the Welcome to the Jungle made that comp and made Druids look really good until Gators Back played RPS and just ran at the Druid. But in
Right.
this matchup, they were owning. So hopefully they didn't forget that lesson, because I do think that that is a matchup that they can absolutely win.
No, absolutely. And we've seen them like take at least a couple games off throughout the history of their back and forth with that composition. And it's something to note that how this matchup has evolved throughout this entire season. You know, we originally saw these guys locking in Cup number 1. I'm taking a quick look here.
Let's go.
Versus,
Wahoo.
just like you said, the Ret Hunter Restoration Druid. And they kind of just stuck
You
with the
killed my
Restoration
son, you
Druid
bastards.
and beat Gators Back's RPS. But is the Ret Paladin going to be what they use to beat the Rogue Mage composition of Gators Back? Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah, this is definitely a normal dungeon, let me tell you.
Jungle. We saw Destro Feral, Holy Paladin coming out from these guys. There are a lot of answers. You mentioned the Warlock. Part of me wants the Ret
Oh,
Paladin,
yeah.
as you know. They
Big
could
part
also
of you.
just go with the same old, same old. I mean, maybe they
I
just
don't
want
think
like
so.
No, I don't think
Like,
so either.
it-
Especially with this map pick. Like what?
Yeah, if I'm watching these games, if I'm Welcome to the Jung, like, I really think the score should be 4-0 for Gators Back. I think Welcome to the Jung
Yeah.
pulled off some miracles to win. This is not a winning matchup. I think the score is deceptive, and they are. A Hunter is at least coming in. It's going to be
Okay.
Hunter DK.
PhD?
So instead of a rogue, DK. Or I'm sorry. Instead of a rogue, a Beast Mastery Hunter. Beast Mastery, the specialization.
What,
that has
BM?
Such great consistent pressure, but also most importantly, Roar of Sacrifice. Elliot, can you give us just a quick lesson again for all the hunters listening in chat? What Roar of Sacrifice can do to a Fire Mage?
Just completely negates them. It extinguishes their flame. Like, you roar sacrifice a
Extinguishes
target.
their I love that.
They can't. Yeah, no crits are coming in. So the way Fire Mage works is you want to basically get back-to-back crits, and that will end up giving you instant Pyroblast procs. But if you don't crit your Pyroblast because of Roar of Sacrifice, then you basically can't build up more damage, and you just get completely stomped out. So I think for the side of Calvish, he's going to need to...
Something tells me that
have pressure on
gathering
multiple
5
targets,
pearls is going to be
get crowd control on the pet,
a
or either
difficult
bait
task.
it on like an off target, and then use combustion on the main
Maybe not.
target. But I think they have to be flexible with their targeting, because anyone that has Roar of Sacrifice is very unlikely to die to a Fire Mage.
Right. You know, and not going double melee maybe prevents a little bit of that value from the double Dragon's Breath.
Sack is
whenever Calvish
pretty
is
annoying.
off of himself.
It's fire.
This is going to Dragon's Breath a lot of those pets, but nonetheless, taking a quick look at Daze's Transmog, also incredibly important. I'm a huge fan, but it also kind of
Okay,
feels
so
like
he's playing the
stolen
combat
valor.
stamina
It's
instead
just-
of
I feel like I'm looking at a druid. What-
10% extra damage on his
Sometimes that's
builders.
the best transmogs, though, where
You're
it's
not
like
wrong.
a priest wearing Mage tier 3. It's a lot more respectable than like a mage wearing Mage tier 3,
Is that a gladiator tabard? That thing's kind of sick.
Yeah, Wrath of the
Yeah,
Lich.
it does. It's
I
starting to
stand.
Wait, what? He's
I stand
druid
very
mogged?
firm that Wrath of the Lich King has
Yes,
the
they-
best gladiator tabards in the game.
Yeah. They were
PvP
really
tabards.
sick. I love that in this dark hood, you see these 2 glowing eyes and just like a chin falling out. That is terrifying. There's something about... It's like an old, it's like all holy. And
Alright, I guess I will
the
get this
priest
quest
is
done.
just so, like, but at the same time, dead, and his bones are
Scary.
sticking out. There's like a juxtaposition going on here I'm kind of into.
But then you have the goofy looking sheep that kind of just like makes you laugh,
Yeah, this sheep is crazy, dude. What is
Look at
happening?
it. It's just
Oh my
human.
god.
What's it eating? I wonder. Grass,
The
maybe.
souls of his enemies.
Yeah. What a series! I honestly I didn't expect the series to go. Actually, I kind of did. I
What the
predicted.
fuck?
You
What are these
know,
guys doing?
too.
You're just being.
So I knew a little bit, but I just it's interesting. It's a fun one because these two teams have gone back and forth so much. I think it makes it really interesting heading into the finals and the rest of this cup.
Oh, dude, the grand finals are going to be crazy. Well, one, I think a lot of people are going to do their homework. They're going to have that time to prepare for the grand finals. That really just changes everything on its head. Obviously, if you've been watching AWC, you are familiar with the format. You know about the pick phase. You know about the drafting. You know that loser has map choice compositions and yada, yada, yada. When you give these players a little bit of time on a tournament realm environment to prepare compositions directly for the opponents that they know that they're going to face because they've been facing them all season, things just kind of like get crazy. And all of a sudden the mind games ramp up, but also the theory crafting is always so interesting and usually meta defining. It's even on the ladder, people see what's going down in these tournaments, and stuff happens on the ladder, and stuff gets discovered in these tournaments that all of a sudden take over the ladder. So if you want to be on your game on the ladder, keep
How long was that fellowship maintenance?
All right, it's an endorsement if I've ever heard one. Now, welcome to the Jung, David. Their composition is traditionally extremely good at killing mages. The Beast Mastery Hunter, the Unholy Death Knight,
94 minutes
makes it really
played,
difficult for a
and I
mage to
haven't
actually
even
get
played
away,
the game
but
yet.
I do worry the instant damage from Calvish is quite
You
high.
have
Nick is
3.7
already
hours
getting bursted
played.
down. The Roar of
Can't even
Sacrifice
refund it.
phase, and now they're just making a swap.
Oh
And
my
they
God.
realize Nick is completely immune to damage with that Roar of Sacrifice, and they need to make a change, but they are getting a lot of pressure on Prev. And a lot of
Oh, they
residual
brought-
damage
okay,
there
it's
by
Prev.
Calvish. Looks like they will weather the storm, and now welcome to the Jung. They need to get on target, but look at Calvish. He's already 1,000 yards away.
He's gone, man.
No, it's 2
He
hours.
dipped. It comes the already an angel.
Unless
form.
it
He's like,
changed.
Hey, you want to get some cross CC? Not today. But Calvish still taking a bunch of pressure. But this is a bomb on the Nick. Kidney shot's gonna land onto him. Is there any follow-up CC? It won't be. It'll be immune by an angel of their own. But
Oh my
Calvish is in
God,
so
Calvish
much
should-
trouble.
dude,
Comes
don't
using
let it happen again,
multiple
Calvish.
traps. Surely this is gonna be ice block, or at the very least cauterize. It's not.
Good
Cubsy
barrier.
gets out of the fade. He gets silenced to follow it up, but he gets a serenity in between all of that, and Calvish stabilizes.
Yeah, nicely done by Calvish.
And
Not
here's
panicking, but
Bust.
You can start seeing like the damage Prev and Nick have is really difficult for Calvish to get away
We
from.
have
He's
Kidney
definitely
AR
so
killing
passive.
spree.
Line of sight,
Bust.
getting Novas on the pets here. I do worry because Zhang Bahai does not have a trinket, so a full cheap shot will land. They're making a setup on the Zhang Bahai.
Oh, shit.
And they take him down. The Dragon's Breath comes in. And they follow it up with anything else. It looks like they get the Guardian Spirit out of the way. I don't think they procced it, so a completely fair trade there by Zhang Bahai. It's a Roar of Sacrifice as well. And ultimately, Welcome to the Jungle should be able to survive, but Zhang Bahai still has no trinket and now no Guardian, so he's very
Shifting
vulnerable.
power will be
Nick is
gone.
getting low.
Phoenix
I feel like
Flames will be
Gators back, they have
gone.
options at this point for who they can go after. Nick is going to have to be very heads up with his anti-magic shell and zone.
Dude, Gators back swapping things up and changing their kill target is just making Welcome to the Jung flail. I feel like looking at the defensive cooldowns, there's, oh my gosh, I think he immuned that fear. Cubsy fading a fear of his own, lands his own fear to follow it up, is going to force the Forsaken from Zhang Bahai, and Gators back just feel like they have total control of this game. Guardian Spirit is going to be committed as soon as Cubsy ate that pet stun out onto Calvish, but it does finally fade. He uses the Apotheosis. Some more Serenity is going to be coming in. Prev is the one who's taking a bunch of the back pressure right now. He's got his
Jesus.
Beast Wrap rolling, trying to get that damage done. Jang behind knows the CC coming.
That's
in
caught.
spades, but it's too little too late.
Calvish.
Full cheap shot into the full blind. Calvish has the combustion going. He's trying to light Nick up as they swap the damage.
Yep.
Prev uses Roar of Sacrifice, and just
Oh
like
my
you said,
God.
they're swapping that damage over to the off target. And now Nick is in so much trouble.
Calvish using shifting power.
Shifting up
resets all those
again?
Cooldowns, but they got the cauterize, so Heat Death not going to be available for Calvish. Nick is still just low on health. Big killing spree by Dazed. Zhang Bahai, this is a pure panic situation. Is going to be hopping into the Spirit of the Redeemer. Calvish just line of sight. He's just
And
out of
Bust
it.
is back.
He's doing such a good job avoiding damage this game. It'd be basically impossible to trade with the Death Knight Hunter unless you are line
Oh,
of
he
sight
got a
like
poly.
this. Calvish potentially looking for a full polymorph. Gets Shadow Word Death. Can they get the follow-up? To Dragon's Breath, what are they going to do? Where are they going to go? Seems like Prev is still going to be that target, but unfortunately that crowd control was not clean.
He doesn't have Roar. You got to bust
Stun will
fucking
land, but I think
ASAP
Prev should
Rock.
be able to
Yep.
survive this big combustion. They're
Yeah.
going after Nick. Can
Oh,
they
no.
take him down? It's looking like they're going to be able to. Zhang Bahai has a lot of work ahead of him to keep his team alive. Big death strike there by Nick with a Guardian Spirit.
Damn.
He gets topped off, but what a close call.
Roar Sacrifice came up like halfway through that boss, and he still perhaps still used it. He's just like immediately respecting it. But no Guardian Spirit, but Zhang Bahai still has that trinket swap if need be. But Calvish in so much trouble. He catches a Guardian Spirit of his own. Cubsy repositioning to get out of way of this rogue DK or this rogue hunter for follow-up CC. Nick wants to push in on to Calvish. They found a little bit of momentum. Can they continue to keep it going? But Calvish is continuously rotating that momentum. Zhang Bahai caught into a stun, into a full fear. Prev's got to be in a little bit of trouble. He scatters Daze to slow down some of this damage. Calvish still lighting him up from behind the pillar, and Calvish desperately trying to get some CC going out onto Zhang Bahai, but Nick reconnects, brings him back down to half. Cubsy not caught into any CC. Just
Calvish, where are you
constantly
going?
Positioning and making it hard, but he gets caught into a silencing shot. Calvish is going to be gripped back by Nick.
Yeah,
He's
what?
going to be okay for now.
Cubsy's in
Both clubs
fucking
just kind of
Africa.
trading blow for blow, but
Dude,
most
look at that
importantly,
fear path.
doing these
Oh
big
my
stops.
god.
Kidney shot lands out onto Zhang Bahai.
Nice mass.
Whoa.
The polymorph does
Mass
go
poly
up to
shimmer.
Nick, and that's going to be the trinket swap right before the bomb.
Oh my goodness, they almost
Oh,
just
he's-
kill him through everything. He still could maybe die. Death strikes are coming in.
MC?
This is Icebound Fortitude. That was the
He's dead.
swap.
He's so fucking
Zhang
dead.
Bahai
There's no-
finally might
oh
be able to
my
connect some
God.
heals, but it is looking desperate here for Welcome to the Jungle. That was a
Holding
beautiful
Guardian?
Shimmer mass
There it
polymorph.
is.
Calvish is playing the Shimmer this game, so he can make these plays to get crowd
Mhm.
control in the match. Zhang Bahai, though, is just sweating in these games. I mean, they are just really keeping him guessing, going after him, Prev, Nick. All three members are a great target. Calvish still has his ice block. I feel like Dazed might be the kill target here with no evasion. He might be the one they go after, and it looks like they potentially will.
Cloaks.
Full trap. Dazed is in trouble. Cloak of Shadows. He's trying to get away, but
gotta vanish.
bleeds are there.
Yep.
The blinding sleet now onto Cubsy. There's all inning Dazed. Finally, some heals land. Cubsy doing what he
We're
can.
gonna
to
have
keep him
blind
alive.
bust
Dazed
spree at
gets
the same
popped
time.
off, and now, once again, Gators back can get aggressive.
Kidney shot goes out on the Nick and do a
Ross is
follow-up
gonna come
cheap
up
shot. Polymorph
the exact
in
same
full
time.
line into Zhang Bahai. No out for this.
Yup.
Nick is desperately
Spree.
trying to keep himself alive with his
Bust.
own death strikes. Gets caught into a follow-up here. Zhang Bahai finally not into any more CCs, getting the Serenities out. But this is the combustion for Calvish. They swap the damage going out onto Prev. The Roar Sacrifice
Too many
discount
cooldowns
does
left.
get used. It finally fades. Zhang Bahai needs to keep his team alive. This is some big damage coming in very, very shortly. He's going to use the Holy Ward on himself to prevent the next go. And it gets stopped. It gets eaten. Full kidney shot lands. Cheap shot on
Uh-oh.
Nick. Big damage on him, but Calvish is in
Swap.
some trouble. That's the hell swap for Cubsy, keeping his mage alive.
I mean, we
But
still
now
have
Cubsy
Invis. We're about to have mass barrier.
Cubsy trying to get back in and grips him right back. Surely this will be a block at any minute for Calvish, but he is gone. He is out, and he is shifting powers, getting ready
See
for the
you
next
later.
go.
Yeah, combustion up in 15 seconds here for Calvish. Throwing out Pyroblast. Mana slightly in favor of Welcome to the Jungle, but I don't know if this is going to come down to mana. So many close calls in this game so far. We're at 6.5 minutes.
I mean, it might.
elapsed in this game, and
Bot
I
is
feel
literally
like
coming
Welcome to
off
the Jungle,
cooldown.
they're playing extremely cautious. I really don't blame them at this point.
You don't
They
see that
do
every
have
day.
some defensives. Icebound Fortitude is at least available here for Nick. Got the anti-magic shell. They've got the Roar of Sacrifice. I think Prev needs to be kind of the tank right now, as he has so many of his defensive cooldowns. He goes in though. Oh, he might just get dropped. Yeah, scary moment, but combustion is still available.
LFR.
Beautiful double blinding sleet, and now Calvish, he pushes in. He gets caught just a little bit. Cubsy's going to be dipping into the angel form once again. Greater Invis traded out by Calvish, reducing his damage. Taken. Oh my
I'll
god.
do
It's
Tormented
so
Guardians
back and
because I have
forth.
the
Nick or Calvish.
the
either
research
one of
thing
them
for
could
that.
fall. Still no cauterize for Calvish. He needs to be very careful. I mean, he's been so greedy with the ice block so far, but once again, it pays off.
Roar Sacrifice in 30 short seconds, but Icebound Fortitude and Amaeus will be committed from Nick. Zhang Bahai is so vulnerable to CC, and they're finally.
I gotta change my
Icebound is
artifacts.
committed. Kidney shot goes out onto Prev to stop some of that. Zhang Bahai got into a full fear. This is really scary for Nick. So AMZ and
There has to be a better way to do this.
Nothing to deal with this right now. Zhang Bahai finally gets out of that CC. Nick catching quite a bit of heals, but as we get into 38% dampening and mana becoming more and more of a problem.
8 ranks of volatile magics, huh? Oh shit.
The bomb drops, and that's all she wrote. Zhang Bahai not
Oh
able to
my
keep
God.
the night alive. And in game number 5, the Gators are indeed back.
They did it. Calvish comes in on the Fire Mage, an absolute legend. Gators back with their RMP. They best welcome to the Jung, sending them to the lower bracket in a reverse sweep. And honestly, like even the 2 games, I'm a little bit worried for Welcome to the Jung because even the 2 games that they won in the series were not convincing to me. So I feel like they need to go fully back to the drawing board. And I don't
That's
know.
what's
Maybe it's gonna be the
up.
Red Druid that comes back, but we can take a look at exactly what went down in this game. It was very back and forth, and honestly, Calvish, he played this matchup extremely greedy. I think his positioning was super good. He was incredibly slippery on Mage.
Greedy is a fucking
Really good at just
understatement.
rotating through his mobility and his defenses to stay alive. Ultimately, Nick is making a push. He realizes they're kind of on the clock, but Zheng Bahai, he doesn't have really any cooldowns to work with. His Apotheosis was up in just a few short seconds, so maybe Welcome to the Jung should have just kept playing it a little bit cool. But I feel like they kind of feel like they're on a clock against the Combustion.
That was
The
quick.
Combustion is such a deadly cooldown that you can't just allow Calvish to freely rotate through it. At some point, you do feel pressure to actually make a push and kind of commit to your attack.
100%. I feel very similar. And Calvish is doing a great job bringing it back. So is there anything else, any other mechanic that Fire Mages can do other than that shifting power to get that cooldown back off sooner?
Every button you press is CDR and bust. Yeah.
Yeah, Calvish did that real good, like. He attacked real good.
Yeah.
More buttons you press, the more busts you get, and then bust gives you more buttons.
Just
It's,
one moment.
There was quite a few times where
Quite a
Aurora
gameplay loop.
Sacrifice just wasn't synchronizing with
kindling.
just by like a few seconds. In that few seconds where they don't have it, it just was devastating every single time. And I just feel like they were Welcome to the Jungle was falling behind. They were
Oh boy, here we go.
They're even like making miracle plays to keep themselves in it, but the value just was slowly slipping out of their hands as we went deeper and deeper into that game.
Yeah, so the talent you're wondering about is called Kindling. Your Fireball,
Kindling.
Pyroblast, Fireblast, Scorch, Phoenix Flame, Critical Strikes reduce the cooldown of your combustion by 1 second. So you're getting a lot. Basically, like, you should be looking for a combustion about every minute, I would say. Like, maybe slightly more than every minute, but yeah, you have it quite often with this build.
Definitely he did. I mean, look at the numbers. He was
numbers.
pumping.
Like, in theory, this is supposed to be a comp that counters mages, but the way they played it, yeah.
My goodness. Who predicted Gators back?
Me.
Yeah,
I switched it.
Some guy that's real handsome, probably.
But you switched at the last second, right?
These
Wait,
polls are
that's
so
fine?
silly.
Is that fine though? Like before
feel
the
like
game
that
even
was
starts,
fine.
that's fine.
No,
yeah,
I
that's
think it's fine. I'm still gonna
totally
make fun
legit.
of you for it, but yeah, it's within the rules, right?
I had to, what did you make fun of me? I had the presence of
I am
mind.
gonna crank this fucking dude
What
so
did
hard.
Zico predict? I just want to double check.
Oh, chat losing lots of points. Yum yum. Congratulations to those in chat who voted for Gators back. Those are some juicy points.
Did we see what Chan and Zico went for this one?
Take a
Just
quick
wondering.
gander. Oh, not weird.
Yeah, it feels pretty good, huh?
Doing pretty good over here, man. Not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we
Yeah,
predicted-
flatten me.
Apology.
We predicted this like after they lost in this upper finals every tournament. I mean that. No guts, no glory, baby. What can I say?
Right.
Oh my god, these people are pumping. What in the?
It's not really.
Oh, so sorry. I reached out to the player.
Man, I am excited though. I think Welcome to the Jung, they're gonna have to be a little nervous. They did that also without WizK, without him playing in a single game. So it's like they haven't even like fully unloaded everything that they're capable of, which unleashed WizK exactly, which I think also is kind of quite a statement. Of course, Daze, Calvish, incredible players themselves, and they were able to make it work with that composition. So I am excited to see if we get a rematch between these two teams. But Gators back, as you can see, they're going to be waiting there in the grand finals. Welcome to the Jung. They're going to drop down to the lower bracket, and they're going to play either Z-rated or Dire Wolves from this next series.
Aggressively. Silly that is the best way to get around, is to kill yourself in this raid.
I feel like Dire Wolves have kind of, they're getting back into their style, right? I feel like
Oh my
they've found
God.
their footing a little bit. They had a little bit of a slow start, but as the cups have gone on, they've dealt with some of the things that were giving them trouble, specifically the Void Weaver. They're a team that they
Run
do
the-
have a lot of different compositions that they can run. But Z-Rated is very interesting because they're playing a lot of ret-based compositions, and I don't know if we've seen Dire Wolves really play too much into that. And sometimes Dire Wolves is a team, they need to practice into something a lot before they really get comfortable in the matchup. So this might be an opportunity for Z-Rated to get some glory.
Yeah, certainly could.
Sleep?
The newcomers,
You
the
fucking
one of the
kidding me?
newest teams facing off against one of the oldest teams in AWC. So I think this is going to be a very interesting series, no matter where it goes. I'm really excited for this one. I feel like Z-Rated, they're probably surprised themselves how far that they made it, but they were able to beat Left
Man,
4 Dead
so
in the
close.
series yesterday, 5-2 game. Sorry. went to a game 5, so it was a very back and forth series. But they still made it, and I'm excited. The Absurd as well, also the game 5 series, D Machine. They might just do it here yet again against Direwolves.
Let's not get
I
breathed
love
on.
seeing me some new blood, but Z-Rated in particular is a team that's kind of won me over. I had a chance to talk to them as well offline, and some of the answers that they had were just so wholesome. They're just here to have fun, but they also are taking things very seriously. They're well familiar with
Okay.
Direwolves. They watch their streams, and they're very impressed with their play.
Tough fight,
They're
tough fight.
unconvinced if they'd be able to take them down, but it is a huge aspiration for them. And they do have the Ret Paladin compositions, but they also now, as we've seen, as they've showcased some Feral Druid compositions as well.
What are we doing here?
So maybe some versatility against Direwolves. I do think the Ret Paladin would probably be the correct answer against the composition Direwolves have showcased so far. So I'm just
Talent
only a
points,
little
huh?
excited about that.
A little bit excited. All right, well, I am excited as well. Hopefully, chat is for this series. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is new school versus old school, Z-Rated versus Direwolves. We'll be right back.
Behold.
The light flickers, and in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope.
Guy's about to get shit on.
The shadow is closing in.
Okay.
It wants to devour everything.
That's a new one.
Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot fear.
Better give me the hunt back.
Not falter.
What the
There will
fuck?
be no victory without suffering.
What is going on here?
Without sacrifice.
Okay, so I just don't get the hunt.
The call of the void.
What the?
Devouring host. With no mercy. No equal. Come, little lights. And be extinguished. The darkest night falls upon us. But if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now. Champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength. Steel your hearts. Because today,
Brother, is that you?
fight.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. What's up next? Sea-Doo. My doppelganger. Blargamol? What kind of name is that? Okay, guess we're just waiting on respawns. Hmm. Ooh. Rip.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the lower bracket for the North American region for the third and final cup here in the War Within. Loser of this one knocked out. It is Z-Rated versus Direwolves. Theodu's team versus the newcomers, the team of all Z's. Big question for me is, Zico, what composition are they going to lock in for this series? We have any idea?
Your guess is as good as mine. I feel like both of these teams, they have, a little bit of variety. Maybe we'll see some Demon Hunter Ret from Z-Rated, some Retribution Paladin Cleaves for sure. Direwolves, a little bit tougher. Maybe, I don't know if we'll see maybe some more DK Rogue come out, or maybe a mirror match. I honestly don't know. Could see maybe Sam tagged in on the Boomkin. I really don't know.
They have a lot of options this season, it seems like, that we're actually seeing them do too. Like, they're not really shy. I feel like this team tends to shy away sometimes, but this team, it seems like they've been making kind of braver choices, Zika. Maybe that's just my headcanon.
Yeah, I feel like they haven't had like a super solid main comp. They have ran the DK Hunter quite a bit, but yeah, I feel like they haven't found, like, usually they find like one classic main comp and they just stick with that no matter what until they're forced off of it. But I think it's it doesn't feel like they've found that yet. For the Wolves.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, I mean, we'll have to see. Blind pick extremely important, sounds like, in this one. But we've got fifth. Oh, there we go. 96%.
Zero votes.
I was like, hold on. 96% for Direwolves. Chan, what is your prediction for this series? You think that they deserve a 96%?
Chat is always right. Well, Twitch chat at least. So I am supporting that.
It's back.
I think the Direwolves are kind of 3-1 Z-Rated. Not 3-0 because Direwolves are looking a little bit shaky this season. Not the normal form we're used to seeing from them.
Look at that, doubled my channel points for that last prediction. Easy.
3-0. I think something that I really remember from that is Sam was playing that Boomkin against them, and Z-Rated were just playing with so much respect.
Who's on Z-Rated?
Giving Sam Yam so much space on every Incarn, and he just constantly had Barkskin every time that they came in. So I don't know. I think Direwolves going to take this away. Oh, look at that stat!
Whoa.
Wow.
Look at that.
Chan has the highest win rate at 74% of all AWC broadcast competitors. 233 out of 316, minimum 200 games sample. Very impressive, Chan. Back when you were young, before you got on the desk, when you still had it, those were the days, man. I remember casting some of those games.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been 15 years ago for you at this point. You were in the retirement village this entire time, but
I started casting 10 years
he's
ago.
Pissed, man. I don't know if Waz is getting that stat, so... Anyways, focusing on this game here, Direwolves, I think they're going to smoke Z-Rated, but Z-Rated, they've been playing well. I've been enjoying watching their games. Again, 3-1 to Direwolves. I'm giving them that credit for that 1 point at least.
All right, that's fair. Zika, what's your prediction?
I'm gonna have to agree with Chan here. I think 3-1 sounds about right. 3-1 is also 75% win rate for Direwolves, so that matches up. I'm curious to see Van Rookie's prediction here. What is he doing, and is he doing any last second changes? Does he have any more insider trading here going on, or is he what's the situation looking like?
That is certainly the question. I'm 3-2 with Z-rated. I know that they have had a series against them already, and they did lose. But I don't know. I feel like they've been ramping up lately. You know, they had the series. They won 2 series yesterday. So I feel like they're a little bit of a different team than maybe in the beginning.
Got real
They're a
far.
newer team. They get nervous sometimes on broadcast. So maybe they've kind of like gotten a little bit more comfortable. But let's see. D Machine, Sid, and Venruki. What did we predict? Ooh, okay. D Machine, the only one on my side. Looks like Direwolves definitely the favorite to win this, especially if you look at chat as well. They do seem to think that this is possible. But if you're on the side of Z-rated, Shan, what do you think that is their best option to lock in, knowing what they have on their arsenal in terms of compositions?
I think there's 3 options that we're going to see here. It's either going to be Red Demon Hunter with the Prez. Looks like Zagon does not play anything else. So Red Demon Hunter, Red Hunter, or maybe even Demon Hunter Hunter. We saw Streamer Zone pull that one out earlier today in the European bracket. Into the Direwolves though. Ooh, Jungle Cleave. Zozo on the Feral Druid. Into Samayam and the Boomkin. Dude, Boomkins, you know, take a lot of damage from Hunters. So it's really going to be a question of, can they force the Barkskin? And then can they stick on him and not have to run away during the incarnation, Zico?
Yeah, that is the question here. We're going to see how it plays out, but I kind of like this from Z-rated. If you're playing, you know, against that Moonkin, definitely have a spicy target to go after. Let's see the first trap. Oh, does he eat the first trap immediately?
No, Jay
actually,
whiffs it.
looks like he actually whiffed it. Yeah, Jay was not finding that first one. Not a great start here to this lower bracket elimination game. But he get a full Cyclone here. Nicely done by Mr. Sam. He gets silenced though. A lot of pressure coming in. Zozo looking for the Cyclone.
Shit.
Sidu shuts it down.
Started already?
Taking a lot of damage here, but both healers not in crowd control currently. Imprisonment is going to follow.
No, I said the match started already.
Nice Cyclone being casted, but it was grounded by Sidu, and now Sidu finds himself in a stun. J-Walls, is he going to find a second trap? Doesn't look like it. If they find a Sleepwalk, pre-Tremor, actually it was reversed. there by
Boomkin
Trill.
versus
Nice defensive
Jungle.
place here from the Direwolves.
Yeah, full Lasso goes onto Zagon, who has no trinket. Neither does Jaywaz. He is on DR right now, but if Sam can look for that Cyclone on Zagon soon, Jaywaz is going to be in a lot of trouble. Gets a precog, time stops the Cyclone. Zagon making some plays. Is he able to land it now? Samayam getting a Dragon Stun from Zagon. Now he needs to get away. The Cyclone does finally
playing
land.
Marks.
Jaywaz has no trinket. If they have a stun for him, he could actually just go down. Instant Turtle comes out from him, recognizing that Zagon should be able to top him back up. Zozo under a little bit of trouble himself.
Okay.
Beam comes out. Jaywaz not out of trouble yet. Rewind is available. Zagon going into the full Chaos Nova. Emerald Communion has to get popped. Samayam isn't able to clone that up.
I don't know. Same looking too good.
From Direwolves. Samayam though needs to be a little bit careful. He's sitting in that earthen wall totem. He gets caught up with a stun, but look at Sidu in the back line, spamming out the healing waves. Samayam gets a precog, gets a full Cyclone here. Now
Samayam gets a precog. How many times?
Just yet, there it is, full Cyclone, no trinket, no way out. Are they going to be able to just seal the deal right now? J-Walls gets his trap reversed there. Sidu now in a Cyclone as well. Sam could be in trouble. J-Walls could also be in trouble. Both teams blasting away. Samayam is going to go into bear form here for a second. It's the bash onto Zagorn as well. No follow-up CC, but just a lot of damage coming out here from Trill. Rapid fire though onto Sam to respond. Big damage on both sides, but no healer in crowd control means that both players are fine for now. But again, Sam just takes a huge chunk of damage. Here's the trap coming in onto Sidu as well. They have no reverse magic here. Sleepwalk, they need to stop it. They get the Sleepwalk. Samayam in big trouble. Darkness is going to trade. He gets knocked out of the darkness. Nicely done there by Zagorn, but he gets Cyclone, and now Sidu is out of crowd control. Samayam is going to be fine, and it's going to be J-Walls on the back foot.
Yeah, Samayam does have his Barkskin rotating back. Sits a clone right now. Nice place from Zozo. Loading Samayam up to slow it down. But Barkskin, as I said, is coming back in 10 seconds. Samayam should be fine. Nice clone onto Jaywaz. Zagon actually time stopping himself, trying to immune that. If Sam can get a full clone onto Zagon, any kind of CC is able to stop Jaywaz. He's going to be okay. Full clone finally lands. Jaywaz has the Ross, gets his trap reversed. Nice play from Trill. But Zagon out of CC now. I think that Z-rated should be able to recover and stabilize here.
Yeah, Incarnation for Zozo is going to subside as well, so damage is going to be slightly lower here. J-Waz has True Shot right now, trying to blast away, but not finding any damage. Samayam with excellent positioning to respect that True Shot right now. J-Waz in so much trouble. Zagorn, what are you going to do here? Does have the rewind available. He might have to trade it. Big damage connects, and that is going to be the rewind right before the imprisonment. Excellent timing from Zagorn, but mana is not looking too good. They got a pressing...
And that's True Shot done.
Full Sleepwalk. Now, Trill in big trouble. Nice Nether Walk, actually, being traded there by Trill. Free Nether Walk in the go, but still Sam in a lot of trouble here. Full stun coming in onto Sam. What is he gonna do? Sidu's in a bash. Sam looking for the Cyclone, getting aggressive in that moment. Sidu's gonna trade out the Spirit Link. The Wolves will recover.
Nice plays from Samayam, shutting that down. Direwolves, of course, hanging on, but they had to use a lot of cooldowns, and Z-Rated actually have a few windows of opportunity here. Samayam has his skin coming back up, but Trill is a kill target. Has no trinket available. Sea-Doo goes into the full trap. Reverse comes through from Trill. Should stabilize right now. They're looking for CC on Zagon though.
There's a while before they do anything.
Followed up with a cycle.
That skin.
So low right now. Goes into the stun. Has the turtle coming out of that. Samayam not able to get the cyclone just yet.
Got his
They
turtle
weren't
again.
Able to top him. An excellent cyclone from Zozo. Zozo has been so key with these cyclones onto Samayam.
Zozo.
Slow down the pressure from Direwolves this game.
Yeah, Zozo's been having a really good game, and now here comes a full trap onto Sea-Doo. No reverse magic available for Trill. Who are they going to go after?
They gotta win very
Sea-Doo's
soon or
gonna
else.
trade it out the trinket. Respect the J-Walls, though, in a lot of trouble.
Oh
Here
my
comes
God.
Trill with massive damage. How is J-Walls going to respond? The
This is
Hans
like
connects as well. He trades out the turtle.
the first
immediately
hunter I've
after taking
seen
the situation, but
logging a
Emerald
gun.
Munin has rotated back up for Zagon. He's going to have to pop it shortly here to recover some mana and to
Very
heal up his
unusual.
teammates. We'll see how he responds to the situation right now. Sea-Doo's in a full trap. Nice Typhoon there to interrupt the Cyclone, but the trap lands. Sea-Doo, what are they going to trade here? Samayam doesn't have too much, but he's in bear form.
Everyone's
Nice
dying.
early trades coming out there
Because
on the
Zozo-
other side. And Zozo,
Yep.
meanwhile, getting absolutely crushed here. Emerald Communion is going to trade, but they have nothing left on the side of Z-Rated. They need to find an answer fast.
I mean, he's got his
Both
good.
teams have
That's
nothing.
exhilaration. Did
Samayam,
nothing.
The only one with
Whoa.
defensive cooldowns in this game. His bark skin is available. His incarnation is not available for a while. Did just
That's
use
all.
it. J-Waz in a lot of trouble.
I
right now. That's
just-
so, can J-Waz fall? Feint Theft comes through. Zagon is in the sun right now. He has the trinket. Full trap gets reversed back onto J-Waz. Zagon put into the
That's
halfway.
it.
Can he fall? J-Waz 10% health. They need just a little bit more. Zagon
Dude.
needs to do so much work to keep him up. Somehow J-Waz still alive, but Samayam casting clones. Who did it land on? Lands onto Zozo. Is trying to connect onto J-Waz.
Wow.
Zagon finally
And he's got true
stabilized.
shot.
He is so lucky to be alive right now.
Yeah, but J-Walls has got nothing left.
Ah,
Zagon has
I
no
mean-
mana left. They're pushing in for one
What
final
the
crowd control.
fuck?
Sea-Doo has no
He's-
way
he's
to
got a
respond
true
to it
shot
right
and
now. No
bangs
reverse
damage.
magic, so
It's like
they're
the
just
only
trying
thing
to
he-
buy some time on the side of the wolf. The knock into the blinding shot into the full trap. One final push coming in from Z-Rated, but it's not gonna be enough. J-Walls.
Oh, the time stop.
1% HP. Free darkness from Trill. They cleave down Zozo and J-Walls. Triple Chaos Nova from Mr. Warcraft himself. And the Wolves are taking game number 1.
Golly.
Dude, this game was actually so back and forth. Z-Rated had so many opportunities where, Trill actually making a sick play, pre-nether walks the full main while CD's in a stun, and Samayam
Yep.
just taking so much damage as well. The Feral Druid and the MM Hunter can do so much damage, especially when you're backed up with the Preservation Evoker. But man, the start of this game was not pretty. J-Waz walks in there, gets knocked by Sea-Doo with Thunderstorm as he throws the trap. Throws his cursor slightly off aim and just completely whiffs the first trap. I think the second trap, Sea-Doo actually had grounding up for 3 seconds, and Jay was immuning the trap. I think nerves a little bit coming into play here, but not a strong opener from Z-Rated. But this matchup actually didn't look that bad, and Samayam easily could have died. Trill easily could have died. I think what I want to see from Z-Rated is a bit more cleave on both DPS, because Trill on that Demon Hunter can get absolutely chopped up.
This guy's playing totemic.
Yeah, if
Ew.
Trill has no trinket and they get some bleeds rolling on them, on him, they get a little bit of cleave damage on him while they're going after Sam, they can just do a more surprise attacks like we saw. But to be honest, that one time where he pre-nether walked the go, Trill was for sure dead there, or it was going to be Sea-Doo's trinket, which they ended up needing later on in the match. So it was going to be a big moment if he didn't do that. But still, I feel like they found their footing a little bit more on the side of Z-Rated later on as the match progressed. And I do think that maybe nerves were a bit of a factor, but usually I feel like the first game is always the one where you're going to be like the most nervous in a tournament. You haven't played yet, you're fresh on broadcast, and you're just kind of winging it a little bit. But then you get kind of comfortable a little bit more, and things start to look better. So I wouldn't count Z-Rated out. Who would you say has the advantage in the matchup, though, if both teams play like 10 out of 10?
I don't know. I actually think Demon Hunter Boomkin can have a really hard time against jungle. Perhaps this Preservation Evoker healer, might have a little bit of a harder time because, you do have to play close range, right? And that's the thing. If you play close range, you can get stunned by the Demon Hunter into a full clone from Sam. And so it's really hard to say. I don't think this is a bad matchup, though, for Z-Rated. I think they can win. Samayam was taking so much damage this game, as I keep saying. And, of course, Trill can easily die on the Demon Hunter as well. So if Z-Rated keeps it up, if they play better and Direwolves make some mistakes, I can easily see them taking a point or two.
Yeah, definitely. So both teams kind of have win conditions here, but Direwolves starting off strong. I think. What do you think? Do you think we see both teams just lock this in
Trill
again?
top dam as it should
I think
be.
so. I think the last time we saw them play, it was Boomkin Marks Hunter from Direwolves into Z-Rated trying the Red Demon Hunter, the Red Hunter, and it just looked terrible. It looked really terrible. This actually looked quite good. I like Zozo on this Feral Druid.
Yeah.
I think Jungle is a fine comp into this. It is Hook Point. It's a much smaller map. Of course, Z-Rated did pick that map pick. Direwolves insta-locking in the Demon Hunter Boomkin. If I was Z-Rated, use this time, just talk about what you can do better. Spend the time to really talk through the mistakes you made. If they get a stronger opener compared to last game, who knows? Maybe they force some cooldowns early, and then they can find an opportunity. True Shot Aura, everything's possible. But locking in the Red Demon Hunter, I don't know how I feel about this.
Oh
I
god,
thought
lag.
The Marks Hunter pick was fine. I do think Marks Hunter is a little bit squishy, but I mean, the issue I have with the Red Demon Hunter here is last time they faced Sam I Am, they gave him too much respect when they played this comp, and his bark skin was just always up every time they went in. So we'll see if they can adapt, if they thought about that. And
Oh shit, Red Demon Hunter?
Got it. So Z-Rated, they need to disrespect Sam a little bit more this time around, and just not be as cautious maybe as last time. But they're gonna try the Red Demon Hunter. I really like Zozo on the
WQ right at Sam.
They
So
had
many
some good
defensives.
jungle games as well yesterday against the Abjured, where they had some nice cross CCs, and they were actually able to win that series. So yeah, I feel like Z-Rated, they have decent flexibility on this roster, and this is a newcomer roster going up against veterans, AWC winners, BlizzCon champs. So for
Old
Z-Rated,
men
it's been a
is
great
what he's trying to
weekend,
say.
but of course they want to keep
Going
it
up against old
and,
men.
take it as far as possible here. Close game one. See if they can clean it up here in game number 2. Hook Point is going to be the battlefield, and they got a cleave setup to try to burn this chicken of Sam I Am. Let's see if they can do it.
This is gonna be a fun one.
yeah, and the spell warding for the Incarn in dampening, if it gets to that point, which I don't think it will because Zagon is on that Preservoker. It's always super strong. But we really want to see them getting on top of Sam I Am. Looks like they realized that. Zozo instantly pushing for some CC on Sea-Doo. Blinding Light to start it off. Looks like he'll follow up with a Hodge. Does indeed come through with it. Instant reverse from Trill though.
Zozo's just over here fucking off, huh? Hasn't even pressed.
Nice fly from
There's
Zagon
Wake.
to avoid any follow-up CC as well. Sam I Am gets kicked on the Wrath, and we really want to pay attention to Sam. Can he get those clones off? They're running after Sea-Doo at the moment.
Yeah, they're chasing Sea-Doo right now, but he's just going to static field and knock them out of there. Didn't even trade out his Astral Shift, so not a great opener here for Z-Rated, but at least they got the reverse magic. Now Sam
There you go.
target. There's the precog, immediate darkness trades for Zizzy, but Sam I Am with that precog is able to get a lot of crowd control and basically just survive that without using any major defensive. Didn't even use his bark skin. Actually, will trade out the bark skin now. Swap on Sea-Doo though. No reverse for this Hammer of Justice. A lot of damage coming out, and the darkness comes out from Trill. Sea-Doo trades out the Astral Shift as well, and Sea-Doo will recover. But that was a good push. But now the problem is you're going to have to rotate between the next reverse magic and then the next trinket of Sea-Doo as well. And in the meantime, you're leaving Sam I Am open. Nice root, Solar Beam there coming out. But looks like Zagon was able to break out of that one with help of his Retribution Paladin. And now Sleepwalk connects onto Sea-Doo.
Yeah, the Essence Break from Zizzy connecting onto Sam I Am, but they choose to run back onto Sea-Doo. I don't know if I agree with this. You give Sam I Am time to playmake on this balanced druid, you're going to have a terrible time. You need to go on the chicken. He doesn't have bark skin.
Completely agree.
After the Shaman, it's the same mistake as week 1. I don't think they realize that Hodge onto Sea-Doo gets reversed back onto
Train the blue, huh?
He's got the Incarn up, gets the full clone onto Zagon, see what he can do with that. Sea-Doo
Okay,
doesn't
Wake.
have a wall either, does have Trinket for himself, NS's himself to full health. Sam I Am looking for a clone now. Full clone
Yep.
onto Zozo, choosing to sit at the moment. Sea-Doo only has Zizzy to worry about at the moment. Sam I Am getting kicked on a follow-up clone. If Zozo can connect right now, Sea-Doo might have to Trinket Link.
Yeah, Sea-Doo in big trouble here. He's going to drop the link. Triple high mountain coming out from Sam. Nice static field totem.
Nice
Triple
link.
Chaos Nova. Trill and Sam are cooking right now, trying to triple cleave them. Maybe get a triple kill. Zozo dangerously low. Might need to trade, and he will make the trade with the Leon hands. Now Zagon pushing in for another sleepwalk here. Can he find it? Sea-Doo line of sight it. Very nice route there from Sam I Am. Zagon wasn't able to cast while running there. And now Zozo, what are you going to do? Your
Time
healers
stop,
in a full
calm,
cyclone, Divine
rewind.
Shield and Leon
Yep.
hands back to back, and they're just chasing down the Shaman, but They hodge Sea-Doo. He could be in trouble, but Trill is there
Sitting.
to feel the situation. He sits it, actually.
Oh my God.
They don't trade anything on that, and Trill almost goes down. Oh my goodness, huge burst of damage there coming out onto Trill.
What
Z-Rated
is happening
definitely
right now?
exposed to watch Zizzy almost going down as well. What is he gonna trade? Has the blur, has the nether walk, full hex onto Zagorn. Zozo now in massive trouble. Samayam, if he gets the cyclone, he gets a free cog. He gets a full cyclone onto Zagorn. Zozo in big trouble. Samayam's trying to make it across the corner. Gets the
This guy's in Africa.
recyclone as well. No, it gets line of sight. It gets outranged, but there's the stun on
Ooh.
Zagorn, and he trades out. the
Sam
Emerald
got
Union.
picked?
They
Never
recover
before
now,
seen.
But that was a great exchange for Direwolves.
Finally, they connect back onto Sea-Doo, but Trill instantly just reverses the hodge, and Sea-Doo is out of there. And it took them so long to survive. They played defensive. Zozo was just so scared for his life that Sea-Doo now has his wall.
Oh!
Zizzy actually is the one who goes down. Zagorn trying to time stop something there. I think it was
Bruh.
a cyclone.
It was a
Isn't
hack.
a rewind off.
Yeah, so Zagorn got cap stunned by Sea-Doo, and then Sea-Doo casted a hex out of that, and he tried to time stop out of the caps totem, and his Demon Hunter just got
The reverse sweep is coming for sure.
So yeah, great exchange there from Direwolves.
Totally.
We're gonna see it towards the end of the match here, but I mean, this looked really brutal. I mean, I like the risky aggression going after Sea-Doo, but honestly, Sea-Doo is probably one of the toughest Shamans to take down, and this was the moment where Zizzy had to trade out his
Probably.
blur, but at this point he has no blur and he has no trinket, so in a stun he can just get absolutely evaporated. That's exactly what happens here. You can see Sea-Doo tremors the sleepwalk, and then there, boom, cap totem, and he just dies in a blink of an eye.
The
No
income
pun
from
intended.
Samayam doing so much damage. Like I said, I do respect what they're trying to do over here. Z-rated chasing after Sea-Doo, you know, as a melee cleave, running after healer, trying to just throwing caution to the wind and trying something a little bit YOLO, right? But at the end of the day, you have a balanced.
Damn, we kind of pumped now,
Most
huh?
of the game, you're focusing on Sea-Doo. You're not hitting Samayam. What do you expect is going to happen, right? He's going to clone up your team. He's going to learn a key cyclone.
What is this
at the
even-
Right time. And when he pops the Incarn, he's just going to
Okay,
explode.
let's-
Look at the damage on Zizzy right here. Wrath.
So it goes out like, oh, I see.
Just
Died in a bash.
sent him home.
He just died in a bash, half cap totem on his healer. It absolutely banged. Huge
Sent him to
damage.
midnight for sure.
That's crazy.
I'm not a big fan of this strategy. I respect it, but you have to hit the Boomkin. When the Boomkin doesn't have fast skin, he falls over so fast.
As a caster, though, I gotta say, I love it. Like, when my
Oh,
healer is
yeah.
the target, it's so fun. I'm just like, yeah, you deal with that, bro. I'm just gonna sit here and pump. Go for some sheeps, go for some arcane surges, do some damage, and just let them, you know, do their thing. That's the most fun when you get to free cast as a caster. But Direwolves, they're looking confident here. They're gonna lock in the same thing. Z-rated. Are they going back to the jungle cleave, or are they going for the red DH and going for Samayam? What do you think?
I don't know. I actually want. I feel like it was such a mistake for them to lock in that Red Demon Hunter. I liked the first game. It was going well with the jungle cleave. You know, it really was going well. They had lots of opportunities. I kind of want to see the jungle again, if I'm being honest. Black Recall does have a little bit of line of sight issues.
I swear Feral just gets
The
victimized by Boomkins, though.
for the hunter to deal with, but I thought the jungle cleave was fine, and jungle's not a bad comp, I think, into Boomkins. Okay, Z-rated. Actually not a fan of that one, and choosing to lock in the Red Demon Hunter instead. I still think this can work. They just really need to shore up their strategy. You just can't leave Samayam to do his thing. You're going to lose the game if that's the case.
Yeah, that's the problem. Can't leave Sam open. One of the most dangerous wizards in the game.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Chan, while we have a moment to get this game started, you found Samayam kind
My
of in
God.
the gutters, right? And turned him into
What?
The godlike player that we see in front of us today. Is that not correct? I'm a little bit shaky on the lore.
You didn't tell me I didn't catch that?
Because that was back in Mops. Nuts was the one who picked him up off the streets of
Nuts
Valorant
to butts.
Played MLS with him, and then into WoD, into Legion. That's when Samayam started to
blossomed,
develop a lot as a player. Exactly. Nowadays, he's one of the best out there as a wizard. But,
I think I missed that sigil slightly.
I love seeing him on the balance druid. I love seeing him on the mage. Not a big fan of his warlock, I'll be honest. Let's keep him off that class. But his mage, his balance druid. Keep him off the elemental shaman.
Yeah, what about the Eli Shaman?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I think his shadow priest, his mage, his balance druid are fantastic. anything where he has some CC, where he can make some plays, not really a dampener himself. Sammy is an entertaining player to watch, right?
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely one of those playmakers. I feel like there's two mentalities for a World of Warcraft player. Either you are the dampener, you are the lock shaman mentality, or you are the rogue mage mentality. I'm definitely the rogue mage mentality. And we'll see if they leave him open here in game number 3. Lower bracket match between Z-Rated and Dire Wolves. Z-Rated have a chance to play a little bit of spoiler here in the tournament. And Dire Wolves.
Right, this guy.
Oh my god, huge damage on the Cedar.
The
Deep breath
Link
connects as well. Oh
No
my
link,
god, Trinket, actually no link, but Trinket Astral Shift in the first 5 seconds of the match. Big opener here for Z-Rated.
Yeah, clones land onto Zagon. Sam I am starting the game with a precog, faking Zagon's kick, but it didn't matter. The Red Demon Hunter connected. The Dragon flew in. Sea-Doo had to use this Trinket Wall, and that is a thing that is so scary. But now I'm scared for Z-Rated because once
what
really
if Zozo
covers and stabilizes, he has a reverse from Trill for the Hodge, right?
What are we doing here?
Sam I am is just going to be free the whole time, and it's just the same story as the first 2 games.
Just not pressing Wake of Ashes?
He could reverse the stun. And oh my god, Zozo have to trade out the magic bop right
CC
there.
there.
I think of spell warding, but now they're pushing in on Sea-Doo. And they cover it. No, instantaneous reverse there, but the R-stun.
They're literally just trying to cheese this.
And it looks like Sea-Doo is going to recover here with just the Ascendance.
All in on the cheese.
Zozo is taking a lot of damage here. Needs to be very careful. He's on Forbearance right now, taking
Minion
a huge
comes
amount of
out.
damage. Beautiful Hex there being sniped by Sea-Doo. Now Samayam looking for the follow-up Cyclone as well. Finds it. Zozo in massive trouble here. Can't use any defenses for a couple of more seconds, but now finally that should be okay. Should have Forbearance off. He might still have to make a trade, and Leon Hands is gonna come through
rescue.
here for Zozo as soon as that Forbearance fades. Now going back onto Sea-Doo, and this is the moment. No Trinket, Hodge available, and they have no reverse magic. They need to make something happen in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
Dan.
Sea-Doo can just trade out his
Zozo.
Trinket here.
Oh my
Zozo,
god.
massive damage. Zagon still in a Cyclone. They're leaving Samayam
was a
open.
great
Sea-Doo
knock.
reads it and sits through the stun as well. And this is not looking good for Dire Wolves. Or for
Yeah, the wall does
Z-Rated.
come out from Sea-Doo though, but he has his Trinket available. Samayam getting swapped to finally. Barkskin does get popped. Zozo and Zizi realizing that the Boomkin is the one doing all the work. Zozo taking so much damage. He might die pre-bubble if they're able to connect.
Look at
Zagon
that, you
looks
touch
like
him.
Heal him up. Goes into a full Cyclone right now. Has no Trinket. Zozo surely has the bubble right now. Zagon,
Bubble.
what can you do? Zozo does use the bubble. Sea-Doo though. He is the
Why
one
are
who
we
uses
still
the
on
target.
Sea-Doo?
He does have the Trinket. Hops away. Samayam, you have to get some peels out. Who can he clone? Get Sleepwalk.
Oh, I mean-
From Zagon. Triple side comes through. Sea-Doo, you have that link.
So
You have to clone.
close.
Darkness comes down. Darkness finally comes down. Sea-Doo is going to be okay. He does have the link available. Healing Tide comes out as well. Netherwalk available from Trill. So Dire Wolves should be okay until the next cooldown pops.
Yeah, and I love what Sea-Doo did there with that Healing Tide. Look at it. It's behind Zagon right now. He just popped it and moved it to Africa. But right now, Zizi in a lot of trouble. The high mountains
There's the Nether.
triple cap coming through.
Oh my god.
As well. He's a 1%, and he will fall. Oh, I can't wait to see that on the replay. That was absolutely amazing. That was a triple Chaos Nova, triple High Mountain, triple cap to seal the
Trill
deal
is
here for Dire
cranking.
Wolves. They got to move on in the tournament and knock Z-Rated out in 4th place. Another legendary High Mountain play coming through here. And
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah?
I love seeing the High Mountain Torrent stuns. Samayam at the end there after the cap, just bulldozing down.
Not a stun, it's a knockdown, okay.
The whole team again. It is so sick to see. I love this High Mountain Torrent meta. It's like the War Stunt meta.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely beautiful. I love it too. I mean, it's just like the Night Elf outplays. They've had their moments. Oh, he melted that. That's so cool. But like, let's be honest. It's all about the High Mountains right now. Just charging in, bulldozing. Look at that triple High Mountain coming through into the cap stun. And yeah, what are you gonna do, Zozo?
I mean, Zagon just can't keep up with it, and it's such a shame because I think Z-Rated is a fun team to watch. But
Does that sound?
I don't think they have the experience to recognize what you need to do here, and I think it's just such a big strategical misplay to go after Sea-Doo. You're giving Samayam all this room to peel you up and hop Incarn free to play, and you can't let a player like Samayam do that. Look at Zizi. Gets bashed, half lane into Zagon. This translates into a kill.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. I really like these cap totems too from Sea-Doo. Both of the last 2 games led to a kill thanks to the cap totems as well. So nice snipes on the Shaman. Good defensive move as well with that Healing Tide, because you can move your totems, of course, as a Shaman, and you don't want a Healing Tide and just leave it next to you, something that a lot of Shamans do, because then a melee cleave will just tab and kill it. But if if you move it really far away, then they kind of have to
Oh
commit
my
to
God.
leaving you free and running away to kill your totem, and that just gives you a lot of room if they decide to do that. And if they don't do that, well, then your healing tide is just going to get full value. So really nice stuff here from Dire Wolves. Looking solid so far this weekend. And let's see what they can do here. Their next opponent, of course, is going to be Welcome to the Jung, which historically has been a brutal match.
I thought Sea-Doo and Co throw in the towel here. It's gonna be a quick 0-3 for them, and see a rematch in the finals. Gators versus Welcome to the
Dude.
Jung.
I love having Chan on the desk. He gets to say all the toxic things and gets to take the fault.
It's factual, right? It can't be toxic.
It's not. Yeah,
It can be both.
Chan is just a tough critic.
Yeah, you're right.
And he's a tough critic.
I put it this way: I have really high expectations for these guys. I think Direwolves are a team that should be, title contenders. This season they haven't been, but they can be. And so when I see them face against Welcome to the Jung right now, I just don't have any hope. Normally I do though.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, what do you feel like is missing from Direwolves, Chan?
I feel like they haven't found a comp to play. Like in past seasons, I'll take Dragonflight as an example.
All I said was candy corn is not the worst thing ever.
Moonkin Preservation Evoker. So fun to watch them play it. It was unique.
Thanks.
It was their style. They need they need the meta to be in their favor like that, because if they don't have something like that, they're just trying to keep up.
Isn't candy corn like
else
just
who's able to
sugar?
play their mains, or is putting more practice time in. Direwolves, they're not
Made with
mean,
real
as
honey.
well,
What?
as much work as other
Cream?
teams, and unfortunately, it's showing.
All right, well, hopefully they show up for this next one, because like you guys said, it's going to be a tricky series for them. Welcome to the Jung. They got sent down to the lower bracket from that series.
When is the last time
Back, and now
I had candy corn?
Another spot in the grand finals. Welcome to the Jung. Hungry.
This is one of those
Got that big
packages,
matchup
huh?
Against Gators back, but Direwolves looking to prove what they're capable of. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the North American lower finals. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Wow. Wait, that's really good. These are like totally different candy corn. It's like cream flavored. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean this is a problem for sure. The resends. Holy moly. So 299 item level on the weapons? 298? I've been duped. Hmm. More than one way to skin a cat. I'm a set in stand. Stand? What? Okay. I wonder how much bronze I have total. It's like 500k or something. Which I guess is probably not that much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've got 2 series left in the day for Cup number 3 here within the War Within. It is Welcome to the Jung versus Direwolves. Direwolves had a quick 3-0 up against Z-Rated. Now they're up against Welcome to the Jung, the team that is currently placed in first place, tied up there at the top of the standings in North America. Also, some interesting insider information. They did not want to use their delay timer. They had an option to take a little bit of a breather moment between the last series and this next one, but they wanted to get straight into it, Zico.
Yep, they want to get straight into it. Maybe they're fired up from that win that they just had.
The prediction is
yeah, maybe they're feeling hot, and you got that momentum. Might be best to continue, but right now there's not a lot of people with faith in the Wolves here.
Oh, no.
I think we all know who the king of the jungle is.
Okay, yeah, 21%. It's creeping up there. Okay, Zico, what's your prediction for this series?
Quick 3-0 for Welcome to the Jung.
Oh my gosh. All right, Super Tees.
Same. Same's here.
No, production just ripped the bandit up.
Oh, God.
No.
Oh, there you go. That was quick and painless.
I'm
Just
so
do the
sorry.
second window too.
Yeah,
Actually,
do
the
the
second
second
machine's probably D-Machine's gonna be on the Direwolves, I bet.
I feel like, yeah, let's see. No, ugh.
Oh, nobody! Oh my God, this is the first time Ven's ruining.
Ven gave
this,
him a
bro.
game.
That would have been.
Ven
I
is
think,
ruining this.
I think that would have been the first time we'd all predicted 3-0 for one
Unison.
series. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't have records for that, but it's definitely going to be a difficult series here. Direwolves, they're the longest standing team currently in North America. They haven't even had like that bad of a season compared to some of these other teams here. If you look at the actual standings, it's just
historically.
Direwolves aren't quite themselves, it seems, compared to, or considering what Shan said before we head into the break. Zico, what do you think of that?
I think they had a really weak first cup, but they've
Wonderful.
been better and better and better.
Yep.
And this cup has been the best that they have looked. So I feel like they are kind of starting to snowball back into their form. I became a big Direwolves believer yesterday when I saw them take out cats and dogs. So I think that for them, securing a top 3 placement might have given them some motivation, because it feels like maybe they're a little bit demotivated, that they haven't found a comp that fits with what everybody's maining, and they've just kind of been winging it, maybe comp wise a little bit. But I do think that the fact that they have secured that top 3 and now they have a bit of a break to kind of figure that out spells a pretty good future for them. But with that said, this particular weekend, I think they're cooked.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here in the standings, they're in that 3rd place position pretty nicely. If they've got to start next to them, they are still in the tournament. So it's interesting when we talk about Direwolves maybe not having a great season, but they're still in 3rd, which just goes to show how incredible of a team Direwolves actually is. But when you talk about a team like Welcome to the Jung, who have been so consistent for so long, who have only really just now recently kind of found a weakness in the form of Gator's back, it's a really difficult team for sure. So I think any team that's going to be up against Welcome to the Jung is going to have a similar prediction like this. But we've got some options here, a lot of compositions. Zico was kind of saying they haven't really found their main composition, Super Tees. However, what do you think is their best option heading into the series?
I mean, if they're playing into historic strengths, or they're playing
best option is concede.
That's kind of really the question here, and I think it's better to just kind of wait and see than me to try and speculate about it.
But it's so fun.
I feel like, I mean, I've liked Sam on the Boomkin lately, but the Demon Hunter Boomkin is just not what it was. But maybe Welcome to the Jung are shaken a little bit also, coming off their defeat. Maybe this is opportunity if Direwolves sense weakness on the throne.
Man, Reichel with Glaives is pretty sick, gotta say.
With the Destruction Warlock composition that they'd used in the past, they're going to utilize the Boomkin Assassination Rogue Voidweaver, and Direwolves have their anti-Voidweave tech.
I kind of like this, actually.
What are we doing?
From Direwolves. I feel like you could be onto something here. This
Assassination
could be a big
Boomkin?
momentum swing.
Oh,
if Direwolves win here, and then Gators win the finals, we're going to have a new king in North America, but let's see what happens here. Trill right now is looking for his target. He's found it. It's going to be Zhang Bahai. There's the Strangulate. Big damage onto Zhang. But it looks like he's actually going to recover without having to trade out any major defensives. Nick now going to be getting cleaved a little bit. But here comes the hunt onto Zhang Bahai as well. A lot of damage. Fake cast coming through, though. Mind Blast going to connect. Bahai should be able to sustain himself here with that collapsing Void. But he gets interrupted, actually, on the next Void Blast. Still casting them Void Blasts and sitting in that Power Word barrier. He's going to be completely fine.
Oh, stun, no Strangulate. It's the Strangulate where things really get dicey for the Disciplined Person. We can see that track below Mez's frame with the 12, 11, and a 10 on it. As soon as that number is away, it means it will be available. Sea-Doo, big swap on him here in a kidney shot.
Oh my god.
He's going to trade the Astral Shift. It might not be enough. Oh my god, Sea-Doo is getting chopped up right now. He survives by the skin of his teeth thanks to Trill coming through with the darkness. They managed to recover. Now they got the double stun. Here's the Strangulate out of this as well, likely, but Mez is feared. He can't connect it. Now he's in a cheap shot, and they actually break the chain. If they can disrupt that stun silence chain, it is critical. Now Sea-Doo in a Cyclone. Trill and Mez both getting blasted. Zhang Bahai is into the skies, raining terror from above.
Oh my god,
He's
I'm
now
dying.
kidney shot. His entire team being ravaged here, and in moments could fall as he's finally free of crowd control, but his Ascendance has subsided. His healing output is limited until he gets to that Ancestral Shift as he procs another Ascendance at a critical moment here in time, but Mez is cycloned at low health. He can't heal him for a moment. He times the NS right out of the clone. He gets cloned again. Drake is low. Zhang Bahai is low. Direwolves, if they can get an opportunity,
Definitely getting blinded here, right?
30 seconds. Maybe they can actually just win after this pain stop. Their momentum is looking immense. Zhang Bahai is struggling. He's floundering. They find his
What in the fuck?
Direwolves do it.
Oh my goodness, Direwolves came to play. Beautiful stuff here. Making us all eat up our words and our predictions, putting at the first point on the board. Really, really well played series here from them. They recovered.
Yeah,
nicely.
what the fuck was
That
Drake
one
doing?
Incredibly scary moment on Sea-Doo. But other than that, it looked very solid. I feel like their Strangulate Ghost didn't get the most amount of pressure that you would maybe expect. But right after that Strangulate Go, they had a nice Chaos Nova setup. This was when Zhang Bahai kind of recovered. They had a kick here on the Ulti Penny. Big swap onto Sea-Doo. And this was so close. Trill kind of saved the day with that darkness. That beam would have killed him. And then Mez with the anti-magic shell as well. But then here, like, Drake is just getting cleaved. Zhang Bahai is falling behind. He gets interrupted. Then he got stunned into a stun, I believe. Actually, there, the Chaos Nova came through. And could he have trinketed? I feel like he could have trinket void shifted that. But Zhang Bahai just falling so far behind. Kind of got toppled a little bit there by the pressure from the Wolves. And I mean, maybe this is why they didn't want the delay timer. They're hot from that previous series, and they're going to continue the momentum here against Welcome to the Zhang.
They're just like, let me through, dude. Just let me finish Zhang real quick. I just want to speed run to the finals. I don't need the delay time. We're ready to go. Obviously, they had a lot of confidence too against Z-rated. They're probably not in too bad of like a mental space, and it's not like it was a fatiguing series of 12-minute games or something like that. So definitely looking strong. Seems like they've gone back to the drawing board. They've got their anti-void weaving tech, as we've seen teams trying to evolve compositions and strategies to deal with that, because it has been quite oppressive to a lot of teams so far in the competition. And this is almost like the series that Chan wish happened in EU, like Under Pressure. They have these comps. They wanted to see them against Echo. Now we kind of get to see it in North America here with Direwolves against Welcome to the Zhang, because Gators back actually were able to win. I don't feel like we've seen the Welcome to the Zhang Direwolves matchup too much, honestly, on broadcast this season, because Zhang is almost never down here in the lower bracket. But this is an amazing
I wonder if they're going to swap.
Game number one. They survived the initial exchange, but now they know what they're capable of. And now they can adapt accordingly here for game number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but still, winning the blind pick is huge here, because it's not like Direwolves only have this composition. They have a lot of options themselves. So this could actually be a series on our hands. Look at the Rookie grin coming out. Rookie also predicted Direwolves losing, by the way, but he gave them one win. Yeah, he did.
Oh, one win. Okay.
Okay.
One win.
Just doing the exact same thing.
Predicted the series. Everybody was against the Direwolves.
If Direwolves wins,
like the Direwolves are done, bro. Like the retirement home is for them or something. That's what it felt like. It's like everybody's dragging them down. It seems like, but they're coming in swinging this cup. This is their best cup by far.
Oh yeah, for sure.
As far as performance here, that was a decisive victory here in game number 1, and.
Our retirement home comment was
Welcome to the Zhang overall.
Crazy.
Honestly, maybe faith and Welcome to the Zhang might be shaken here today. We might see the downfall of a king, the downfall of a dynasty. I remember the last time Welcome to the Zhang went out of a tournament in 3rd, right? And they're full power roster. There's no substitutes. They've got all their players here. This could be quite epic, actually. I was not, when I was booked to do this series in the semifinals, I'm like, what am I going to get here? Probably Gators and maybe Dire Wolves. I didn't expect to get this series, and now this is looking like it could be one of the best series of the day, possibly. We're not going to see any composition changes, just a map selection difference, and this is the Empyrean Domain is the Void Weaver heaven.
Yeah, the Empyrean Domain is going to be nice for Zhongbahai, but still, Direwolves are probably happy with this. Like, they are probably more afraid of, some counter comps coming out from the side of Welcome to the Jung. I think that they look very comfortable. Sidu was able to interrupt a lot of Cyclones, avoid a lot of crowd control, and just be very disruptive on the Shaman. And they're immediately on their target here without using the Death Grip, which is a huge thing here for the Wolves. They're going to be able to grip Zhongbahai back, but at the same time, Mez is taking a lot of damage. In the meantime, Trill also getting swapped to. Drake gets blinded there. As soon as he wanted to move over to Sidu,
Penny
trinketing out aggressively. Zhongbahai early ulti Penny here to dodge some of
30
that
seconds in, no defensives
Lord
used.
Maz. Mind Blast is going to connect, but now Trill and Mez
By
have found their
anyone?
target. What are they going to do here? Sidu is in a blind. He gets anti-magic shell in the blind in the backline.
AMS forward string.
They're just playing
Jesus.
3v2 right now. Nick following up the chain. The double root coming out there from Nick. Knocks him in back into the solar beam as well. Nick making some huge plays on the Boomkin. Mez almost going down here. Has to trade out every single button in his arsenal just to survive that. That was a great play from Nick.
Oh my god, Mez is just dying. This damage is insane right now from Welcome to the Jung. They're looking to punch back hard here. Sidu and
this
Mez
is more like it.
low health. Sidu ducks in with the Spirit Link Totem, recovering the team, but that was a big commitment. Anti-Magic Zone, Darkness, and Spirit Link, and a clone for follow-up for good measure. Nick is having the game of his life right now on Boomkin, disengaging away, getting interrupted, but he's soaking interrupts for his Priest. Full kidney shot. Is Sidu going to trinket? Mez is rotting down, has Anti-Magic Shield available, but how much time does he have left to react? He's so low, he's dismantled, he can't Death Strike, but he's going for the Strangulate anyways to try and go for the win on Zhongbahai here, but he Void Elf's around the corner. Where's the Death Grip? Doesn't look like he has it. Trill's going to dash in. Land a stun. Static Field is down. Pinning
You got like
Zhongbahai.
4
Any sort of
ancestors out.
escape, as Sidu needs to likely take this pillar, but the pressure is high on Zhongbahai. They force a pain suppression and a barrier at the same time. Are they actually going to overwhelm him? Mez lands an interrupt. They need more interrupts on Zhongbahai. These Void Blasts are critical.
Oh,
They're not
grip the
letting
clone.
interrupts. He will be able to recover through this, but they do pull a lot of cooldowns. Another Cyclone. Sidu caught out of position in the open here, and Nick is finding too many Cyclones. Zhongbahai is taking advantage of it, repositioning away from the Earthen Wall, and now Trill's going for the I-Beam. That Fell-scarred burst window with all these green Fell eruptions. He lands a kick here onto Shadow. Mez he picks up the Shadow side eye. That might be a big mistake. He's taking 5% more damage now. He goes for the Strangulate, but Sidu's in the Gouge Root Beam. He's going to get double rooted. He's patient. He's
Oopsie.
holding his Spirit Walk through that, but now he's corroded. Double Fear initiated by Zhongbahai, and Mez is getting dunked. It's so much damage incoming. Sidu clutches an Ancestral Swiftness by the skin of his teeth, manages to get Mez stabilized. They're going to Cyclone Mez, switch their attention onto Trill and Sidu for the time being. Zhongbahai ramping, but gets kicked on Shadow. Bash, Cyclone, is it full DR?
Yeah,
It
this is
is.
sketchy.
Sidu going to trinket.
Okay,
Sidu's
blinds
gonna
back up.
Cyclone, Mez is disarmed, and Magic Shield and IBF available. He wants to hold it for a kidney shot if he can. He manages to get away with the greed, and the pressure is on in game 2.
Deathmark, almost
And
Kingsbane.
now Zhongbahai is going to be in big trouble here, trying to disrespect by not using his pain suppression, but nice PL coming out from Drake. Cheap shot onto Trill into a Cyclone.
There's
Kick shot
Deathmark.
onto Mez, saving that pain suppression, but still decent
Trades
pressure.
IBF.
Zhongbahai does manage to keep himself alive. It's a full Mind Blast off as well, and Zhongbahai has managed to survive that storm. Meanwhile, Sidu sitting through a blind here, doesn't want to use
Blind
his drink.
sap.
Off of the blind. Mez could just die right now. Huge damage from Nick. What are you going to do? Mez turns out the anti-magic shell, but Sidu still not able to trinket anything. He needs to get
my
over the Spirit
God.
Link. He gets rooted on his drink, and he gets corroded again. High mountain coming out from Nick.
He
Then
didn't
gets
get sudden
healed
demised at like
Beautiful defense
2%.
coming out from Sidu. Mez surviving by the skin of his teeth. Disarm now onto Mez. They're swapping their strategy, going after Nick a little bit on that Moonkin, but Nick is going to be completely fine. Instead of all of his cooldowns, just trades out the Bark Skin, and now they need to find something here. But at the same time, look at mana. Direwolves are doing great on mana, but they have no buttons left. Sidu in a full kidney. Nick gets gripped into a double blinding sleeve to stop the Cyclone. Mez has to play defensive in this moment, but that means you're leaving Zhongbahai in the back line to free cast Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast, and do insane damage.
Well, we also saw,
I can't believe they're alive.
Under pressure
Darkness
do
is
this
back
against
up.
the Void Weavers. When they didn't have defensives, they pulled to the pillar and gripped targets to them as opposed to pushing in. I think it's smart. It's what enabled under pressure victories. I think this is good that Direwolves are taking off the pedal, kind of taking a moment to get their cooldowns, figure out the
Yeah.
best line here. They're pressuring Nick as he pushes in, but now he's in a bash.
Meta and 30, we
Gets
get the
grip
hunt
on
right
the
now.
corner, Jumps back with disengage, and now there's no grip for the priest. So I think Zhong Bahai's pretty happy about that. He's going to Void Blast Trill off to the side. Collapsing Void is closing in. Drake is using Fan of Knives to apply poisons to all three
Ultimate
players.
Penitence is
Got
back
Nick
up.
Critical
Both
Intent,
charges
getting
of Pain
combo points and
Suppression.
big bleeds here.
Okay.
He does get Earth Grabbed by Sea-Doo for a moment, but he finally gets their kidney shot. Still no trinket. Beam stun on Mez. He can't do
mean,
anything.
the game is pretty much
He's
starting
stuck
over.
inside of it. Is Sea-Doo going to get to him in time? He death strikes off the rogue and manages to stay alive. They got Drake's trinket. And Nick still has no trinket, no bark skin, but Mez getting blasted. More Star Surges incoming. He can't death strike. He's disarmed. Darkness comes down at 10%. He gets a blinding sleet in desperation, and his Spirit Link comes down.
Okay,
once
Nat
again.
just flew right in my
Significant
face.
Overlap as the pressure from Welcome to the Zhong is just endless. Nick's damage is skyrocketing.
Yeah, and Sea-Doo had to trade out the Spirit Link Totem. They're finally making their way back onto Zhong Bahai. Huge pressure, but he's ready with the power.
Another
barrier
Link, he's got tied.
preemptively, But still, Trill doing so much damage. Nick gets a Cyclone. Sea-Doo caught up in a stun. Nick looking for the follow-up Cyclone onto Sea-Doo. Can he get it out of that growth? Mez in so much trouble. Trades out the IBF.
Wait for
It's
Earthen
out the
Wall
AMS
tied.
as well. Can he survive with that? But meanwhile, look at the pressure on Zhong
Blind.
Bahai. Mez
Oh
trying
my
to take
God.
control over the game. Pain Suppression will trade. They need interrupts right now on this Mind Blast.
Oh,
Trill
the
finds
Cyclones.
it. Beautiful Cyclone onto Mez, but they overlap a kick there. I
They're
think
DR'd.
Sea-Doo
The
wins
Lava
here,
Burst?
and now
He's dead.
Drink it.
full stun onto Zhong Bahai.
He's got another
Timeout
pain. He's not
coming
dead.
through as well.
He's got swap too.
He gets out. He's got one pain suppression. Zhong Bahai recovers, but now Mez in big trouble. But Sea-Doo has a response. He has his own trinket.
Mez
Big
has
trouble.
AMS
Sea-Doo,
back.
full
No,
cycle.
AMZ and
One
AMS.
tick to follow it up. There it is. Mez free anti-magic zones, and they're continuing this gas pedal onto the
Oh my
precinct.
God.
Oh, the clones are too good right now from Nick. Sea-Doo triggers into a root beam, and that is it. KO. Welcome to the Zhong. Put a point on the board, but this is their best map
Wow.
by far. Direwolves winning the blind pick means they will have the advantage for the swing matches. Welcome to the Zhong can win on one of these smaller maps, and I think the map definitely played a big factor. But Nick on this Boomkin has special tactics no other Boomkin has utilized previously to this point. As the keeper of the Grove hero talent tree, you gain access to making your entanglement.
I hate Keeper of the Grove.
Astral power. So you have mass entangle, that's an instant route, and then as you build up your hero talent, you passive, you're able to get another instant entangling route. And he's doing this mass root beam, and then an instant route right when the healer Sea-Doo has an ability called Spirit Walk to remove roots. He's timing it instantly. He predicts it and then double roots him in the beam, and the shaman isn't able to escape. And a lot of healers are not able to adapt to it. So I don't know if he got the double beam here, but he gets two clones perfectly timed without a single global dropped, and then he root beams and Sea-Doo panic trinkets, and he can't get there. The smoke bomb, everything just perfectly aligned right there for the push onto Mez. And Sea-Doo was so greedy at this point. I can't, like, he's just going to get, I know he's just going to get garroted 3 times, but it's just like I'm sitting there and I'm like, this feels so greedy, and he somehow gets away with it at that point. They had like another close call earlier on. I think this was the other close call, and then finally their lucky horseshoes ran out. They didn't have any left for the final push to be able to survive the greed through this. I thought for sure he would trinket this clone and like kick the reclone or something, considering he doesn't have Spirit Link to recover, and maybe he thought the Earthen would be enough because they did pre-Earthen, but not enough here. Nick's popping off here in this game. Zhong Bahai survives the onslaught, and Welcome to the Zhong are not going to let Direwolves just run away with this.
I think not trinketing this blind here was very greedy. It costed them a lot, but it didn't matter because they recovered. I can't really fault him for not trinketing the Cyclone right away at the end. Of course, now when you like rewatch it, you're like, yeah, well, he should just trinket that Cyclone immediately when it lands. But Mez had Anti-Magic Zone down. I think he had Earthen Wall and Anti-Magic Shell also, like in this moment. Yeah, he had look at Mez positioning right here. He's at the edge of his Anti-Magic Zone and at the edge of the Earthen Wall. So he kind of double dips the defense, which is what causes Sea-Doo to hesitate there on his trinket because they already
this
have
is how
a
you
lot
do
of
world
defense up.
quests.
Like, you even want to invest more defense. But I have a
Supposed to jump through all this stuff? Nah.
Map, like, I don't know, like maybe Hook Point. And we could just be seeing the same matchup here play out once again, Sid.
Yeah,
I was right. Look at that.
Zhong Bahai is not backing down. This is just like Relza, though. And Relza met a very bad fate. Not backing down, you know? Like, is it absolutely necessary to play Void Weaver? Do you have to play Void Weaver?
I think so. It's just so much damage.
Like, you have to play Void Weaver? You don't have any other comp. You can't play any other comp. You have to play Void Weaver.
Just play Holy.
I'm going to tell you something, Sid. Last time I played Healer in Solo Shuffle, I played Disc Priest, and literally every single game, I told my teammates, you guys press buttons first, I'm doing damage. And like half my losses, I would just forget to heal someone, okay? I just spam damage all day long. So if you're asking me, do you have to play Void Weaver? I'm always going to say yes. Now that answer might be a little bit different if you ask like, you know, an actual good healer. But yeah, I like the Void Weaver. I like what it brings to the table. I like the fact that it just brings overwhelming amount of pressure. But of course, it comes at a cost here. Locking it in against the Cleaves, definitely risky. Going after Nick though a little bit here in the opener.
And Nick doesn't start in stealth. A bit surprised there. He goes for the double root. He doesn't have double root yet, and he gets stunned on it. So Sidu escapes the solar beam, and now we see stuns on Zhong Bahai. Is Mez going to go for the
Deathmark
Strangulate?
blind.
What Drake does, he saves his crowd control for just like when the stun's about to end. So Mez can't chain it immediately. It gives Zhong Bahai a couple
Wow,
of mobiles to stay on
Deathmark
the
blind,
damage.
and he
They're
didn't
getting
even.
Cleave. They're all stacked up. He's already burned through one.
And Drake's
Prince up.
the
He
one
gets
that
stunned
died.
again by
Holy.
Sidu. Maybe they're going to regret that. I don't know. Maybe it wins the game. He fakes a kick. Zhong Bahai is free casting. Void Blasts are coming through. They have to make sure they land their interrupts. That's going to be the most important component if the Dire Wolves are going to successfully secure a win here on Hook Point. They bait Drake around the corner, punishes early Trinket with a lasso, but then Zhong Bahai wraps around the side for a double fear, disrupting that. Pushing Sidu
Zero
into the open,
defensives
potentially
used.
for more Cyclones or crowd control in the future. They started off with a cheap shot. Nick's in position. Cyclone on DR, so he's just going to go for a bash, try and win in that. It does get the Icebound Fortitude. It is the Kingsbane, though. They're swapping on Sidu. They get an Astral Shift immediately from poking him. And now they're back on Mez. Double Garrote, big bleeds, ramping up, but a double stun in response. I would love a swap on Drake during one of these combos. He's got no evasion, no trinket. If they get another double stun in the future and they get like a paints up, I'd love to see them just tab target to Drake.
You got to be really
I agree.
more patient with these kicks. Like there, they overlap the stun with the kick. And Zhong Bahai just gets a free ulti penny, it resets all pressure, and now they're in big trouble on the side of the Wolves here. I think the most important thing about this comp is to never overlap any of your kicks and never miss anything. And that's, of course, a lot easier said than done, but this is the comp that they have picked. They have a lot of interrupts. They got to make sure that they don't get faked out, make sure that they can hold
Big
them.
swap on
And
Drake.
here comes a big swap. Sidu actually
yeah,
getting
great touch.
out of that root solar beam before the second root connects there. So Nick trying to make a big play, but Mez in a lot of trouble here. And he gets something going on to Mez, getting the bleeds rolling. Trill as well, getting swapped to huge damage on the Trill. Sidu tries to pre-ground the bash there. Nick fake has a kick, gets a full Cyclone. MVP plays from Nick, making a lot of trouble.
what does
Trill
it,
also
Trill?
in massive trouble here. What are you gonna do, Trill? He turns it around here with the Chaos Nova. Gets a big I-Beam, big Demon Hunter Leech. He's
Okay,
popping
we're
his own
hunting.
spellbook here onto Nick, which is not what you want to see from the Dire Wolves.
Unfortunate
He just had
clone.
to do that just to proc the Leech and heal himself. But now he doesn't
has
have
meta,
any of
though.
that damage for Zhong Bahai.
He has meta. He's still got some damage here. Maybe he's trying to bait a paints up. He's kidding. No trinket. Sidu has to deal with it. Smoke bomb edged here. Static field pulls the rogue off. Sidu ducks into the
Wow.
bomb, gets the Spirit Link totem. Precision plays from Sidu, and now they're on Zhong Bahai. Metamorphosis. Trill needs pressure. He stuns, but it's on DR. Do they have Strangulate? They do, but Mez is silenced and can't connect it. Sidu's in a cheap shot, setting up Nick for the Cyclone. He's not able to find it. Garrotes are
Got
good.
Deathmark, and he's got another
Zhong
Vanish in
Bahai's
5.
free casting. Nobody's kicking. They're afraid of missing a kick. Finally, Trill lands one, but now he's into the Cyclone. Fully disrupted.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna have the big
chaining down
Garrote
on
window
Mez.
with
1 second away from
Incarn.
Cyclone Fortitude. Big heal comes through right before the gouge from Sidu. And does he have a cheap shot out? Drake gets gripped. Triple stun from Trill. Beautiful setup.
It has to be Trill,
Maybe
right?
through it. Can they overrun Zhong Bahai here on Hook Point in game number 3? As he is staggering, he's struggling once again, just like game number 1. As Drake pops evasion, they land the interrupt. More interrupts are necessary to drop him here, but if they can find it, they find another interrupt. Solar Beam comes down in desperation on the DPS. It's not going to be doing too much as he pops the anti-magic shield and the Icebound Fortitude. But Zhong Bahai free cast, he gets back to full. Sidu's in the Cyclone, no trinket. Huge NS, 1 millisecond
Yeah,
before
what
the
the
gouge.
fuck?
And now Mez is on target. It is Zug or be Zugged in game number 3.
All right, let's see. Zhong Bahai, what are you going to do? He still has his Trinket Void Shift, has the Powered Barrier as well. Gets interrupted there on the Void Blast, but it's after
Hanging
the
out
Void
at full
Blast
health.
already connected, so that Collapsing Void is going to be doing a lot of healing here for
Jesus.
Zhong Bahai. Spamming out the Void Blast still. Free casting. Mez gets disarmed. Meanwhile, Sidu shutting down the Cyclones from Nick with that Lightning Lasso, but Mez is falling behind. How is he going to deal with this? Sidu gets kidney shot. Grip on the Cyclone. Triple fear coming out from Zhong Bahai. They connected
Yikes.
out of the gouge onto Mez. Mez is in
Darkness.
big trouble. Darkness drops. They need to stay in this darkness. Nick cannot knock him right now as he was in that blinding sleep. Good defensive
stun.
maneuvers here from
Strangulate.
Trill and Mez. Now getting back onto the target. Strangulate connects onto Zhong Bahai. No trinket available here. Taking a lot of damage. Is he playing
Well, the
Void
Void Elf.
Elf? He just Void
Yeah.
Elf blinked away here from the melees and manages to actually buy himself a couple of valuable seconds
gotta
with that,
kick.
but he gets
Sidu needs to
interrupted.
kick.
Still a lot
Doesn't
of
have it.
problems here onto Zhong Bahai.
Look at how fast those
Mez,
casts
though, to
are.
Slow it down.
What
It looks like
in
Zhong
the
Bahai is going to survive.
Double Fear full bash. They have zone, but they want to save it for Incarn. Oh no, it's Deathmark. It's every button here from Drake.
Yup,
and
Kingsbane,
Mez just
Deathmark.
walking
We gotta-
it off as if it's nothing. Anti-magic zone's down. Nick's not in position to clone. Zhong Bahai limited defense, needs to pre-barrier. He's getting kicked
Holding
multiple
the Incarn.
times. He drops down the barrier. If they can knock him out of this with a thunderstorm or something, he might be devastating. Cedar's not going to go for it in this position, pulling back behind the pillar for now, just trying to avoid
Blur, another
cyclones.
coming up in
And
3.
got him. Ooh,
Nez.
They have Zhang Bahai on the ropes. He's out of mana. No pain suppressions for 30 seconds. If they can keep their momentum, Trill has I-Beam. He's got Metamorphosis, and I think they're doing it. The Direwolves are
He's got swap.
They're just seconds away from taking. Welcome to the Zhang to match point, but the Cyclone fakes from Nick are good. He's Cyclone spamming Trill. Another Cyclone comes through. Buying time for Zhang Bahai. He needs more. He's got
Okay, so he wants to ulti
It
Pen
just
right now,
came
right?
off
Because he
cooldown.
just got kicked.
Evangelism into pain suppression probably immediately if he's not greedy. He might die if he's greedy. He's being greedy.
He got
somehow
precog.
fakes the kick and he's still greedy. Zhang Bahai so greedy.
no way!
He gets away with it. And Mez and Sidu, they dropped the ball. They
Yep.
were just seconds away from victory, and now they've lost the swing match.
Drop the ball. Damn.
Available too on Sea-Doo here. That is so.
Yeah, no, that is a
What
lot
an
of buttons
insane
for sure.
Amount of damage that came through there right at the end. Young Bahai just defiantly, with no mana left, just standing there, spamming out damage, just
Yeesh.
pumping DPS, and then Nick as well, finding a massive Star Surge, I believe, right at the end there. But these were some close moments. Trill's Darkness saving the day here on to Mez, and then here Young Bahai getting gripped in, getting absolutely blasted, the double blinding sleet. And then what actually happens to Sea-Doo here? So Sea-Doo's line of sighting, he's got the Healing Tide Totem ticking, healing them all up. And then here Sea-Doo gets DR Clone. Mez trades out the Anti-Magic Shell. Triple DR Clone comes out, and then into a gouge. He literally dies like 80-0 in a gouge. We need to see the death log.
Yeah, I think Zhang Bahai killed him, dude.
Was that?
I actually think it was Zhang Bahai and then Sudden Demise probably. Because like they were so far ahead. He's he has nothing.
Sudden
They're
Demise
so
only
far
procs at
ahead.
5%, so
Stricken
no.
in S, he's got Link in 20, IBF in 13. Like they have every cooldown to just run him into the dirt, and they just flop. They just die through AMS. Just absolutely.
Let's see.
Link was up in like 4 seconds. That's
Yeah, he had IBF too. He just didn't want to trade it.
Blast. Drake steps. Void blast. Void blast. What was that hit?
I think that was
I
Drake.
think that was King. Was that a Kingsbane?
Yeah,
I think
it looked like
it's gonna be
Kingsbane.
like the fattest Kingsbane.
The first hit of Kingsbane does not do that.
That is so unlucky, man. I swear, bro. If I'm Sea-Doo, man, I'm gonna think like, what is this luck, bro? He gets gouged and he has Trinket in like 1 second when his teammate dies. Because obviously he wants to
I mean-
Trinket and drop a Link on top of his DPS.
IBF
And
right
just
there.
one. Look,
Second it
it's
comes up.
Spirit Link right now. 3, 2, 1, and then now
He
now
maybe
is
lives
available.
that.
Now. Oh my god, man, that is so brutal, dude.
Probably not though.
Oh man, they were so close. I feel like the Direwolves are giving us a great series, man. I think they can still do it. They're looking so good. They just so unlucky. Honestly, really unlucky. Just big crits at the wrong time.
Unlucky.
And yeah, it is the 3 mil
into a
Kingsbane.
1.5 miller, 5 miller, 1 global.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
man,
What are we looking at?
That is brutal.
3 mil Kingsbane just on the initial tick? Seriously?
They just need to not be shaken by that defeat. They can pull this off. They don't need to do with Empyrean Domain.
Oh,
It's
yeah, I
gonna be
forgot.
The most difficult map if they were going to go to a game 5. So
You
at
get a
least that's out of
guaranteed
the way.
double-edged coin
Try
when
to
you Kingsbane.
pull themselves back in here. A little bit of unluckiness, maybe a little bit of getting ahead of themselves with how
Yeah,
close they were
yeah,
to
that'll do it.
victory. Just seconds away, I swear. Just seconds away from finishing Zhang Bahai. Then being
When
up
we have
and
max
winning
of
the US
15 mil
small
health,
map
what
in
game is this guy
5.
playing?
But Welcome to the Zhang are not going to fall down without a fight. They're
Everybody has
standing
20
their
mil.
ground to withhold their position, because right now we have a tie for #1 seed in North
So,
America.
I mean,
If Direwolves
5
actually
mil
manage to
really
pull
isn't that
this
crazy.
off,
10 mil would be
it means that Gators
insane
will
to see. But
skyrocket into that #1 position. So Welcome to the Zhang have their title on the line right now to be the #1 seed of the region once again. Are they going to be able to do it? Zhang Bahai tanking onslaught after onslaught, just focus fired and stands his ground and just pushes Mez back with damage of his own in those final moments that I thought it was over for him. And they pull it off. And we're going in. We got the comps. We got the map. There's not going to be any surprises. Small map. We saw Relza fall on this map in Europe with a similar composition and a similar setup. Is Zhang Bahai going to be able to stand another round of this?
That is the big question. And I don't know, man. I feel like they could easily turn this around. This is just one of those series that, honestly, after seeing how it plays out, it could go either way, which is not something I expected when we first saw these two teams drafted. I I did not expect it to be as close as it has been. Direwolves, man, they tripped on the finish line not once but twice. Now, let's see what happens here. Welcome to the Jung.
He tripped on the
Definitely,
finish line.
Realizing, I think, that this is not a comp that's going to win in the long game. Jung Bahai was out of mana. He was out of cooldowns. Sidu still had great mana. And you know what it's reminding me of? Seeing the Direwolves play this? It's reminding me of the good old days back in Legion. Legion Remix is out, by the way. Resubscribe to WoW and download it.
Hashtag ad.
The old times in Legion when, Direwolves were just playing Windwalker, DK cleaves, double Demon Hunter, playing, all of these cleaves. But right now, speaking of cleaves, Jung Bahai is getting absolutely destroyed. Nice Void Elf Blink, though, to buy himself a little bit of time, but still Maz in a lot of trouble. Huge damage, but Jung Bahai going to trade out.
Oh my god!
Trading out the Netherwalk. He gets Cyclone on the Netherwalk, and they continue to chain.
They're all dead.
I think they might be dead here.
No way, right? Yeah.
No.
Dude, he's got every button.
Immune to follow-up damage and survives.
They got every button. They have Smoke Bomb. He has no Trinket. They have Incarn. He's Kingsbane. All they have to do is stun, Trill, bomb, and it's over. I think if Sidu's not ready for it here.
Pretty dark, maybe?
Sidu maybe putting his team back in the fight. They need to get a pain suppression with this push, but Jung Bahai is just already barriered. Here's the kidney shot. Where's the bomb? There's the bomb. Here comes the Kingsbane. Here's the Incarn. Here comes the beam.
Is he gonna dark?
Sidu, there's the beam.
Or are we
And that
just-
is it. I think he's gouged. He gets a heal. He gets a heal. Sidu's stunned on his trinket, though. Can they keep the ramp
Got
going?
tied off.
Vengeful retreats back to get some damage mitigation, but the clone is there from Nick. Trill has Darkness available. He doesn't want to use it on top of how many cooldowns they've already committed, and somehow they survive. Sidu pulls off a miracle. It costs him his medallion, and now Trill's down a medallion. Sidu's down his medallion. Mez is isolated with no Icebound Fortitude. They're both getting cleaved and dying. Mez is retreating to the pillar. Trill is trying to push Nick back here, and they're forced off of Jung Bahai. And they're going to try and retreat. They're trying to get into the starting room here, off to the corner. And how is Drake going to navigate this?
See
'Cause he
you
has
later.
Drake, and he can confidently just push in here and AoE them with Crimson Tempest. But he does get gripped in the room with a stun. They're trying to punish him. Not enough. They do Typhoon him back. Jung Bahai. This is
It's
what
like
we saw
an Assassination Rogue's wet dream.
Curious to see if Jung Bahai runs in here. He gets strangulated.
Oh my
Picks
god.
Up on Nick. Drake is low as well. Static Field around the corner from Sidu. Catches him out of line of sight of his team, but they move out of the room. And they're actually getting pressure on Nick, which is surprising. If they can land a kick here, they get an imprison on Jung Bahai.
Sidu gets the kick.
Nick here. Void Shift available to stun from Trill for follow-up, but Nick recovers with Heart of the Wild. Massive heals from Nick. Sidu's in a Garrote now. Are they going to swap Sidu?
Oh, Trill is in Africa.
While they're stacked in the room. Jung Bahai is just using Atonement healing here. Anyone in the open? They retreat back in the room for now. They're trying to bait Drake again. Jung Bahai, he's running in. He might get punished for this. They land a kick on Shadow. Big catch here if they have a stun. But Sidu's met by a kidney shot. They are going after Jung Bahai. They get the cheap shots.
I think they're feeling real aggressive right now,
Nick
trying to end
looks
this
for
game.
clones. He fakes the interrupt. Sidu wraps around the corner. Healing Tide outside to heal inside of the room. Beautiful positioning from Sidu. Trill. No blur. He just tried to
That
pre-blur
is
Bolt
good
Line Trinket
positioning.
instantly, but he gets root beamed on his trinket into a gouge. Darkness comes down. Mez is trying to get into it, but Jung Bahai is just
Into a
blasting
bash,
in the
into a
corner of the
clone.
room. Icebound Fortitude almost dying.
Into another clone.
It's match point for Direwolves. They will be eliminated from the tournament. Can they manage to pull this off? Jung Bahai interrupted into a full stun, isolated, max duration from Trill. Beautiful timing there, but Mez is alone. Kidney shot.
We got
Sidu,
Incarn in 1
what's he gonna do?
second,
He's just
and
spamming
AMS
Riptide
is in
and
5
praying it's
seconds.
enough, but he's in a spot where he's going to get cloned easily. They need to reposition. Mez is still low. Nick is just trying to get back to the pillar, but Nick fakes the kick, and he gets the Cyclone and Mez at low health. And Mez cannot afford to trinket this. He needs to be able to trinket AMS during a kidney shot. He's going to sit
Earthen
there
Wall,
and keep
Link,
clones with Jung Bahai's free casting.
so
Jung
much.
Bahai has 2 pain suppressions. We're even on mana here on match point, and the pressure is on for the Dire Wolves.
Uh-oh, Maz, what are you going to
What
do
is
right
happening?
now? They're trying to close it out on the side of Welcome to the Jung. The Cyclone connects there onto Nick, pausing the damage for a second. He fake has to interrupt. He gets a full Cyclone now.
Probably
onto
didn't need
Sidu.
AMS there.
Nick, though, taking a lot of damage, doesn't have the Heart of the Wild, does have Bark Skin, immediately trades the Bark Skin, and now Mez in open field, gets fake casted on the kick. Trill is in a full Cyclone. Mez is in a disarm. They're slowing down this damage a lot by the side of Welcome to the
kidney
Jung.
shot,
Kidney
kidney
shot now
shot,
onto
full bash.
Sidu. This could be it onto Mez, but he's going to be able to survive. No, the Death Strike is doing huge work, but they missed the link right there. The beam comes out onto Sidu. He gets rerouted into a gouge as well. Mez trying to stay
Jung Bahai's
alive.
there.
Double fear coming out from Jung Bahai, but I think it was pre-determined by Sidu. It breaks, but Sidu still has a lot of work to do here as an Ascendi proc
Oh
as
my
well as
God.
the healing tide, and I think he
actually
might
alive.
have recovered.
He's
And
alive.
I'm getting flashbacks
He's
to the
alive.
olden days, playing
We're at
clean
BlizzCon.
and giving us heart attacks.
It's Bleached Bones versus 3 Amigos right now. He's staying alive at 1% health. They're alive. They're hiding in the room. They're beaten. They're battered. They're scarred. They're bruised. Nick pre-jumps the grip. He is not getting anywhere near them, and they're just retreating. Drake wants to get a re-stealth out in the corner, so he doesn't have to use a vanish. He has these dots on him, I think. No, maybe the dots have faded. He gets a re-stealth. They're going to reset. They're going to try and drink. We're actually getting a reset. Neither team wants to compromise their positioning here. So Sidu is going to drink in the room, and Zhang Bahai is going to we're getting a complete reset as far as cooldowns. At almost a 5-minute mark, we have not seen something like this the entire
Dampening waiting room.
Both teams want this so bad. That's the sweatiest moment I've seen between two teams. Sidu picks up the Shadow Side Eye to find Drake from stealth, and he stuns him.
Oh,
Sidu
man.
with a clutch heads-up play, but the Solar Beam comes down. Sidu fakes it. He's repositioning, but he's getting found by multiple Garrotes. Here are the Trents. Incarnation is about to pop for Nick. Strangulate onto the healer. Drake pops.
Oh my god, full work.
On Sidu, and he's just getting absolutely decimated. He trades the Astral Shrift. He gets the Ancestral Swiftness, and Sidu is by far the most difficult shaman to take down in the game. He does not take Cotton off guard whatsoever, but now he's in the Cyclone. His teammates
Do
might
we
not
even
be so
have Earthen Wall?
as Mez
Or is that?
appears to
Oh
be
yeah,
target,
okay.
But he's walking it off, and Zhang Bahai
Just
he's
hanging on to that.
He's going for the ulti penny. Can they kick it? He fakes it. And he's going to go straight. Oh, he shadow melded the cast. But he's going to get it off anyways. Ultimate penny in the sky. Does Sidu ground it? I think he needs to save it for a Cyclone. It's going to be a little bit of a reset. Try and reposition, but Zhang Bahai has so much mana now to keep this game going.
We got
They have to
blind and
focus on
bomb.
crowd control. They have to stun lock him and kick lock him if they want to win this with barriers down. I don't think Zhang Bahai is going to die through that. Drake is rooted at the moment. Into the double cap stun. Sidu wants this, man. He's playing out of his mind for his team right now. Keeping them under control. He has Trinket, but no other cooldowns. Mez's Ice Bomb has to Strangulate. They're trying to take him down. He's greedy, sitting through the Strangulate, not Trinketing into the stun. Where's the paint
Oh
up?
my
He's
God.
greedy. He's so greedy. He fades at low health. He's trying to feather sprint away the penance. He gets kicked.
You got the...
One more kick on Zhang Bahai. One more kick, but Mez is dead. It's match point. Sidu gets corroded on his Trinket multiple times. And what is Mez going to do? The Cyclones are threatening lethal. They imprison the Boomkin to stop the Cyclones. They grip Zhang Bahai.
That's it.
back into the
IBF
darkness.
gone.
They get a triple stun off the back of the Death Grip, and they're trying to finish Zhang Bahai, but they're double feared away. Repositions with the Power Shield, get dispelled. They get Tremor Totem offensively. Sidu's committing for his team on this push. Sidu knows the game is over soon. They need to win. The bash, he knocks the clone off into the corner. Sidu repositions, but there's a smoke bomb. He can't run into it. He's going to get cycloned. Sidu
Oh, no.
the pillar, and he's praying that Trill will stay alive. He has to pray that he'll survive the bomb, and the praying pays off. He survives the bomb, but now he's corroded. Mez is low. If Drake swaps back with his Kingsbane, I think it's lights out. Is Mez going to topple here? He lands a kick. The link comes through at the last possible second, and Zhang Bahai has no paint subs. He gets kicked on Shadow. He can't swap for a moment. Are they actually going to do this? Sidu tops his team once again.
Oh,
against
double
all
fear.
odds.
Yeah.
Miraculous recovery, but now they have nothing on the side of Direwolves. They need to hold down the gas pedal here onto Zhang Bahai, but Trill is in a kidney shot. He might just go down right now. The blinding sleep to pause the damage for a moment.
Another tide.
What are they gonna do? The healing time
And
is
Ascendance.
good there in the back line, but now Zhang Bahai finds himself in a stun. Here comes Trill. Here comes Direwolves. Zhang Bahai, are you ready? Strangulate is available in a
Stuff
couple of
swap.
more seconds.
Oh, they kick him on Shadow.
And the kick, but he still has Void Shift. No Void Shift available. He's strangulated. He's gonna go down. He's dead. Mez does it. The Direwolves tie up the series 2-2 after a gruesome long battle against Welcome to the Jung. 7.5 minutes of just pure agony.
Yeah, dang.
Just one thing goes wrong for them. Just one thing at all goes wrong for them. Is game over. They're out of the tournament, but they do it. They put 2 points. That one moment where Sidu was stuck at the pillar and he was in a bomb, and Nick's like, "Bro, you gonna go in the bomb? I got a clone for you, bro. If you try and go in the bomb." And Sidu
Keep
knows
saving
he can't
swap
cross.
for
He says
midnight.
He lives the bomb. I thought he was completely dead at that point in the game. I don't know if we caught that on the replay or not, but
there was in that moment there was
So
a gap
dumb.
in the stun on Trill, and this guy greets it. He could just nether walk, but he just greets it, and he still lived. It's crazy actually. I think it was before this though. This was right at the end when they actually got the kill, and yeah, I know which moment you're talking about. But there was actually a gap in that stun where Trill could have dropped an earlier nether walk, but I guess he was feeling safe, feeling confident in that moment.
all right, they've made it through to game number 5.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest.
Zhang has been wiping the floor. Be honest about what.
No matter what happens in game number 5, I feel like Direwolves have definitely silenced a lot of the critics, myself included. So you know what?
Their
Fair play to
mojo is
them.
back.
Well played. They are looking like they are in great shape here. Yeah, nothing but praise for them.
The mojo is back. It's probably one of the best series of the day, and I've said that about a lot of them here, and I promise that I'm not just saying that for the sake of saying it. So if you got any friends here in Azeroth that are missing out on the most epic conclusion for the North American Cup stage, you definitely need to be getting them in here, because this isn't even the final. This is definitely finale quality, but this isn't even the final. We're not even in the final form yet. There is another series remaining with Gators back, who are they're just happily just like, you know, getting their fingers together, just like watching these teams marinate in the sweat of this brutality, and they just know someone's going to be super dampened by the time they get to the finals. And
it's an insane,
to take it all.
Insane series.
7.5 minute game here with how much aggression and burst is available on both sides is quite remarkable. Sea-Doo peaking 3 million health per second throughout this game, and okay, this is it. We're going game 5. They've used up Empyrean Domain. Do they make the mistake of going to Tolvaron? They don't. I was going to say, because Tolvaron Pillars, that backfired on Relza. It backfired heavily. So Maldraxxus, a little bit smaller pillars.
I like how Relza is just a guinea pig here for every other priest. Like, okay, so when that happens to me, what did Relza do wrong? What can we learn from that? We see JT, he's like, I'm going to play Dwarf. You got Jung Bahai, he's like, I'm not locking in Tolvir, and I'm not locking in Dwarf as well. I'm going to play Void Elf. The Void Elf tech is actually real. But Welcome to the Jung don't have to play this matchup. They could play something else. And this is the first time in as long as I can remember where Welcome to the Jung, it's looked like they might be hesitating a little bit. It's a game 5. It's a lower bracket game. Usually if it's an upper bracket game, they'll just lock in the same thing, knowing that they kind of have the safety net of the lower bracket to kind of analyze their mistakes. But here, that's it. There's no more chances. There's no more second chances. It's do or die right now.
All right, they're running the clock. They can't believe direwolves are this challenging. I don't think they can believe they're in the lower bracket, one loss away from coming out of this stage in third, which means Gators back will just automatically get first place seed for the final here for North America. They're taking their time. They really want to consider their options. Obviously, this team has a bunch of different comps. Like, they could play some type of warrior comp that just stomps the DK into the dirt. I feel like they have something else that could just be an Omega counter that's way less risky and way less stressful for Zhong Bahai. And they do switch, but not to what I anticipated.
Hey, they are going to switch to the Destro, Feral, and Void Weaver. I mean, this is a scary, scary comp, but I don't know.
I think Sea-Doo's got this. I think he's been
still a
really
Void
on
Weaver.
Yeah. Previous series, Zhong Bahai had been first blood 4 out of 211 games played on broadcast, and now he is 6 out of 215. So he's died more times today than he ever has throughout playing his entire history of the game.
No, he increased his death count by 50% in this series.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, so this is a crazy stat to have here for a healer, one of the most difficult healers to take out. Obviously, Welcome to the Zhong, very pleased to have him on the roster here, but they're switching their composition. They're scared. They're going to go to the Destro Feral, which maybe they have more practice on, but I feel like they could get overwhelmed here. And Sea-Doo is playing out of his mind with these static fields and knockbacks, which is what I think is so key in this matchup. But maybe it's also just Drake got tired of getting rooted by Sea-Doo. I feel like as a Feral, now that issue is no longer an issue.
That's true. Sea-Doo had a lot of control, and like it's really hard when you're playing with two melees. You want to go for the enemy healer. You're kind of, a lot of the time, kind of left to fend for yourself. And Sea-Doo looks like, it looks so annoying to play against him. Like, you bash Sea-Doo, you go for the Cyclone, he's knocking you. He's dropping lightning lassos. He's on point with the wind shears, with the grounding totems. Static field knocking you away on your casts. Just buying as much uptime as possible for his melees before he gets put in those CC chains. So he was definitely on point on the last game. He did absolutely miraculous recovery as well, really deep into dampening, which gave his team, time to get that final push. So if he can repeat that performance in this next game, we might be seeing Welcome to the Jung go home. But then again, different composition now, so I don't know what to expect. You're going to be leaving a free casting Destruction Warlock if you go after that Void Weaver, which is extremely scary compared to the Boomkin, which is not as scary.
All right, let's see here. Just a moment here. They're going to be zoning in. They probably want to make some last-minute adjustments because there's no going back from this game. Zhong Bahai flexing the new set, I think, that came through in patch. What was the number we're at now for World of Warcraft? Is it 11? 11.2 point, something like that? the Arathi set, the Arather set. Looks pretty sick on a Void Elf here.
Yeah. Looks nice.
He's ready to push back the forces of Xal'atath in Midnight. It would appear here. And he's running the same build we've seen. And here we go. This is it. We're game number 5. Welcome to the Zhong versus Direwolves. Direwolves have struggled all season to find their footing and find their mojo and get back into the swing of things. But this cup has looked astounding. Their best performance. They are back. And if they can win this game, they will secure a spot in the finals against Gators back and really prove who's back.
Yeah, let's see who's back. And another thing is, if Direwolves wins here and then Gators back wins in the finals, we will actually have a new king in point standings. Like, Gators back is actually going to be the kings of NA, which is not something I don't even remember the last time that happened. So this season has been so close. Over in Europe, we've seen all of the teams all the teams in the top being able to take games off of Echo, and over here in NA, we're seeing the top teams so closely matched as well. Let's see if Direwolves can do it. No one believed in the Direwolves. All of us on the desk thought that they were going to be eliminated immediately. Everyone in the chat, well, like 90% of the chat, thought that they were going to lose as well. But they are here to prove us all wrong. Game number 5, Zhong Bahai in big trouble. Void Elf Away gets gripped back into a nice stun from Trill. Zhong Bahai manages to survive, though, with just the pain suppression, which is a pretty good trade so far. Ulti Penny getting fake casted. He gets the precognition, and already Zhong Bahai is going to be able to survive. Here comes Nick on the Chaos Bolts as well. Full Cyclone onto Trill. Pause the damage, and right now, Welcome to the Zhong is looking fantastic.
Cedu is just bodying Nick right now. He hasn't let Nick do almost anything outside of that Nether Ward window. We see a Maim Stun Cyclone. Mez doesn't choose to use anti-magic shield. He uses it on himself, but now Trill is getting targeted down. He's caught in a stun here with the Tiger's Fury from Drake. Big Chaos Bolts flying in from afar. Massive crack of damage on Trill. Cedu trying to reposition here. He's next to the Warlock. He thunderstorms and roots him in the corner, I think. He has to drop a Gateway, but Zhong Bahai should use the Gateway also. He's strangulated. I love that. Oh, the Gateway during Strangulate. That's nice tech during that. It's an ability you can use, but he gets caught. He thought he would be safe, but they're still on top of him. They land kicks.
Oh, he faked it.
Oh, he faked it. He's going to go back to full here with Void Blast. Cyclone coming through on Cedu. Double Coil, Chaos Bolts, double Shadow Fury. Oh, no, it's game 5. Cedu Trinkets. He is not messing around. There is no greed in that exchange. But now there's an opening for the Incarn with no Trinket on Cedu. There's no Icebound Fortitude for Mez for 50. Zhong Bahai is stunned, but here come the Fears. And Cedu avoid them in time. He drops a grounding. He repositions around the corner. Drake gets a Cyclone. Unfortunately, it hits a Chaos Bolt. They're going to switch back onto Trill. A couple Chaos Bolts towards him. They're ramping up on Zhong Bahai. Metamorphosis in 30. Big burst window is coming up soon with Infernal Stun. They drop the barrier to stabilize here in midfield, but they strangulate him. Are they going to knock him out of this? Double blinding, triple blinding sleep during the stun on Trill. That's excellent from Mez. Zhong Bahai using Fade. Escaping to the Gateway. Likely a low cooldown gate. He might be able to use it here very momentarily. He gets kicked and stunned, though. Is he just going to drop? He's greedy with the paints up. Void Blast. He's so greedy if he gets kicked on a single cast here, but there's no kicks available. He seizes the opportunity.
Okay.
Trill might need to pre-blur, but Incarnation. This is where Drake gets a big window. Infernal Stun is down. This is Nick and Drake's opportunity to put their team in the game.
Oh, Drake went Feral?
Feral Destro? Doing such a good job tracking those kicks and playing around them there. 99 out of 100 Priests will use their pain suppression there. He's fake casting the Ulti Penny. Oh, the overlap again. He's precogged. You can easily get the Ulti Penny off if he wants to, but here comes...
Dude, Mez, no!
Mez might just die right now, and they will do it. Welcome to the Zhong. Close it out with a big Chaos Bolt on
yeah, just
the end. Very unfortunate. Cedu was
died with everything up.
Wasn't able to get that Spirit Link off in time. And
classic DK maneuver.
Brutal matchup, but still, I think that they got knocked out swinging.
Exactly.
They played their hearts out.
It looks so green.
Really, really strong performance from the Direwolves as well. Welcome to the Zhong. Just winning that blind pick is so brutal. They're so good at coming up with an answer. And Maldrax's Destruction Warlock seemed like a pretty solid
we see
answer.
the first blood stats from
Gateway tech for Zhong Bahai to get more utility right away. Even with Cedu's Disruption, it's not enough. They see the window. They slip through it, and they fight for their chance to hold their position as the #1 team in North America in the grand finals here against Gators back. And in these final moments, when we watch the fall of Mez, how does it all unfold? How does it start? He's caught out here with Cedu in a main. He's already 50%. There's a Chaos Bolt in the sky. He just Icebounds too late. He Icebounds after the Chaos Bolt connects.
I don't think they were actually
trying. It is donezo. One mistake and it's over. Some of these games are 7 minutes. Sometimes they're 11 minutes, but all it takes is one mistake. And the game's over in like 2 minutes. It's over in 30 seconds. It's over in 10 seconds sometimes. as we've seen from these teams. Look at Sea-Doo, he's just bullying Nick around, thunderstorming him, stunning him, and it's such a good game. It's just one Chaos Bolt, one missed cast bar, and that's it. The series is over. You don't get a second chance. But they are, unfortunately, number 3 seed. They have a spot guaranteed in the finals for North America in November, and they have some time now to also prepare as far as compositions and strategies here against their opponents. So if they're looking this good, they could look even better.
Look at his moment from Jung Bahai right here. 100 out of 100 pain suppressions here, but look at him. There's no kick on anyone, so he knows I can just he has the foresight to, as soon as he gets stunned, to look at every single kick cooldown and make the call, like a split-second decision there. I swear, I think almost every single rank 1 priest will play pain suppression in a moment like that, just because it looks so overwhelming, it looks so risky, but he just knows the limit,
that was my sugar intake for the week.
Of his healing and of how much damage he's going to take so well that he just doesn't make that trade. And when you commit to a big push like that, and you don't get a big cooldown rewarded for it, you just fall so far behind, especially as a melee cleave. So he played really well for sure. Welcome to the Jung. Climbing back up to the grand
pretty much goes without
finals
saying.
against the Gators, but yeah, like you mentioned, Direwolves, they look really solid. This was for sure. This was the Wolves that we're used to seeing this weekend.
But what's the next
This
series?
was the first weekend where actually this is the team that we know and love. So
before they were a sheep, and now they are a wolf.
Like a little puppy. Yeah, they've certainly
Chaos
evolved
Bolt,
since we
Black
saw
and
them in
Soul.
Cup #1 Direwolves. I think each and every one of us owe them an apology. No one thought that they would be able to hold that strong against Jung, but 3-2, they took them all the way to a game 5. Here is our bracket. We can see Direwolves, that series that we just finished off, and now it is Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung, the 3rd and final grand finals here in North America. We're going to get a rematch
That's
of
too
the
bad.
series that we saw earlier today in the semifinals. Also, our current standings right now, Direwolves finishing the day in 3rd, and we still have that first place tie. So there's actually a very strong chance that we do see that series again in the grand final, Supties. I'm kind of curious on your thoughts if we see that same composition, or do you feel like Direwolves has to figure something out if we see them face off against Jung once again?
I mean, you're saying for in November?
Yep.
I feel like that comp can work. I feel like that's just polishing up their kicks. I think if they just focus on the kicks and the stun rotations, the comps they have right now look solid enough for them to be well-rounded, I think, for almost anybody in this grand final bracket. And now we're fighting for 1st and 2nd. So who's going to land there? I don't know 100%. I mean, Jung locking in the Hunter DK in the last game in the semifinal, it seemed a bit strange to me. I think a Hunter pick would make sense, but it seems like you need to have a survival Hunter for these rogue mage teams.
Demon Hunter is
utilize it. Everything else
good
seems
and
to start,
fun.
or maybe a marksman, because they went with the Beast Mastery. Just didn't seem like it had enough punch for them in that final round. But if Welcome to the Jung can figure out an answer here, then Gators back are the ones who could be in trouble.
Yeah, certainly. Let's hope that they did that. They really haven't had too much time to breathe. Welcome to the Jung. That is definitely the downside of getting knocked down to the lower bracket. Not only do you have to claw your way
just for the
back up,
damage reduction.
all of the other AWC teams that are trying to do that as well.
It's not 1%, it's
don't
a
really get
flat
much
number.
breathing room between series. So we'll see what Welcome to the Jung have in store for us versus Gators back. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, it is the North American Grand Finals for Cup #3. Stick around. You don't want to miss this. We'll be right back.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides...
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The sun will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
Hmm.
Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How
hold out. Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my...
You know, I can't quite put my finger on why, but I'm starting to dislike Liadrin.
Give them strength.
Liadrin, because I'm being forced to watch this fucking cinematic over and over.
I will break your world.
You don't have auto cancel or cinematics?
I don't have what?
Auto cancel or cinematics?
It's part of the stream.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
Okay.
The Sunwell will not fall.
Not while we draw breath. Whoops.
Will you get your laundry out? Turn your light on.
Can't just ask her, huh? She's not asleep. What am I doing in here?
You start.
Yeah.
I just started so hard.
I'm sorry. This place is the worst. The worst. What the fuck? Oh. Fucking hole in the wall, bro. Okay. Why are we fighting this thing in the fucking room where you can't dodge any of the mechanics? People are like so troll. And again, your average person playing this probably has the IQ of a water bug. Haunting this guy outside. Yep, not standing that again.
Did it one-shot you?
It was 2, but like this fucking bear is just standing here like being a gummy worm. Wow, 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 wow. Aha.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here in the very last grand finals of the 3rd season of The War Within. Of course, we do have the grand finals. We still need to workshop that actual title, like Supatis was saying, in mid-November. But this is the last qualifying grand finals, and it's kind of a big deal.
The grand
Determining
finals.
First and second place for this region. Venruki Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung. We've already seen this today. It was a nail biter. It went to game 5. Do you think we're going to see a repeat? Do you think Welcome to the Jung figured something out between the last time we saw them face this team and now?
Whenever you defeat Welcome to the Jung, they only get stronger. So for Gators back, I think they're going to be playing against a supercharged opponent. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't win, because honestly, the RMP of Gators back looked exceptionally good. Calvish on the Fire Mage looked really scary. So I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they've had a moment to compose themselves, although they had a very close series with the Dire Wolves. So it's a little dicey. I was watching it. It was a very exciting series, but we'll see what they have prepared for Gators back.
This might be the hardest day they've ever had, David. What do you think? Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't seen them lose in upper finals until this tournament. It's the final tournament, too, before we take a break and get ready to go to the next stop, the grand finals, as we've been calling it. But it was one of those things where we've seen Welcome to the Jung adapt in the past, and they're just so good at it. And then we saw Welcome to the Jung find an answer to Gators back, and then Gators back being unable to answer that DK Rogue. Now that they have an answer to that DK Rogue, the swing is going back in the direction of Welcome to the Jung. Do they have an answer for the RMP? It's just so back and forth. It's so cool. Welcome to the Jung, though, as Elliot Venruki kind of alluded to, just seems to be able to have anything that they can pull out of their pocket and play at the highest level. But the question that I have is that they pull out of their pocket then able to be beaten by the original composition that it gets so deep. I just see like the calculus in front of our head. But don't forget, RPS is their main comp. They still have that incredibly strong RPS composition on the side of Gators back. And so now that they have the Rogue Mage on the Fire Mage, not the Arcane Mage, and the RPS that both look so strong against Welcome to the Jung, Gators back is just seeming like they're set to take them out again. And they're always going back and forth. If Gators back is able to do it back to back, could be foreshadowing to something big in the finals.
Yeah.
Moses,
So
Mary, and
we know that
Joseph.
These two teams are going to be in the grand
Ooh,
finals
look at these
in
predictions.
November. So this could be very well a repeat of what we end up seeing there.
Gators
I
back.
like the way you describe that, Dave. It's
Back
like a cold
again.
hot potato, but instead of a potato, it's like a counter comp, and they're just passing it.
You're
amongst
going
themselves.
all
We've never
in.
really seen Welcome to the Jung consistently challenged like they've
On the
been with this
Gators.
team, like they've been with Gators back, like they've been today. Because even Direwolf stepping up to the plate this weekend as well, and almost having that win, and we wouldn't have even have seen them here in the grand finals once again.
Let
So
there be
definitely an
light.
interesting story with this team. Welcome to the Jung. I don't know how confident they're going to be going into this. I'm certainly curious what conversations are happening behind the scenes with Welcome to the Jung. It's they may not be used to this. We'll see. We'll see if we get a chat with them. But either way,
I wonder
let's
what
talk
comps
about
they're gonna pull out.
predictions for this series. Vinruki, Welcome to the Jung. Gators back. Who wins this?
Will they let Wiz play?
Well, as you may remember,
That's the question.
at the last second, I changed my prediction in favor of Gators
Sure do.
back.
Oh, yeah.
It was a 3-2. This one, I'm actually going the opposite direction because I think Welcome to the Jung, when they lose, they get more dangerous, more powerful. And I think this is going to be a 4-2 in favor of Welcome to the Jung.
Okay, D Machine. What about you?
I think he's a very smart man. He's just as smart as he is handsome.
13 more levels.
And I'm not. And so I voted for I voted for Gators back. I thought Gators back. They figured it out. They cracked the code.
4-1.
and I said 4-1. Listen. They're
Wow.
looking super, super strong. I think that they have all the tools that they need in order to take down Welcome to the Jungle, and now they just need to lock in and execute.
All right. Well, real quick, sounds like the game is ready. I'm 3-4 in favor of Welcome to the Jung. I think they mirror similar to Echo, where they get knocked down, somebody kind of bests them, and they're able to really quickly just do a quick 360 no scope and get the win the second time
I'm
around. And I think they're going to do that here
Wow.
today. I'm so sorry,
I'm
D
surprised.
Machine. I'm so sorry, but let's get this series started.
to
It's
it.
best of 7. We are trying to figure out who is first and who is second in the region before we head into the finals in mid-November. This is a big deal here. These two teams have been neck and neck the entire season. No one expected Gators back to be able to do it when they came in for Cup number 1. But here they are, making Welcome to the Jung scared. Game number 1 starting off now, Ven, here in the grand finals for North America Cup number 3.
Interesting. So Welcome to the Jung. They're going to try it again. They're running it back. The Unholy Death Knight, Beast Mastery Hunter, as well as the Holy Priest. The last game, it didn't work out for them in this particular matchup, but there was moments. It was close. They got through Calvish's Ice Block, his Cauterize, potentially take him down. They play a little bit safer. See what Daze decides to do. Moves in. Gets some
Okay, so
early
we're just
zaps on Nick just to slow him
Just
down.
doing the same
but
thing again.
A little bit of a dangerous game if it gets flared out. Not the end of the world, but it wouldn't be an ideal opener.
Yeah, WizK is
However,
not going to play.
Welcome to Junk playing this opener very passive, David.
Yeah, so far, both teams just respecting each other immensely here in the grand finals of this entire tournament. These teams going back and forth over and over and over again. I'm really, really excited to see
So
what they're
awkward.
going to do with this composition. They must have thought they saw some sort of momentum in their favor. But the question is, can they catch that momentum after a grueling, stamina-sucking series
here we go.
against the Dew? Anyone that has faced the Dew and has gone the distance feels it in their bones. I've seen teams in the practice area of lands just completely done for the day and having to go to sleep early after something like that. But here we go. The action is happening, and combustion is going to be popped. This is adrenaline rush from Dazed, and Prev is the one who's on the back foot. He does use the Roar Sacrifice. Like we said, very potent cooldown against that combustion, but it can easily be swapped to. Nick's catching a polymorph himself. Calvish just trying to peel off because he knows the go is done for now, but Nick is continuing the onslaught. A High Mountain Torrent just to get away. A follow-up
Oh,
is
boy.
not going to land from Prev. He's going to kick that, and Zhang Bahai Cubsy is completely fine to just get this Guardian Spirit off.
I'm
onto
sure
Calvish.
Calvish won't die without
Calvish
blocking
should be
again.
sitting pretty with this 1 minute cooldown.
He's playing very conservatively, so he's playing against a lot of pets. So look for those Ring of Frost. You can see it's crowd controlling all of the ghouls and goblins and pets that Prev and Nick have available. Calvish now resetting those, so I think Calvish is sitting at the pillar, getting out Novas, getting out Ring of Frost is going to make him pretty tanky in this matchup. Difficult for Nick and Prev to actually take him down, and that's why we're seeing Calvish play so conservatively here in this match. Combustion is available once again. Big stun on Dazed, and they're actually going to be putting more
got
pressure
Roar,
on
though.
Dazed in this game. I definitely don't mind that. Keep him honest, get the evasion out of the way. I think Daze will be susceptible to some big all-ins if they can keep this up.
All right, Bastion's getting popped. That's the Aurora Sacrifice. Zhang Bahai caught into that fear follow-up, and Prev is on the run. He is not messing around, but they swap the damage over on the Nick, where the Aurora Sacrifice isn't on him. So that Combustion was able to get a little bit done, but not a whole lot. I mean, Icebound Fortitude and AMS, they're on cooldown. AMS, very short cooldown. Swapping the damage over on the Prev. Zhang Bahai not caught in any CC. As I say that, there is a cheap shot. Where's the follow-up? There is none. Welcome to the Jung are still okay to continue to push in, and Calvish's positioning is just so defensive, but I guess it needs to be as Cubsy's caught into a trap. Nothing to follow it up as yet, but Calvish is completely fine for now, not trading any defensive cooldowns, but also not pushing into getting the damage out that he needs to as well. He's basically making it so if Welcome to the Jung wants to get on top of Calvish, wants to get momentum on this mage, they have to overextend.
Okay, he's got Bust, and they have no roar.
What they can end up doing.
5
Daze
seconds.
has 1 Vanish, so if they go after him, I'll have that available. Combustion now available for Calvish as well, who is going to put the first point on the board. This is a very momentum-based matchup. Zhang Bahai right now going for the Divine Hymn in Angel form. Nick taking a huge hit of damage, but I feel like Zhang Bahai should be able to easily top him off. He's been managing his mana quite well. Dampening is getting higher, and both these healers are going to start struggling. Not an easy thing for Cubsy and Zhang Bahai in this match. The full trap lands. Calvish now in some trouble. He gets stunned into a stun. Can they get the cauterize? He's so
Big
low.
overpower
No.
barrier.
The Guardian Spirit Serenity comes in. Cubsy keeps him alive. Greedy plays by Calvish, but it pays off.
Both teams playing relatively, I don't know, passive? Maybe not the correct word as I say that. Cubsy's running at Zhang Bahai. He's looking to get a Chastise potentially into a Fear. We're going to have to wait and see how that's going to pan out. But the stun does land onto Dazed. I like this. Moving it up. And a nice Ring of Frost slows down all of those pets for just a second. And Dazed is going to pull back. He's going to try to get some CC going out onto Zhang Bahai.
He just
There's the
vanish.
cheap shot. Where's the follow-up? Nothing just yet. Prev
Scattered on
navigating
Vanish.
around
It's
a
crazy.
fade there for just a second. And Zhang Bahai looks like he's going to get away from that situation in no CC whatsoever. He does have the Holy Ward, and he's going to pop it right away. As soon as Prev is in that DR stun, or is in a stun diminishing return, Zhang Bahai sees the win condition and immediately presses that Holy Ward and giving another ability that their opposing team has to navigate. So Gator's back is just kind of negated for another go for now, but this is Combustion. This is big damage. I'm looking at the Aurora Sacrifice, where it's going to go. Blind getting committed out from Zhang Bahai onto Zhang Bahai into the Chastise stun. Kidney Shot goes out onto Nick, but the AMZ seems to be a perfect counter to that Combustion.
Nicely done there by Nick, deflecting the damage, but such a short cooldown on Combustion if he can get off those full shifting powers that can cause these overlaps or find these moments in the match where they don't actually have any defensive cooldowns.
Didn't even-
Power gets traded out. Nick trying to get there desperately.
Didn't even roar that
but
bust.
Unable to do so. Daze though getting low. He's got no
Whoa.
evasion. This is the moment. Oh, they could do it. There's a trap here onto Cubsy. Cubsy plays it safe. It's going to be Cloak of Shadows traded out by Daze, but you can start sensing that with Daze now that has no Vanish, no Evasion, and no Cloak of Shadows, that is a big opening for Welcome to the Jung and a target that they're going to be much happier to go after.
And the mana's starting to go in the favor. Welcome to the Jung too. Lots of win conditions. I don't really know if this
Nice grip.
passive play style is working
Oh,
for them.
boy.
Daze is in so much trouble. That's going to be the Guardian Spirit followed up and the Trinket from Cubsy. Daze is going to be okay. But
Alright, we
this
got
is
PI bust.
Combustion. It's already back. Roar Sacrifice is available to trade it up, but they're still going to try to punch through it. Cheap shots on the Prev. The
Yikes.
Fear out of the Chastise onto Zhang Bahai. Nick now in a full kidney. They're swapping off the Roar Sacrifice. He's taking a huge amount of damage, and that's going to be the anti-magic shell for now. That was the adrenaline rush. That was the combustion. That was a lot of buttons for Gators. They got
This
a
is
couple of
looking
their
like
own,
a
not what they
comp
needed.
swap for sure.
Yeah, I think at this point, Welcome to
Unless-
the Jung, they need to make a push. This is the moment to push. This is the moment Drake could fall. He drops a defensive smoke bomb. The full trap lands, and Dazed is on the run.
Did you say Drake
Cubsy,
could fall?
He's got the Void Shift. He's opting not to use it just yet. Seems like they're all kind of clumped up. This is a very chaotic moment. A few seconds here onto Evasion. Nice grip there from Zhang Bahai.
There's a
still
lot
the
going
run.
on.
1 second on Evasion.
He's got
1
evasion.
second on Vanish. He has it. Make the trade. It's going to be the Void Shift instead. And this is just not looking good. Gators back. They're forced so defensive. Going after Dazed has worked out.
I mean, we have
extremely
blind, we
well
have
there for Welcome to the
evasion.
Jung. They're forcing lots of cooldowns. They have a mana lead. And all of a sudden, Gators back is playing afraid.
And we have
They figured
bust.
something out. They figured something out with the Death Knight composition. They learned something, and that's what you were saying. Every single round, Welcome to the Jung is just downloading their opponent. They can never not stop improving. Big damage goes out into Preb, Roar Sacrifice,
Ooh.
and a Guardian Spear to deflect it. Now Calvish taking a bit of pressure on the back end. You might have that Ice Block, you might have that Cauterize, but Cubsy's blue bar is getting shooed down a bit faster than his opponent. Win conditions are starting to mount for Welcome to the Jungle, and all of a sudden Gator's back is on this timer. They need to make something happen. They need to start forcing defensive cooldowns. Cheap Shot goes out on the Nick, but the Holy Ward preemptively from Zhang Bahai will stop a go. The full trap lands. Calvish taking a bunch of pressure. He's just going to root up his opponents and reset his cooldowns for now. But there's the blind follow up onto Zhang Bahai, and it's going to be immediately met with a trinket. Just respecting, he knows he's ahead, and he's just going to trade that out for that blind. Cloak of Shadows on the Daze. Will it be enough through all these pets, though, Van?
Unholy Frenzy available for Nick. He pulls the trigger. Dazed is on the run. He's trying to get away. He hooks out of line of sight. Calvish is there to drop the Ring of Frost. Look at all the pets being crowd control with that Ring of Frost, paying dividends for his team right now. Dazed as well needs to get there for some damage. He has the Vanish, decides to pop it immediately, just getting some damage out and crowd control. Zhang Bahai doing an excellent job of gripping Prev to safety, going for the fade in the Spirit of the Redeemer, tops off the team, and now Dazed is without cooldowns for another 35 seconds. Cubsy's almost completely tapped on mana. This is an opportunity for Welcome to the Jung once again to make a push, but they're low on health. Calvish might go into the Ice Block. This is great pressure for the side of Welcome to the Jung, but it is back and forth. Either side could win.
They really can. If Gator's back can pull off a miracle and keep surviving deeper into dampening, they could even out on mana, and win conditions can all of a sudden reset. But so far,
I got AMS, Turtle, and Swap.
Zhang Bahai, he just came out of that Angel form. He still has that life swap available. Guardian in 30 short seconds. Prev has Turtle. Zhang Bahai looking to get a drink. Is he getting a sip? I'm not sure if he did. That'd be huge. Calvish now finally reconnecting. AMS being committed from Nick. He wants to get aggressive, and he wants to get in there, and Calvish sees that. He's pulling back. He's forcing this DK to overextend. Dazed also getting grip into the mix. This is combustion, though. They got to turn it around. Roar Sacrifice immediately being used. Full blind on the trinket. No Holy Ward for this. This could be it for Nick right here, right now. Into the Chastise.
Oh my
Can
God.
his DK live? He can't. And Gator's back on the back foot, regardless of having been behind the entire time, still taking a Grand Arena. Unreal. I thought they had it in the bag, but Welcome to the Jung fall.
Yeah, just really insane. I mean, Welcome to the Jung, they have these moments where they go after days, but the problem for me is it seems like Gator's back can just stall. Like, whenever they're in trouble, they can just run behind the pillar. That's when they're going to Nova the pets. They're going to Ring of Frost the pets. Dazed is actually just attacking pets as well, resetting his cooldowns with the way cooldown reduction works for Outlaw.
Right.
Once he's behind the pillar, he can just attack pets, and he's still getting that cooldown reduction. Then they can pick their moments with the vanishes, with the evasions, and kind of all in. And Nick, unfortunately, doesn't have that same luxury. Calvish did a really good job. Unfortunately, Zhang Bahai was falling a little bit behind, trying to go for a drink. Calvish realized he was going for a drink and then just stopped it as soon as he finally managed to sit down. So he basically CC'd himself for a solid 5 or 6 seconds. He wasn't able to heal, and they were able to punish him right after that. And there's just nothing left for Nick after that moment, after that void shift. This is the moment I'm talking about. See, as soon as he drinks, there's the flame strike, and he is forced to trade out the
Oh, wow. He
the
literally
void
forces
shift.
a cooldown.
Yeah, really
It's
important this deep in dampening.
You know, something else I do want to mention is that, like, we're identifying the passive play that's happening between this Rogue Mage. You know, normally we see Rogue Mages go for go. I mean, they're still going for their goes, but the Roar Sacrifice and the short cooldown on Guardian and the AMS being used defensively, but also for like a CC immunity and the Guardian and the Holy Ward. There's a lot that this Rogue Mage has to navigate around from the Welcome to the Jungle, but this is just a perfect example of just like, if you're deep enough dampening and trinkets are on cooldown, Rogue Mage needs that one good go. I guess every comp just needs that one good go. And trusting your team to be able to make the play when it counts is so key. But in a grand finals like this, it's just heavy pressure. I would kill to be a fly on the wall in those comms of this Rogue Mage, because they just seem so well coordinated, especially when it counts.
All right, let's see where they're going. Honestly, this is not what I expected from Welcome to the Jung. I don't know if I'm misremembering, but I swear they dealt with the Fire Mage with the Marks Hunter. It was Marks Hunter Ret Paladin, Resto Druid. And that's kind of what I want to see. I mean,
That was
I don't
against an
know.
arcane mage, though, right? Or was that also a fire mage?
It was against the Arcane Mage, but I think
Pyroblast,
it works
Pyroblast,
against Fire Mage as well.
Pyroblast, Pyroblast.
Just then you have that like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7,
unlike these
9.
moments where you're seeing like we're seeing Nick be really durable up until dampening, and then dampening his cooldowns just don't matter. It's a little different with Ret Paladin, right? Like with Ret Paladin, your cooldowns do matter. Like, you have Divine Shield, you have Blessing of Spell Warding, you have Lay on Hands.
Right.
And if they're not getting crowd control on Zheng Bahai, I think his healing is going to be really solid as well. Like, I don't know if they'll be able to punish him on Resto Druid, especially on a big map. So I would love to see the Ret Hunter Resto Druid from Welcome to the Jung again, because I think it looks so good. But if they do that, Gators Back has put themselves in such a good position, because obviously they can beat that with their RPS, and winning game number 1 means they will inevitably have a comp advantage.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm like, I would love to see a Ret Hunter, but at the same time, then we're going to be going back and forth with an RPS and then the Rogue DK, right? Because the Rogue DK beat the Ret Hunter, but the Ret Hunter beat the. Oh my gosh, I'm getting myself confused at this point. This is this is intense mind games from these teams. But to your point, when you're going back and forth and you have all these different compositions, that blind pick win advantage is huge.
Jungle.
Instead of Ret Hunter, they're going for Feral Hunter, sticking with the BM Hunter instead of the Marksman, to your point. But we saw Feral Druid a little bit earlier today, coming out for Z-rated, as opposed to a Ret Paladin. What does the Feral Druid bring to the table? I guess I could kind of answer this, huh? I'm actually a Ret
Doomguard's
Paladin.
Curse damage
So
to
with Feral Druid, you have Cyclone. That's, like,
350k.
the biggest thing. That and stuns. Stuns and
I
Incarnation.
see.
It's a lot to deal with, especially it gives the priest a little bit more breathing room to eat some of those kicks. And if those Cyclones go off, it's a fantastic health stop, but also it slows the game down a little bit. But on the Ret Paladin, you have the Blessing of Sanctuary. You can get your healer out of CC. You have Blessing of Spell Warding, which is basically Magic Bop or Magic Immunity. Lay on Hands. You got a lot of utility for your team, but you don't necessarily have the same, I would say, spread pressure, CC. I don't know. If you go Repentance, maybe you could land some cool Repentances. Who knows? So it's a toss-up. Me personally, I feel like the Feral Druid's a little bit more well-rounded as we go into a later game, but against this composition in particular, the Ret feels a little safer, to your point, Ben.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like for Welcome to the Jungle, this is either going to look really good or really bad. Like, bringing in the Feral Druid, it's a little bit more aggressive. You're going to want to play in their face. I think Welcome to the Jungle doesn't want to play a passive game. Well, they're trying to force Gators Back to not play such a passive game, because Gators Back is playing extremely passive in these games. Going for resets, line of sighting. Calvish just isn't even... In theory, he should be a great target for Unholy Death Knight Beast Mastery Hunter, but the way he's playing it with his team and having an Outlaw Rogue backing him up, they can't even force an Ice Block, so it's not a good spot to be in. And I feel like if your reliable strategy is killing an Outlaw Rogue, that's going to be a difficult one as well. So I like that they're changing up their composition from the Unholy Death Knight. They're bringing in the Feral. I honestly think Drake is insanely good at Feral too. So whenever he's on that Feral, got tagged in the last series, I believe that this team can win.
Yeah, he's pretty good, I guess.
All right, we'll see what happens. Calvish going for some Scorches. Goes for the Blink. He's going to be playing Blink in this matchup. So just avoiding these early stuns. We'll see where Gators Back decides to go early on. Drake already trading out the Bark Skin. Zheng Bahai also going into that Spirit of the Redeemer immediately. And we'll see if he can keep his team nice
All right, we're
and
busting.
active here. Calvish rips out the Combustion. This is Adrenaline Rush as Gators Back is looking to get very aggressive. Drake gets interrupted down to half. Gets topped off here from Zheng Bahai. And the CC is initiated by Dazed here. All right. Full sap out of the blind. Drake down to half. Chastise onto Prev. It is back.
Adrenaline Rush is
at this
basically
point of the game, but Zheng Bahai is
permanently
playing
up.
extremely.
Yeah, by the time it expires,
with his
45
cooldowns.
seconds on the
He holds onto
cooldown.
the trinket throughout the entire blind sap. He's not too worried about it. You could tell Drake has quite a bit of durability on this Feral Druid as they continue to make a push here onto Calvish. Rev under fire right now, line of sighting, and with Calvish having to play so defensive and LOSing, he's not able to get out too much damage, and they're not getting any crowd control on Zheng Bahai as well.
It seems like this might have been the ticket that they wanted. So far, so good. I mean, they're keeping
hanging out in
the
bear
mage
form.
nice and defensive for now. Combustion is coming back off a cooldown
Whoop.
right here, but so is Roar Sacrifice.
Nice grip.
Cheap shot lands out onto Drake. This is the adrenaline rush. He gets life gripped, however, at the last second, and so not a whole lot to follow it up. Cubsy immuning any sort of CC right now with his own holy ward for now. Cal's
Life
trying
grip.
to pull back this feral druid, and Drake is just trying
Oh,
to
man.
waddle at him in this bear form. He's getting lit up at half health here for now, but the stun lands on the Cubsy. The full trap lands. Calvish already super low health here, but the kidney shot to try to swap that pressure over out onto Drake will keep him defensive, and he cannot follow up and chase down this mage.
Yeah, unfortunately. But Drake had a great heads-up play. Roar of Sacrifice traded on Prev, and he knew they were just going to go after him. So he immediately was in bear form and managed to soak up a lot of that incoming damage. Scattershot now in a daze. Calvish still this line of sighting, and it is back. They're playing very conservatively at this point. Drake down to half. They're doing a lot of damage on the
Oh,
bike.
my
They are
God.
punishing Dazed. Dazed is really under fire right now. Forced to line of sight once again. Like I said, if he can just attack these pets, he's going to be getting that cooldown reduction. Which
Got
he
bust
wants.
back up.
Drake is
Wonder if
not
he's just gonna
making
send it or if
easy
he's
for
gonna
him,
wait
and he
for-
will push in.
Yeah, he just set
He
it
does
up.
have the bark skin if he needs it, but just
It-
tanks it out in bear form, trying to soak up a stun while he's super durable with that extra armor. And Dazed
Seems
might
like
even
a
get rest out
questionable
there.
Looks like
bust.
a cheap shot lands on the Prev. If there's any follow-up damage, he does have that Roar Sacrifice, but no combustion just yet. He's probably going to save that. But this is the incarnation. Daze caught into a cross CC as well. Calvish a bit alone. He's looking to get an ice wall. He ice wall isolates Drake. This is huge. The kidney shot will land. Is there in the full fear on the Zhangfahai to follow it up? This Feral Druid is in trouble. He's in cap form. He's trying to get aggressive onto Calvish himself. He's going to catch some huge Serenities. A half polymorph goes on to Zhangfahai, but that was a scary, scary moment for that cat.
Love the ice wall. Calvish wasn't even playing ice wall in the last matchup, but making some plays with it here. If Drake overextends, it's going to be a Dragon's Breath into an ice wall. Big stun lock comes in once again. Zhangfahai grips him out of line of sight, and Calvish is getting more and more confident in this match to make some plays with the ice walls, potential polymorphs. He finally gets stunned up. He's forced to trinket, throws out the combustion. He gets stunned. Prev doing what he can to just control him up and slow down the damage, but Calvish doesn't care. He's just running on top of Prev,
CCing Drake, huh?
against the jungle
Okay.
cleave. But maybe getting a little bit too confident as Drake and Prev start to strike back.
Looks like it. Prev still hovering at a little bit of health, but Zhangfahai not caught in any CC just yet. Something to note as well, again, Welcome to the Jung has a little bit more mana as we go deeper and deeper into this game, but we're going to have to wait and see if that's actually going to be impactful. All the pets get frozen up here on this go. So it looks like Daze should be able to stabilize for now, but Cubsy actually gets interrupted here. This is the
God, if it was
adrenaline rush
Frost.
for Daze. He's trying to get a
Frost
bit
is
of
so
this
annoying
pressure
against
up.
BM.
Look how overextended Drake is. If they could get stuns onto him, it could force Zhangfahai in a really bad spot, and he knows it. Before he gets too low, he's going to dip back and get topped off, and now he's pushing right back in. Hope is going to get stopped. That's another way to regain your mana for these Holy Priests, and he will stop that, well, just briefly, but it looks like Cubsy and Zhangfahai are still decently close. Cheap shot, big go onto Prev. That's going to be his Trinket Turtle. He will respect that big damage, but I think that was also Trinket for Zhangfahai. A little bit of overlap.
Massive amount of overlap. I mean, that's a nightmare situation. Daze at the same time is getting low on health. They're going after Daze. He's got no evasion, but Cubsy has so many answers to keep him alive. I think it's unlikely that Daze does go down. Drake in bear form. Calvish looking for potential Ring of Frost. Not able to find it. Drake needs to get topped off. Prev with
He's
no
getting
trinket.
chain
Drake with no
kicked.
trinket. I feel like Welcome to the Jungle. They are in trouble. But at the same time, Gator's back there low. Welcome to the Jungle is looking to strike back here. Is it going to be a void shift? Daze gets low. Guardian Spirit trades out. Cubsy in the back line.
And we still have smoke
Keeps him
bomb.
alive and allows him to keep making this push. But this game is so back and forth. Both these
Banish
teams
bomb.
are
Probably gonna
hesitant right
banish
now as
cheap
they're low on cooldowns.
into a bust bomb.
I mean, I thought Welcome to the Jung had it. So much momentum, but here's a big name stem on to Dazed. Is it going to get followed up with a Cyclone? It doesn't. He does get interrupted. Drake caught into a cheap shot, but he pre-bear formed the go. Into the Barkskin follow-up. Zhangfahai's in a full fear. That's going to be the will of the Forsaken to follow
Still
up.
sending the
Drake is
bust.
still in a lot of trouble.
Oh, man.
Surely this is going to be a life swap.
Those
or
meteors
something.
missed.
Zhangfahai and Drake just sitting directly on top of each other, trying to push this mage back. Now Drake wants to get in there and
The
give it
reaction
to
time on that
Calvish still has
leap
that block
was-
available to him. Cubsy still has the health swap, and Drake is pushing in to try to force one of these buttons or just take this mage down wholeheartedly. But it looks like Drake's not going to, overstay his welcome. He sees the rogue, but the big swap.
We're casting
kicking
Scorch.
into a bomb.
Okay.
Where's the damage? Cheap shot onto Drake. He can't peel into the double DB follow-up, but Zhangfahai is going to deflect that with his Guardian Spirit and his his big spirit.
Oh,
Drake
Kalish
is
is about to die.
reconnected. Ring of Frost. Oh my gosh, if you got kicked on that, you wouldn't
Jesus.
have been able to block.
Dude, you're lining Cubsy.
Close. Calvish still so low. Cubsy's desperately trying to get him up. Apotheosis, but this is the combustion. They're trying to get it going. No roar sacrifice available for this go.
He is
Chastise
going in.
Where's the follow-up, CC?
This is going to be the Cotter.
Prez still taking huge amounts of damage. Guardian Spirit will top him, however. Calvish is the one who's got to be scared moving forward.
Everyone's scared. Daze is going to be scared. Calvish is scared. Drake is scared. Prev is scared. Anyone could win this game. 35% dampening. Both healers running on fumes. Calvish is going to be line of sighting here. Daze down to half, though, with no evasion. Once again, he's vulnerable. Drake is all over him.
Cubsy's mana bar is gone.
Bleeds onto Daze. Now trying to get bleeds onto Calvish. Really make
They
Cubsy
still have symbols of
struggle
hope.
to heal. And you can see Cubsy, his health isn't looking good. His mana isn't looking good. Can Welcome to the Jung do it? Can they put a point on the board? Can they beat this RMP? The Ring of
Oh my
Frost
God, he got
drops
2 casts
down.
off in a row.
Once again,
This
Daze
is
in
crazy.
trouble. He has no trinket. The evasion is up. Calvish gets interrupted. They're finally putting the pressure. They might be able to force an ice block. Drake is moving in confidently. Zhang Bahai grips him out of line of
Getting
sight.
kicked on
Nicely
Frost
done
right there is...
Now it's going to be Prev's turn
Dude,
to
block.
stop the damage.
Jesus.
They continue to make a push. They are all just dead. Cauterized procs. It's going to be an ice block. Dazed has no evasion, no cooldowns whatsoever. Welcome to the Jung is looking to sink their fangs into Gator's back. Can they take them down, or can Gator's back get a miraculous recovery?
It's gonna take a miracle, just like you said.
I mean,
Gouge goes
he's
out
got
on
bust.
Drake, but everyone's so low. Can he get this ice wall off?
He's
They're
dead.
not gonna let him. Calvish is surely gonna go down. Can't kite all of those.
Feral.
Calvish. You sure can't. But Welcome to the Jungle will show us where their compositions can go, and also
oh my gosh,
what their name means. What a fitting composition to bring this series back, huh? Locking in
What a
the
fitting
jungle,
final resting place.
Taking a point on the board. This is a best of 7 series. Don't forget, guys. So the first team that gets to 4 wins will be crowned Cup number 3 champs.
Yeah, so this is deep. Like we're getting to the deepest parts of the ocean right now. 32% dampening with these 2 compositions. Calvish, this is where things started really falling apart. Daze really had no cooldowns, unfortunately. He gets interrupted. The cauterized procs. He goes for the shifting power. Is forced into the ice block, and Cubsy really just he has no throughput, right? So what I really like that Welcome to the Jungle is doing, if Calvish is playing too defensive, go after Dazed. Calvish tried to make a play here, but Prev is very patient with his interrupt. He let Calvish basically just fake over and over and over, and inevitably interrupted him on the ice wall and took him down. But Calvish, yeah, that would have been. I mean, if he managed to get the ice wall and they won off of that, that would have been so insane. But Prev shuts it down.
Wonder if they're gonna comp swap or stick to it.
They played this one very well. Drake does such an excellent job weaving in and out of bear form. Whenever he realizes he's going to be stunned, he's in bear form. He makes it awkward for Daze to actually land that full setup, because if he does get stunned in bear, he's more than likely going to be A-okay. So I think defensively, Welcome to the Jungle played this well, but this is like
A-okay.
Gators back. They still look good. I don't know. Are you convinced that this is a good answer for the RMP?
Yeah, it's terrifying. Okay, but here's one thing I just want to shout out, and it's Drake on this Feral Druid. You kind of mentioned it as well, but yeah, this guy plays so many different specs and so many different classes. It's one thing to like understand your rotation, you know, understand when you need to pop your cooldowns in order to make trades, but this guy also has to like preemptively bear form stuns from Dazed, one of the best rogues in North America. You know, it's like, it's one thing to have like really good, you know, instincts in the game, and it's another thing that to have it preemptively and also keeping track of where that rogue is. Like, he wouldn't overextend around a pillar at half health here. He would often, if he saw the rogue pulling back, he immediately is going back into the middle of the map. He's immediately in bear form. He's immediately in line.
Doesn't this look sick?
And so like this like greedy play from him to be able to get that damage out onto his kill target and just to maintain this pressure that eventually caused Gators back to run at an empty tank. It's just really impressive for me to watch. I'm an aspiring Feral Druid. I just got mine geared up. I've been running in there. I'm just now starting to get
Aspiring Feral Druid, huh?
rotation down, and I'm just seeing this guy who
Aren't
also
we
plays
all?
a Red Paladin better than me, just kind of like style on it on the Feral Druid as well. Just really impressive. I guess I'm just fangirling a little bit. I'm like, here, wait, give me a second to fangirl, Elliot. But we are jumping into the draft, and they're gonna lock it in. It sounded good, but is Gators back just gonna go to RPS? How does RPS go against jungle? I actually don't know.
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Oh, I hope we find out. I hope
We're
we
gonna
find out.
I think we are. I feel like Gators back could run it back one more time. Like they could
I
play.
wouldn't hate
I
it.
think that they could afford to play it. However, maybe they're afraid of losing the swing match. You know, in a
What is
series
even
like this,
happening
Game
here?
7, where both teams have so many options, losing the swing match would be unfortunate. But yeah, Drake on the Feral looking exceptionally good. What is Gators back going to do? Calvish, is he going to log back on the Subtlety Rogue? Are they going to tag in WizK? And I don't even know if they win that for free. Like, I feel like Jungle is
So
decent
close,
into
yeah.
RPS. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
we even saw that
They're doing it.
Yeah, it's 34 million health.
This is so sick. I gotta
What
wonder
in
for
the
Calvish's sake,
actual?
like, going from a caster to a rogue, like oftentimes we see. I mean, there's the swaps.
Also, this camera angle is
whatever, but we usually see multi-classers kind of stick to like a
Not the best.
role. But Calvish, he's going from a mage to a rogue. I mean, I guess if you got the mage down, you got the rogue down, and vice versa. You got the same setup brain. I don't know.
Not that many people. Not that many
it
people.
feels very rare. Yeah.
Calvish can play anything though. You mentioned Drake. You're like, oh, Drake's a better rep paladin and feral than me. Well, Drake could probably log on any class and play it better than 99.9% of people. So don't feel too bad. I feel like Calvish is very similar. He can kind of just log on whatever, play at an extremely high level. This guy's no stranger to rogue. I think one of the most mechanically gifted rogues in the game right now. And I think he's found out that RPS, like normally Calvish just plays rogue mage, but he's found out that RPS, especially with
Oh
WizK,
shit, Wiz is in.
gives him a lot more freedom to be creative in these matchups, go after multiple
Yeah.
targets, play these kind of complex strategies, and they might be able to keep Drake and Welcome to the Jung guessing.
Big fan of the new RPS in town. We were watching the move forever, now seeing Calvish coming out on it, WizK continuing that legacy, and Cubsy. I mean, if you don't know Cubsy's history, this Restoration Shaman is something he is extremely familiar with, hence the Gator nickname, hence the Blue Gator, in fact, with the sunglasses. But Drake's Mog, pretty sweet. Like the
trivia.
spikes in the back. I'm a big fan of the watermelon shoulders. Remember those?
What expansion are those from?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I want to say BFA.
And then of course he's got the glaive.
What are they? Can't just not-
6,500 haste. Huh?
Warlords. What do you think about the blue tabard trying to accentuate like the blue accents?
It
Do you
looks
think
good.
works?
Honestly, I feel like Drake has made a great transmog here. You know, it's like it's a full set ish, but you know, he's added some things to make it his own. I think the back piece looks really good. The blue, like you said, accenting some of the off blue in the set.
I feel like the
I think
polearm's
this is
a
amazing.
little kind of doesn't match quite yet. There's something
No,
about
but
the
it's cool.
polearm.
I mean,
it is cool. It's all one
it's just
giant
it's one of
blade.
those. It's one of those polearms you could use. You know, what expansion that's from?
WAD.
I think it's WAD challenge mode.
Sure is.
I thought it was mob challenge mode.
It's got WAD everything. I think mob challenge mode was the armor sets, and then WAD was the weapons.
Oh yeah. I did get that mop challenge mode set. That was a gruesome day, but it looks sick. Now I have my Vanguard's cosplay. You know.
Yeah.
I'm so
There you
excited
go.
to see the rogue priest shaman for the side of Gators back. And dude, what a matchup. We got 2 melee, 2 ranged, and then 2 incredible healers. These are the types of matchups.
Hard
These are the
casted
high-level
DPs, okay.
compositions where it could go either way that I kind of live for when it comes to Arena. I'm so excited to jump into it. And WizK is too. He's just immediately getting in there, just getting in their face. And that's just kind of how WizK always plays. No fear ever.
Yeah, and you love to see that. He's been sitting on the bench today, just waiting to get tagged. And he's like, let me in there, let me in there. Now we're going to see what he's able to get done. He does decide to trinket early, and WizK does this often for momentum. He'll trinket the first stun, get
Oh,
the
boy.
double fear out, and just try to get the pressure rolling.
Here he comes.
Immediately full sap out of the fear onto Zhang Bahai. Prev getting a little bit low right now, but might be able to survive. Back to the pillar, not taking too much damage. Drake doing a good job backing him up, but now they make a swap on Drake.
Wiz's
This is
damage
the
is
flexibility
insane.
you want to see from Gators back. They go after all 3 targets, really keeping them guessing.
The swap potential of this team is crazy. Full maim into a full trap on the Cubsy. WizK caught into a follow-up stun, but Cubsy's going to go ahead and trade that trinket, and he should be keeping WizK completely A-OK. Now, Zhang Bahai caught into a full fear is going to be Will the Forsaken as Prev got dangerously close. That's going to be the Guardian Spirit and some Serenity procs. WizK dropping down to half. He's going to pop the fade and pull away for now. Both teams just getting small cooldowns here and there, and big trinkets from both healers. Bash on the Cubsy, full trap. Zhang Bahai does not get follow-up on his CC. The Holy War does get eaten. He gets a fear out of it.
Okay,
This has got to be the dispersion. It is. Wiz is going to respect the damage, but now Calvish is just cheap-shotting the entire
Drake has
team
skin and
into a
SI
50
still.
shot, into a fear. Prev could be in a little bit
Prev
of trouble
is out of
here
defensives,
as the
just
CC
turtle.
chain is continuing onto Zhang Bahai. No Guardian Spirit. He does have the swap available to him if he absolutely needs it, but it looks like Serenities are going to be enough to keep Prev okay. Now WizK is going to be the one who needs to look out.
WizK's got no trinket. Cubsy, no trinket. They might just win the game right here, right now. Welcome to the jungle. They could close it out. WizK could die. Gets the Void Shift out, but what a close call. I mean, the pressure from Welcome to the Jungle is high, and still Gators back. They have 0 cooldowns. It's going to have to be like a preemptive Spirit Link. Still, WizK's just outright dying. Palvish is having to throw to stuns defensively. Gets a cheap shot out onto Zhang Bahai. The double fear comes in.
High
WizK
Mountain
still
Torrent
looking
into
to set
fear
up,
is
but
crazy.
That was a very close call. Drake down to half, getting topped off. Nicely done there by Zhang Bahai. And now Welcome to the Jungle is going to be looking for a setup once again. Calvish gets the Shadow Step onto Cubsy and eats the trap. And that's going to give Gators back a little bit of breathing room.
Just a couple more stops to goes like that, and surely they could be over. I mean, Zhang Bahai is doing a fantastic job rotating back all of his defensive cooldowns. He's got Trinket, he's got Guardian Spirit, he's got Health Swap, and Apotheosis even. Calvish caught into a fear. WizK getting stopped.
Yeah, this ain't looking too good.
And it just feels like this Jungle Cleave has control of the game. Calvish desperately trying to get back control of that, putting Prev into the kidney shot, into the cheap shot onto Zhang Bahai, into the half fear, the fear onto Drake as well. Prev is all alone. He's going to roar sacrifice. Is it going to be enough for now? No follow-up CC onto Zhang Bahai because he goes into that Angel Floor. Gets him off. And WizK is just going to pull back. He sees that the win condition's out there, but he's in so much trouble. Surely this is it. Surely he goes down. He gets a huge heal from Cubsy, and Dispersion will be used. They hold on to the Spirit Link, but that was a lot of buttons, man.
Yeah, I mean, look at WizK.
He's got silence.
No Dispersion and no Void Shift. Cubsy has no Trinket. So once again, Welcome to the Jungle. One good setup. They get a trap onto Cubsy. They get a fear onto Cubsy. This game
got
could
Dance
easily
Blades.
be over. Drake and Prev, they know they have a lot of pressure, a lot of momentum. Calvish doing what he can. He doesn't eat the trap. Oh, no. WizK's preemptively line of sighting, though. They're just going after Calvish. Calvish pops the evasion. I like this. Go after the rogue. If WizK's going to play too
He just
passive,
wasted that
just
dance.
hit the other target, and now Calvish is vulnerable. No vanish and no evasion. Calvish could easily die. Nice scatter by Prev, too. He's just been denying Calvish
What did he just
every
kidney?
step of the way. Fade comes in from Zhang Bahai, and honestly, Welcome to the Jungle look like they're winning this game. I think Gators back is going to need a
Whoop.
miracle. This could be it.
Big stuns go out into Prev, but the Holy Ward prevents Zhang Bahai from getting cross CC'd at all. Drake also getting feared up in the backline here, but he's reconnecting onto WizK. The full maim stun on the Cubsy. Where's the follow-up CC? I'm looking for the trap. There's full trap. Sure, he cannot get a Spirit Link off for 23 more seconds.
God.
WizK needs to survive with the desperate prayer. Is it going to be enough? It is. Cubsy tops off his Shadow Priest. Now the kidney shot to Zhang Bahai. If there's any follow-up CC here, it could be a big deal. Zhang Bahai gets static totem backed behind the pillar, line of sighting both his Hunter and his Feral Druid, but Calvish is unable to get the follow-up go as he's caught into a Cyclone himself.
Oh,
Welcome to the
man.
Jungle doing
Kill
a
him.
great job stopping any momentum that could be garnered there from the overextension of their positioning. And now Silence is going to be used out on the Zhang Bahai, but a preemptive Guardian Spirit should keep Prev alive, but they're swapping the damage over out onto Drake. Drake is the one who's got to be a little bit careful, but Zhang Bahai is doing a fantastic job keeping his entire team completely aggressive.
boy.
Holy Ward sitting pretty on himself, waiting for the next go.
That was Cubsy's Trinket. So another opportunity here for the side of Welcome to the Jungle. Calvish could easily fall as well. He has a vanish, but I
playing
feel like they
Cascading
just go after
Wars.
Calvish if they want. Seems more vulnerable in this position than WizK. Big setup here onto Prev, but Zhang Bahai immediately deflects the situation with the Spirit of the Redeemer into the fade, but the cheap shot comes in. WizK is trying to get there for a fear. Zhang Bahai might have to trade. Here comes the stuns onto Calvish. The full trap lands, and they might be able to take Calvish down. He faints. He's doing what he can to survive. It looks like he actually will hold on. Shadow stepping over to Zhang Bahai, getting the gouge out. Calvish is all over the map with his shadow steps right now.
Blade's
Finally
gone.
getting back on target. Prev just leaps away.
Okay,
and
evasion,
Calvish
kidney bomb.
is still not feeling comfortable. Forced to trade out his second evasion of the match, but he will not have that available for quite some time.
Kidney shot onto Zhang Bahai, cheap shot onto Prev. He has Trinket Turtle available to them. Zhang Bahai is going to get that Guardian Spirit off.
Damn.
Now Calvish is going to get scattershotted as well. Double fear from WizK off the DPS of Welcome to the Jung. A blind follows it up onto Zhang Bahai. Prev is still a little bit low, but Zhang Bahai finally gets out of all the CC. He gets Hex. It gets decursed immediately. Great job by Drake. And he will be slowed up here for a sec. Both teams just finding small opportunities to get CC chain starting and just getting stopped completely. They're just trading blow for blow. WizK down to a half health here. Cubsy doing a great job keeping him alive for now. We have Disperse. We have Spirit Link. We got Trinket on Cubsy. So WizK should be okay to jump right in there. Prev is in a lot of trouble though. He's got the turtle and he has to trade it as Zhang Bahai gets put into a half fear. And they get a follow-up though. This turtle's going to be down at any second. This could be it for Prev. Cubsy putting them in the corner, swapping the damage over out onto Drake. Gators back have so much momentum in their favor. Zhang Bahai has 10 short seconds until his Guardian Spirit comes back. He has Hell Swap as well. And now Welcome to the Jung is looking to swap the momentum in their favor. Full kidney shot lands. Prev still the main kill target for now. Aurora Sacrifice will be traded out as a cheap shot follow-up. The quick fade to prevent any more follow-up CC onto Zhang Bahai. He has Guardian Spirit back up. Blades is still active. They're still trying to get this damage pushed in onto Prev, but if Zhang Bahai doesn't get caught in any CC and he's currently immune to it because of that Holy Ward, Prev should be completely fine.
Oh my gosh, this is so back and forth. Calvish is low on
Mana.
health. Cubsy, though, with the Healing Tide Totem, should be able to keep him alive. Prev has no trinket. Zhang Bahai still has trinket swap, so there are answers here. Calvish moving forward, realizing they need to start finding these setups. Full fear goes out. Calvish gets dispelled. Kidney shot lands. Zhang Bahai, what is he going to do to answer this situation? He can get out of the fear. It's just, oh no! He's silenced up right now. Prev looking like he might be able to survive the... Spirit, it's going to proc the smoke bomb. Beautiful scatter. Get the Void Shift off. He's not even going to trade the Void Shift, but they do proc the Guardian. This is not good for Welcome to the Jung. They have to basically go all in at this point because that is such an important cooldown. WizK is getting low on health though. Looking for flash heals. Dampening is just ramping
Dispersion
up.
still.
For both of these teams, WizK might have to go into the dispersion, but I feel like Gators back. They've found their moment. They've got an opportunity here to make a push. Full blind on Zhang Bahai. He can trinket Void Shift, but he's not going to do it. WizK is getting low on health. It's a back and forth race to the finish. Feign Death comes in from Prev, reducing incoming damage. He still has the Void Shift. There's still a trinket. Void Shift just needs to be in line of sight of Zhang Bahai. But Calvish needs to be very afraid. If he pushes in too deep, he could easily fall. Prev is still so low on health. Zhang Bahai just cannot top him off. The Void Shift finally comes in, but Calvish is there to continue the stuns. Beautiful fear by Zhang Bahai. Oh my goodness, this is so back and forth. Calvish could go down, Prev could go down. Gators back is making the final
CC
push.
chain.
Fear lands, silence on the trinket. Prev though still somehow, some way survives. They cannot believe that Prev is still alive in this situation, David.
Static Totem to bring everyone back into the middle of the map. This is
Yeah,
insane.
this is Call of the Wild.
No trinket available for Zhang Bahai. No trinket for Cubsy. We got
And
dispersed.
Bestial
But
Wrath.
Calvish gets swapped too. He's got to be careful. He could easily get bitten down by this Feral Druid. Drake gets caught into a full kidney shot. Calvish is trying to get control of the game as all of these pets are just chewing away at this poor rogue with no evasion available to him. Cubsy's blue bar is almost completely
fear.
diminished, but a fear lands onto Zhang Bahai. Can they get the damage going? Can they get the CC chain? They do. Cheap shot onto Zhang Bahai. Cheap shot onto Prev. They're swapping the damage over out onto Zhang Bahai himself. Huge damage into a follow-up silence. Can Drake and Prev peel for him? Zhang Bahai still alive. What a live lord. Fade is available. Holy Ward is available. WizK now on the back foot. Calvish on the back foot. Binding shot goes out on the Cubs.
And this is Incarn.
CC, and this
Calvish
could be
is
it for
dead.
Calvish.
Yeah, there's
Kidney
no
shot
way.
onto Drake to stop the damage, but the pets are chewing.
Got
through
evasion
the
at 5.
Desperation pair and fade for WizK. There's the fear just to get these pets off of them.
Dude,
and
this
Cubsy
is
keeps
nuts.
his team alive. They're somehow all alive. Evasion will be popped. And Divine Him on Zhang Bahai will keep his team aggressive as well. Cubsy desperately trying to get the casted heals off here.
I mean, we have like
52%
every button.
dampening, Ben.
Still Spirit Link. There's Spirit Link and Void Shift. There are answers here for Gators back. Drake is low on health.
Blade's blind. He's
Drake
gonna try and
could
get Dance
easily
back
fall. They're
up.
going after Drake.
Oh,
He's
no.
in their form, but Calvish might just die to the Beast Mastery Hunter. Bestial Wrath is up. It is still a race. I can't believe it. 10 minutes have elapsed in this game. Somehow Drake is staying alive. I'm so worried for Calvish, but both WizK and Cubsy have answers, and it looks like Drake is going to fall. Gators back do it in style, and they still have the Void Shift. They still have the Spirit Link Totem, but what a close game. What
I'm
a
so
close
tired.
game.
Let's go, dude.
They gotta be exhausted. That was insanity. That was unreal. I thought Welcome to the Jung had the game like 6 or 7 times. and Gators back still bring it the distance. Cubsy hard casting
That was
out of
like,
line of
dude,
sight.
my
when he
heart's
has,
beating.
just a moment to breathe because of diminishing returns.
Look at that, 1%.
Look at this Guardian shot. First of all, Zhang Bahai getting the Guardian in between those CC chain, and then second of all, him getting that Guardian to proc while inside that smoke bomb. Such a big deal for the game's outcome. Unreal. So close. Oh,
I want
my
to shout out
gosh.
Prev too.
Ding.
During the swap on Zheng
Dong?
Prev had such a good interrupt onto Cubsy's Lightning Lasso. Like, if that didn't get interrupted, it
I
was
didn't
just
even see the
GG
Grats.
at that moment. So, yeah, the Lightning Lasso came in. This smoke bomb was just so crucial, like you mentioned, procking the Guardian Spirit.
68, I'm
procking the Guardian
getting there.
Spirit against the Holy Priest. Here, look at this Lightning Lasso. Look at how fast he kicks it. Boom. Kicked it instantaneously. The fastest kick ever. Or Zheng Bahai would have died there. So, really nicely done there by Prev. Just top level plays. We're watching literally the best players in the game go head to head. The best players in North America go head to head here.
It's
in
definitely
this
going to
series.
come down to a
So,
game 5.
Compositions that could go either way. What a friggin' treat. This is incredible. My watch actually just yelled at me that the decibel levels are too high and that I might damage my ears. Little does my watch know is that the decibel level source is me screaming. I'm so stoked. This series has been insane so far. Now, just as a reminder, everybody, that was Welcome to the Jung's composition advantage and loser advantage. So that means they chose the map, they saw what their opponent was going to lock in, and locked in the other way around. So the RPS is what got locked in for Gators back. So that being said, they have to now lock in WizK,
Go,
Calvish,
game 7.
Cubsy, as well as Dazed. They have to lock
Boy,
in
that was a lucky
and
time to
show
level.
their opponent what they're playing and
I was
allow
just
the
about to die.
opponent to choose their own composition. So my question is, if they're blind locking in, are they going back to the Rogue Mage?
Yes. I
Yeah.
think we're going, it's going to be RMP. I think we're going to game 7. I think I'm
you're
not
right.
going to have a voice after this cast. Like, this is.
I'm gonna
69, by the way.
preemptively order some throat coat. This is crazy.
Need a sip of water. 1 sec.
All right, we're waiting for the team composition to lock in for Gators back. So whether or not it's going to be RPS or it's going to be the Rogue Mage is the question. Maldraxxus Coliseum will be locked in. Nothing really to discern from that, in my opinion. It's a pretty decently well-balanced lap. A little too wide open, in my opinion. It's for a melee, it's sometimes a trek to run across to beat up a caster, but I digress. We got a nice mix of compositions of ranged and melee going on between both of these teams. 46 seconds remain. Gators back, running the clock.
Yeah, the rares are fun fights.
They are really considering what they should do here. My thought is that if they lock in the RPS, they will probably lose to the Assassination Unholy Decay. They haven't won a single time.
Oh,
I don't like this.
You don't?
I don't like it.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, we're doing this again, huh?
Are they avoiding the Roar Sacrifice, hard counter, combust? Is that what's happening?
Arcane
I
Mage.
guess so, but they're already beating Hunters, right? Like,
you're not wrong.
You know, like they lost the
swaps look
jungle.
good,
It was
like,
close though.
Yeah, they can get around it.
I'm not convinced that Arcane is better in this matchup, especially with how well Calvish has been playing on fire. I think this is. I mean, they might prove me wrong, right? They might go up 3-1 here, but from what we've seen in the past, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Now, my question I have, and maybe it's not a question, maybe it's just a hope. Could we see the Ret Paladin? We saw Ret Paladins. We saw.
Oh, yeah, I
Dragon
meant to say
Ret
this is going to a
from
game
the,
7, not
Hunter
game 5.
And Zhang behind a Restoration Druid take down this
That'd be
exact
wild.
composition a lot. So
I think I wonder if Welcome to Jung has that practice. They seem like a team that they like to practice their compositions. If they lock that in, I feel like that would be insane. Because you're right, they were just completely owning Gators back with that composition. And we don't see a lot of Resto Druid, so I would love to see the Restoration
right,
Druid.
Ret Paladin and
Yeah.
Resto Druid, what a treat! And
Watch
at the
Hunter
level
too is
that these
fun.
guys are playing.
Oh, so the team that wins has to pick
Yes, please.
first.
Yes, please.
And then the other
Let's see
team
it.
can
40
decide
seconds left.
based off
a
what they
finals,
pick.
though. I mean, Gators back, bringing it back with the RPS, but that, let's just be honest, that could have gone either way. There's a few
It's only
close
blind
calls.
for the first match.
Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah. Jungle.
Okay. I don't hate it.
I like it.
I don't hate it.
I think if Welcome to the Jung can get away with just playing jungle, because it seems decent. Like so far,
If
every
Welcome
matchup
to the
they've
Jung
played
can get away with playing
close, so
Jung.
they've won. So
right.
I feel like I don't mind them. Just lock this in, get more and more reps with it, get more and more comfortable.
Yep.
And I think it's the best strategy to win the series. Is to just get locked in on the jungle.
I agree. Yeah, I was mentioning it earlier, like when we were talking about maybe seeing the Ret Paladin come out. Like, but this composition on jungle is just so much more well-rounded, and a part of me in my narrative content brain is also like, this team's called Welcome to the Jung. How sick would it be if they won the whole friggin' thing by blocking in nothing but jungle cleave? That'd be nuts. But we're gonna have to wait and see if it is the meal ticket against a different composition for Gators back. It could easily go either way. Like looking at these compositions, it's another one of those matchups that we've seen go either way depending on who's controlling what team, or what team composition, I should say. And welcome to the Jung's jungle cleave. Last game was devastating, and now they're gonna have to be chasing down a arcane mage as opposed to the shadow priest. Now, obviously, arcane mages have so much more mobility, but they were doing a lot of really good, juicy swaps to the road.
Yeah, I think at this point, you need a shitload of bursts to not just get
Arcane Mage, if he can
beat up.
cast, will do a lot of damage. But the main to get that surge off, you have to cast Arcane Blast and missiles, and
Yeah,
Drake
they're
is
both
really fast.
fully-
Both Prev and Drake are so fast with their interrupts in these games. Calvish going to be playing Blink, so you can get.
Which I'm
some
kinda
out of
surprised.
stuns. Gouge. Let's see if Calvish can get off the Arcane Surge. Nope, Prev kicks it at 90%. So really difficult. That's one of the problems. Welcome to the Jung is very good at their interrupts, but inevitably, nope. Calvish still gets kicked. He gets kicked again, but certainly he'll get it off now, right? They've gotten both kicks out of the way. Let's see if Calvish can get it off.
Yeah, there's the Evo.
He goes for evocation, arcane missiles. Drake doesn't want to overextend, but he's still just kind of dying. He goes for the pets, so he actually casts the arcane surge on the pets out of line of sight, but not going to be maximizing his damage that way.
Dude, these pets might as well be a bleed. Like, just their uptime is nuts on the Calvish. Just chewing away at him, and it's a lot for Cubsy to have to deal with, and the mana's already starting to get down. But this is a big damage go with the killing spree onto Prev. Lots of pressure goes out onto him. Not even a rare sacrifice will be committed, however. Incarnation from Drake as Calvish is pushing out here. Something of the Magi almost went out, but it actually got stopped by Drake's follow-up stun. But this is the blind. This is the big go. Into the sap. Prev could be in trouble. Into a cheap shot. The CC chain just never ends. But Prev's Exil seems to be enough for now, but they swap the damage over out onto Drake. He gets cheap shot into a gouge, into a kidney. They're trying to prevent that bear form, but Drake does get the bear form off in between those
Chasing, huh?
DRs, and now he wants to get aggressive, but he gotta be careful. Calvish will light you up regardless of what form you're in.
Yeah, that is true. Arcane Mage doing a ton of damage in this matchup. See right now,
Yeah.
Drake in cat
Holy.
form, going to be going after Dazed a little bit. Calvish playing Spell Slinger as well, so he's not going to have that massive Phoenix, but he's going to be able to generate tons of splinters, which do extra damage, and they can be particularly
More
effective
consistent
against
damage.
classes that have lots of pets. So you're going to see Calvish shoot out a lot of Arcane Orb, generate lots of splinters, and that'll make him very scary here. Full trap now out on the Cubsy, though, as Dazed and Calvish are both rotting down low. Beautiful scatter shot there by Prev. Calvish is forced to line of sight once again, and it's normally in the very late stages of the match we're seeing Calvish really pressured. He's just playing so passive and conservatively with his shields and Ring of Frost. Now just blinking in, though. He's unafraid as soon as I say that. Just blinking on top of Zheng Bahai and going for some damage.
Looks like he wants to get in there and get going. Zheng Bahai in that angel form, though, should keep his team completely okay, avoiding any sort of CC. He's got the Holy Ward now to prevent the next go, but the kidney shot lands in the Prev. Zheng Bahai sees that, immediately presses that Holy
Just
Ward
watching
to prevent
Drake right
any
now.
sort of CC chain follow-up.
Just like
He should be
flying
doing
around the
okay.
background.
Keep Prev completely fine. Chastise stun goes out onto Daze as well, just stopping any momentum that is there. But Prev and Drake just opting to do a little bit more pressure as Cubsy was in an angel of his own, but now that he's out of it, they're going to look for an opener. First, they got to deflect. Cheap shot lands out onto Zheng Bahai. Calvish at low
Tiger's
health.
Fury,
Warmer,
Incarn,
as you
probably
can
right
see,
away.
has been
No?
deployed. Calvish is out of line of sight. He's going to get interrupted on those polymorphs, and Drake is going to get knocked away on that DB. And Calvish repositioning. Nice grip by Cubsy right before the stun, or I'm sorry, the trap. And so Calvish was in a great position to eat that trap for Cubsy because of that incredible life grip. But it looks like they're going to try to swap this damage over out onto
It's
Drake.
coming.
There's the shot
He's on
into the
full
cheap
DR.
shot. It's gonna be okay.
Now it's-
And it looks like, oh, you're right. Daze is going to pop that evasion, just trying to negate some damage for now, negate some of the pressure from all of these pets, but he's still dipping down to half.
Really good drink there by Cubsy.
That's what it was.
There's the
Right on
Inkar.
mana, and he sat down, got a drink, recovered entirely,
Immediately
A
gets
little bit
ping
low on
pong balled.
health. You can see Gators back still playing more defensive, just forcing
Oh
Welcome
boy,
to Jung to
bite,
make a
bite.
push. Chastise now on Zhang Bahai. Do they have a fear to follow it up? Doesn't look like it just yet. Zhang Bahai free from crowd control, should be able to top off the team. Calvish in the middle of the map. This is not really where you want to be against a jungle cleave, but he's getting big missiles and big barrages.
Only
on
thing
the
he has
Drake,
left is mass
forcing him to
barrier.
Play defensive, but now we'll just go back to the pillar, line of sighting the best he can. Full interrupt here on Zhang Bahai. Nicely done, but Gators back can't be feeling too safe here as Drake pushes in.
Dude, that drink's huge.
So many
completely missed
cooldowns.
that. I'm like, Hymn of Hope got really good. I'm like, where did this mana come from? But full trap does land. Calvish has got to be a little careful. Ring of Frost is going to negate a lot of that damage from all those pets for just a brief minute there. Maim stun lands out onto Dazed, and it looks like Welcome to the Jung is positioning themselves very aggressively here, basically on top of Cubsy. Cubsy has the Holy Ward to negate any CC. Zhang Bahai in that Spirit to negate any CC as well. And Calvish is just forcing these melee to ring around the Rosie.
But the
and get out of
Chimera
line of
staying
sight. But
on
as soon as they
Calvish?
get in line of sight of this mage, his health bar just drops so much. Guardian Spirit will give the throughput Cubsy needs to top off his mage, but now he gets put into a bash, and the Guardian Spirit is down. Calvish has got to be careful. He's just constantly bobbing, weaving, lining, and sighting, and getting gripped across the map just so they can continue to make this team rotate. And it just feels
These
like
guys are
Gators back
shifting
has
into
control of the mana.
form so
They have
fast
control
after
of
casting
the
Cyclone.
rotation,
It's almost
but
like
at any moment, I feel like Calvish can just fall. As
the
seen in
auto
past
cyclone
games.
thing that used to exist.
Full kidney shot is going to
Or
land on the
auto
Drake, but
shift.
He's in bear form. He's big chillin'. And neither team is wanting to give any sort of inch at all at a win condition as we move forward into dampening.
Yeah, this is really crazy. I mean, every
What
single
is
win has
happening?
been so close. Never count either one of these teams out. Zhang Bahai has somehow actually gotten ahead on mana over Cubsy, even though he did manage to sit down and drink. Cubsy goes into the Spirit of the Redeemer.
Cubsy
going
still
for
has
the Divine
symbols,
Gambit.
though.
Everyone should be topped off. Calvish, you can see, just throwing barrage after barrage after barrage, and just orbs shooting out over and
stunned on
over.
the fear attempt.
Damage is
Into a
so
trap.
high. A
Yikes.
lot of that damage is going to be on pets, but still, the Arcane Mage doing devastating damage. Calvish blinks away, gets pounced on though. He blinks a bit too early. This could be the Ice Block. Guardian Spirit, if they proc the Guardian Spirit, that would be so devastating for
Dude,
Cubsy, as we
just
saw
refuses
in
to
that
press
last
block.
game for Zhang Bahai. Let's see what the cooldown is of it. I don't think it procced. Prismatic Barrier comes in. It did! It procced! Oh no! That's a nightmare for Gators back in Cubsy. They're not going to be able to rely
Wait,
on that
what?
cooldown. And this is where Welcome to the Jung can start really getting some pressure.
They got to change it up. Gators back. You got to mix it up, man. You are losing on mana now. You're losing on cooldowns now. This is a big deal. There's the Holy Ward out onto Cubsy. He's pulling back. He's getting away from
Oh,
this
boy.
Feral Hunter. But Prev is looking to get CC, and he sees it. He gets caught into a fear because of the Chastise. And Calvish is in so much trouble, though. Cubsy needs the
If
throughput.
this
He
guy
has the
dies without
Apoptosis. He
blocking,
has
I
the swap.
swear.
They're trying to hold on to it with just spamming out those Serenities, and they get it for now. Now, the best offense, Benricky, is best
He got a
defense
full symbols
is a
channel?
good
That's
offense.
huge.
Calvish and Daze need to get in there. Evasion being pressed preemptively by Daze. Kidney shot goes out onto Drake. It is in cat form. Cubsy caught into a full trap. Dazed in a Chastise stun. That's going to be a Cloak of Shadows. Drake pushing in behind a pillar, potentially, to chase after Calvish. No, he's going to pull back and just get some cross damage going out onto Dazed.
I'm surprised they're only mentioning the
Zhang
mana
Bahai,
from
and
Symbols of
follow
Hope,
CC. Doesn't
because it
look like
recovers
Drake now forced into that bear form.
a defensive
Another
cooldown
Serenity
for your
gets
entire party.
squeezed in there between the cheap shots, and it looks like Zhang Bahai is going to be okay with not using too many defense cooldowns, but that was the survival instincts out for Drake. That's a big button to get out of
Well,
the
Drake
way.
is out
But
of
the blue
defense.
bar is fading and fading fast.
Ugh.
Gators back.
It's just so back and forth. Daze, though, gets caught into a stun. He has to trinket. No evasion, no cloak, no vanish, no nothing. Cubsy gets stunned. Are they going to be able to trap him? Daze is trying to line of sight, but he's just outright dying. Great pressure here for Welcome to the Jung, but Drake is also low on health. Gouge comes in. Calvish is just rotting down. This could easily be the Ice Block. No, Calvish!
Thank God.
Oh my gosh, Calvish, please. You're giving me a heart attack here. Goes into the Ice Block as Cubsy tops him off in that Spirit of the Redeemer, but now basically 0 cooldowns left for Gators back. Drake and Prev are getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, that's it. It's
Bahai
time to
has the
parse.
answers. However, his Guardian Spirit has not procced. He's got the Void Shift. He's got the Trinket, and I feel like Welcome to the Jung is looking good to win this game.
Absolutely. I'm just anticipating an overextension or maybe a crazy go, but another full trap onto Cubsy. No block available for Calvish. The
DB
desperation
Blast
DB
Wave.
Drake is smelling blood in the water.
Yeah.
Pushing in, but the kidney shot will stop him directly
Just
in his tracks.
bleeding to death.
They need to get their pressure of their own. Cubsy is completely tapped. Evasion from Dave.
Clutch and
Will be
surge.
popped immediately. All they got to deal with is just
Nice
a life
kick
swap.
by Drake.
That's got to be it. Ring of Frost out of desperation, and Calvish falls. Welcome to the jungle, tied up 2-2.
Magicians.
Welcome to the Jung. 2-2. This is an insane series. But I like what Welcome to the Jung is doing. They're just going to stick
Why did
with
they
the
even
jungle.
switch comp?
I really feel like they're going to play this for the rest of the series. That's my guess. Gators back, likely going to be going back to the RPS, but it was a close game.
Yeah.
Calvish, I think, did a pretty good job kiting around the map. Unfortunately,
Gotta get Wiz in there.
they run out of steam. We'll see it on the scoreboard. Actually, I'm curious to see how much damage Calvish actually did here versus how much is just splinters and orbs on pets, for example, because it seemed like it was a lot more difficult for Cubsy to heal through this jungle pressure than it was for Zheng Bahai to heal through the rogue mage pressure in this match. Calvish inevitably goes down. He had some slick plays with his mobility, but at a certain point, you're just going to get caught. And it was this moment here where the Guardian Spirit procced. I mean, it doesn't seem like a big deal, right? But this is how Holy Priests catch up. Like, it's just so important to have that every minute. If you don't have that every minute, you can't rely on it. You just find yourselves in these situations where you just run out of healing, and you just cannot top your team.
Yeah. I'm assuming there's a lot of people in chat that are noobs like me, and if you didn't know, Guardian Spirit is not just a cheat death. It's also a button that is used to increase the throughput of healing. It's like putting wings on somebody. Sorry, I'm a paladin. I always got to revert back to wings. So you put a Guardian Spirit on somebody, and then it heals. And if it doesn't cheat death proc you, then it's only a minute cooldown.
Everybody knows that. I mean, come on.
That's so big. You need that throughput often because, I mean, a go is basically DRs are up in a minute, every single minute. You really need to match that.
Yeah, playing Arcane, I don't.
So good. Like, Drake comes in, he gets the main stun.
Don't know about that one.
Still topping the damage, but it wasn't as crazy. As details made it look.
Should have stayed on the bench.
Details did make it look crazy. There was a lot of.
Should have stayed on his rogue. It's like you just won his RPS. Why would you
they did a good
swap the
job.
comp?
The question is, would we have preferred to see a Fire Mage? Do you think a Fire Mage would have did different?
I think so. I think a Fire Mage looks better to me.
Where the
Calvin's
Frost
also
Mage is
like-
at.
He's very good at Arcane Mage, but I think he's very, very good at Fire Mage. Like, more comfortable on it. I do think we're just going to be seeing RPS. Welcome to the Jung. If they can take a swing, all Welcome to the Jung needs to do is win one match with the jungle into the RPS. If they can do that, they put themselves in an incredible
3.2 million
situation to
bite.
win this series. I think they will lock it in blind here on Cage of Carnage, and for Gators back, what are they going to do? What are they going with the RPS?
I hope it's a fire one if they do, because I do agree.
I'm still calling this is going to Game
I
7.
think the big thing is the breathing room to cast, as you mentioned. Arcane Mages need to cast.
Game 5,
And
2-2.
They're committing scatter shots even throughout that game just to shut down any potential cast. So with the Fire Mage, you don't need nearly that much breathing room to get your damage out. Yeah, sure, you have to navigate around Aurora
What
Sacrifice,
the?
but their swaps are juicy. Oh, we
Okay,
see
back to
Rogue
Ass DK.
DK coming back out, a composition that
Why?
we have seen from Welcome to the Jung, but I feel like Gators back has found the answer to this
Yeah.
composition.
I don't like this at all. There's a 100% chance that Gators back locks in Fire RMP, and that looked like a losing matchup 100% of the time. I think this. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but
Yeah,
I
this
feel
was a
like
weird
is blunder
choice.
By Welcome to the Jungle, the jungle looked way better into the RPS than this did into the Rogue Mage Priest. So I think Gators back is probably smiling. Look at that little Gator.
They have to
He's
play
putting
Fire
down his
Mage.
Sunglasses, he's saying, "Really?
No
That's
more
what we're
Roar
locking in?
Sacrifice.
Okay, let's go."
He's doing the whole.
Doing the double take, yeah. Okay.
Really, bro? You're gonna do that after what we put you through in the first two games of the upper finals? Yeah, I guess so. I guess they.
They haven't picked yet, but Holy Priest for the
I mean, they did take a couple games off of them.
For the DK Rogue.
Gators back did.
Yeah,
lose a
RMP.
couple times,
Yep.
but both times seemed like gimmicks, right? It was like Calvish who didn't
fluke.
block one time, and yeah. Cage of Carnage, however. Okay, so we saw this matchup before. Seemed pretty convincing for Gators back. Cage of Carnage, however, does that give this Rogue DK composition?
Interested to
an
see what the
advantage
plan
because
is
there's
here.
A lot less space to run around, or is it just gonna backfire on them? I feel like a lot of times Cage of Carnage is a double-edged sword, right? You could easily just drop down in between these crevices and line of sight your healer.
Crevasses.
Yeah. I mean, the name is Cage of Carnage for a reason, right? It's very chaotic. Lots of carnage can happen. I feel like as a mage, I like this map for certain things. Like I like being able to.
Are we just
drop
stuck
an
on
ice
this
wall,
damage break?
a
Okay.
bridge
I
in
was
half,
like-
you know, like that's pretty nice. I like being able to blast wave people off the side. That's pretty nice. But in a matchup like this, where he's not playing Shimmer, and he has a DK and an Assassination Rogue on him, I feel like you're not really going to be able to take full advantage of either one of those things, right? Because if you do happen to grip or knock a Nick off the side, he's just going to grip you, you know? You're going to get gripped down.
High Mountain Tauren Arcane Mage.
This one, but this is the build that he was playing for the Spellslinger Arcane. But yeah,
Everything can be everything now.
I think this is a situation
can be
where the Jung is trying to turn this map on its head and just really put pressure onto Calvish, because there was close calls, like you said. We saw Calvish die without using Ice Block one game. They managed to get some miracle swaps on Daze. Him down.
Okay, most things can be most things. Is that better?
Most things can be most things.
Can't be a human evoker.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to be nervous.
Inception.
No matter what, when you're going to the cage. The cage has burnt people. It has made people into legends. But the question is, what is it going to do to this series? Because, like you said, when you're so back and forth like this, the swing match is huge. Swing match is currently in favor of, I believe it's in favor of Gators, if I'm not incorrect.
It is, yeah. They won game
it is
one.
in favor of Gators. So, welcome to the Jung. They have their small map against Gators. They need to win here, and they need to win here on their opponent's chosen map as well, in order to take back advantage of that swing. It's a tall order. It's a very tall order, and I feel like Gators have figured this comp out. They seem so convincing in the upper finals. Not 2 series away. I don't know. Maybe Cage of Carnage is what they need to mix things up enough to to punch through. Maybe they're going to change their strategy up, but I'm with you. And this is a very rare moment where I feel like I am somehow capable of criticizing Welcome to the Jung. I think this was a mistake to lock in the DK Rogue.
Me too. Maybe they'll prove us wrong. They're
Bold strategy,
They
God.
have to have the same data
See if it
points
pays
as us.
off.
They felt the games. Like, we got to watch the games, but
very different.
maybe they went back and they watched the VOD. Like, they were feeling the games out. Maybe they feel like there's things that they could do to improve. Maybe they do different targeting. I really don't know.
Yeah, different targeting sounds like it could be the ticket. You know, I'd love to see them basically, as a cleaver myself, just hit whatever's close and never really overextend. Maybe bring the game into like a deep state. But I don't know. Against a setup composition, eventually you're gonna have to commit a cooldown or two. You're gonna have to commit a trinket, and at this level, they're gonna take advantage of it. Gators back, especially, are gonna take advantage of it. So we're gonna have to wait and see, though. One of the things that I'm gonna be looking out for is just the burst damage of this Assassination Rogue. I want to see whether or not Gators back are going to be capable of keeping calm. That's what they said their key was. Keeping calm in these high stress moments and just not overreacting with too many cooldowns and stuff like that. And if there is a specialization out there that could make them freak out, it might just be the Assassination Rogue. The burst that we've seen coming out from Drake has just been absolutely lethal.
All right, here we go. The cage is now open. The players are being dropped in. Let's see what they decide to do. Welcome to the Jung, in my opinion, taking a little bit of a gamble with this matchup as they just lost it in the upper finals, but they want the rematch. They are actually going to be going after Cubsy, so they are altering their strategy just a little bit, and I think this is intelligent. The only problem is Calvish is going to be able to get off more crowd control.
Only problem is Calvish is going to
Drake does a really good job with his Shadow Step
fucking
kick.
murder you.
See, Nick is just getting blasted by Combustion right now, but Zheng Bahai easily keeps him alive with the Spirit of the Redeemer, and maybe just going after the healer, putting more crowd control on the mage, is the ticket to a win.
Oh my gosh, they're so vulnerable, though. Look how open they are out in the middle of the map here. There's nowhere for this Rogue DK to go. But maybe it's one of those situations where, you know, you think you have them locked out in the middle of the map, when in reality they have you locked out in the middle of the map, as Cubsy's forced to use that Guardian Spirit to follow up the Angel. Button after button going to be committed from Cubsy as this onslaught just continues. Nick still has that still has his defensive cooldowns to rotate through, but Zheng Bahai caught into that cheap shot. Nothing to follow it up just yet.
Yeah, but Bust is coming back up. Still got blind.
And just the onslaught to Cubsy just doesn't seem like it's ever going to end. There's nowhere to go on this small map for this poor priest.
Yeah, and this is exactly what
but he's holy.
wants to do. They're going after Cubsy. He's got not many cooldowns left to really trade. This damage is overwhelming, and Drake is doing such an incredible job playing defense for Zheng Bahai, really stopping Calvish. And I think this is so smart because when you go on the Fire Mage, you actually don't prevent any damage whatsoever.
Right.
Like the Fire Mage does the same damage. I would argue the Fire Mage does more damage when you attack him because of overpowered barriers. So ignoring the Mage is actually a defensive option for some reason in this match. And yeah, Cubsy is definitely under heavy fire. But look at Nick. Anti-magic shell. One Death Strike lands. That should be enough to survive. Uses the anti-magic shell on Zhengbahai to prevent crowd control. But now Cubsy's under fire once again.
AMZ and AMS and Icebound Fortitude
Jesus.
all used, as well as the Guardian Spirit. Nick is doing fantastic, keeping Cubsy on the back foot, but at the same time, he's got to be a little worried. And look at Cubsy's positioning. He's like, yeah, DK, come on. You want to attack me? You're going to have to overextend and get basically on the other side of the map of your healer. And so they're going to swap that damage over out onto Calvish. Ring of Frost will be stopped. Calvish is looking for jukes all day long. And when he doesn't have it, he just swaps those trees up and lights Nick up. Great job, but it looks like Cubsy is
Alright,
going
busting
to
again.
withstand the heat for now. He's on the other side of the map, and now no longer Nick and Drake have the ability to just chase him down. Full kidney shot onto Zhengbahai. Nick sees the win condition. He trinkets out of a stun of his own and puts Daze into a disorient. But
Damn.
Drake on the back foot has got to be careful. He's going to go ahead and gouge up Calvish on his combustion.
Rip
Combustion
that bust.
still up, though, as Nick is in the middle of the map. He's getting lit up by this mage, and it looks like they're finally getting back onto Cubsy, the priest, but he's immediately going to go into that Spirit Redeemer, divine him. He's completely immune to damage throughout all of this. And he has buttons to deal with after this. He's got Guardian Spirit, Apotheosis, Trinket, even Fade. So Cubsy has the buttons to move forward with it. But it looks like Zhang is keeping his team completely aggressive too. And the mana is very
Yeah, it's like nothing is happening right now.
Such a dicey strategy. I mean, it's very chaotic and fitting of this map. Calvish right now going for a shifting power, resetting the cooldowns. He gets shut down. Nicely done there by Nick. And looks like they're trying to slow down the game a little bit, going after Calvish. They get the Greater Invis out of the way. Nicely done
The
there.
moving fireball.
Not available as he pops it right now. Beautiful counterspell, though, into a full blind. And this is really nicely done by Calvish.
my
He might
God.
be able to close out the game. Nick doing such a good job with that defensive blinding sleet onto Calvish. And Daze completely slowing down their damage and giving Zhengbahai a moment to breathe.
into a cheap shot, but all he needed was that moment. Now Guardian Spirit will be committed as well. Drake should be completely fine. They're recommitting onto Calvish. This is so close. That damage was insane. Guardian Spirit from Cubsy, but this is the bomb on the Nick. The kidney shot into the DP.
Kingsbane? Yeah,
the
it was.
bomb finally fades, and Cubsy Zhengbahai finally able to heal up his Death Knight, but Drake was able to punch so much damage, but all that was, it was a Guardian Spirit from both sides.
That whole double-edged coin
But
whenever
the
you
no
Kingsbane
trinket from
thing
Zhengbahai
is
a very
fried.
scary notion as we move deeper and deeper into this game. Polymorph into a polymorph goes out onto Drake, just slowing him down for now. Calvish just kind of biding time, waiting for the next go.
Got bust again.
Disarm goes out onto Dazed as well, but the full fear on the
Nick
Cubsy
chases
comes in behind.
here.
He has that Holy Ward in the background, and Calvish is the one who's doing fantastic kiting, but they are reconnecting right away. The double Dragon's Breath.
Okay.
When they do the follow-up, Zhengbahai sees that they have some momentum in their favor and is just going to get into that Divine Hymn and keep his team completely healthy as they continue the onslaught onto the Fire Mage. But the damage
This
is
looks
not being slowed down
so fun for
whatsoever.
Calvish.
Kidney shot into the cheap shot. Nick is in a bunch of trouble. He has the AMS up and the Guardian Spirit, but they swap the damage onto Drake. That's going to catch a huge Serenity heal onto him. Zhengbahai doing a great job keeping his team alive.
Dazed could die. No vanish, no evasion. So Dazed is a good target here. Looks like they're going to continue to make the push onto Calvish, but I would not be surprised to see them kind of butter up Dazed with some bleeds, try to go after him. Calvish is low on health.
Oh my
Welcome to the
gosh.
jungle. They might be able to take the swing match.
That proc
Cauterize
caught.
procs. I think that was the Guardian Spirit as well. This is a nightmare situation. No Guardian
That
Spirit.
would be
no
unfortunate.
Cauterize. Calvish is not feeling safe. They get the ice
Oh
block
my
as well. They're
God.
going to get the ice block. No, they will not.
Nope,
but
just a barrier.
Cubsy's healing
It did
is going
proc
to be
Guardian
so
Spirit.
limited here. Welcome to the Jung. David, I think they could get the swing match.
The Cage of Carnage gave them what they need. It gave them
Oh
the
my God.
uptime on a
Alter
slippery
high.
mage like Calvish. Double cheap shots coming out from Drake into the double Garrotes will force an ice block. However, he comes out of it early into a disorient. Big damage. Now Drake caught into a stun as well. That was the swap for Zhengbahai
He's just
on the
counter
back
busting.
end of all of that. Combustion is popped. They're trying to turn this around. A grip from Cubsy will get Calvish away from the melee for just a brief moment, but a full kidney shot lands onto Zhengbahai. If there's any follow-ups
Ugh.
you see onto that,
Huge
it could
knock.
be Drake's life. He
What?
has nothing left in the tank. Disarm lands onto him, keeping Calvish alive yet again. Calvish looking for a mass polymorph, but he jukes it. Cubsy in the back end using the phase, but Calvish goes down. In the onslaught, the constant pressure from the DK Rogue was
It's definitely a
exactly
5
what they
million
needed
Kingsbane.
to take them down. Cage of Carnage was able to give them that short window of opportunity to just constantly keep Calvish on the back foot.
It'll be like 1.5 million coin, 3.3 million Kingsbane. That's what it's gonna say.
That was crazy.
If I had to guess.
Wow. Welcome to the Jung. They made the right choice. I mean, they got the win, made some adjustments. I don't even know what the adjustments were, to be honest with you. I guess the games are just so close. It could have gone either way, but they tried an all-in on Cubsy early in the match. Didn't really work out that well. I think they did a really good job managing Calvish's cooldowns here. Saw defensive blinds on Calvish consistently in this game. And it was just, we got to a point where, like you said, they forced out basically every cooldown. Calvish at this point, I mean, there's not really too much Cubsy can do. I think he actually trades out the Void Shift, but he's rotting down too. So he has the Void Shift available, but Calvish just gets one shot. I think it was the Kingsbane. Kingsbane, I think, is what forces out a lot of these cooldowns. We'll have to wait and see exactly. We'll watch that once again. So I think during the final moments.
Look at all that. Look at all these buttons that Nick has to use right here. AMZ, Guardian, and AMS. Nuts.
AMS is like, I'm not gonna lie, AMS just gets shredded through all the time. It's like, we're seeing a lot of DKs just use it to like prevent crowd control on their healer. But I want to see these final moments. Kingsbane is up in 1, 2.
Oh my gosh! Count
3.
it down.
Boom. Dead.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, he was pretty dead. Yeah, that was crazy. There's no way he was living that. They went the distance though. I mean, they had to rotate through lots and lots and lots of cooldowns. But I don't know. Is it really just a map thing? Because we saw the same matchup and it seemed really convincing in favor of Gators. Now all of a sudden, it's not so convincing anymore, and my brain is just broken. I'm like,
I do think the map is big. Like kiting melee on this map as a mage is just not that fun. Like,
seems awful. Yeah.
From my perspective, like you do not have that much space to go. Like, I feel like it might even be worth them playing on the bottom side of the map, maybe a little bit more. Like, try to use the side pillars. Yeah, use the far pillars. Try to give yourself a little bit more LOS, because LOS seems very important for Calvish. I think in order for a mage to survive against this composition, you need to be getting out of line of sight.
0.6 million coin.
Your shifting power is your tool to reset combustion, your blazing barrier, your ult
and
time,
3.2
your
million.
Waves, your greater invis, your mirror images. It's a very potent tool. So if you can't get those off because you're just not getting to any kind of line of sight, makes it really, really difficult to kind of escape. And look at those final moments. Drake got a 2.6 million Fate-bound coin and a 2 million Kingsbane there.
I mean, you got 3 coins at the same time. So
big burst. Yeah, Calvish's help was just a ping pong ball. It was just back and forth, back and forth. It looked like, like a volume.
in Venom coin, and then that proc the Lucky coin.
Completely blasted. Empyrean Domain
And Daddy Kingsbane.
For the Gators here. So map choice first from the losing team, then the winning team locks in their composition. I'm assuming you know all this, but just in case you don't. So Welcome to the Jung right now has to lock in a comp that now the Gators will then see what the comp is and lock in their own. So I'm really curious how they feel about this DK Rogue team. Cage of Carnage is one thing with the DK Rogue team, but Empyrean Domain is extremely vulnerable. It's very open and the pillars are very small, but there are pillars for Calvish to be able to take advantage of on that mage. So they are going to lock in the DK Rogue regardless. Okay. There you have it.
Gives them reps. I mean, at the very least, they know there's the insurance plan. What maps do they have? What small maps do they have?
I mean, they got Cage out of the way, right? I guess Tiger's Peak, kind of. I'm trying to think of what else.
No Dalaran Sewers, right?
No Dalaran Sewers, no Ruins.
No Ruins. Could Blackrook hold, I guess?
Yeah, Blackrook is why it's been picked so much today.
Hook Point. I think they have Hook Point
Hook
still.
Point, I think, actually might be the strongest option.
Yeah. So if we go to a game 7, Welcome to the Jung winning that last game was crucially important for them. Winning the swing match means they're going to have that map and composition advantage. Gators back, lock in the Rogue Mage Priest once again.
Okay.
And I still feel like this is a comp Gators back should win. Like I still believe Gators back can win this matchup, but on this map, at least on the big map, I think they have the edge here.
Oh man,
I agree. Empyrean Domain feels right. I mean, I just got proven wrong once before where we criticized Welcome to the Jung and they made it work, but this feels like this is Gators' game to win, and they have to, right? I mean, this is their map pick. They have to win here. or they're even more disadvantaged, or more importantly, they just lose because that's 4 wins for Welcome to the Jung, and they will win the best of 7 series. So this is crazy. This is match point.
What?
This could be who wins cup number 3. Welcome to the Jung, still the chat's favorite, but just marginally.
Nice.
Just marginally. A lot of Gator fans in chat. Respect.
I'll be
My
70 in
predictions
no
are-
time.
I cannot let Chan down.
Who'd you go with?
Gators. I went with the Gators.
How you feeling? You feel like they can still come back in this one?
I feel good, man. I do. I swear.
This mob
I think
is
that-
excessively loud.
We saw this team beat this
Screaming.
competition like over and over and over again, 3 times in a row, convincingly. You know, they just Cage of Carnage. What more can I say?
Cage of Carnage. All right, let's see if it's going to be a
Fire
similar
alarm?
story here on
Oh,
Imperial
yeah.
Domain, or if Gators Back is going to be able to take advantage of this large map. This is potential match point here. If Welcome to the Jung do it, if they win this, they will be winning cup number 3 for Gators Back. Obviously, they want to stay alive. They're going to have to win 2 in a row. Let's see how they approach this 6th game.
All right. Calvish caught into a sap basically across the map. Drake not coming out just yet. Looks like Nick is opting to hit Cubsy again. I wonder if they're going to go the mage or if they're going to go the healer this
What?
time around. Double dragon.
Attack
Breath
that's
on
tracking?
Calvish.
Are you kidding me?
Double root is going to try to get control of these melee, but he gets put into an asphyxiate stun throughout all of that. Cheap shots are now rolling in from Daze to get control of the game as Drake and Nick being the main kill target
Hey.
for now. AMZ is going to be
Level
committed
70.
in response
Wow,
to this
wow.
combustion from Calvish. Big damage onto him is going to drop Nick's health down to half. Zhang Bai caught into a kidney shot. No follow-up CC, however, but Drake is very, very far. This is a lot of offensive pressure committed
Locked in the
from
same
Drake
comps, huh?
to Calvish. But look at his positioning. He's going to force Zhang Bai to push him
Disrespect
so
to Wiz.
horribly.
Gouge now onto Zhang Bahai into a blind. He trinkets, just not messing around, just makes
Like
the
it.
trinket trade. I think that's more than fair. Double Garrote's coming in. Cubsy and Calvish both rotting down. Cheap shot onto Cubsy. Garrote onto Daze. Garrote onto Calvish again. And you can see right now Drake is just skyrocketing his damage with these empowered bleeds
Points
on all
flying
3
out
members
everywhere.
of Gators Back. But Cubsy easily recovering the situation. Goes for the Chastise. Goes for the Fear. Now it's going to be Nick in trouble. The Chastise Fears with the combustion.
Helpless.
Nick doing what he can to play defense.
Mind
He gets a
control.
blinding sleet. Mind control comes in, but Nick manages to shut it down, goes for the death strike, and ultimately will survive that crowd control chain with really minimal damage.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. I thought Nick was going to go down for sure, but good job by him staying alive, rotating that AMS.
Calvish
as
is
well.
definitely the
It
number one
might not
presser of
be
the
a
space
whole-
bar.
A lot of damage reduction, but man,
I don't think
he's
anybody
showing
jumps
down
as much as he
results.
does.
10 seconds coming back up. Dragon's Breath is going to stop Drake in his tracks. Daze popping that adrenaline rush. Here's the kidney shot onto Zhang Bahai. And while he's in that kidney shot before the fear, he gets the Guardian Spirit off onto Drake. You can use that button in a stun. Very key to understand. But now he's coming
Symbols
back out
of
that
hope
fear,
out in
and
the
he'll
open?
have that
Holy.
input to keep Nick completely fine, trying to rejoin his rogue as they reconnect on the Calvish, dripping him down to half health here. Cubsy caught into a stun. He
Oh,
gets
boy.
gripped in as well into a Garrote. Calvish is in a bit of trouble. Into a follow-up Garrote. Lots of damage going out onto Calvish. This rogue is just trying to chew through this mage. So far, Cubsy doing a good job rotating through, but that's Apotheosis. He's running out of serenities, but Calvish
Alright, kidney
is turning
bust.
around in this bomb. This is combustion.
Yeah.
This is big damage goes out on the Nick. No trinket
Nice
available
gouge.
for now, but that was going to force the Spirit of the Redeemer in the back line for Zhang Bahai to be able to heal through that line of sight of Smoke Bomb.
Yeah, well done, though. It's a fair trade. Cubsy fades. Cheap shot on Daze. Once again, Garrote's coming in, and this is where Drake is able to get his damage sky high. Big Garrote onto Calvish once again. Wants to avoid that eye. He'll take additional damage. Drake still going for
Swear you
these
could just kill
leads. Gets him
Daze.
onto Daze. Gators back is rotting down, but I'm still a little bit afraid for Nick here. He has the Icebound Fortitude. Zhang Bahai grips him to safety. Dazed immediately
It's the
hooks over
second
there with
blast
the
wave.
harpoon,
Freeze.
and manages to keep the uptime.
And then
Calvish
she-
gets polymorph here onto Drake. Fakes the interrupt. Gets the shifting power. Crucial for resetting these cooldowns, and that combustion is only 10 seconds away here, David.
Oh, yeah.
And there's the kidney shot on the Cubsy. Can Calvish survive? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 till this combustion. A big go is incoming, and Zhang Bahai has no trinket available. He has Guardian Spirit, so he can use it if he gets stunned, but the follow-up damage surely will be it. Unbound Fortitude will be popped immediately. Zhang Bahai trying to avoid any CC.
It's blind.
Into a blind. Into the Guardian Spirit will be committed throughout this, so that should be enough to deflect this combustion, and it is. It's finally
Drake,
down, but huge swap onto Drake. Cheap shot into the gouge. The AMZ will be committed as well to try to save the Rogue, and he will save it for now. But the Guardian
he's got
Spirit
King's
onto
Bane.
Nick, that was a devastating swap onto Drake. No, gonna go ahead and use a disarm onto Daze, stopping that CC for now. Cubsy caught into that blind. Not sure what actually ended that blind early, but he gets out of it, keeping his Rogue Mage alive. And Gators seem like they're doing pretty good here in Empyrean Domain.
Yeah, it's not looking bad for Gators whatsoever. But welcome to the jungle. They're still maintaining their pressure, and even though Drake got so low there, he didn't panic. He didn't trade out the Cloak of Shadows. So welcome to the jungle. They still have answers. Trinket, Void Shift, Cloak of Shadows, almost Trinket for Drake. I think this game is far from over at this point, and mana is slightly in favor of Gators back. However, Calvish, he just uses Combustion. Already off cooldown again.
Oh my gosh.
He's ready to go.
Actually
He's
nuts.
loaded up the chamber once again and is ready to blast off here against Nick and Drake. Double Ring of Frost comes down. Here comes the kidney shot. Drake gets gripped away. Nicely done. Nick gets gripped away. Zhang Bahai says, no way. I ain't healing through that. And grips both his teammates to the pillar to safety.
And the Holy Ward and the Angel, I mean, he's just respecting this damage so much. He's keeping the throughput completely healthy. He knows that Drake doesn't have that Cloak of Shadows, and he has to be the answer for it, but he gets caught into a blind. That's going to be the Trinket. That's going to be the Guardian on the Nick, but they can easily swap this over out onto Drake. Serenities are going to top him off, no problem. Now Cubsy sees that the momentum could be in his favor, caught in the middle of the map. He's going to jump into his Spirit of the Redeemer as well, keeping his team completely fine. Nick is just charging in at this mage across the map. Calvish just trying to rotate back through this Ring of Frost over and over and over again to get this double melee off him. Got caught into a garrote himself. Zhang Bahai has the whole
boy.
This could be some serious pressure onto Calvish. This could easily be his block. Guardian Spirit should be enough for him.
Did that
Cheap
proc
shot goes
or
out
no?
onto Drake to stop the offensive pressure that he's popping, and Daze desperately trying to
No.
gain control of the game.
Yeah, Drake, though, gets caught into Dragon's Breath. He's low. He's got no cooldowns, really. The anti-magic shell trades out, but they shred through it in 1 second. It basically did nothing, and Drake might just die. It looks like Gators back could strike back. It's going to be a Void Shift here from Zhang Bahai. Super back and forth. Calvish getting low on health. Up in the Blazing Barrier.
Zhang
Trying
has
to escape
nothing
once
else
again.
left.
Now, welcome to the jungle. They are not feeling too confident. They do not have many cooldowns. Nick is just dying. Zhang Bahai has basically run out of healing. I don't know what they're going to do. The next
got
combustion
Guardian.
should easily end the game, but Zhang Bahai finally has a moment to just throw out some heals. Prayer Mending bouncing. Drake, though, gets swapped to. Getting gripped back to the pillar. I mean, oh my gosh. We're seeing Welcome to the Jungle just play so scared here, but I really don't blame them. They don't have many answers.
Holy Ward isn't forever, guys. Yeah, there it goes. It's off cooldown now. So he used that to try to prevent that.
King's
kill,
Bane,
which Zhang Bahai
blind
did,
bomb,
but now he doesn't
banish.
have it. He has the Guardian Spirit, so if he gets stunned, he can preemptively use it. But then they could easily just swap Drake and
Everyone
Nick
has
are
everything
both
right now.
great
Not
targets
really.
right now. This is not looking
Except
good.
Daze
Anna's
has no
basically the only
AR.
thing that's even between these teams so far. Chastise stun on the Daze.
Kinda awkward.
Calvish is using that combustion on the Nick. Both teams trading blow for blow. AMZ is going to be committed for Nick to prevent some of this magic damage. But
Cubsy
he can't
smashing
chase the mage
smites.
out of it, or surely he'll fall. He finally does. He's pushing in. He needs to get this going right here, right now. The altar time is up for Calvish. We got to see how much value he's going to get from it.
Not a lot.
Him out. He gets chunked as soon as he goes through it. Oh, and there's an ice block and a cauterized block. And welcome to the Jung. That found a win condition out of nowhere.
Oh, he blinded the master
Kidney shot
spell.
onto Cubsy. Where is the crowd control? Looks like he will be free. Nick and Drake still low, though. They're in trouble. I mean, anyone could follow in this game. Calvish is a little bit behind right now in terms of cooldowns, but at least he has the greater invisibility. Cubsy
Got
grips
bust
him
in
away.
20
Look at some
seconds.
Holy Fire. He's getting some big damage here onto Nick.
It's a good bomb.
Smoke bomb drops down. I think it was a defensive smoke bomb by Drake there to prevent incoming damage. Really nicely done. Don't see that often, but Drake basically drops it to deny any kind of damage from Calvish and Cubsy, which I think is really smart.
Combustion. This is big damage. So that was very smart. Disarm into a full stun. Drake taking control of the game, stopping everyone from killing his poor Death Knight. Now getting in himself. Holy Word for Zhang Bahai will prevent any follow-up CC, and it looks like Gators back is trying to find some sort of opportunity here. Zhang Bahai fades the follow-up stun, but big evasion going to be used from Drake to prevent any follow-up damage for him. Nick is the one who's got to be careful. He has the AMS, but it's going to get chewed through so quickly. Guardian Spirit off cooldown. There's nothing left on Zhang Bahai's spellbook. Nick could easily just fall right
15
here.
seconds.
Line of sight in Calvish for now. He seems to be okay. They're gripping Calvish back in. He's trying to get aggressive. He knows time is running out.
Yeah, Zhang Bahai looking for a fear, but he gets blast wiped away. Nice
He
defense there by
needs to get that
Calvish.
bust reset
Ace
quick.
in stuns, Cubsy in stuns. They're making a push here onto
Yep.
Calvish. He's going for the shifting power. He's got the combustion. Might need to pop it.
Bust
And this
alter.
is it, the combustion. This is the all-in, but he's just getting corroded. Cubsy right now in a chastise. I think Calvish is going to fall. Smoke bomb comes down. Drake doing everything he can to try to take down Calvish at this point. Dave's playing good defense, but they're just overwhelming. Gators back. Gators back is in trouble. Alter time. Calvish needs to pop the alter time. He gets gripped away twice. Nick is now on the run, and Gators back might be able to do it. Zhang Bahai defiantly keeps him alive. This is so back and forth.
This is a marathon.
He has no mana, and Calvish looks like he's just going to die. Welcome to the Jung 4-2. The finals. They strike back with this composition.
History
Losing
repeats
this
itself.
matchup, but they figured it out. They locked it in, and they will be the Cup 3 North American champs.
I will never count out Welcome to the Jungle again. I look at the paper. I look at the stats. I see what they have done before. Just 2 series ago, this team 3-0'd this exact matchup. And now they're bringing it the distance. And they're pushing one of the best rogue mages in the world to the brink. Welcome to the Jungle are your NA Cup number 3 champions, and they will be moving on to the Grand.
The NA champions.
Just a short few, what is it, a month from now? Unreal.
About, yeah.
If they're this strong right now, I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us then.
This team is ridiculous. Like, they're just so ridiculous. But I mean, Gators back.
GG's
so much
indeed.
Props. This is just a
I
heartbreaker
mean,
for Calvish. If he can just cast,
he
can put out so much.
Chose
pressure.
play
He's
mage.
getting
They
corroded.
coulda-
Zhang Bahai and
coulda
Divine
went back to
Impact can do
RPS.
this. He's in the spirit of the Redeemer, just throwing out heals. Nick barely survives with him free casting, but ultimately using that bull rush line of sighting, and Drake is just making miracles happen here onto Calvish. He gets the blind on Cubsy and
Making
they close it out.
miracles.
But what? I mean, Gators back. They beat Welcome to Jung 1 series today. I mean, what was the final score between these two teams? It was like
They have 5.
quick math. 6 for Welcome to the Jung, 5 for Gators back. So, I mean, it's about as close as it can be. And all of these games
What
are
item
so
level are you?
ridiculously back and forth. I just can't wait for the finals.
For me, it's the sign of a good team, not just a good team, a team that goes down in history, a legendary roster, a sign of a roster that everyone will remember throughout AWC
That's
history is one
pretty
that
high.
constantly
Not really.
adapt and constantly improve, and we're seeing that from both of these teams. Gators back, they lost to the Rogue DK back in Cup number.
Oh. Damn. 740 is the max. Golly jeepers. I feel like if I log off now before getting hero talents, I'm doing myself a disservice. Oh yeah. We are scaling now, brother. Strand of the Stars. This is ass.
Change is good.
Tenured in the time ways. That's me. It just gives you as if you boosted a character. You don't get to keep anything. You'll end up in boosty greens. Or at least, I think that's how it was last time. This guy's character name is Drunk, and he's got the Fun Guy title. Fun Guy Drunk. That's, I mean, that's a lot of forethought. I think I'm just gonna stick every single one of these rep things in the Warbound Bank. Can't use that hero. Shit. The fuck. Oh boy. You hit 70 and these things, really start... What? Okay. Getting my ass beat, dog. Jesus. So, heroic world tier at 70, not the greatest idea. Uh-huh. All right, hang on. There it is. Boink. What? Rigged. Man, what in the fuck? Everything hurts. Doing 120k DPS though, huh? Getting there. Dude. Oh my god. I feel like R. Kelly, I'm fighting for my fucking life. I'm learning. Oh, ha, ha. Oh, man. I remember. These things give 2% per thing. So this quest takes 97 years. Get over here. Please. Spare me. I'm just a child. I mean, it is quite interactive. Having to actually play the game. I mean, I guess Shit. I gotta take this off. I do not like the disc thing. Not a fan. Oh, word. No Q, huh? So now that I'm dead inside. Tempest Wrath. Okay, I have a plan. Hunting. Wait, what? Dude, I thought this thing was channeled. If I had known it wasn't channeled and it just did the effect, I would have been using this the whole time. Ridiculous. It's just a car. All right. I'll open it. Although if I close the game right now, 69% into this, I'll have just wasted all of that time. Bitch.
No good can come of this. We have endured peace for long enough.
Just need to break a few more eggs. A few more eggs.
Is changing.
Excellent.
Ever since the tremor, the simmering forces of darkness are stepping out into the light. Old powers, long forgotten, have reawakened, twisting flesh and soul alike.
Damn, cheap in the kidney? Now we're cooking.
Reforging ancient pacts and bestowing new gifts. And they're growing stronger.
79%.
We must act. A corpse, armor, and bones. He took them. He took my brothers away.
Then if any among you still remember what it means to fight, now is the time.
I know of the place. I will be your guide.
We'll take the fight to them.
Oh shit, Doomguard.
Heard someone needed a hand.
11 million?
My boy, just
Ain't no goddamn way, man.
the planning. Thunder doesn't plan, old friend. It arrives.
What is going on in the background here?
The world is watching.
Start. Your place in the queue is 5? Are you fucking kidding me? I've been lied to. Just accidentally another. Whoops. That's a fat finger. Holy shit, a warrior. They do exist. Okay. %97%, huh? What? Are you fucking kidding me? One egg. I need to break one single egg. 170,000 experience? What? Hmm. Okay. What would you like to be called? Nice. Exit game. I'm playing the tutorial because I don't like hopping into new games and having no idea what's going on. Elena. Use the middle mouse wheel to zoom in and out. Yeah, I'm gonna rebind that shit for sure. Oh my god. Yeah, this sense is completely cooked. I'm gonna say about 72% of that. Probably good. Yep. Exactly 72%. Actually. 76. Yeah, this is very basic tutorial for sure. Yeah, dude, parkour. The hell is that? What the hell is even that? Okay. So, you auto attack, huh? All right. Measured strike. To add you as a friend. Yeah, I'll get there. I don't want this on one. Power strike. Yeah. I see. Boy, doesn't that animation look familiar? I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. Her new ability, Shield Slam, is perfect for dealing with groups. Strength-based damage. Toughness, 2 charges. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, dang. Long cooldown my ass, bro. That is a short cooldown. Oh shit, my kind of people. Healers is what I mean by that. Healers are very vulnerable. I should change all my fucking info. Yeah, definitely played Dead by Daylight today. Fellowship 2023 and 2025. Okay. Why? Fell off the stairs? Why was that a fucking tagline? Alright. We're fellowshipping.
Still not tutorial.
Yeah, I had to update this stuff. I'm gonna speed run through this shit though. Rhyme is a damage dealer. No way. Oh yeah, this is as if you've never played a game before in your life. This is a real tutorial. Charging in isn't what you do. Alright. Skirt. Ooh. Intervene and protect the group. Taunt. Oh, God. Okay, so there are not that many abilities in this game, huh? Or... yeah, taunt goes on Z, so... Yeah. Taunt the orc, get aggro, blah, blah, blah. Been here, done that. What the fuck was that? Something definitely just fell off my face, but you know what? That's fine. The insects want to take refuge on my face, then, you know, who am I to stop them? Shield slam on 1 is good. I don't know if we have, like, blows in this game or anything. It would normally be hamstring. Yeah. Snap threat. Yeah. Shield throw. Holy shit. I'm a warrior then. Incredibly long cooldown. Set me like 15 to 20 seconds. What the fuck? Q and E keyboard turn? On what planet would you ever... See, this game gives you strafe by default, so it's teaching you the proper way to play things. Unlike WoW, which is like, here's the default. Keyboard turn and click your abilities, idiot. Screw that! Ophelia. What is happening here? Oh. You won't be able to kill him if he keeps doing that. Blah. Interrupted. Only tanks and damage dealers have access to interrupts. Interesting. If you press V, you can let your team know that you're going to interrupt it. What the fuck? Okay, that needs to go on E, which is keyboard turn. Shift 2, huh? Yeah, okay. Let's regen some, there we go. Eat shit on. Can be used during global cooldown, right? Oh yeah, 21-second cooldown. Is it weird that I don't consider that incredibly long? What now? The troll ahead will throw dangerous fireballs at you as you cross. Okay. Platforming, huh? Shields up. Okay, mitigation. Yeah, So demon spikes. Oh, you've also gained the charge ability. Can only be used from 20 yards away? What? Does it mean like up to 20 or... Yeah, these keybinds are pretty cursed, not gonna lie to you. Ow. Holy shit. Keep clear of his dangerous slam attack. Thanks for the warning. Shockwave. We'll let you figure out how to use it. Oh shit, hell yeah. Oh. Pick that just in the nick of time. Ah, shit. Wow. Alright. Bang my head in the keyboard. Loot. Hell yeah. The loot is going back to the main menu. Okay. Tell you right now, never playing a tank. Not gonna happen. 0 chance. It's the highest difficulty damage dealer. Why does nothing have 5 stars? Builder, spender, and timing mechanics. So excels in the front lines, huh? So he's a demon hunter. Builder, spender. You know, for a second I thought this was Sylvanas, but combo points. Okay, rogue. Yep. Lock it in. Not even gonna read the other ones. I wonder how optimized this game is, or if I needed to... Okay. Something tells me not very. Add you. How do you do that? Friends. Found it. Fan of knives. Okay, that goes on 5. I gotta change my keybinds to not suck. I mean, who the fuck is hitting 6, 7, 8, shift 6? That's not real. Oh, you can set mouse wheel down and up. Love to see it.
Give me everything you got.
That is a lot of text on one ability. I mean, what the fuck? Is yours kind of clippy too, or is this just me? They shouldn't even let you click your abilities. Okay, I mean, it's gonna be real easy, huh? Backstab, fan of knives. What the fuck is... Yeah, sure. No idea what's going on. Didn't let me change my keybinds. Just queued us into a group, huh? Cool. I guess I'll just read my abilities throughout this entire dungeon and do nothing instead. Nope, see, I can't even kick because I don't have the keybind for it, so hang on. Yep, that'll be kick. Only have half my abilities on my bar. So I don't even know. Not enough resources. Is this the only place I can see my energy and combo points? 'Cause that can't be fucking right. Let's see, kick. Let's put that on the correct button. Okay. Boy, I wish I had time to read and understand anything that I'm doing. AoE combo point spender, that would be shift 4. Hemorrhaging strike. That's rupture? Okay. Yep, so that goes there. One would be cheap shot. Do we have anything even close to that? Stealth? Ah. Widow's Bite. It's fucking me up so bad. Okay. What kind of rogue takes fall damage? Am I dumb? Yeah, I am dumb.
more sacrifices? Good. Our god hungers.
True. If this is your doing, I'll skin you alive.
Okay. No. Yeah. Why are we standing in stuff? This guy is literally standing in everything humanly possible. I guess I have time to read. Okay, so I'm missing one ability, which is stealth, which I would put on scroll down. The fact that this guy is able to do this is somewhat questionable.
You might free these slaves, but more deals are being made across the jungle.
Fill the kill score. Wow. What a familiar sounding mechanic. Okay. Okay, so these are like forced. Oh, no, they're not. Man. Widow's Bite. This is Mutilate. With a cooldown. So we have Backstab and Mutilate. Okay. Stealth. Oh. This Backstab becomes Ambush, Shadow Strike, whatever. Every 2 seconds for 60 seconds. Wow. Talk about some complicated mechanics. Wait, using an ability doesn't break stealth? Huh? Huh. Okay. Let's see, what are the best keybinds humanly possible? I think I'd probably just keep it simple. Yep. Sounds good. Okay, that doesn't work. See, this is making it just shift instead of... Okay. Let's make it that. Well, I mean, if this is all the abilities we have, then that's easy. You have unassigned abilities. You know what? Suck my... Damn, what do I put stealth on if it's not on Shift F? Q, I guess. Maybe I do actually just keep it simple and go Shift. Okay, that works. Equipment is replaced with standard gear in quick play. Okay. No time limits, simplified mechanics, and no curses. Got it. Okay. What else do we have other than Rogue? Hunter?
Twin souls unleashed.
This guy looks cocky. Warlock? Embers and Burning Embers. Huh. I feel like I've heard of that before. Honestly, the fact that half the stuff is like WoW copycatting, it's not a bad thing. Because at least it makes it easy to understand. What if the mage is fun? Okay, she's a druid. And he's a paladin. Yeah, clearly. Let's check old girl out. Yep, that's Blink. Close enough. Yep. Brain Freeze, kick. That's gonna mess me up. Sometimes it lets you like shift select a keybind, and then other times it'll just put shift as the keybind. Like, okay, defensive. Let's see, Frostbolt probably goes on 2. Freezing Torrent, that's Ray of Frost. If I had to compare it to something. You got target dummies here or what? Okay, stash. Gear isn't static. Scrapped and turned into gold. Okay. Smelts down discarded equipment, freeing up inventory space, giving you valuable resources. Okay, so I'm guessing the main mechanic for getting rid of stuff is scrapping and not selling. Blacksmith will allow you to use materia. What is this, Final Fantasy? Upgrading an item increases its item level. Yeah, so this is all very easy to understand, let me tell you. Gem collection on the side of the screen. On the side of the hero screen, okay. Use the pliers to remove a gem. Oh, Transmog, the true endgame. This is exactly what the Dragonflight aspirant set looked like. So, I mean... Coincidental, I'm sure. What do any of these other buttons do? Okay, U is to edit the HUD. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that for sure. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to do all this off stream. There's no way. I have to make it look like World of Warcraft, or else I can't play it. And I am way too tired for this right now. This does look fun, though. It do be looking fun, but I've been live for 11 hours. So, that's it for me. Godspeed. Heaven light your path, or whatever